Eternal Heart Chapter 985 to Chapter 1036. Within the pale silver crystal space, there were a total of 17 tokens. Among them, 13 of the tokens had turned dull and lusterless from their previous jade-like luster. They were like ordinary stones, and there were even cracks on them. The silver token had turned into an ordinary stone. If this space wasn't hidden in the mysterious heart and was Xianyu's personal space, he would even suspect that the tokens had been swapped. Apart from these 13 tokens that had turned into stone, there were also 4 other tokens that Xianyu had just placed in here. The formation patterns on the tokens surged and released spatial energy to resist this personal space. This was also the reason why the silver token couldn't be placed in an ordinary storage space. Previously, when Xianyu placed the token into the heart's internal space, he felt the same situation. However, the resistance would disappear in a short period of time. Previously, he was either busy fighting or in a hurry to open up the star acupoints, so he didn't pay much attention to it. I would like to see how the silver token is going to turn into an ordinary stone. Xianyu paid close attention to these 4 tokens. The spatial energy released by the silver token was constantly resisting the pale silver crystal space. It was obvious that the spatial energy on the token couldn't resist the mysterious heart's internal space. A moment later, the spatial energy on the silver token was suppressed. But immediately after, the silver token emitted wisps of silver starlight that fused into the surrounding pale silver crystal space. Subsequently, the pale silver crystal space expanded slightly. It has been absorbed. Xianyu didn't expect it to be like this. In the next instant, he quickly took out the 4 tokens. However, more than half of the spatial energy had been absorbed. After he took them out, they were only emitting a faint silver radiance. Xianyu was stunned and was speechless for a moment. Did these 4 tokens still count? If they didn't, wouldn't he not have a single token left? Absolutely not. I must obtain the quota. Xianyu had a determined expression. There were only 2 hours left. Xianyu didn't think much and immediately set off. On the other side, Yang Dingguang, Wu Yuan, and the elegant woman only stopped after escaping for a distance. The 3 of them looked at each other. They were all in the same mood. How could Xianyu be so strong? Even Su Liusu was helpless and was defeated by Xianyu. Just thinking about it was laughable. The 3 of them actually thought that Su Liusu would forcefully defeat Xianyu. At the very least, it would be a lose-lose situation. While he found it funny, he was also a little afraid. It was impossible for Xianyu not to guess that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. If they attacked them again, they could only admit defeat and allow Xianyu to humiliate them. Yang Dingguang, this person is from your Yang clan. Do you not know anything about him? The elegant woman frowned and asked with a hint of reproach. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Dingguang was in such a miserable state, she would even suspect that Yang Dingguang was deliberately tricking her. This kid is just a disciple of the Yang family with a different surname. Yang Dingguang sighed innocently. But then, he thought of a certain rumor. It was said that the information about the demon race's treasure near the 4 Desolate Mountain was discovered by Xianyu. Since then, Xianyu had risen and surpassed him and the geniuses of the 5 clans. Could it be that this kid hid it from the Yang clan and actually had a huge harvest in the demon race's treasure? Yang Dingguang's eyes flashed imperceptibly, but he didn't say anything. There are still 2 hours left, and we don't have a single token. Wu Yuan said somewhat sorrowfully. Goodbye, let's leave it to luck. The 3 of them left. There were only 2 hours left. Although hope was slim, they had to fight for the remaining tokens. After Su Liusu fled dozens of miles away. Boom, he swept his sword horizontally to vent the anger in his heart. After the sword slashed, the ancient forest in front of him was turned into wooden stumps. Damn it, Xianyu, I actually lost to you. If I didn't underestimate you, if I was at my peak, I would definitely be the one who won. Su Liusu's face was slightly crazed and he looked a little crazy. He didn't look as carefree as before. In the family, his talent was unparalleled, and no one could compare to him. Among the geniuses of the 5 clans, the Su clan was the strongest, and he was also the strongest genius. All of this made things go smoothly for him, and it seemed like nothing could bother him. But once he suffered a setback, the blow he suffered was far greater than that of an ordinary person. Damn the Yang clan. When I grow up and become the Su clan head, I will definitely flatten the Yang clan. I won't let the other clans off either. Su Liusu shifted his hatred from Qinyu to the Yang clan. Suddenly, he remembered that he didn't have a token now, and there were only 2 hours left. He had to find another token. Otherwise, if the Su clan didn't even have a spot, how could he face the Su clan? Swish, Su Liusu sped out, releasing his spiritual sense to search for a token. But Qinyu had 17 tokens, and there were only 3 left. How could it be so easy to find, very quickly? Su Liusu saw a team of 3. All the tokens might have been obtained by someone, but they shouldn't be carrying them with them. They can only be hidden somewhere. Su Liusu's expression was gloomy. Su Liusu. When the team of 3 saw Su Liusu, they were scared out of their wits. If you don't have a token and can't provide any clues about it, then die. His face was cold, and he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Su Liusu didn't have much time to interrogate them, so he directly used their lives to threaten them. We don't have a token, and we're also looking for it. One of them replied with a trembling voice. Clang, a sword light flashed, and an azure sword chi flashed on this person's neck. Gulp, a head rolled on the ground. Ah, big brother! A woman cried out in alarm. It seems like you don't know either. Su Liusu slashed out again, and this woman also died miserably in his hands. If this woman knew the relevant clues, she would definitely say it after seeing her companion die. Swish, the last person was so scared that his face turned pale, and he turned to flee. It seems like he doesn't know either. Otherwise, knowing that he can't escape from me, he would definitely say the clues. Su Liusu sighed and flew elsewhere. He encountered many people, and Su Liusu used the same method. Ordinary star condensation realm cultivators couldn't block his incomparably fast and sharp sword at all. They could only die. Until he killed 10 people. Su Liusu finally forced out a clue. Swish, after flying for hundreds of miles, he found a team of 4. This team of 4 came from a small family second only to the 5 great families. At this moment, the 4 of them were chatting merrily, waiting for the 5 mountain martial meet to end. Suddenly, a loud and cold voice sounded, containing endless pressure of heaven and earth, sweeping up a storm. Hand over the token, and I'll spare your lives. In the next instant, Su Liusu descended above the 4 of them. Su Liusu. The 4 of them instantly turned pale, staring at the man above them. They didn't have the slightest will to resist. They had heard that Su Liusu had single-handedly fought the number 1 genius of the 3 great families. Young Master Su, you've already obtained so many tokens. Why make things difficult for us? The leader said with a bitter look on his face. But when Su Liusu heard this, his eyes flashed fiercely, and a violent wind blew around him. He didn't even have a single token. The other party's words touched his wound. Kill. Su Liusu charged out, the ancient green sword in his hand flickering with a peerless sword light. After 3 moves, the person who had just spoken died on the spot. Young Master Su, don't kill us. We'll give you the token. One of them trembled in fear and immediately begged for mercy. Under the guidance of the other 3, Su Liusu obtained their tokens. Su Liusu held the token that flickered with a resplendent silver light and sighed. That's it. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. At least his family could still obtain a spot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to go out. But suddenly, Su Liusu, hand over the token, or we'll fight again. The 3 king cultivators nearby were shocked when they heard this. Just who dared to say such words to Su Liusu? Is there something wrong with this person's head? He's courting death. One of the wandering cultivator kings sighed. But when he looked at Su Liusu, he found that the latter had lost control of his emotions and was filled with hatred. Qinyu, you've already obtained so many tokens. Don't go too far. Su Liusu roared with grief and indignation. The 3 wandering cultivator kings were all completely dumbfounded when they saw Su Liusu's appearance. What was going on? Su Liusu actually revealed such an expression. It seemed like he had suffered great grievances. If you're not going to give it to me, then let's fight. Qinyu snorted coldly. He had searched for a long time and hadn't found any clues. He had originally been about to give up, but then he met Su Liusu and saw the token in his hand. He had no other choice, or else he wouldn't be able to bully Su Liusu. "Qinyu, I'll fight it out with you," Su Liusu roared. Qinyu was simply too much of a bully. He had just taken 4 of his tokens, and now he was coming to take them again. He wasn't giving him a way out. Peng, the battle started again. However, due to Su Liusu's heavy injuries, he was defeated in less than 20 moves. Qinyu snatched the token and immediately left. Su Liusu lay in a huge crater in tattered clothes. His eyes were filled with endless grievances and anger, as if he had been ravaged. Those who didn't know what was going on might think the wrong things when they saw the scene. Not far away, the 3 spectating wandering cultivators were all extremely shocked and quickly left. Gradually, the news of Su Liusu's defeat to Qinyu spread. But now, the 5-mountain martial competition was about to end. Although there's only 1 token, it should be enough for me to be ranked at the top. Qinyu stared at the token in his hand and muttered to himself. After a while, he sighed. There were a total of 20 tokens. 17 of them were destroyed, and I only have 1 token left. In other words, only 3 people would obtain the token in the end. You can't blame me for this. After all, he didn't want this to happen. Qinyu originally wanted to sell the token at the end and make a fortune. At a certain moment, whoosh whoosh, the mist in the area swirled and gathered in the surroundings, merging into the 16 array flags. The dark area finally saw light again. The 5-mountain martial competition had also ended. The square-faced middle-aged man flew up and waved his hand. The 16 formation flags in the distant mountains and rivers rose from the ground and landed in his hands. 3 days have passed. I wonder what the outcome of the martial competition of the 5 mountains will be. Everyone was looking forward to it. Many small families hoped that the teams they sent out would gain something. In the future, they might be able to replace one of the 5 major families. However, there were even more people who had no confidence at all. They were apprehensive and worried. The rules of the martial competition of the 5 mountains had been changed. It was extremely chaotic and unpredictable. But one thing was for sure, there would be heavy casualties. If the families could get a spot, it would be worth losing a few elite geniuses. Under everyone's gaze, many figures flew out from the forest in the distance. Most of them looked tired, followed by sad and sorrowful faces. Furthermore, he didn't see anyone holding a token. This made the 5 major families and many small families even more unsure. Gradually, Wu Yuan, Yang Dingguang, and the elegant woman appeared. Originally, when the Wu, Yang, and Chang families saw them, their eyes were filled with joy. But now, seeing their expressions and the fact that they had no tokens in their hands, the higher-ups gradually lost confidence and felt that something was wrong. Then, Su Liusu appeared. Su Liusu is here. Everyone was watching. After all, he was the strongest genius of the Su family. According to the rules of the martial competition of the past, no one was a match for him, and the Su family would definitely win first place. But to everyone's disbelief, Su Liusu's face was pale and his hair was messy as if he had lost his soul. He was completely different from his previous calmness. It was hard to imagine how much setback a person had to suffer to have such a drastic change. And Su Liusu didn't have a token. Where's Xianxia? A fat old man from the He family widened his eyes. His disciple, the number 1 genius of the He family, didn't appear. What was going on in the martial competition of the 5 mountains? Wu Yuan, Yang Dingguang, and the elegant woman lowered their heads and sighed. The number 1 genius, Su Liusu, seemed to have suffered an unbearable blow and became a completely different person. And the number 1 genius of the He family, He Tianxiong, didn't appear. After a while, it seemed that everyone had come out. There weren't many people, and there were only 3 silver balls of light in sight, which were the light emitted by the token. Among the 3, there was Qinyu, a man, and a woman. They immediately became the center of attention. The upper echelons of the Yang clan looked at Qinyu, their eyes filled with surprise. They never thought that a disciple of their clan with another surname would be able to obtain a token. Only 3 tokens? That's impossible. Didn't that lord say that there were a total of 20 command plates? Didn't they say that these special tokens can't be hidden in a storage space? Where are the other 17 tokens hidden? Everyone was puzzled. The higher-ups of the 5 clans also felt that it was impossible for their geniuses to not have a single token. Could it be that they were hiding it? The Yang family patriarch was preparing to ask Yang Dingguang about the outcome. Suddenly, boom, a majestic golden aura burst forth from the side. Elder Yang Yi was enraged. The golden flames around him were like a raging sea of fire, rolling endlessly. Yang Lingjie didn't come out. Some of the higher-ups of the Yang family discovered that the other outstanding genius of the Yang family, Yang Yi's disciple, had not come out. Yang Lingjie had died inside. It was most likely done by the top geniuses of the other 4 great clans, but without concrete evidence, there was nothing they could do. Not to mention that the rules of the token contest were cruel to begin with. Deaths and injuries were unavoidable. Elder Yang Yi originally thought that it was done by the other 4 great clans. However, he could sense a faint connection from Qinyu. Qinyu, you actually killed my disciple. Elder Yang Yi was enraged. His hair turned golden, and his aura was monstrous. As soon as he said that, not only were the people of the Yang family puzzled, but the higher-ups of the other 4 great clans were also a little stunned. It was actually done by Qinyu. Qinyu wasn't a disciple of the Yang family with another surname? Why would he do it to the core genius of the Yang family? How could he kill Yang Lingjie? As for the Falling Moon King, Lin Shuefei, and Zhou Heng, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. How did Elder Yang Yi know that Yang Lingjie's death was related to Qinyu? Why does Elder Yang Yi say that? Qinyu was very puzzled. He was sure that he had killed the people who knew about it, except for the Falling Moon King and the other 2. However, they were also participants, so they would not tell this matter to Elder Yang Yi. You have this old man's origin energy aura on you. Although it is very thin and almost undetectable, and other elders might not be able to detect it, only this old man can sense it. Elder Yang Yi's eyes were golden, and golden flames surged as he stared at Qinyu. Yang Yi's strength was even more terrifying than Qinyu had imagined, and Elder Yang Yi's words also made Qinyu understand why the other party knew that he was the murderer. Thief, you dare not admit it? This old man once gave Lingjie a trump card that was infused with my origin power. That trump card has already been used by Lingjie, and out of all the people here, this old man only feels the aura of my own origin power on you. Elder Yang Yi's eyes burned, illuminating the world with a golden glow. So what if Qinyu obtained the token? After killing Qinyu, the token still belonged to the Yang family. Qinyu, how dare you plot against Yang Lingjie? As a disciple with another surname, plotting against a core genius of the Yang family is a crime punishable by death. The upper echelons of the Yang family all rebuked angrily. Elder Yang Yi had a high position in the Yang family. Now that a disciple had been killed, there was conclusive evidence that Qinyu was dead for sure. They took the opportunity to gain Elder Yang Yi's favor. Thief, I'll kill you. Elder Yang Yi rebuked angrily, actually planning to make a move. That destructive might made Qinyu feel like a candle in the wind, about to be blown away at any moment. Elder Yang Yi didn't ask me why I killed Yang Lingjie, but sentenced me to death? Qinyu's gaze was cold and resolute. Under Elder Yang Yi's powerful might, his figure was still ramrod straight, his eyes bright, and he didn't dodge at all. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If not for Yang Lingjie constantly opposing him and even wanting to kill him, Qinyu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Yang Lingjie. At this moment, Elder Yang Yi wanted to kill Qinyu indiscriminately. Moreover, Qinyu had a token, so he could be considered to have made a great contribution, but Elder Yang Yi ignored this point. Since you killed my disciple, you have to pay with your life. I don't need to know the reason why you killed him. Elder Yang Yi's expression was cold. Many disciples with another surname present shook their heads and sighed. As a disciple with another surname, his status was lower than that of a core disciple of the family. Moreover, Yang Lingjie's master was so amazing. Even if Yang Lingjie deserved to die, a disciple with another surname could not kill him. At this moment. On the other side, a long-faced elder from the Su family said indifferently, the Yang family elder sentenced you to death without asking about the facts. Such a family isn't worth serving. Why don't you join the Su family now? For Qinyu to be able to kill Yang Lingjie, his strength was extraordinary. Such a person naturally had to be roped in. Now that Qinyu had been threatened by the elder, it wouldn't cost much to rope him in. The five great families were not on good terms with each other. The Su family roped in Qinyu, to a certain extent, humiliating the Yang family. Haha, the Wu family also welcomes you to join. If you join the Chang family, you will enjoy the same treatment as a core disciple. The other families also spoke with a smile. Qinyu also said calmly, from now on, I have nothing to do with the Yang family. He had long disliked the Yang family, and now he was officially leaving the Yang family. Elder Yang Yi's eyes widened. Leaving the Yang family wasn't something that could be easily done by Qinyu. However, if Qinyu joined another family, Yang Yi would definitely be stopped by the other families if he wanted to kill Qinyu. This was all because Qinyu had displayed powerful talent and strength. This was a world where strength was the most important thing. Killing intent flashed in Elder Yang Yi's eyes. He was furious and planned to kill Qinyu first. Yang Yi, this is the Five Mountain Martial Gathering, an event hosted by the seniors of the Tianhe sect. Do you have any respect for the seniors of the Tianhe sect by killing someone here? Qinyu looked at the square-faced middle-aged man with respect and said coldly, directly calling Elder Yang Yi by his name. Elder Yang Yi didn't care about him, but since he had obtained the token, the experts of the Tianhe sect would definitely be interested in Qinyu. After all, there were only 3 tokens at the scene. Elder Yang Yi was even more furious. This kid was actually so rude to him. But suddenly, a cold snort spread out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Endless pressure pressed down in all directions, causing everyone's heart to palpitate as they felt an invisible pressure. Even Yang Yi's body sank, and his aura decreased by 30%. Personal grudges will be settled after the martial gathering. The square-faced middle-aged man said indifferently. Yang Yi didn't dare to say more. His ruthless eyes stared at Qinyu before returning to his original position. Even if you join another family, this old man will still kill you, unless you don't go out for the rest of your life. His heart was filled with hatred and anger. Since the beginning of the great cosmos realm, he didn't like Qinyu. Now, Qinyu had even killed his proud disciple, and even went against him just now. This small interlude quickly passed. This time, the purpose of many families gathering here was to obtain a place to enter the Emperor's sect. Compared to this, everything else seemed insignificant. Those who have the token, come in front of me, the square-faced man said. He also had a puzzled look. The token he made couldn't be placed in the storage space. Then why were there only 3 tokens? Could it be that the others used some special method to hide the token, under everyone's attention? Qinyu and the other 2, each holding a token, walked towards the square-faced man. As for the other man and woman, one of them was from a small family, while the other was a rogue cultivator. In the end, in front of the square-faced man, there were only 3 people and 3 tokens. This scene caused the surroundings to fall silent. Everyone had a look of surprise and disbelief. The Falling Moon King and the others were puzzled. Didn't Qinyu have so many tokens? Why did he only take out 1? Lu Su, what's wrong with you? The bearded middle-aged man asked. His son was so powerful that no one could compare to him. It was impossible that he didn't have a token. Why didn't he take it out and walk in front of the square-faced man? Wu Yuan, where's your token? Yang Dingguang, how many tokens did the Yang family get? The upper echelons of the 5 major families asked one after another. But the results they got shocked the entire family. Lu Su didn't get a token, Yang Dingguang didn't get anything, the Su family, Yang family, He family, Wu family, Chang family, the 5 major families didn't have a single token. Not only did the 5 major families find it hard to accept, but the other smaller families also felt that it was impossible. What exactly happened in the past 3 days? Now that there were only 3 tokens, where did the rest go? At this moment, Wu Yuan said angrily. Patriarch, my token was stolen by Qinyu, Qinyu said. Everyone in the Wu family immediately stared at Qinyu. Every one of them was like a fiend with an unkind expression. The rest of the people looked at Qinyu differently again. To be able to snatch the token from Wu Yuan, his ability wasn't ordinary. Suddenly, the number 1 genius of the Chang family, the elegant lady in green, said, Master, the fact that I didn't get a token is also related to Qinyu. Also related to Qinyu? The top prodigies of the Wu family and Chang family both claimed that they had gained nothing because of Qinyu. This caused everyone to look at Qinyu in a different light. The expressions of the Wu family and Chang family also changed. Just now, they were still trying to recruit Qinyu. In the end, Qinyu was the culprit who caused their families to gain nothing. This caused the upper echelons of the two families to feel humiliated. Their gazes toward Qinyu were filled with hostility and hostility. Humph, this kid really knows how to cause trouble. With this, the Chang family and Wu family will probably not recruit him anymore. Elder Yang snorted coldly, somewhat gloating. However, the upper echelons of the Su family and He family laughed. Qinyu has left the Yang family and angered the He family and Chang family. The chances of him joining our Su family will be even higher. A red-faced old man stroked his beard and smiled. This kid was able to kill Yang Lingjie and make Wu Yuan and the elegant woman suffer. This proves that he is outstanding. I suggest that we let this kid join our Su family and even pay a huge price to have him change his surname and integrate into our family. A woman with a dignified temperament also had high hopes for Qinyu. The upper echelons of the He family had the same thoughts. Qinyu, our He family welcomes you at any time. One of the upper echelons of the He family said with a smile. However, when the He family disciples heard this, their expressions instantly became unnatural. The hatred between Qinyu and the He family far surpassed that of the Wu family and Chang family. Elder, Brother Tianxiong was killed by Qinyu. That's right, this person suddenly intercepted Brother Tianxiong and killed him. Two disciples immediately spoke up. Qinyu glanced at the two and found them familiar. When he killed He Tianxiong, he did not silence him. At that time, there were 3 people with He Tianxiong who had fled in all directions. These two were among them. When the upper echelons of the He family who had been laughing and trying to recruit Qinyu heard this, their smiles instantly froze and their faces turned pale. The person they wanted to recruit was actually He Tianxiong's murderer. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. They all knew that He Tianxiong didn't come out, but they didn't expect the murderer to be Qinyu. Bastard, how dare you kill my disciple? Among the He clan's upper echelons, a fat old man flew into a rage. His voice boomed like thunder. He was He Tianxiong's master. I also heard from Big Brother Tianxiong that the reason why he lost his arm was also because of Qinyu. That disciple said again. In an instant, the He family's attitude changed drastically. He Tianxiong was the most outstanding disciple of this generation in the He clan. Now that he had died in the hands of Qinyu, how could they not hate him? The atmosphere suddenly changed. Qinyu became the center of attention. He had killed Yang Lingjie of the Yang family, snatched the token of Wu Yuan of the Wu family, and left the Chang family empty-handed. He had even killed He Tianxiong of the He family. In just 3 short days, this disciple with a different surname had pierced through the heavens. The higher-ups of the Su family, the strongest of the 5 great families, were overjoyed. This child's ability has exceeded this old man's estimation. The red-faced old man exclaimed. But soon after, they felt an indescribable sense of unease. The Yang family, Chang family, Wu family, and He family had all fallen to Qinyu's treacherous hands. What about their Su family? Many of the higher-ups believed that the Su family's younger generation was so powerful that it should be impossible for them to suffer a loss at the hands of Qinyu. The Su family's family head, who was also Su Liusu's father, was still focused on Su Liusu. Liusu, what exactly happened? How many tokens did you obtain? The Su family's family head constantly asked Su Liusu. Su Liusu had a blank expression. He had not yet recovered from the blow and was still immersed in the shadow left behind by Qinyu. When the Su family's family head heard the others' discussions about Qinyu, he could not help but sigh. This Qinyu is indeed not simple. Among the younger generation, only you can suppress him. He was quite confident in his son. But when Su Liusu heard this, his expression changed. He was extremely sensitive to the words Qinyu. Furthermore, his father had said that he could suppress Qinyu. Su Liusu's heart crumbled. If he could suppress Qinyu, he wouldn't have lost to Qinyu twice and had his tokens stolen twice. Qinyu, I will personally seek revenge for today's humiliation in the future. Su Liusu's eyes suddenly lit up, flashing with madness and hatred as he roared. His sudden words stunned the people around him. When they reacted, they finally understood what he meant. It turned out that Su Liusu had also suffered a loss at the hands of Qinyu. Even Su Liusu suffered a loss at the hands of this boy? I previously heard that Su Liusu lost to Qinyu. At the time, I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it to be true. It wasn't just the upper echelon of the family that was shocked. Even the participating young kings were shocked. In their hearts, Su Liusu had always been an undefeatable existence. The Falling Moon King, Lin Shuifei, and Zhou Heng were also dumbfounded when they learned of this. It's over. He's offended all 5 families. Zhou Heng was speechless. The head of the Su family also guessed that his son had become like this because of Qinyu. Liusu, just what happened? He furrowed his brow and asked solemnly. Su Liusu didn't open his mouth. He found it hard to speak. The faces of the upper echelon of the Su family all darkened. They had just thought that it was impossible for a disciple of the Su family to suffer a loss at the hands of Qinyu, but reality had slapped them in the face. For a moment, the place was filled with the voices of the 5 families. Among them, the He family and the Yang family said that Qinyu was unforgivable and cruel, and suggested that he be executed in front of everyone. The square-faced middle-aged man and the silver-robed woman watched this scene silently. Even they were slightly interested and felt that it was quite novel. This person is the reason why Uncle Chen personally came here, right? What does he have to do with our Lin family? The silver-robed woman's beautiful eyes sized up Qinyu. He was actually so calm even in the face of the hostility of the 5 families. In reality, Qinyu was also slightly shocked. He had expected what might happen after he came out, but the situation was more serious than he thought. There was still a way to resolve it. He didn't completely offend the 5 families. Only 3 people would win in this 5-mountain martial arts competition. No matter what his ranking was, he would get a lot of places. In this case, as long as Qinyu traded places, he would be able to resolve the grudge. At this moment, the square-faced man from the Tianhe sect finally spoke. Let me ask you, there are a total of 20 tokens. Where are the rest? This was his biggest doubt at the moment, and it was also the doubt of the others. They gradually learned about Qinyu's deeds from the disciples of their families. It was reasonable to say that Qinyu should have obtained a lot of tokens. But why did he only take out 1? Where were the other tokens? The rest of the tokens, Qinyu, who had been calm just now, had a complicated expression. There are some small problems with the rest of the tokens. However, Senior, according to the rules, I only need this token to be considered as my victory, and I can also obtain a spot. That's right. The square-faced middle-aged man said calmly. But I'm very curious, where are the other tokens? He asked again, obsessing over this question. Qinyu knew that the square-faced middle-aged man had the final say in the 5-mountain martial arts competition. Even the masters of the 5 families didn't dare to disobey him. Once the square-faced middle-aged man was displeased, even if Qinyu complied with the rules, he could deprive Qinyu of his victory with a word. But, Qinyu took out the other 16 tokens. 12 of them had turned into ordinary stones, and the other 4 only had a faint silver luster. Ordinary people might not be able to recognize these tokens, but the square-faced man was the maker of these tokens, so he recognized them at a glance. His eyes flashed with a strange light. The silver-robed woman next to him, on the calm face, opened her mouth slightly. The space force in the token I made was actually absorbed? The square-faced man said calmly, each word seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds, giving people invisible pressure. The 5 families were overjoyed. Here, the square-faced man had the final say, so they didn't dare to rashly attack Qinyu. But Qinyu destroyed the token made by the square-faced man and angered him, so Qinyu was dead for sure. They didn't even need to do anything. Senior, please forgive me, this junior has comprehended the profound of space, and accidentally absorbed the space power in the token. Qinyu had already thought of an excuse. Qinyu, you destroyed the token made by His Excellency, and you still have a reason? You are being disrespectful to His Excellency. Elder Yang Yi, He Tianxiong's master, stood out to oppress Qinyu. His Excellency, this kid is cruel, killing innocent people, and even destroyed the token you made. Let me execute him on your behalf. Elder Yang Yi once again flew up. Qinyu had angered the square-faced man. At this moment, if he killed Qinyu, the square-faced man wouldn't stop him. Maybe he would even reward the Yang family. He family's fat old man, He Tianxiong's master, saw this scene and couldn't help but feel vexed. Such a good thing had been snatched away by Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi's body surged with yuan energy, burning with golden flames, making him seem like a golden sun, illuminating all living things. Before he even attacked, his powerful aura was already overwhelming. Qinyu's blood and qi solidified, his body boiling hot. He estimated that Yang Yi was at least at the late stage of star condensation, having condensed 3 yuan energy stars. Even if he had the strength to fight above his cultivation level, facing an expert of this level, it would be difficult. When Su Liusu saw this, his eyes flickered with excitement and regret. He was excited because Qinyu was about to die, and regretful because he couldn't personally take revenge. Die, Qinyu. Elder Yang Yi raised his palms, golden flames curling around his palms, preparing to attack. Suddenly. Didn't I say that no fighting is allowed, that personal grudges can wait until the martial gathering is over to settle? The square-faced man spoke again, his expression dignified, bringing with it an invisible might. This was not aimed at Qinyu, but at Elder Yang Yi. Bang! In the square-faced man's eyes, there seemed to be 2 deep and boundless divine lights bursting out, causing Elder Yang Yi's soul to suffer a heavy blow, his head splitting, and he fell to the ground. The entire place was silent. The upper echelon of the Tianhe sect had actually protected Qinyu, and even attacked Elder Yang Yi. This showed that he was standing on Qinyu's side. The voice from before no longer resounded. The square-faced man had protected Qinyu. If they still targeted him, wouldn't that be going against the upper echelon of the Tianhe sect? It was just that the 5 great families could not understand why the square-faced man would protect Qinyu. In his eyes, didn't he not care about the 5 mountain martial gathering? Didn't he care about the lives and deaths of the 5 great families' disciples? I now announce that all the tokens in Qinyu's hands are valid, he is first. The square-faced man looked at Qinyu again, a faint smile and appreciation on his face, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, the 5 great families felt like they were struck by lightning. I now announce that all the tokens in Qinyu's hands are valid. He is ranked first. The 5 families felt like they were struck by lightning. Their enemy had taken the first place in glory. None of the 5 families had anyone in the top 10. That was a huge blow to their reputation. The faces of the geniuses who were competing for the badges turned dark, and they were too ashamed to show their faces. Surprise appeared on Qinyu's face. He then calmly accepted the situation, feeling that it was only natural. After all, he had obtained so many tokens, even though they were all damaged. Master, I'm afraid that's not good. The token in his hand has been damaged and there's a possibility that it's a fake. He Tianxiong's master couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and said cautiously. He Tianxiong was killed by Qinyu and he wanted to tear Qinyu into pieces. This kid has done all kinds of evil and cunning. It's indeed possible. The upper echelons of the Yang family also agreed. The 5 families wanted to deny Qinyu's achievements because they didn't want their enemy to get the reward and enter the imperial sect. On the other hand, if Qinyu's results were invalid, they could still suggest the square-faced middle-aged man to hold another competition and redistribute the spots. I made the tokens. Do you doubt my judgment? The square-faced middle-aged man smiled faintly, but the 5 families couldn't help but be shocked. From his words, it could be seen that the square-faced middle-aged man was determined to protect Qinyu. Could it be that he had his eyes on this young talent? If that was the case, they indeed couldn't do anything to Qinyu. As for the 2nd and 3rd place, since the 2 of you have the same number of tokens, the rankings will be decided by sparring. The square-faced middle-aged man continued. The man and woman were extremely shocked. They originally thought that even if they obtained a token, they would only have a small chance of entering the top 10. Who would have thought that all of them would be in the top 3 now? As for whether they were ranked 2nd or 3rd, it didn't matter. They were already satisfied. Moreover, the rewards for the 2nd and 3rd places were the same. The only difference was the honor. Since the square-faced middle-aged man had spoken, they still stood up and sparred. Bang! Bang! A man and a woman flew into the sky. In an instant, fists and saber shadows flashed in all directions. The battle was very intense, but no one was enjoying it. All the upper echelons of the 5 families had gloomy expressions and their hearts were heavy. The 5 mountain martial competition, the 5 great clans did not even have a single spot. All of this was thanks to Qinyu. Yang Lingjia of the Yang family had been killed by Qinyu, and his token had been stolen. Wu Yuan's token was also snatched by Qinyu. He Tianxiong was also killed by Qinyu. The Su family's twin geniuses, Su Hai and Su Tao, had died because of Qinyu, and their tokens had fallen into Qinyu's hands. As for the number 1 genius, Su Liusu, he had been robbed twice by Qinyu, and he had suffered a heavy psychological blow. As for the Chang clan, the elegant woman believed that if Qinyu had not plundered so many tokens, she would have been able to obtain 1 or 2. The 5 families' hatred for Qinyu had reached its peak. But they couldn't do anything to Qinyu. Just now, when Elder Yang Yi was about to kill Qinyu, the higher-ups of the Heavenly River sect personally stopped him. My Su clan has existed for 1,000 years, but we've never encountered such a situation. We don't even have a single spot. This is the bane of my Yang clan. The head of the Yang clan gnashed his teeth in hatred for Qinyu, thinking that it was Qinyu who had harmed the Yang clan. Sigh, we've lost this time, and the Chang clan's situation will be even more difficult in the future. The Chang clan was ranked last among the 5 great clans. If the situation of the 5 great clans changed, the Chang clan would most likely decline. On the other hand, some of the smaller clans were overjoyed. I'm afraid the positions of the 5 great clans will have to change. On the other hand, a disciple of the Fei clan actually obtained a token and entered the top 3. The Fei clan has the highest chance of becoming one of the new 5 great clans. But facing Qinyu, these smaller clans didn't know how to deal with him. Logically speaking, they should thank Qinyu and do their best to rope him in. But if they did that, they would be implicated and the 5 great clans would take revenge on them. This made them a little afraid of getting close to Qinyu. At this moment, the battle in the sky had ended. The male disciple of the Fei clan won and became second. The other female rogue cultivator became the third. Although she had lost, she was still extremely excited, and her eyes were bright. The top 3 have been decided. The first will be rewarded with 5 spots, and the second and third will be rewarded with 4 spots. This year, there were a total of 30 spots in the 5 great spiritual mountains. Under normal circumstances, first place would get 5 spots. Second to third place would get 4 spots. Fourth to 6th place would get 3 spots. 7th to 10th place would get 2 spots. But this time, there were only the top 3 and no more spots. In other words, there were still 17 spots that were empty. Sir, the higher-ups gave out a total of 30 spots, and only 13 have been allocated. There are still so many spots left. I'm afraid your task won't be complete. Why don't we hold another event to allocate the remaining spots? The eyes of the Su clan's head were filled with hope. Sir, my Wu clan is filled with geniuses who yearn for the Emperor sect. Now that we don't have a single spot, it's a huge blow to the confidence of the young people. Please give them another chance. Sir, please stay here for a few more days and finish allocating the remaining spots. The 5 great clans spoke in unison, making a final struggle. As long as the square-faced middle-aged man stayed, they would have time to accommodate. They believed that the other party wouldn't give up the benefits and go against the 5 great clans for a few spots. The geniuses of the 5 great clans also had hope. They still had a chance to get a spot and enter the top 4-star human forces. Qinyu, just you wait. I will definitely surpass you. Yang Dingguang was full of ambition. The top 4-star forces had unlimited possibilities. If an elder took a fancy to him and accepted him as a disciple, he would soar and have a smooth cultivation path. It was even possible for him to become an emperor in the future. Next time I will kill you with my own hands. Su Liusu's gloomy eyes glanced at Qinyu. He must enter the top 4-star forces, seize opportunities, surpass Qinyu, and take revenge. The square-faced middle-aged man seemed to be moved and revealed a look of contemplation. This made the 5 great clans see hope. Suddenly, the square-faced middle-aged man said, "You are right. The higher-ups gave you 30 spots, and only 13 have been allocated. There are still so many left. The 5 great clans were all excited. They still had hope and could get a spot. However, I am very busy and don't have much time. How about this? The words of the square-faced middle-aged man made the 5 great clans nervous again. They couldn't understand the attitude of the Xianxia sect. This time, Qinyu monopolized 18 tokens, and the remaining spots will be given to him. When he finished speaking, the higher-ups of the 5 great clans were all dumbfounded, in disbelief and horror. Even Qinyu showed a look of surprise. All mine, even if the square-faced middle-aged man thought highly of him, there was no need to give him such a big favor. The square-faced middle-aged man protecting him and intimidating elder Xianxia had already made Qinyu feel that something was wrong. He felt that the higher-ups of the big forces were too good to him. After all, Qinyu had offended the 5 great clans. After the square-faced middle-aged man's action, even if he left here, the 5 great clans would not dare to deal with Qinyu in a short time. And now, he had given the remaining spots to Qinyu. In this way, not only would the 5 great clans not dare to deal with Qinyu, but they would also have to curry favor with him and obtain the spots from Qinyu. No, Lord, we can't make such a hasty decision. Please think twice. How can we give such a large number of spots to one person? Xianxia was extremely emotional. If the Yang family could get so many spots, they might even reach the glory of the Su family within 100 years. The geniuses of the 5 great clans were all dumbfounded and completely did not know what to do. Could it be that they had completely lost the spots to enter the Emperor sect? That's settled. The square-faced middle-aged man made the final decision. At this moment, countless people suffered a blow and their expressions were ugly. Su Liusu's face alternated between green and white, his body was unstable and seemed to be about to fall. Thank you for the reward, Lord. Qinyu smiled and accepted it happily. The higher-ups had allocated 30 spots, and he alone had 22 spots. No matter how much the 5 great clans hated Qinyu, they could only befriend him and couldn't do anything to Qinyu. Once they killed Qinyu, not only would they anger the square-faced middle-aged man, but they would also lose the other 22 spots. The martial gathering is over. The square-faced middle-aged man announced again. Everyone suddenly realized that the 5-mountain martial gathering had ended in this way. It was really unbelievable. Qinyu's location was under everyone's attention. However, these gazes were extremely complicated. That's amazing, 22 spots. The Falling Moon King exclaimed. He, Lin Shuefei, and Zhou Heng would also be able to enter the Emperor sect. Qinyu, come with me. Suddenly, the square-faced middle-aged man spoke. Qinyu was startled. What did this lord want? The other forces, including the 5 great clans, sighed when they saw this scene. It seemed that the higher-ups of the Xianxia sect were very fond of Qinyu. Thank you for taking care of me, senior. Qinyu was the first to express his gratitude again. The outcome of the martial competition of the 5 mountains had greatly exceeded his expectations. With just these 22 quotas, he could obtain great benefits. It's my duty to take care of you, but you also fought for it. If you didn't get a single token, I wouldn't be able to take care of you. The square-faced man was no longer as arrogant as before, and he gave Qinyu a sense of approachability. Qinyu raised his eyebrows, feeling that there was something wrong with this sentence. It seemed that the man was going to take care of him. Why do you think the rules of the 5-mountain martial gathering were changed at the last minute? The square-faced man couldn't help but smile. The woman in silver next to him had her doubts cleared up. She looked at Qinyu slightly, and her curiosity increased. Senior, why are you helping me? Qinyu suddenly understood and asked again. He had just arrived in the origin world and didn't know anyone. How did he attract the higher-ups of the Xianxia sect? The Lin family owes your father a favor, and you and the Lin family also have some connections. Helping you is a way to return the favor. The square-faced man's words set off a huge wave in Qinyu's mind. The woman in silver next to him also couldn't believe it. Who was this kid? Who was his father? It was unbelievable that the Lin family, a peak 4-star family, owed his father a favor. If his father was really that capable, why would his son be in such a miserable state? Senior, do you know where my father is now? Qinyu asked. One of the reasons he came to the origin world was to find the Azure Cloud Imperial Lord. Senior knows my father. Where is he now? This was one of the reasons why Xianxia came to the origin world, to find out his origins. At this moment, Xianxia didn't realize that he had acknowledged this father that he had never met. The woman in silver also wanted to know who his father was and how the Lin family owed him a favor. I advise you not to know. It won't do you any good. The square-faced middle-aged man warned. Xianxia frowned. He felt something was wrong from these words, but the doubt in his heart had already been planted. How could he pretend not to know when there was a chance to solve it? I'm here to return the favor. You should listen to me. Right now, there is a bright path in front of you. You have already obtained a spot to enter the Emperor sect. You can freely choose one of the 8 great Emperor sects of the human race to cultivate. One day, when your cultivation is successful, you will know what you need to know and all difficulties will be easily solved. The square-faced man taught Xianxia like an elder. In the origin world, the human race was prosperous with countless living beings. With the environment of the origin world, the chances of breaking through to the star condensation realm were greatly increased. There were also many emperor lords at the mysterious dark realm. There were many 4-star factions among the human race. Among them, there were 8 peak 4-star sect. To be able to enter one of the 8 great emperor sects was the dream of the human race. For example, in the 5 spiritual mountains, the 5 great families and many small families had used all their methods to fight for the 30 spots. Senior, when you say successful cultivation, what is your cultivation? If it was a goal that could be reached, then it wasn't too far. Xianxia might listen to the square-faced man. The square-faced man didn't expect Xianxia to ask this. He thought for a moment and said, Emperor Lord Mysterious Dark. The woman in silver's eyes flashed. She didn't expect Xianxia's origin to be so complicated. Too far. Xianxia shook his head. In the great cosmos world, many geniuses wouldn't even dare to think about this realm. Xianxia had a high chance of reaching the king realm because he had a fortuitous encounter. But to reach the mysterious dark realm, one needed to have a lot of fortuitous encounters. From the scarcity of people in the profound nether realm and the great cosmos realm, it could be seen that this realm was too difficult to reach. Why would a 6th revolution cultivation method appear at the star condensation realm? In the end, it was because breaking through to the profound nether realm was too difficult. That was why the 6th revolution star cultivation method was created, to increase the chances of breaking through to the star condensation realm. Xianxia, do as I say. Enter an imperial clan to cultivate, preferably the Xianxia sect. You will be protected by the Lin clan, and your future potential will be limitless. The square-faced middle-aged man tried to persuade him again, this time with a stronger attitude. He was obviously dissatisfied with Xianxia for not following his instructions. I will consider this matter carefully. Xianxia nodded. In the origin world, there were many 4-star factions. Among them, there were 8 top-notch 4-star sect, collectively known as the 8 great emperor sects. Every sect had its own specialties. Xianxia didn't know anything about the Xianxia sect, so he couldn't just agree. The sect's choice could also affect their future opportunities and final achievements, so they couldn't be careless. A faint smile appeared on the silver-robed woman's face. Uncle Chen recommended this kid to join the Xianxia sect, but he actually said that he would consider it. It was a good thing to be able to enter an emperor sect. However, the competition in the emperor sects was fierce and cruel, and the strong survived. For example, the disciples who obtained a quota to enter the 8 great emperor sects would undergo an assessment every 6 months, 1 year, and 3 years. If they didn't meet the standard, they would be punished, and if they didn't meet the standard 3 times, they would be expelled. If Xianxia entered the Xianxia sect, he would be protected by the Lin clan, which was better than entering any other emperor sect. The 8 great emperor sects will recruit disciples in half a year. The square-faced man gave a final warning. After that, he left with the silver-robed woman. 30 jade tokens were left in their original positions. They were exquisite and flickered with a faint luster. Uncle Chen, what kind of favor does our Lin clan owe his father? The silver-robed woman asked curiously. Their Lin clan was now a very powerful clan in the human race. I'm not sure about that. Uncle Chen blurted out with a trace of doubt on his face. The silver-robed woman's curiosity increased. Even Uncle Chen didn't know. I remember Uncle Chen saying that the kid has some connections with our Lin clan. That's not possible, right? At most, his father has some connections with our Lin clan. The silver-robed woman had been listening very carefully. As it was the first time Qinyu heard about the Azure Cloud Imperial Emperor, he had overlooked this point. I know about that. The kid does have some connections with the Lin clan, and it's Miss Yuxuan. The square-faced man purposely spoke slowly to keep the silver-robed woman in suspense. In the end, he was shocked. Uncle Chen, are you kidding me? The silver-robed woman's face turned cold and she pursed her lips. You can ask Miss Yuxuan if you don't believe me. The square-faced man smiled and quickened his pace. Impossible. The silver-robed woman pondered and denied it again. Lin Yuxuan, the genius of the Lin clan. As a disciple of the emperor sect, the upper echelons of the 5 major clans would be respectful to her. She was arrogant and had many suitors. But every time she saw Lin Yuxuan, she would feel inferior. She felt that the other party was a fairy and she was a servant. How did that kid get involved with Lin Yuxuan? Uncle Chen must be deliberately trying to fool her by refusing to tell her. Qinyu waved his hand and put the 30 jade tokens into his storage space. They were all treasures. Each token represented a place to enter the 8 major emperor sects. I can't completely trust these people. Qinyu sighed. He gradually sorted out his thoughts. The square-faced man came for him. The contest for the tokens was also prepared for him. This also explained why the tokens would approach Qinyu. But if Qinyu wasn't strong enough and couldn't protect the tokens, it would be a bad thing for him and he might even lose his life. This also proved that although the square-faced man was returning a favor, he didn't really care about Qinyu. At least, he didn't care about his life. I need to find out more about the Lin clan. Qinyu turned around and returned to the venue of the martial competition of the 5 Mountain. The martial competition of the 5 Mountain had ended, but the major clans hadn't left. They didn't want to believe that this was the end. When Qinyu appeared, everyone stared at him and didn't see the upper echelons of the imperial sect. Arriving before the 2nd and 3rd place finishers, Qinyu waved his hand, and 8 jade tokens appeared in front of him. Thank you. The two smiled and accepted the tokens. There were countless greedy gazes around, but no one dared to snatch it. At the same time, more people looked at Qinyu with complicated expressions. Even Elder Yang Yi, He Tianqiong's master and Su Liusu's father weren't so hostile anymore. The upper echelons of the imperial sect had given all the spots to Qinyu and let him distribute them. This was a kind of trust. Most importantly, they couldn't figure out the relationship between Qinyu and this upper echelon. After the 3rd-ranked rogue cultivator queen received the jade token, the upper echelon of the clan immediately went up to talk to her. She was only a rogue cultivator and would definitely join a force after receiving 4 spots. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to leave this area alive. The female rogue cultivator queen was also very clear that she was testing the sincerity of the other clans, so she didn't agree in a hurry. As for the man in 2nd place, he was from the Fei clan. The Fei clan immediately roped in a few smaller clans to avoid being targeted by the 5 great clans. The last one was Qinyu. Many people looked at him, but no one came close to talk to him. It was a miracle that he could come out unscathed after offending all 5 clans. However, with the temptation of 20 spots, someone finally went up to talk to him. A small-eyed old man from the Fei clan smiled. Since you have nowhere to go, why don't you stay at the Fei clan? Seeing this, the 5 great clans couldn't sit still anymore. They didn't have a single spot. The Fei clan was only second to the 5 great clans. They had gotten lucky and got 4 spots. If they roped in Qinyu, the Fei clan would get 26 spots at once. There was at least an 80% chance that they would become one of the 5 great clans. The Cheng clan was the first to move. A white-haired old woman fluttered over, and beside her was the elegant woman. The old woman smiled. Young Manchen is a hero. My granddaughter didn't know any better during the trial and caused you a lot of trouble. I brought her here to ask for your forgiveness. The elegant woman's expression was unnatural. She had accused Qinyu in public, but now she was asking for forgiveness. She blushed and apologized to Qinyu. no discord, no concord. Young man, you've become friends with the Chang clan. Since you have nowhere to go, why don't you stay at the Chang clan for a while? Chinyu hadn't gotten used to the white-haired old woman and the elegant woman's attitude. The hatred that the 5 great clans had shown him was too strong. The other 4 great clans could only put down their pride and go up to talk to the Chang clan. After all, the spot to enter the monarch sect was too important. It could bring a super expert to the clan. In the blink of an eye. At this moment, the 5 major families that had attacked Chinyu and wanted to kill him were all surrounding him with smiles on their faces and praising him. Chinyu's expression was calm and he had a faint smile on his face. He indeed needed a place to stay. But he had already left the Yang clan and definitely wouldn't return. Among the 5 great clans, the Yang clan had the least sincerity. He could still feel Elder Yang Yi's killing intent towards him. He didn't feel at ease joining the Yang clan. The Su clan was too powerful. Even if Chinyu joined the Su clan, his status wouldn't exceed Su Liusu's. It wasn't suitable. The He clan, Wu clan, and Chang clan were the only choices left. After giving it some thought, Chinyu made a decision. He would go to the Chang clan. In the trial for the token, he had the least contact with the Chang clan. This meant that Chinyu had offended the least and the Chang clan hated him the least. The Chang clan was ranked last among the 5 great clans and needed the spot, so they placed more importance on Chinyu. In the end, Chinyu accepted the Chang clan's invitation. The Chang clan's patriarch and the other upper echelons all had joyful expressions as they left with Chinyu. The elegant woman looked deeply at Chinyu before lowering her head and sighing. She also left. The expressions of the other 4 great clans darkened once again as they stared at Chinyu's back with hostility. The next day, news of the 5 mountain competition spread far and wide, creating a storm. None of the 5 major families in the area made it to the top 10. Many people didn't believe the rumor. When Chinyu arrived at the Chang family, he was arranged to stay in a high-class cave residence and was served by maids and servants. The Chang family didn't say anything for the first few days, letting Chinyu live a peaceful life. They seemed to have finally come to a conclusion. On this day, 3 elders led by a white-haired old woman visited Chinyu. "Are you used to it?" The white-haired old woman smiled. "It's much better than the Yang family," Chinyu said honestly. The 3 elders smiled. They thought that Chinyu would put on airs to make things difficult for the Chang family and ask for benefits. Their attitude was better than they had imagined. "I heard that you came from another world and left the Yang family. Are you interested in becoming a member of the Chang family?" The white-haired old woman thought for a moment and asked. They didn't mention that Chinyu came from a low-level world, afraid that Chinyu would be disgusted. The main reason they invited Chinyu to join the Chang family was to get a spot. Chinyu had nowhere else to go. If they could pull him into the Chang family, it would be of great help to get a spot. If Chinyu was a part of the Chang family, they wouldn't be so greedy and the Chang family would be able to take the initiative. Chinyu smiled faintly. Not only did the Chang family apologize to him, but they also wanted him to join the Chang family. It was all for the sake of benefits. Chinyu chose to join the Chang family for his own benefit. Therefore, he wouldn't become a member of the Chang family because it would be a bigger loss and the Chang family would benefit. Seeing that Chinyu wasn't interested, the 3 elders were slightly disappointed. If Chinyu became a member of the Chang family, they would not only get a spot, but they would also get a genius like Chinyu. Unfortunately, he wasn't stupid and wouldn't join the Chang family for no reason. "Why don't you become a guest of the Chang family, my young friend? You can enjoy better treatment and resources," the white-haired old woman said. The binding power of guest elders was very small. In fact, they couldn't even be considered part of the Chang family. However, the treatment that guest elders received was greater than that of the other disciples. They were equivalent to ordinary elders. Chinyu had become the Chang family's guest elder. As long as he didn't sign any contract, he could dissolve his relationship with the Chang family at any time. Sure. Chinyu felt that this wasn't a big problem and casually agreed. Seeing that Chinyu had agreed, the expressions of the 3 higher-ups became slightly better. Now that Chinyu was a guest elder of the Chang clan, the 2 sides could be considered to have some sort of relationship. Honorable Chen, you won first place in the martial arts competition of the 5 mountains. You are highly regarded by the Tianhe sect's top management. You are indeed a role model for the younger generation of the 5 spiritual mountains. A young middle-aged elder laughed. He was the weakest of the 3, and at this moment, he spoke words of flattery. How does Honorable Chen plan to deal with these places? If you have any extra, my Chong family is willing to purchase some. The white-haired old woman replied. Previously, they couldn't figure out Chen Yu's attitude and only came up with a plan after several days of discussion. As for the places in Chen Yu's hands, they couldn't help but want to make a move long ago. There are indeed a lot of extra places. I wonder if the Chong clan has the ability to take them all? Chen Yu said with a faint smile. Cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of the 3 elders. They felt that Chen Yu was about to ask for an exorbitant price. Honorable Chen, just say it. We still need to discuss it with the clan leader. The white-haired old woman didn't dare to make the decision. 50,000 upper-grade primal stones for one place. Chen Yu smiled faintly. 50,000. The 3 elders widened their eyes and took a deep breath. They didn't speak for a long time. That was upper-grade primal stones. Even an ordinary mid-stage star condensation cultivator might not be able to take out so many upper-grade primal stones. Honorable Chen, 50,000 upper-grade primal stones for one place. Isn't it a bit too expensive? The white-haired old woman frowned. Is it expensive? I think it's worth it. Chen Yu said seriously. Allow us to discuss it with the clan leader. We'll give Honorable Chen an answer then. The white-haired old woman didn't say anything else. After the 3 elders left, Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh. 50,000 upper-grade primal stones. Even if I haggle, I can at least sell it for 40,000 upper-grade primal stones. Chen Yu started to calculate. Back in the Great Cosmos realm, the 9 Cauldron Palace had offended him. When he asked them to pay 10,000 upper-grade primal stones, the palace master almost fell out with them. At this moment, Chen Yu had a total of 22 places. Apart from himself and 3 for the Falling Moon King, Zhou Heng, and Lin Xuefei, there were still 18 places left. 18 places, 40,000 upper-grade primal stones for one, 720,000 upper-grade primal stones. After calculating the result, Chen Yu was shocked. He'd struck it rich. However, the origin world's heaven-earth essence chi was dense and the production of primal stones was high. The Great Cosmos realm's 10,000 upper-grade primal stones were more valuable. Even so, this time, Chen Yu had struck it rich. I'm afraid the Lin clan's origin isn't simple. They gave me such a valuable place just like that, as if they don't care about it at all. Of course, it could also be that the Lin clan was returning the favor. Why do I feel that the Lin clan is in a hurry to return the favor? Chen Yu said thoughtfully. He didn't think too much about it. He would temporarily stay with the Chong clan and wait for their reply. He took out a silver crystal and held it tightly in his hand. A silver ripple spread out in all directions and hid in the void far away. This was the silver space crystal, a treasure that Chen Yu had obtained from the monster race's treasury. It could be used to improve the comprehension of space. After a while, Chen Yu took out another treasure that he had obtained from the monster race's treasury, the astral essence pill. This pill could improve the cultivation of a star condensation monarch, but he hadn't used it before. Now that the 5-mountain martial meet was over, whether it was to find the Azure Sky Emperor Lord or enter the 8 major emperor sects, he would need more strength. Since he had plenty of free time, Chen Yu decided to use it. As the astral essence pill was swallowed, its medicinal efficacy slowly dissolved, turning into strands of starlight that circulated around his body and eventually converged into the Yuan energy star in his dantian. In his body, apart from a complete dazzling star, there was also a slightly dim star cluster. This was the second Yuan energy star that Chen Yu was condensing. Once it was completely condensed, he would be able to step into the star condensation middle stage. But from the looks of it, there was still a long way to go. Buzz, the medicinal efficacy of the astral essence pill converged into the second dim and incomplete star cluster. Chen Yu circulated the 9 heavens' vast star art and frantically absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi to increase his cultivation. 3 days later, the Chong clan's higher-ups came to visit. Qinyu ended his secluded cultivation. He had advanced to the star condensation realm for a long time and had been steady. Now that he took the astral essence pill, the effect was obvious in just a few days. Qinyu felt that he was not far from the peak of the star condensation early stage. This time, the only visitor was the white-haired old woman. "Have you thought about it?" Qinyu asked with a smile. "Guest Elder Chen, your price is a little high. Even the Chang clan cannot take out so many high-grade essence stones." The white-haired old woman had an awkward look on her face. Qinyu did not take these words to heart. As long as the Chang clan was not greedy, they would definitely be able to take out the essence stones. After the Chang clan's upper echelons discussed, they agreed that this price is too high. It would be more reasonable if it could be lowered to 40,000. The white-haired old woman stated their price. Qinyu shook his head lightly, not saying a word. The two talked for a while. The white-haired old woman made a suggestion. "Guest Elder Chen has too many quotas. Even if it's 40,000 each, the Chang clan would not be able to swallow them all. How about this, the Chang clan will use 40,000 high-grade essence stones to purchase a certain number of quotas. As for the remaining quotas, the Chang clan will sell them on behalf of Guest Elder Chen. Moreover, I guarantee that the price will be above 45,000. Qinyu thought for a while and felt that it was a good idea. He had too many quotas. The Chang clan would not be able to swallow them all. If Qinyu went to negotiate with them one by one, it would waste a lot of time and there would be a certain degree of danger. It would be much easier for him to let the Chang clan handle these matters. It would also save him a lot of labor costs. Qinyu agreed. This was a win-win situation. However, I have another condition. The Yang clan should not need these quotas. As for the other clans, Qinyu only had some grudges with the younger generation. It would not affect their cooperation. I understand. The white-haired old woman nodded. Next, the two sides signed a contract to prevent the Chang clan from swallowing Qinyu's quotas. Becoming a guest elder of the Chang clan and having a cooperation that would benefit them, the Chang clan's attitude towards Qinyu was extremely good. Qinyu could feel that the Chang clan had completely put down their grudges. Even the white-haired old woman's granddaughter, the elegant Xianxia, would calmly chat with Qinyu when she saw him. On this day, Xianxia arrived. "Guest Chen, this is the information about the Lin clan." She was elegant and dignified as she put down a booklet. In fact, she was a little puzzled. The Lin clan took such good care of Qinyu. Did Qinyu not know about the Lin clan? Why did he investigate their information? Qinyu picked it up and flipped through it. The Lin clan, a peak 4-star human clan, a demigod clan, Qinyu could not help but be shocked. The Lin clan was so powerful and they even had a demigod, no wonder the 5 clans were so respectful towards the middle-aged man. He was not only a senior member of an emperor sect, but his clan was also so powerful. Guest Advisor Chen, there are still 5 more months before the recruitment of the 8 great emperor sects. Have you made up your mind? Which sect will you choose? Xianxia asked with a smile. I haven't thought about it yet. Qinyu said subconsciously. However, according to the information in front of him, choosing the Tianhe sect and being protected by the Lin clan was indeed a good choice. Even if the Tianhe sect was not suitable for him, his cultivation path would be much smoother. Oh? Xianxia didn't believe it. From her point of view, Qinyu would definitely choose the Tianhe sect. She had also made the same choice. The Tianhe sect was close to the Chang clan and they had Qinyu as a guest elder. He would also be protected by the Lin clan, so it would be a smooth journey for him to enter the Tianhe sect. Qinyu quickly finished reading the information of the Lin clan and found that there was more information at the back. This is the information about the Royal Azure Sky Lord that you wanted. Xianxia stared at Qinyu and carefully observed him. Qinyu didn't care about her and continued reading. Although there was a mysterious Dark Realm expert called the Royal Azure Sky Lord in the Origin world, it was hard to say if he was the same one from the Great Cosmos world. The Royal Azure Sky Lord colluded with foreign races and guarded the disordered ocean plains for 1,000 years to atone for his crimes. Qinyu's gaze turned solemn. At the end, it was stated that the Royal Azure Sky Lord came from a low-level world. Qinyu was sure that this was the person he was looking for. Disordered ocean plains. Chang Yuya stared at Qinyu, trying to figure something out. It was already shocking that Qinyu was related to the Lin family even though he came from a low-grade realm. She was also curious about why Qinyu wanted to investigate this Emperor Lord of the mysterious Nether Realm. Could it be that Qinyu was related to the Azure Sky Emperor Lord, however? It might not be a good thing if they were related. The Azure Sky Emperor Lord was a sinner of the human race. He had colluded with a foreign race and was sentenced to guard the disordered ocean plains for 1,000 years. The lifespan of a monarch was only 1,000 years. It was a life imprisonment for Chang Yuya. Furthermore, the crime of colluding with the enemy was hated by the human race. The reason why the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord wasn't sentenced to death was probably because of his cultivation. But if Qinyu was related to the Azure Sky Emperor Lord, he would be implicated. Where's the disordered ocean plains? Qinyu suddenly asked. The disordered ocean plains, the west side of the human race's territory. Chang Yuya answered instinctively. She then realized that Qinyu was indeed related to the Azure Sky Emperor Lord. Looks like I have to tell Granny about this, Chang Yuya thought. Qinyu had some understanding of the human race's situation in the origin world. The human race's territory was huge, but it was small compared to the origin world. The west side of the human race's territory was near the deep sea. Qinyu drew a rough map in his mind. The distance seemed a bit far. Who knew how long it would take to get there from the Chang family? Qinyu thought that the square-faced middle-aged man from the Lin family was right. But now that he knew where the Azure Sky Emperor Lord was, he wanted to meet him and find out his identity. Guest Chen, are you planning to go to the disordered ocean plains? Chang Yuya felt something was wrong and asked. Although Qinyu was very surprised that Qinyu knew the Royal Azure Sky Realm Emperor Lord, that was a mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lord. There was no such existence in the entire Chang family. But the Azure Sky Emperor Lord was a sinner. Although Qinyu could benefit from meeting him, there was also a downside. On the other hand, even with Qinyu's speed, it would take him almost a year to reach the disordered ocean plains. Wouldn't that mean that he would miss the recruitment day of the 8 Great Emperor sects? That's right. How long will it take to use the teleportation array? Qinyu asked. He didn't want to miss the recruitment period of the 8 major Emperor sects, but he also wanted to go to the disordered ocean plains to meet the Azure Sky Emperor Lord. Almost all of the teleportation formations are in the hands of the major powers. Even my Chang clan can only allow you to use the teleportation formation in the nearby splendid Brocade City. As for places further away, it is beyond our reach. Chang Yuya wanted to dispel Qinyu's idea. The Sky Stream sect was located in the opposite direction of the disordered ocean plain. Even if Qinyu could reach the disordered ocean plain within half a year, there was no way he could enter the Sky Stream sect. Is there no other way? Guest Chen has connections with the Lin family. We can ask them for help. I'm afraid we can get there in 2 or 3 months. Chang Yuya also inquired about the relationship between Qinyu and the Lin family. Qinyu also knew this, but he didn't want to beg others. Moreover, the Lin family was a bit far away. It would take some time for them to help. Chang Yuya saw Qinyu's expression and said, if you don't have a powerful background, you can also use the teleportation formation. Apart from that, you can also use the primal stones to open a path. Of course. The first 2 methods were still the best. Using the primal stones to open a path wasn't safe and it was more expensive. Qinyu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he asked about the quota for the monarch sect. What about the 18 quotas? He had already sent someone to give the other 3 quotas to the Falling Moon King and the others. The Chang clan is buying 8 quotas. As for the other 10 quotas, we'll put them up for auction in splendid Brocade City every few days. Chang Yuya smiled. Auction, that was a good place. The monarch sect quota could definitely be sold for a high price. For the Chang clan, it was an asset that could weaken their enemies. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Has the Yang clan ever succeeded? Qinyu thought of something. If it was an auction, wouldn't the Yang clan be able to get a quota if they bid a high price? Don't worry, it's a high-level auction. Only those who receive an invitation can bid, and the Yang clan isn't one of them. Chang Yuya explained. After exchanging a few words, she left. It will take 10 days for the quotas to be auctioned off. Xianxia closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The astral essence pill's medicinal power was extremely dense, and Xianxia hadn't fully digested it yet. This astral essence pill's grade is excellent. Even a star condensation intermediate stage cultivator would have a good effect. Xianxia thought to himself. It was precisely because of this that his cultivation had advanced rapidly these past few days, and it could be said to be advancing at a tremendous pace. The second star in his body was much more dazzling than before, and its size was almost half the size of the first star. This meant that Xianxia's cultivation was not far from the star condensation initial stage. Every few days, he would stop and take out the silver void crystal to comprehend the profound of space. As for the celestial body, he had temporarily put it aside. The celestial body had reached the greater success stage, and his progress would be even slower. It would be more efficient to raise his cultivation to the star condensation initial stage before focusing on the celestial body. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. When they heard that Xianxia was leaving the Chang clan for the disordered ocean plains, the Chang clan's upper echelons were alarmed. Guest Chen, I'm afraid you'll miss the opportunity to enter the 8 Great Emperor sects. The white-haired old lady advised. If Xianxia went to the Heavenly River sect, with his relationship with the Lin clan, he would be able to do well. The Chang clan's disciples who entered the Heavenly River sect would also be taken care of. But in the end, Xianxia had to go to the distant disordered ocean plains, and he might even miss the opportunity to enter the 8 Great Emperor sects. The Chang clan's upper echelons found it hard to understand. But Xianxia wasn't willing to say much, and this matter involved the mystic underworld Emperor Lord, so they couldn't ask too much. In the end, they could only go with Xianxia. There's a peak 4-star sect, the Evil Luo Prison, not far from the disordered ocean plains. It's also one of the 8 Great Emperor sects. I can enter that sect. Xianxia had his own plans. But the premise was that he had to get there within 5 months. Otherwise, Xianxia might stop midway and go to the Sun Moon Heavenly Palace, which was one of the 8 Great Emperor sects that he had high hopes for. He would enter the Emperor sect first, then head to the disordered ocean plains. Guest Chen, these are the primal stones exchanged for the 18 spots. A total of 830,000 primal stones. The Chang clan's upper echelon handed over an interspatial ring. 830,000, Xianxia was overjoyed. This had far exceeded his expectations. It seemed like the other 3 clans must have spent a lot of money. Thank you. Xianxia was about to leave. Guest Chen, please wait. If you stay in the Chang clan openly, no one will dare to touch you. But if you go out, it'll be a different story. The white-haired old lady stopped Xianxia and explained, in a few days, disguise yourself and hide in the Chang clan's caravan. Then, use the teleportation formation in Splendid Brocade City to leave. Now that both sides were on good terms, Xianxia and the Chang clan had established a certain relationship. The Chang clan had also put aside their previous grudges for Xianxia's sake. Xianxia nodded and did not take action immediately. Although the Su clan, Wu clan, and He clan had all obtained the spots, they had probably been extorted heavily. It was unknown if their enmity had been resolved. But the Yang clan would definitely not let Xianxia off. A few days later, Xianxia disguised himself as an ordinary Chang clan disciple and followed the caravan into Splendid Brocade City. In an inn, Xianxia parted ways with them and went to the teleportation formation in Splendid Brocade City. He took out the token and paid a certain amount of primal stones. Xianxia used the large teleportation formation and disappeared. In another cultivation city, among the many teleportation formations, a figure appeared. It was Xianxia. This cultivation city is controlled by the Soaring Mountain Tower, and the other cultivation city I want to go to belongs to the Long clan. Both sides have a grudge, so I can only fly there. Xianxia had already arranged his route and quickly left Cultivation City. He patted his spirit pet bag and an azure spirit crane appeared in the sky. This was the ancient beast Cloud Mist crane that he had exchanged with the Chang clan for 50,000 upper-grade primal stones. As a flying mount, it was small and fast. Moreover, Xianxia had bought a star condensation realm mount in order to travel, which was a huge expense. But what he had the most right now was primal stones. The 18 spots had allowed him to obtain more than 800,000 upper-grade primal stones. With such a shocking amount of wealth, he would not be at ease even if Qinyu stayed in the Chang clan. Go. Qinyu sat on the back of the cloud mist crane and took out the silver space crystal to comprehend the profound of space. The cloud mist crane let out a cry, flapped its wings, and charged into the sea of clouds with Qinyu on its back. The cloud mist crane's wings turned into white mist and merged with the sea of clouds. Its lightning-fast speed made Qinyu feel that the 50,000 upper-grade primal stones were not a loss. 3 days later, a crack suddenly appeared on the silver space crystal in Qinyu's palm. Its energy has been used up. Qinyu felt that it was a pity and threw it away. Increasing one's comprehension of profound was beneficial to the improvement of one's soul and battle power. For example, during the battle for the tokens, Qinyu's speed had been the best. There were a few peak early-stage star condensation realm geniuses who did not have the profound of space and had other speed methods, but they were still inferior to Qinyu. This was because of the depth of one's profound. Qinyu felt that his comprehension of the profound of space had reached an extremely deep level in the early-stage star condensation realm. He could even faintly feel a layer of shackles. The power Upanishads have different levels. People divide them into 1 to 3 levels. I'm afraid the bottleneck I feel is the second shackle. Qinyu pondered. The 3 levels of profound corresponded to the early, middle, and late stages of the star condensation realm. But after Qinyu came to the origin world, he heard that one could comprehend the 4th level of profound. This was a bit far away from him, so he did not think too deeply about it. Suddenly, Qinyu felt a strong spatial ripple. He gathered his spiritual sense and saw a battleship flying at high speed. It was nothing if it met other cultivators. But this battleship had the symbol of the Yang family. We finally caught up. Inside the battleship, a burly man had a cold glint in his eyes and his lips curled. I didn't expect this kid's mount to be a cloud mist crane. No wonder we only found him after chasing for so long. With his current wealth, a mere cloud mist crane is nothing. Another black-robed old man, a short and fat woman, said with a sour tone. Suddenly, a bald old man appeared on the deck. His eyes flickered with a dark golden light that seemed to pierce through space and landed on Qinyu. The patriarch said that if we kill this kid, we can get half of his primeval stones. The bald old man, Yang Wuhai, revealed a sinister smile. When the other 3 heard this, smiles appeared on their faces. Qinyu had at least 800,000 upper-grade primeval stones in his hands. Half was 400,000. Even 400,000 upper-grade primeval stones was enough for them to not worry for 100 years and greatly improve their cultivation. The huge amount of primeval stones in Qinyu's hands was very tempting. However, only Yang Wuhai knew that the most valuable thing on Qinyu was not this. Did he really obtain treasures from the demon clan's treasure trove? Yang Wuhai muttered in his heart. Regarding this point, Yang Dingguang had a guess and reported it to the clan. In fact, Elder Yang Yi, who was at the late star condensation realm, had personally taken action just to capture Qinyu alive and obtain his cultivation technique legacy. However, when he arrived at splendid Brocade City, Elder Yang Yi was stopped by the higher-ups of the Chang family. This was a great opportunity for Yang Wuhai. As long as he captured Qinyu alive, he would have made a great contribution and his position would definitely rise. They still came. Qinyu sighed as he sensed the Yang family's warship approaching from behind. He had long since expected that the Yang family would definitely deal with him, so he followed the instructions of the Chang family's higher-ups and disguised himself to sneak out. However, the Yang family still found out. From this, it could be seen how deep the Yang family's hatred for him was. As the enemy approached, Qinyu figured out the details of the Yang family. The tall and sturdy man and the short and fat woman were both at the early stage of the star condensation realm. There was also a black-robed elder, who was at the peak of the early star condensation realm. Finally, there was Elder Yang Wuhai, whom Qinyu was familiar with. He was one of the higher-ups of the Yang clan, who was in charge of managing all the miscellaneous matters of the Yang clan. Of course, since the other party was here to kill Qinyu, there was no guarantee that they had other tricks up their sleeves. Qinyu was in a hurry and did not plan to clash head-on with the Yang family to avoid any accidents. Let's go. He ordered the cloud mist crane to speed up. Whoosh, the cloud mist crane's body emitted bursts of white light, followed by layers of white smoke. Its figure was blurry, as if it had turned into smoke and clouds. It carried Qinyu away quickly. The misty cloud crane unleashed its full speed, leaving the Yang family's warship in the dust. At the back, a few of the Yang family's higher-ups exclaimed, "We're going to be left behind." "What are you panicking for? The cloud mist crane is an ancient beast. If it unleashes its full speed, how long can it last?" Yang Wuhai's evil smile turned slightly cold. In comparison, their battleships relied on primordial stones to propel them at high speeds. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that something might happen, Yang Wuhai would have chased after Qinyu by himself. However, after the martial arts competition of the Five Mountains, the Yang family would no longer underestimate Qinyu. Qinyu had defeated Su Liusu twice in the struggle for the command token. His combat power was formidable, and coupled with some powerful techniques, as well as the early-stage star condensation cloud mist crane, it would be difficult for Yang Wuhai to capture Qinyu alive by himself. Once he made a move, if he didn't succeed, it would affect morale. It would be better to continue chasing after Qinyu, pressuring him until the cloud crane was exhausted. Qinyu would lose a great helper, and they would surround him, winning in one fell swoop. 5 days later, Qinyu arrived at a cultivation city. There were experts overseeing the cultivation city. Even if Yang Wuhai and Qinyu were to face each other, the other party would not dare to make a move. However, Yang Wuhai had the advantage in numbers. They were staring at Qinyu, and Qinyu was unable to shake them off. Furthermore, he was in a rush, so he didn't plan to stay any longer. He bribed the upper echelon of the cultivation city and disappeared through the teleportation array. The Yang family also used the same method. Everyone split the primal stones equally and left through the teleportation array. Primal stones to open a path is indeed expensive. Qinyu sighed. He had spent 10,000 primal stones to use the teleportation array. No wonder Chang Yuya didn't recommend this method. The Yang family's pursuit lasted for a month. Boom, the Yang family's battleship tore through the clouds and traveled through the sky. "Little bastard, let's see where you can run to." Yang Wuhai had a bitter expression as the dark golden flames around him fluctuated. The four of them had spent close to 80,000 primal stones to use the teleportation array. Fortunately, they had many people and brought enough primal stones with them. Otherwise, they would have to sell some of their items. "We must capture this brat, or else we'll suffer a great loss," the bulky man yelled angrily. Suddenly, boom, the clouds in front of them exploded, and a powerful surge of King's origin energy surged out. "What's going on?" The bulky man was startled. In the next instant, a ball of bright starlight shot out and flew toward the Yang family's battleship. Taking a closer look, the newcomer was none other than Qinyu. Other than Yang Wuhai, the other three were panicking. They had never imagined that the target they had been chasing would suddenly appear and take the initiative to attack them. Anyone would panic when facing an attack. In reality, Qinyu had told the cloud mist crane to continue flying to attract the enemy's attention while he hid himself and waited for the Yang family to pass by before launching an attack. Boom, forming a fist seal, Qinyu dashed over like a meteor falling from the sky. His aura was tyrannical and disdainful, and his eyes flickered with white starlight as if he was looking down on everything. Yang Wuhai's cultivation was at the middle stage of the star condensation realm, so he wasn't affected. He smiled and said, "Qinyu, you know you can't escape, so you're going to fight with your life on the line?" Boom, Yang Wuhai waved his hand, and a dark golden radiance spread out in all directions. When Qinyu's fist landed on the wall, it was as if he had struck a metal wall, producing a loud, dull sound. Heaven and earth shook. Yang Wuhai easily blocked Qinyu's sudden attack, so he could get rid of the psychological pressure on his companions. Suddenly, Qinyu kicked out. As a body cultivator, his body was full of weapons, and his attacks were quick. After all, they weren't profound battle skills, but simple punches and kicks. This was also why, despite the decline of the Tao of body tempering, it was still a nightmare for cultivators of the same level to get close to them. Pung! Pung! 2 loud explosions shook the sky, and the boundless dark golden flames were shattered by Qinyu's attacks. Boom! The Yang family's battleship shook violently. If it weren't for the defensive array, it would have been damaged. The other three were shocked. Qinyu suddenly launched a sneak attack and took the initiative to attack Yang Wuhai. After exchanging one move with Yang Wuhai, he actually gained the upper hand. Their auras were suppressed by Qinyu. Kill! Qinyu let out a thunderous roar. Boom! His body moved slightly to the side, approaching the burly man at the early stage of the star condensation realm. Without a word, he punched out. Everything in front of the burly man was replaced by a white light. Facing Qinyu's attack, he felt like the sky was collapsing. In this intense danger, he circulated his elemental energy and punched out a blazing fist, but the instant the two fists collided, the blazing fist was shattered. Pung! The fist landed on the burly man's chest, leaving a crater. His bones were broken, and he was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth. This scene once again shocked the other two people apart from Yang Wuhai. Qinyu not only attacked Yang Wuhai and had the upper hand, but he also heavily injured their companions. This made them suspect if Qinyu was hiding his strength, or if his true cultivation was at the middle stage of the star condensation realm. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? With the large success of the celestial body, Qinyu's physique had greatly increased, so he was naturally powerful. An ordinary early-stage star condensation realm would be heavily injured by his punch. Suddenly, Qinyu stretched out his palms, and 4 of his fingers shot out 4 sharp finger attacks. It was the first 4-finger techniques of the 6-flamed finger sword. How arrogant! Yang Wuhai flew into a rage and attacked brazenly. Dark golden flames shot out, destroying everything in their path. But only the Xiaoyang sword finger and Yangming sword finger were directly destroyed. The Taiyin sword finger and the Xiaozi sword finger were hidden and their trajectories were hard to follow. They shot towards the burly man at an extremely fast speed. 2 holes appeared on the burly man's chest. The 2 sword fingers pierced into his body. His already injured bones and organs were further injured, and his blood was robbed of his vitality. His body stiffened, and his skin turned pale. His vitality quickly dissipated, and he fell. A star condensation realm had fallen. The others were shocked to see this. Even Yang Wuhai was no longer as calm as before. On the other hand, Qinyu's aura increased. Surround and kill this kid. Yang Wuhai roared, and a layer of dark golden light spread in all directions. His voice contained soul power, and it seemed to be a technique. It made the remaining fat woman and the black-robed elder lose their fear, and a strong killing intent rose in their hearts. Kill! The fat woman and the black-robed elder took out their profound artifacts and attacked Qinyu. The fat woman waved her hand, and a sword tore through the air, setting off a blazing sword aura. On the other hand, the black-robed elder released a huge golden ball. Golden light erupted from it, and its size increased abruptly. Its diameter was more than 500 feet, and it shone with golden light like a golden sun. There was no longer any hesitation or panic in their hearts, only determination to kill. Now that they thought about it, they felt that it was funny that they were scared by this kid. The other party must have gone all out and planned carefully to achieve this result. They had Yang Wuhai on their side, and they had the advantage in numbers. It would be easy to defeat Qinyu, but it would take a lot of effort to capture him. Boom! Qinyu threw out a punch, which landed on the golden ball and sent it flying. As for the black-robed woman's attack, he had already disregarded it. His celestial form body was already at the completion stage, and regular initial stage star condensation realm experts wouldn't be able to injure him. Right at this moment, Yang Wuhai's attack descended. He wielded a black horsetail whisk and swept it through the air. It was as though millions of dark golden black flames were swept over. Each of the flames was indestructible, and they were all aimed at Qinyu. Boom! Qinyu's attack was pierced through and shattered. When the dark golden black flames landed on his body, it might have been weakened, but it still left behind many tiny holes. A mid-stage star condensation realm monarch was indeed not to be underestimated. When the trio was attacking Qinyu, they were still retreating and pulling apart the distance. It wasn't a good thing to be in close combat with Qinyu. According to Yang Dingtian, Qinyu possessed a defensive combat skill that had the ability to reflect attacks. He was defeated by Qinyu's defensive combat skill. You chased after me relentlessly, and now you want to hide? Qinyu sneered. His star acupoints were radiating brilliance, and the starlight was flowing out. Yu's body was rapidly forming a star robe. Swish, his figure flashed as he approached the short and plump woman. He circulated his space intent and pushed his speed to the limit. His opponent could only watch as Yu approached. Don't even think about it. Yang Wuhai knew what Yu was going to do. He immediately brandished his horsetail whisk and launched a terrifying attack. The attack of a mid-stage star condensation realm mystic artifact was probably the limit of the star pattern robe. Yu tossed out the Inferno Devil Halberd, which clashed with Yang Wuhai's attack. He was still approaching the short and plump woman with extreme speed. Bang! Yang Wuhai's attack had repelled the Inferno Devil Halberd and was weakened by a little. It was aimed at Yu's back. Yang Wuhai didn't think that Yu's defensive combat skill would be able to withstand it. Furthermore, the attack was aimed at Yu's back, and it wouldn't reflect back at the short and plump woman. But suddenly, Yang Wuhai saw Yu pulling the star robe on his body and pulled it hard. Huff huff, the star robe fluttered. In the next instant, the attack that landed on his back was diverted to the front along with the fluttering of the robe. What? The short and plump woman was dumbfounded as she was engulfed by a layer of berserk and cold dark golden flames. Previously, Yu had learned the star pattern robe. After the trial, he had experimented many times and gained a comprehensive understanding of this defensive combat skill. The star pattern robe had the best defense against pure power attacks, and the rebound was more violent. Secondly, it could also change the way the star pattern robe fluctuated and control the direction of the rebound attack. At this moment, he had used this method to divert the attack from his back to the front and release it on the short and plump woman. The information didn't mention this because Yang Dingguang didn't know. Arg, the short and plump woman was caught off guard, and her body was turned into a charred skeleton by the violent dark golden flames. This was an attack from a star condensation intermediate stage. Although it only reflected 60 to 70% of the damage, it was enough to kill the star condensation initial stage woman. No. Yu, you're courting death. Yang Wuhai yelled. The short and plump woman had died because of him. Did this count as Yang Wuhai killing his clansman by mistake? Yang Wuhai was completely enraged. This was the second person that Yu had killed in front of him. At this moment, he didn't intend to capture Yu alive because it was too difficult. It was better to just kill him. You've been chasing me for a month. I think you're the ones who are in a hurry to die. Yu's expression was indifferent. Chi, the black horsetail whisk in Yang Wuhai's hand extended out countless black and gold threads that pierced through the void. It seemed like it could extend infinitely as it wrapped around Yu. The mystic weapon in his hand was quite extraordinary. It could attack and restrain. Flying into the air, Yu dodged the attacks with a series of flashes. However, the horsetail whisk seemed to be able to extend infinitely. It could even split into 2 and 4, reducing the range of Yu's dodging range. Yu was about to be bound by the black and gold threads. Once he was bound by the black horsetail whisk, with Yang Wuhai's cultivation, even Yu's physique, it would be hard for him to break free. But at this moment, another black-robed elder controlled the giant golden ball and crushed it from above. It was like a golden sun falling. The opponent's cultivation was at the peak of star condensation initial stage, and the mystic weapon was a heavy treasure. It crushed towards Yu's head. Yu calmly waved the sleeves of his star-patterned robe to block the attack. Instantly, the enormous power contained in the golden ball landed on the star-patterned robe. Yu immediately waved his robe, transferring the recoil force to his surroundings and releasing it. Rumble, a wave of distorted golden light rippled out from Yu's body and bombarded the black gold threads, causing them to slow down and weaken significantly. Yu immediately scurried away from this area. The star-patterned robe's defense against strength-based attacks is indeed outstanding. It can reflect almost 90% of attacks. Yu smiled. For any defense, there were attack types that were good at defense and bad at defense. The star-patterned robes excelled at defense, and were ranked number 1 when it came to physical attacks. The faces of Yang Wuhai and the black-robed old man turned pale. The combined attack of the two of them was actually so easily neutralized by Yu. This defensive battle skill is truly extraordinary. Yang Wuhai thought in his heart. He even suspected that this was a rare defensive profound artifact. Such a heaven-defying battle skill would definitely consume a lot of energy, and there would be a limit to it. Yang Wuhai decided to break Qianyu's defensive battle skill first before killing him. At this moment, "Die, old man!" Qianyu yelled as he shot forward like a meteor. "You're courting death." Yang Wuhai was enraged when he saw Qianyu insult him and even take the initiative to attack him. He was a star condensation realm mid-stage monarch, but Qianyu didn't seem to care about him at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Facing Qianyu's powerful punch, Yang Wuhai swung his horsetail whisk, and on the shocking fistlight, a deep gull-like cut mark appeared one after another. Seeing that his attack had failed, Qianyu immediately kicked out. Yang Wuhai controlled the profound artifact to block the attack. Boom! 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 The two sides exploded, destroying everything in their path. The black-robed elder was shocked to see this scene. The early-stage star condensation realm Qianyu was evenly matched with the mid-stage star condensation realm Yang Wuhai. He immediately attacked Qianyu. Stretching out a hand, Qianyu swept up the star-patterned robe and placed it on top of the giant golden ball, blocking it. At the same time, under Qianyu's control, the energy in the golden sphere was redirected to the front through the star-patterned robe. Boom! A layer of distorted golden ripples shot out and weakened Yang Wuhai's attack. Boom! Qianyu punched out, blasting away the black horsetail whisk. After that, an incomparably powerful punch flew towards Yang Wuhai. Bastard! Yang Wuhai was furious. With Qianyu's defensive combat skill, the black-robed old man would not be able to help him at all. In fact, he could even be said to be an incompetent spoiler. Yang Wuhai formed a hand seal and dark golden flames gathered to form a shield with 4 suns on it. Damn it! When the black-robed old man saw that not only did he fail to help Yang Wuhai, but he even ruined his plan instead, he couldn't help feeling annoyed. He had to stop and wait for an opportunity. In fact, this was also the reason why Qianyu didn't deal with the black-robed elder first. The opponent's profound weapon was a heavy weapon, so Qianyu could deal with it easily. Furthermore, the recoil was higher. If it was any other early-stage star condensation realm cultivator, Qianyu would have dealt with the weaker one first before fighting Yang Wuhai. Boom! 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 Qianyu and Yang Wuhai were in a one-on-one battle. One side attacked fiercely, while the other was vicious. In the beginning, Yang Wuhai had the upper hand. After all, he had a profound weapon and a higher cultivation. However, Qianyu had the star-patterned robe, so Yang Wuhai couldn't do anything. As the battle went on, Qianyu's attacks gradually became faster. His attacks were like a torrential downpour, and he actually managed to turn the tables on Yang Wuhai. This was a battle of speed. Qianyu, who attacked with his hands and feet, naturally had the upper hand. Yang Wuhai couldn't keep up with his rhythm. Although profound weapons were like limbs, they could be controlled freely. In the end, they weren't his limbs. Damn it! How can a physique cultivator be so terrifying? Yang Wuhai was at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth with a sinister expression. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood on the black horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk was filled with a ferocious aura. The black and gold threads became even more dazzling and sharp, causing Yang Wuhai's attacks to increase. Boom! 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 Seeing that his opponent had used his trump card, Qianyu didn't hold back anymore. His heart started to explode. Vitality flowed through his body, and the star acupoints on his body grew brighter. He gathered energy in his arms. When the black and gold threads were about to reach him, he fused the energy in his arms with his yuan energy and released it. Boom! It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Violent energy poured out and engulfed the black and gold threads. My heart explodes, increasing my strength. The stronger my physique is, the more terrifying my strength will be. This was also the reason why Qianyu had always been cultivating the physique Dao. He was very satisfied with the punch, and he looked forward to the divine body of 4 symbols even more. No, this is impossible. Yang Wuhai was shocked. His face turned even paler after he spat out the blood. Crack! The remaining energy from the punch landed on his defensive secret skill. Crack spread out and eventually, it collapsed. Qianyu's aura grew stronger after his attack. He followed up with another attack and injured Yang Wuhai. Not good. Elder Wuhai is no match for him. The black-robed elder couldn't believe that young Wuhai had lost. He had to help, however, normal attacks were useless against Qinyu. Instead, they would cause a backlash, which was more of a hindrance. Soul Dao attack. The black-robed elder's eyes lit up. He formed a hand seal and the soul energy in his body fluctuated. On the other side, Yang Wuhai also had a ferocious glint in his eyes. At that moment, Qinyu activated the secret technique that he had been preparing. Murderous heart art, heart rupture. Boom. 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 Boom, a deafening explosion shook the sky. Everything in the surroundings twisted and turned into dust. A loud and urgent sound spread out. When it touched the heart, all the power instantly gathered. The injured young Wuhai and the black-robed elder felt their hearts swell. The blood in their bodies became chaotic. Yang Wuhai spat out another mouthful of blood. His body trembled and his veins bulged. His heart was on the verge of rupturing. Although the black-robed elder wasn't severely injured, his cultivation wasn't as strong as Yang Wuhai. Die, Yang Wuhai. Qinyu's voice was cold. He didn't have a good impression of Yang Wuhai. The assassination that he encountered when he first entered the Yang clan was arranged by Yang Wuhai. Swish, while Yang Wuhai was under the influence of the murderous heart sutra, Qinyu relied on the space profundity and the explosion of his heart to close in on him. Yang Wuhai's hair stood on end. He felt an intense sense of danger. In the next instant, his premonition came true. Boom, Qinyu's fist smashed through Yang Wuhai's body. Blood spurted out, leaving a large hole. Qinyu, stop, spare, Yang Wuhai struggled and begged for mercy. Qinyu's expression didn't change. His fist smashed out like lightning, sending his opponent's head flying. Mid-stage star condensation realm, dead. In the Great Cosmos realm, Qinyu had also killed the mid-stage star condensation realm Black Venom King. But at that time, he was also in a miserable state. Killing a mid-stage star condensation realm expert didn't have many twists and turns. Behind. When the black-robed elder saw the headless elder Wuhai, he stood rooted to the spot. Fear engulfed his entire body. Run. He turned and fled, his body burning with elemental energy as he pushed his speed to the limit. He had never expected that this attempt to kill Qinyu would end up like this. Even Elder Wuhai had died here. He was also in a dangerous situation. He could only hope that Qinyu had exhausted himself and that he could reach the nearest cultivation city as soon as possible. Qinyu naturally wouldn't give him such a chance. Once he entered the cultivation city, he wouldn't dare to act. 6 flame sword fingers, Qinyu's 4 fingers shot out. 2 pure young blood-red beams pierced out. 2 soft and strange purple arcs of light shot out from both sides. Under the control of the profound truths of space, these 4 fingers seemed to have sealed off all of the black-robed elder's escape routes. Puff. Puff, the black-robed elder did his best to dodge, but was hit by 2 of the sword fingers. He was injured and his speed was affected. Qinyu controlled the heaven-burning demon halberd, and followed closely behind, attacking unceasingly. The black-robed elder was heavily injured. Before his death, the black-robed elder saw a giant white crane not far away. It was Qinyu's mount, the cloud mist crane. So he didn't place us in his eyes from the start. His star condensation realm mount didn't even participate in the battle. The black-robed elder died in despair. The Yang family has tried to take my life time and again, I will never forget this enmity. Qinyu nodded his head and thought. Then, he collected the spoils of war. Along the way, he had spent a lot of primeval stones. Even though Qinyu had a lot of primeval stones, he still felt a little heartache. But now that he had killed 4 star condensation realm cultivators, he had earned it back. Shua, Qinyu boarded the Yang family's warship. The speed of this warship could barely keep up with the cloud crane, it was very extraordinary. Qinyu let the cloud crane fly with the Yang family's warship while he refined the core and control center. After refining, he could control the ship. Qinyu's spiritual will was strong, the refining process was very smooth, and he succeeded in less than an hour. This ship's speed was not as fast as the cloud crane, but its advantage was very obvious. It had a defensive barrier, and could ignore the high-altitude astral winds, and could cultivate or play in the ship. Also, this ship was special. It had the ability to detect and track, which was the reason why Qinyu could not get rid of the Yang family. Buzz, after Qinyu's spiritual sense entered a deep blue crystal, it spread out through an array formation. His spiritual sense's perception became more obscure and had a wider range. But this was the Yang family's ship, and using it outside was equivalent to telling the Yang family where he was. Although the Yang family was only a small family force in the main world, its influence was limited. Qinyu still did not intend to use the ship. He was in a hurry, and the cloud crane was undoubtedly even more urgent. Even if it encountered a strong astral wind, it would not affect him at all. Just as Qinyu was about to change his spiritual pet mount through the Yang family's warship, he found that 6 people were rapidly approaching. The aura was somewhat familiar. White Tiger Saint race. Qinyu frowned. He didn't expect that the White Tiger Saint clan would follow behind the Yang clan. He reckoned that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Qinyu was not surprised by the appearance of the White Tiger Saint race. Shwa. Qinyu jumped out of the Yang family's warship and quickly rode the cloud crane away, while the warship stopped in midair. In less than a moment. So, 4 beams of white metal light flashed across the sky and arrived next to the Yang family's battleship. The woman in the lead was Bai Ruxue. She wore white clothes and had white hair. She gave off a heroic and valiant aura. Her vertical pupils coldly swept across the battleship. Although they followed the Yang family, their target was Qinyu. Apart from them, He Tianxiong and the others, as well as Qinyu, had entered the demon clan's inheritance. Originally, the White Tiger Sacred Clan was investigating near the 5 Great Spirit Mountains. As soon as the result of the martial arts competition of the 5 mountains was announced, they instantly locked onto their target, Qinyu. A bumpkin from a low-level world, a disciple of the Yang clan with a different surname, had suppressed everyone in the 5 mountains martial competition and obtained first place, gaining the favor of the higher-ups of the monarch sect. It was obvious that Qinyu was the one who had obtained the inheritance of the Skywalker demon god. Back then, they had all been deceived by Qinyu. After the martial meet ended, the White Tiger Saint race wanted to make a move on Qinyu. However, they had too few people, and this was the territory of the human race. Qinyu's Chong family was behind closed doors, so they couldn't make a move. But they found that the Yang family was also watching Qinyu. The Yang family hated Qinyu more than the White Tiger Sacred Clan, so they would definitely make a move if there was a chance. So, the 4 people of the White Tiger Sacred Clan retreated and turned to the Yang family. When the time came, they would be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Where is the Yang family? A middle-aged man said in surprise. The ship is here, but they're empty. The white-robed woman's eyes were deep, and she had a bad feeling. In this case, the most likely possibility was that the Yang family had discovered them and used this method to lure them out, and then surrounded them. But the Yang family's team obviously didn't have this strength. Suddenly, the white-robed woman felt the danger and shouted, "Retreat!" In the next instant, the Yang family's battleship's array formation activated, and the self-destruct device was activated. The entire battleship was blazing with golden light, turning into a violent golden storm that devoured everything. When the golden light dissipated, except for the white-robed woman, the other 3 had suffered different degrees of injuries. "Damn it, it's the Yang family?" A young man shouted angrily. Even if the Yang family discovered them, there was no need to self-destruct a battleship to deal with them. Unless the Yang family could kill the 4 of them, it would be a huge loss. But after the battleship self-destructed, the surroundings were extremely quiet, and there was nothing unusual. Who was it? Another peak early-stage star condensation realm White Tiger Sacred Clan roared, and a white gale swept in all directions. Even if the Yang family discovered us, there's no need to do this. If it was done by that kid, then there's no doubt about it. The white-robed woman's face was cold. If it was Qinyu, he would definitely know that they were here for the monster race's inheritance. Plus, the battleship was his spoils of war, so it was worth it to use the battleship to stop them for a while. Impossible, no matter how capable that kid is, he can't kill everyone from the Yang family. The young man immediately denied. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. No matter what, we can't let this kid go. The white-robed woman's eyes were firm and unwavering. In her opinion, Qinyu must have killed a few members of the Yang family, and forced Yang Wuhai to retreat. But even if Qinyu had the ability to kill Yang Wuhai, she was not worried at all. They were both Star Condensation Realm middle stage, and she was a young genius of the White Tiger Sacred Clan. How could a small human Star Condensation Realm middle stage compare to her? Chase, she ordered, and led her people to continue the chase. Although the power of the battleship self-destructing was great, the signs were obvious. It could only delay the White Tiger Sacred Clan for a while, and not kill a king. Qinyu was well aware of this, and did not have much hope. At present, he had no intention of fighting the 4 White Tiger Sacred Clan members. In terms of strength, the 4 White Tiger Sacred Clan members were definitely much stronger than the 4 Yang family members, including some trump cards, and accidents were inevitable. Furthermore, Qinyu had indeed obtained the monster race's inheritance, and the benefits of the monster race. And the White Tiger Sacred Clan was different from the small Yang family. If he killed too recklessly, he would probably anger the Sacred Clan experts behind them. 2 months later, Qinyu arrived at the disordered ocean plains. Maybe it was because there were people chasing after him, but the time taken by Qinyu to reach his destination was shorter than expected. There's still a month before the 8 Emperor sects recruit disciples. I can definitely make it in time. Qinyu smiled, put away the misty cloud crane, and stepped into the disordered ocean plains. The sky ahead was dark, and the air was turbid. It contained all sorts of evil auras, causing one to raise their guard. Before coming to the disordered ocean plains, Qinyu had already learned about this place. This was a truly chaotic place, a paradise for those of evil, and rogue cultivators. There were no clear rules here, and people could kill and rob at any time. To the west of the disordered ocean plains was the Deep Abyss Islands, and the Sea Realm was the territory of the Sea Race. The Sea Race was one of the major races of the Origin world, and they surpassed the human race in both numbers and strength. To the north of the disordered ocean plains was the territory of the foreign races. There had always been a problem with the ownership of the disordered ocean plains, and as time passed, it became a situation where 3 factions coexisted. The human race, the foreign races, and the sea race were all enemies, which resulted in the chaotic situation here. Many wanted rogue cultivators of the evil Tao had fled to this place, blending into the outsiders or the sea tribe to avoid being killed. The Azure Sky Sovereign Lord was stationed here to prevent the foreign races and the sea race from invading the human territory. The disordered ocean plains was filled with danger. Even though Qinyu's cultivation was in the initial phase Star Condensation realm, he couldn't attract too much attention. At this moment, he was flying at a low altitude. Along the way, it was quiet and cold. Occasionally, he would come across a few rogue cultivators, and he could feel their cold gazes, as if they were looking for prey. The more nervous he was, the more likely he would be targeted. Qinyu's aura was concealed, and he was calm. Let's gather information about this place first, and see how I can meet the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. Qinyu already had a plan in mind. However, he couldn't just ask random people for information. After all, there were evil people here, and they wouldn't help him easily. All of a sudden, Qinyu felt that his surroundings were a little too quiet. Right at this moment, swish, not far away, 7 figures appeared. They were either masked, or had other means to hide their identities. Among the 7, there were 3 half-step Star Condensation Realm experts, and the rest were in the Star Condensation Realm. One of them wore a blood-red mask, and he gave Qinyu a strong pressure, as if he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What's going on? Qinyu was slightly shocked. He had just arrived, and he had yet to provoke anyone, but he was surrounded by 5 Star Condensation Realm experts. However, Qinyu soon discovered that these mysterious people's gazes weren't on him, but on 2 people not far behind him. One of them was a yellow-robed man. He looked older, and his expression was solemn. Beside him, there was a black-robed woman with beautiful facial features and a curvaceous figure. A sharp sword suddenly appeared in her hand, and she looked around coldly. "Hand over the auction item, and I can spare your lives," the mysterious man with the blood-red mask said in a hoarse voice. "I've been recognized." The yellow-robed man sighed. You've got guts to dare attack the Black Dragon auction house. The black-robed woman's face was cold as she shouted. Black sword light rippled like water, and sword chi howled in all directions. As an outsider, Qinyu understood the reason from their simple conversation. They're actually robbing the auction item. An ordinary auction house wouldn't be too weak. They would definitely have experts overseeing it, and they would also have a wide network. However, this was the disordered ocean plains, and everyone here was daring and evil. Qinyu acted as if it had nothing to do with him, and slowly flew to the side, away from the fight between the two sides. The robbers looked at Qinyu coldly. Most of them didn't care, and only stared at the yellow-robed man and the black-robed woman. Do it. The man with the blood-red mask said in a low voice. The other 6 acted at almost the same time. Their methods were incomparably cruel, and they wanted to kill. The yellow-robed man shouted, and a huge saber appeared in his hand. With a fierce swing, the sky changed color, and the violent saber light shattered everything. Peak early-stage star condensation. Qinyu determined the opponent's cultivation. And the black-robed woman was early-stage star condensation. In an instant, a terrifying battle storm swept through a radius of 1,000 zhang. The robbers did not make a move on Qinyu, letting an ignorant passerby like him go. It was also possible that they planned to deal with the yellow-robed man and black-robed woman first, and then kill Qinyu. Qinyu was unfamiliar with this place, and he didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so he quickly left. But suddenly, in the chaotic battle storm, a loud voice shouted, "Little brother, please send a message to the Black Dragon auction house. I will be very grateful." Originally, Qinyu had managed to extricate himself from this robbery. But suddenly, "Little brother, please send a message to the Black Dragon auction house. I will be grateful." The yellow-robed man, who was surrounded, roared. Instantly, the robbers all looked at Qinyu. Since they had concealed their identities to rob, they were naturally afraid of the background of the Black Dragon auction house. If they really let Qinyu send a message, once the experts of the Black Dragon auction house arrived, none of them would be able to escape. Killing intent filled the air, as if it had turned into a solid sword, wanting to pierce through Qinyu. "We will stop these people, sir, leave quickly." The man in yellow robes continued to shout, his body emitting a domineering aura, the huge saber in his hand slashing out rays of light, crisscrossing heaven and earth. Under the combined forces of the man in yellow and the girl in black, the 6 people besieging them were only able to stand on equal footing. Qinyu's expression darkened, glancing at the man in yellow robes, his eyes flashing with a cold light. If the other party really wanted him to send a message, he should have transmitted it, and not shouted it out. It was obvious. The man in yellow robes wanted to use Qinyu to attract a portion of the enemies, and then escape with the girl in black. This was using Qinyu's life to exchange for a chance of survival. Among the 6 people surrounding the man in yellow robes, there was a peak initial star condensation realm, but his strength was weaker than the man in yellow robes. In addition, there were 2 initial star condensation realm, and 3 half-step star condensation realm. At this moment, the 3 half-step star condensation realm turned slightly, preparing to attack Qinyu. On the other side, the man in the blood-red mask also looked over, his red pupils surging with blood light. "I have never seen you two, this matter has nothing to do with me." Qinyu immediately expressed his attitude. He had just arrived here, and did not want to meddle in other people's business. Moreover, the man in yellow robes was using Qinyu. "Kid, this matter is not up to you. Since you have seen it, leave your life. I think you will definitely tell the Black Dragon auction house in exchange for a reward. Kill." 3 half-step star condensation realm martial artists retreated from the chaotic battle, turning to attack Qinyu. The yellow-robed man, who was at the peak of the early star condensation stage, was far too dangerous for them. If not for the fact that the 3 of them had trained in a combined battle technique, allowing them to display the strength of the star condensation stage, they would have already been heavily injured by the shockwaves of the yellow-robed man's attack. In their eyes, Qinyu was relatively young. Compared to the terrifying yellow-robed man, he was much easier to deal with. Hee hee. A smile appeared on the yellow-robed man's face. The number of enemies around him had been halved, leaving only one peak early-stage star condensation cultivator and two early-stage star condensation cultivators. The pressure on him instantly decreased, and he sent a sound transmission to the black-cloaked girl, "Prepare to escape." N. The black-cloaked woman glanced at Qinyu. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. But at this moment, the man with the blood mask, who had been watching from the sidelines, joined the battle. Boom, he stretched out a hand, and blood chi condensed, instantly forming a dark red palm of blood light that covered the sky. Star condensation middle stage. The yellow-robed man's hair stood on end, and the blood in his body froze. He did not expect that a star condensation middle stage expert would make a move this time. This move was extremely ordinary, and he could not tell the identity of the person. However, the opponent's cultivation was profound, and this ordinary move gave the yellow-robed man and the black-clothed woman immense pressure. On the other side. Kill. 3 half-step star condensation cultivators let out evil laughter as they charged towards Qinyu. In the air, a black long saber, a white long sword, and a silver long spear formed a triangular formation, releasing a violent demonic aura as they attacked together. The 3 profound weapons arrived in an instant, and the 3 did not see Qinyu's defense. Hee, this kid knows that he can't resist, so he accepts his fate and awaits death. Even if it was a star condensation king, if he did not use his elemental energy and put up a defensive light barrier, he would also be killed by the 3's weapons. Therefore, in their eyes, Qinyu had given up resisting. The next instant. Ding! 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 The black long saber landed on Qinyu's shoulder, the white long sword pierced his chest, and the silver long spear landed between Qinyu's eyebrows. However, Qinyu did not move at all, not even blinking an eye. There was not a single injury on his body. The 3 half-step star condensation cultivators saw this scene and were instantly scared out of their wits. How was this human? It was like a defensive profound weapon, impenetrable and impervious to fire and water. Suddenly, the star acupoints on Qinyu's palm shone, and his palm turned into a blade as he slashed. Pung, the 3 supreme-grade treasures were cut into 2 by Qinyu's palm like tofu. His palm was even sharper than a supreme-grade treasure. Run! Help! The 3 half-step star condensation cultivators' faces were pale, and their half-step elemental energy erupted as they retreated. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to freeze, and 3 giant silver hands appeared above their heads, emitting strange spatial ripples as they squeezed downwards. The speed of the palms was slow, but the 3 felt that they could not dodge it even if they used all their strength. This is the power of profound. He's a king. The 3 screamed in fear. They did not expect that a random kid they met would be a star condensation cultivator. But even if he was a star condensation cultivator, the 3 of them could still fight. The person in front of them was too terrifying. He had cut the 3 supreme-grade treasures into 2 with his bare hands. The spatial profound attack made it impossible for them to dodge, and they could only accept their fate. Ah, spare us! The 3 of them were squeezed by the spatial hands, and blood spurted out as they screamed in pain. On the other side, the 2 parties were disturbed by the screams and looked over. The yellow-robed man and the black-robed woman were shocked when they saw this. Qinyu was a star condensation cultivator. Great, this person is a star condensation cultivator, he can share more of the pressure with us. The yellow-robed man's pale face showed joy. The stronger Qinyu was, the more the robbers had to divide their strength to deal with him. The blood-red masked man looked at Qinyu with surprise. He had already seen that Qinyu was a star condensation early stage. But the 3 half-step star condensation cultivators were proficient in formations, and their battle strength was equivalent to a star condensation cultivator. They could at least stop Qinyu for a while, so he did not stop them. He did not expect that the 3's lives would be in Qinyu's hands in the blink of an eye. Sir, please stop. Let the 3 of them go, and this matter will be over. The blood-red masked man spoke, and the aura of a star condensation middle stage turned into a boundless bloody mist. The situation was complicated, so he could only let Qinyu go first. It would not be too late to take his life after killing the yellow-robed man and the rest. Just now, I did not care, but you came to my door. Now that their lives are in my hands, you think you can just let it go? Qinyu sneered. He did not cause trouble, but that did not mean he was afraid. The cultivators of the disordered ocean plains were indeed arrogant, completely disregarding him. "Brat, I advise you not to be too arrogant in the disordered ocean plains. Mind your own business," the blood-red masked man said slowly. From his voice, one could tell that he was somewhat angry. "I don't care about your business. But I want the lives of these three." Xianxia snorted coldly. Poochie, in the air, 3 huge bright silver hands clenched, and 3 crimson balls of light exploded. After killing them, Xianxia turned and left. The blood-red masked man and the rest were shocked, followed by anger. "Old Black, bring that brat's head back," the blood-red masked man shouted coldly. Their target had treasures on him, so they could not fail. Moreover, the yellow-robed man's strength was extraordinary, and only he had the ability to kill him. Therefore, he ordered another peak early-stage star condensation cultivator to take Xianxu's head. "Raising my hand is a small matter." A masked old man laughed evilly, and turned into a dark shadow, attacking Xianxu. The sky turned dark, and one could not see their fingers in front of them. However, Xianxu's spiritual sense detected dozens of sharp, pitch-black fingers stabbing at him like solid metal. Another one seeking death. Xianxu's expression was calm. Ding! 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 The star acupoints on his arms shone, and his fingers pointed out. White starlight sparkled, and every finger accurately hit the black finger lights, instantly shattering them. Old Black's attack was easily neutralized. "Eh? Brat, you do have some ability." Old Black exclaimed softly, but he was actually extremely shocked. Xianxu had just attacked, but there was no trace of elemental energy. Boom, in the darkness, a huge finger with a diameter of 100 zhong stabbed over. In front of it, Xianxu was like an ant, about to be crushed to death. "Break!" Xianxu did not have much time to fight with his opponent. His elemental energy surged, condensing into his arm, and punched out. Pong, that black finger cracked inch by inch, and was replaced by a dazzling white light, disappearing without a trace. But the moment the finger cracked, a purple dagger flew out, and hit Xianxu's fist. "What a powerful punch!" Old Black exclaimed, and then his lips curled into a sinister smile. "But young man, you are too careless." Halfway through his words, Old Black's expression froze. He thought that his profound weapon could pierce through Xianxu's entire arm, but the purple dagger only pierced an inch in, and could not go any further. "I am indeed careless." Xianxu sighed, and all the star acupoints on his body lit up, and his elemental energy surged. Swoosh, he turned into a dazzling white light, streaking across the sky, and approached Old Black. Cold sweat appeared on Old Black's forehead, and he stabbed out with 2 fingers, wanting to fight it out with Xianxu. Pung! 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 Xianxu formed a fist seal, and punched out. The dazzling white starlight shattered everything in its path. When Old Black felt a strong threat, and was about to retreat, it was too late. Pung! He took a punch from Xianxu, and his elemental energy defense instantly shattered. The terrifying force passed through his body, and he was sent flying hundreds of feet away, spewing blood. When Xianxu's second punch landed, Old Black's body trembled, and he no longer had the will to fight. Too terrifying. How is this star condensation initial stage? This is definitely star condensation intermediate stage, or even late stage. Hiding is cultivation on purpose. The blood-masked man led the 2 star condensation initial stage experts to fight against the yellow-robed man and the black-cloaked woman. Boom, in the blood sea, a huge palm of blood light rushed out, and the yellow-robed man was sent flying. Blood seeped out of his body, and his face was pale. So strong. The yellow-robed man gritted his teeth, and circulated his elemental energy to heal his injuries. But his organs were shattered, and blood flowed out uncontrollably. The situation was dangerous. But at this moment, a shrill scream sounded, "Save me, Blood Fiend King!" Blood Fiend King? The yellow-robed man's heart shook, and he stared at the blood-masked man. No wonder he felt that the opponent's moves were familiar. It was actually the Blood Fiend King. Idiot! The blood-masked man cursed. Who dared to shout his name, and his identity was enraged? No, that was not the main point. The blood-masked man and the yellow-robed man swept out with their spiritual senses, and they saw a masked old man being tightly held by a bright silver spatial hand, desperately crying for help. The battle quieted down again. Everyone's eyes fell on the masked old man. At this moment, he was grabbed by a silver hand and was covered in wounds. The masked old man, Old Black, shouted, "Blood Fiend King, save me!" This scene was very similar to the one before. Not long ago, 3 half-step star condensation realm cultivators had the same experience. And now, their corpses and flesh were still on the ground below. Thinking of this, Old Black trembled in fear and hurried to ask for help. Because he was too panicked, he shouted the masked man's name. This person is not simple. The yellow-robed man stared at Xianxia. His despair had dissipated. Maybe there was still a chance. As long as he could go back alive, he would send out the experts of the Black Dragon auction house to kill the evil Blood King. The masked man cursed Old Black for being an idiot in his heart. He was in a terrible mood. The plan this time was originally in the bag, but now the development of the situation was worlds apart from the original plan. This bastard ruined my plan. As the blood-masked man stared at Xianxia, the blood-masked man's aura trembled violently. However, it was not the time to fight with Xianxia. "Sir, please stop and let him go. I'll give you 10% of the spoils." The masked man persuaded again. His tone was much gentler and he was even willing to split the profits. 10%? Xianxia was disdainful. He had 700,000 or 800,000 upper-grade primal stones. I said, "Your business has nothing to do with me. This person wanted to kill me. His life is mine." Xianxia's face became cold again. Poochie, another blood-red flower bloomed and Old Black's body fell to the ground. After killing, Xianxia turned and left again. He didn't believe that the masked man would dare to fight him. They didn't have enough people. As Xianxia had expected. This time, the blood-red masked man and the other 2-star condensation realm primary stage experts only stared at Xianxia, watching him leave without saying a word. Let's deal with the 2 from the Black Dragon auction house first. In the future, I'll let this kid know the consequences of going against me. The blood-red masked man, King Fiend Blood, transmitted his voice to his companion. Kill. The 3 of them attacked at the same time, transferring their hatred and anger towards Xianxia to the yellow-robed man and black-cloaked woman. The 2 people from the Black Dragon auction house were already heavily injured. Now that they retreated, their lives were in danger. "Your Excellency has saved our lives. The Black Dragon auction house will definitely reward you handsomely." The yellow-robed man shouted for help. Under normal circumstances, if Xianxia were to encounter such a situation, he would probably lend a helping hand and earn some benefits. However, he was disgusted by the yellow-robed man's trick of using Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia turned a deaf ear and quickly left. How can your distinguished self's temperament be so cold? You have the strength to help, yet you stand by and watch. The black-cloaked woman's desolate expression made people feel pity for her. Xianxia remained unmoved and did not even turn his head. This caused the 2 people from the Black Dragon auction house to feel despair and madness once again. The 2 of them ignited their blood essence and origin energy at almost the same time, bursting forth with strength that far exceeded that of ordinary people. The 2 of them didn't fight to the death with the Fiend Blood King. Instead, they used the explosive power to increase their speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The yellow-robed man and the black-cloaked woman pushed their speed to the limit. They broke through the Fiend Blood King's encirclement and flew toward Xianxia. Scram! Xianxia sensed this and shouted coldly. He was just passing by, but because of these 2 people, he was involved in this battle of killing and stealing treasures. Now, these 2 people came to bother him again. "Sir, it's a small matter for you to help us, but you'll be rewarded handsomely." The yellow-robed man begged again. The black-cloaked woman only followed and showed a pitiful expression, asking Xianxia to help. But in reality, the 2 of them didn't have much sincerity. They only asked Xianxia to help from a moral point of view. Xianxia was already impatient. He could see that the 2 of them just wanted to stay by his side. Once the Fiend Blood King attacked, it would affect Xianxia, and the 2 of them would be tied together. "The 2 of you have schemed against me many times. Do you really think I won't attack you?" Xianxia suddenly turned around. His eyes were cold and sharp, like two icicles stabbing into the yellow-robed man and black-clothed woman's bodies. It's fine if you don't want to help, but do you want to become enemies with the Black Dragon auction house? The yellow-robed man looked disappointed. Even the Fiend Blood King and the others had hidden their identities to attack them. He didn't believe that Xianxia would dare to attack them openly. Xianxia didn't say anything. He used his actions to answer. Bang, he struck out with his palm and pierced the yellow-robed man's chest. The yellow-robed man stared at Xianxia in disbelief. The other party dared to kill someone from the Black Dragon auction house without saying a word. Stop. The yellow-robed man regretted it. He had been so bold because of the Black Dragon auction house's reputation. At this moment, his intestines were green with regret. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Bang, grabbing the yellow-robed man's heart, Xianxia crushed it in one swift motion. The yellow-robed man's body fell, and his storage space fell into Xianxia's hand. Big Brother Huang. The black-clothed woman reacted at this moment. Looking at the yellow-robed man's body, she was dumbfounded. It's your turn. Xianxia looked at the black-clothed woman. Her body instantly turned cold as if she had fallen into an ice abyss. Fear spread throughout her body. Since he had attacked, he might as well kill them all. Bang, it was just a simple punch, but the black-clothed woman was already heavily injured. It was hard for her to dodge. Her heart was crushed, and her beautiful body fell to the ground. Xianxia used his space esoteric art and took away the black-clothed woman's storage space. The Fiend Blood King and the others who had chased after him were stunned. They had planned this carefully and worked hard, but in the end, the spoils were easily taken by Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, stop. The Fiend Blood King shouted angrily. He hated Xianxia to begin with. He didn't deal with Xianxia before because he wanted to kill the two from the Black Dragon auction house first. Now that the two from the Black Dragon auction house were gone, the anger in his heart was revealed. Moreover, Xianxia still had the spoils that belonged to them. Although you ambushed them, you still contributed. We'll split the spoils 80-20, the Fiend Blood King said coldly. The Fiend Blood King said coldly. They would get some benefits first, and then wait for a chance to deal with Xianxia. If Xianxia used some trump card to run away, they would gain nothing. I'll take 80, and you get 20? Xianxia asked. The Fiend Blood King and the other two were dumbfounded. They wondered if Xianxia had lost his mind. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with him. This kid killed so many of our people. Kill him. We can't let this kid go. The other two Star Condensation Realm primary stage cultivators had a deep hatred for Xianxia. Do it. The Fiend Blood King also felt that Xianxia was playing with him. His killing intent surged as he shouted. In the sky, a bloody light surged and turned into a huge bloody palm. It exuded a bloody and corrosive aura. The vitality in the surroundings was instantly sucked away. The plants withered, and the sky darkened. Blood exploding palm. The Fiend Blood King knew that Xianxia was strong, so he used his ultimate move without holding back. The other two early-stage Star Condensation Realm experts also used their killer moves. People die for wealth. Xianxia smiled. The star acupoints on his body opened, and starlight surged, turning into a large starry robe. Swish, his speed was like a shooting star, approaching the two early-stage Star Condensation Realm experts. Don't even think about it. The Fiend Blood King knew that Xianxia wanted to kill his two companions first, so he controlled the blood-exploding palm to capture them. Boom. Boom, the attacks of the three Star Condensation Realm experts landed, creating a storm that swept in all directions, drowning the two early-stage Star Condensation Realm experts. This scene was beyond the Fiend Blood King's expectations. How could the power of the blood-exploding palm be so extraordinary and powerful, but in reality? Part of it was the rebound attack of the star-patterned robe. When the storm dissipated, the Fiend Blood King's joyful face froze. Xianxia stood where he was, his star-patterned robe fluttering in the wind. He was extraordinary, giving people a vast and mysterious feeling. The two companions of the Fiend Blood King were badly mutilated. Their lifeless bodies fell. How could this be? He roared in disbelief. Your companions are dead. You should be buried with them. Xianxia said calmly. The Fiend Blood King stared at Xianxia, then turned to run. Xianxu's strength was not ordinary. He didn't know what method he had used, but he had received his attack unscathed and killed the 2 early-stage star condensation realm experts. The enemy's methods were terrifying, and he was the only one left. The Fiend Blood King knew that his chance of winning wasn't high, so he didn't stop. Plus, the people from the Black Dragon auction house had died here. People would probably come soon. He couldn't stay here for long. Swish, the Fiend Blood King turned and fled. A layer of dark blood light rose from his body, and he disappeared instantly. Xianxia watched the Fiend Blood King leave, but he didn't chase. The Fiend Blood King was in the mid-stage star condensation realm. If Xianxia wanted to kill him, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Time was of the essence. He needed to find the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord as soon as possible, then he had to go to the 8 Emperor Sects. Not long after, Xianxia came to the center of the disordered ocean plain and saw the Black City wall in front of him. It was a majestic city. I didn't expect there to be a cultivation city here. Xianxia paid the primeval stones and entered the cultivation city. Compared to other cultivation cities, this place looked old and broken, and there was no barrier protecting it. There were many cultivators here, but it wasn't lively. Instead, it was quiet. Most people gave off the feeling that they shouldn't be messed with. Xianxia casually walked around and asked for the information he needed. This cultivation city is called the Disordered Ocean City. The person in charge of the City Lord Mansion is the human army guarding this place, and the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord is here. Xianxu's heart shook, and he couldn't help but walk toward the City Lord Mansion. The City Lord Mansion was extremely quiet, and ordinary cultivators rarely came and went. Not far away, 10 black armored guards were chatting in front of a 10-zhong tall black gate. Stop. This is the City Lord Mansion. You can't get close. Get lost. A guard with a sharp chin shouted coldly. Xianxia frowned and said, I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? The guards looked at each other, as if they hadn't heard of such a thing from their superiors. Who? The guard with a sharp chin glanced at Xianxia. The Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. When the few lazy guards that were sizing up Xianxia heard the words Azure Sky Imperial Emperor, their faces instantly went pale, and their entire bodies shuddered as their figures straightened up quite a bit. You know the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord? The sharp-chinned guard asked in a low voice with deep doubt. The other guards also looked at Xianxia. In the entire disordered ocean plains, the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord was the strongest human and stood at the top. But ever since the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord was in the disordered ocean plains, they had never seen anyone looking for the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord, nor had they heard of anyone related to the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord. That was why they were surprised by Xianxu's appearance and doubted his words. Please inform the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord that I'm Xianxia. Xianxia said in a solemn tone. He believed that this bit of information was enough. You can leave now. The Royal Azure Dynasty Lord is currently in seclusion. We will inform the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord once he comes out. The guard with the sharp chin regained his calmness and coldness. Xianxia couldn't understand the change in the guard's attitude. In seclusion? Xianxia sighed. The Royal Azure Dynasty Lord didn't know how long he would be in seclusion. With his cultivation at the profound dark realm, it was normal for him to be in seclusion for decades. He couldn't force the matter, so he turned around and left. The 10 guards gradually regained their laziness. What's the relationship between this brat and the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord? One of the guards asked. Who cares? It has nothing to do with us. Captain, should we report this matter? The few of them chatted lazily. The Royal Azure Dynasty Lord was indeed in seclusion. At his level, he would usually be in seclusion, but that didn't mean that he couldn't be disturbed. According to the rules, they should report this matter immediately. Stop talking. This matter has nothing to do with us. The guard with the sharp chin sneered. The conversation ended there and the few of them started to talk about other matters. No one noticed. In a corner a few hundred feet away, space fluctuated and a figure appeared. It was Xianxia. He had sensed that something was wrong, so he hid there. The attitude of these guards is a little strange. Xianxia murmured. From their reaction when they heard about the Azure Sky Emperor, it was clear that these guards were afraid of the Azure Sky Emperor. However, these guards had no intention of helping Xianxia report this. This was a sign that they were not fulfilling their duties and were disloyal. Thinking about how the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord was guarding this place because he had colluded with the foreign races, Xianxia roughly understood the reason. What the human race hated the most was colluding with the enemy. These guards were afraid of the Azure Sky Emperor Lord, but they weren't loyal to the Azure Sky Emperor Lord. Even those who were related to the Azure Sky Imperial Lord were discriminated against because of this. Looks like I have to think of another way. Xianxia temporarily left the city lord's mansion. He found a restaurant and rented a guest room for the time being. Suddenly, a bag of holding and a jade bracelet appeared on the table. They were from the two people from the Black Dragon auction house. There should be a lot of good stuff inside. Otherwise, the fiendish Blood King and the others wouldn't have taken such a huge risk by attacking the people of the Black Dragon auction house at the border of the disordered ocean plains. Xianxia picked up the yellow-robed man's interspatial bag and probed it with his consciousness. There was a space that was 100 zhang wide. There were many things on the left side, including some materials, spiritual pills, manuals, and other miscellaneous items. But on the right side there were only a few boxes with seals on them. The things in the boxes should be the auction items from the Black Dragon auction house. Xianxia thought. At the same time, he took out the boxes. To Xianxia, removing the seal on the seal was a trivial matter. He circulated his celestial form physique and slashed at the seals with his palm, destroying them with a few slashes. When he opened the box, there was a plant inside. It was dark gray in color, and the flower was in the shape of a skull. It looked sinister and eerie, and there were strange noises coming from it. A 5,000-year-old evil skeleton flower. Xianxia recognized it. This was a treasure of the diabolical path, and it was extremely useful for star condensation intermediate stage cultivators. It could increase the power of the diabolical path's battle techniques, and it could also improve one's cultivation. Given the situation in the disordered ocean plains, this evil skeleton flower would definitely fetch a high price. Unfortunately, the evil skeleton flower was useless to Xianxia. He opened the second box. Inside, there was a white pill that looked like a pearl, and it emitted a faint starlight. Elemental Star Pill. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The Elemental Star Pill was the most common way to improve one's cultivation in the star condensation realm. The quality of this Elemental Star Pill was not ordinary, and it was similar to the Elemental Star Pill that Xianxia had obtained from the demon race's treasure trove. With this Elemental Star Pill, I might be able to reach the peak of the early star condensation realm. Xianxia revealed a happy expression. After a few days of seclusion, his cultivation was already close to the peak of the early star condensation realm. Xianxia opened the other boxes one after another. Inside, there were precious herbs, rare ores, evil secret techniques, and Xian weapons. There were a total of 6 items, and they were all treasures for the star condensation realm. Among them, there were only 2 items that were useful to Xianxia. They were the Elemental Star Pill and a rare or called Flame Essence Crystal. The Flame Essence Crystal could be absorbed by the blood-glazed flame to improve its quality. Next, Xianxia opened the storage space of the black-robed woman and found the auction items inside. However, the value was below the star condensation realm, and most of them were treasures for the late Void Sea realm. He immediately lost interest. But in general, the spoils of war of these 2 people were very rich. Unfortunately, most of the items were useless to Xianxia, and he could only exchange them for a higher value. Auction house. This was the best choice for selling items. After leaving the restaurant, Xianxia asked around and found out that there were 2 famous auction houses in this area. They were the Black Dragon auction house and the Spirit Abundant auction house. Xianxia would definitely not go to the Black Dragon auction house and walk right into the trap. He came to the Spirit Abundant auction house and entrusted the auction. In addition to the items he obtained from the yellow-robed man and the black-robed woman, he also sold the spoils of war he obtained from killing the Star Condensation Realm King. Your Excellency, please wait a moment. Please accept this token. The manager of the Spirit Abundant auction house, a white-bearded old man in a green robe, took out a golden token with the word Feng engraved on it. With this token, you will be a gold token VIP of our Spirit Abundant Auction House and enjoy many privileges, the white-bearded old man slowly introduced. Only when the value of the entrusted item reached a certain level would one become a gold token VIP. The total value of the items that Xianxia had just entrusted to auction had already reached a certain level. After the white-bearded old man finished his introduction, he handed over a form. On it were all the items that would be auctioned in the next auction. The gold token VIP would be informed in advance, which was also one of the privileges. The items on the form will be constantly updated, and some might be removed. You can come to the auction house every day to receive information. The white-bearded old man explained. Xianxia took the form and scanned it. Huh? There was a treasure on the form that he was currently very eager for. Since that was the case, he would attend the Spirit Abundant Auction House in half a month's time. After leaving the auction house, Xianxia fell into deep thought. What method should I use to meet the Royal Azure Sky Emperor? The Royal Azure Sky Emperor was currently in seclusion, and the guards weren't willing to help him. Xianxia also couldn't barge in. He strolled around the disordered ocean city, gathering information and looking for a breakthrough point. Night. He returned to his residence and took out the flame essence crystal. He summoned the blood-glazed flame and let the flame spirit refine it by itself. He then took out the star essence pill and swallowed it. The medicinal effect slowly melted, turning into strands of starlight that circulated through his meridians before flowing into the origin energy star in his dantian. In his dantian, other than a complete dazzling star, there was also a slightly dim star cluster. This was the second origin energy star that Xianxia was currently condensing. Once it was completely condensed, he would be able to step into the middle phase of the star condensation realm. Buzz, the medicinal effect of the star essence pill flowed into the second dim star cluster. Radiance flowed on it, gradually becoming more dazzling. In an underground palace of the Spirit Abundant Auction House, many elders and upper echelons of the auction house were gathered. Elderly, why are you looking for me? A man in a blood-red robe asked with a gloomy expression. He had been punished for his failure in robbing the Black Dragon auction house. To avoid the Black Dragon auction house's revenge, he didn't even dare to go out. His reputation had been ruined. An old woman holding a stick of tongue said flatly, "The things you lost have returned to the Lingfeng auction house." What? The Fiend Blood King was extremely shocked. Had they found out who the kid was and taken the things back, with such swift movements, could it be that Elderly had personally made a move? They were entrusted to be auctioned. Elderly saw through the evil Blood King's thoughts and told the truth. What? The Fiend Blood King was shocked again, and then he felt humiliated. The other party had taken the treasures from his hands and then sent them to the Spirit Abundant Auction House to be auctioned. Was he here to humiliate him? Bastard! The evil Blood King cursed inwardly. But that wasn't the case. Xianxia had never thought that the evil Blood King was from the Spirit Abundant Auction House. Although he's our guest, he's also our enemy. Elderly snorted. If they had gotten the items, they would have made a profit. But since Xianxia had entrusted them to be auctioned, they could only earn the fees. The difference was like heaven and earth. Elderly, give me another chance. I promise I'll get rid of our enemy. The evil Blood King's eyes were red and full of killing intent. Now that he thought about it, Xianxia was only at the early stage star condensation realm. At most, he had some powerful trump cards. The evil Blood King was at the mid-stage star condensation realm. Evil Blood King, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? You can't even deal with an early stage star condensation realm. A white-haired old man sneered. He was the evil Blood King's nemesis. He had been about to ask for permission to deal with Xianxia, but the evil Blood King had beaten him to it. The evil Blood King's face was red, but he couldn't refute. He only hoped to kill Xianxia with his own hands. Otherwise, his nemesis would laugh at him for the rest of his life. If I wasn't worried about the Black Dragon auction house, I would have killed that kid. The evil Blood King snorted. That was indeed one of the reasons. Evil Blood King, I'll give you another chance. You can only succeed. Elderly's cold eyes stared at the evil Blood King. Yes. The evil Blood King nodded with excitement in his eyes. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the room, the yuan energy within Xianyu's body slowly calmed down. He had completely absorbed the astral origin pill. He opened his eyes and said calmly, "I'm one step away from breaking through." In fact, Xianyu did not need any treasures. He was confident that he could break through after 1 or 2 months of seclusion. But the auction would start tonight. There was a treasure that Xianyu was interested in, so he had to make a trip there. On the other hand, Xianyu had been in the disordered ocean plains for a while, but he had yet to achieve his main objective. He could not get close to the city lord's mansion, and if the guards did not inform him, he would not be able to meet the royal Azure Sky Emperor. Over the past few days, he had thought of 2 methods, but they were not very feasible. The first method was to bribe the higher-ups of the city lord's mansion with high-grade yuan stones. But there were too many evil cultivators in the disordered ocean plains. At least half of the city lord's mansion's personnel were once evil cultivators. If he revealed too much money, even the city lord's mansion might not make a move on him. The second method was to create a huge commotion and alert the royal Azure Sky Emperor. It depended on the commotion. If it was good, he would be able to meet the royal Azure Sky Emperor, but if it wasn't, it would be accompanied by a huge risk. Walking out of the room, he heard whispers in the restaurant. "The Spirit Abundant auction house is about to start. I heard that there will be many good items this time. Some famous old monsters are here. How can it not be good?" The Black Dragon auction house's auction item was snatched away and now appeared in the Spirit Abundant auction house. If this goes on, the Spirit Abundant auction house will be the only one left. I heard that the Sea clan and the foreign races are also interested in this auction. There will definitely be an intense competition. Many whispers sounded in Xianyu's mind. The situation in the disordered ocean plains was rather special. Occasionally, the Sea clan and foreign races would appear, but they would not reveal their identity. As he approached the Spirit Abundant auction house, Xianyu found that most of the cultivators were concealing their identity. Xianyu also understood the logic of not revealing one's wealth. Not to mention that he had his eyes on one of the auction's finale treasures. At the entrance of the auction house, there were tools for concealing one's identity. Xianyu spent some primeval stones to buy a black mask. After putting on the black mask, a layer of hazy black gas drifted out and completely covered his body. Unless one was at the late stage of the star condensation realm, one would not be able to see Xianyu's true body. "Honored guest, please come in." Xianyu flashed his token, and a maid came to receive him. Ordinary people would not receive such treatment, and they would even have to pay an expensive entrance fee. Under the guidance of the maidservant, Xianyu arrived at a separate pavilion. It was very spacious and could accommodate 20 people. The auction house was dimly lit, and it could accommodate thousands of people. The atmosphere was strange. Xianyu could feel that there were many celestial condensation powerhouses here. There was no lack of intermediate celestial condensation cultivators, and even late celestial condensation cultivators. However, he was unfamiliar with this place and did not know anyone. Inside the Lingfeng auction house, the Fiend Blood Monarch sensed something and took out a red jade pendant. As long as Xianyu was within a certain distance, the jade pendant would react. "Why is that kid here?" The Fiend Blood Monarch walked out of the secret room and came to the auction house. He dares to come to the Lingfeng auction house. "Unless you're just here to join in the fun, I'll make you bleed." The Fiend Blood Monarch put on a blood-colored cloak and sat on the seat. At the same time, he sent a message to the staff of the auction house. If Xianyu called out a price, they would purposely raise the price. This kind of thing was common in the big auction houses. As long as it was not too excessive, it was fine. Whoosh, a woman suddenly landed on the auction stage. She wore a thin white dress, and her skin was smooth like cream. Her figure was impressive, noble, and full of temptation. Many lewd laughs came from the darkness. "This auction will be hosted by me. Please don't cause trouble," the woman in white said in a sexy voice. The first auction item is the Soul Illusion Powder. It is colorless and odorless, and can be merged into one's primeval essence to attack the enemy. Once it comes into contact with the skin, the poison will take effect and cause the soul to fall into an illusion. However, the Soul Illusion Powder is only effective against those under the star condensation realm. The starting price is 5,000 upper primeval stones, and each increment must be no less than 500. As soon as she finished, someone started bidding. 6,000. 6,500. The soul illusion powder was considered quite powerful for those under the star condensation realm. It could even turn the tide of a battle. In the 6th guest room. The final treasure that I need will appear last. Xianxia had no interest in the bidding outside. He took out a form and looked for the other items he needed. Other than the treasure, there were also many cultivation resources that Xianxia could use. The star body consumed a lot of resources. This was only the first level of the 4 symbols divine body. The later levels required even more resources. Other than that, Xianxia cultivated the 9 revolution vast star art. It was a rare 9 revolution cultivation technique and also consumed a lot of resources. However, it was all worth it. Cultivating the 9 revolution vast star art allowed Xianxia to stand at the peak of his cultivation and increase his chances of breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. As for the 4 symbols divine body, it allowed Xianxia's overall combat power to soar. The demonic core of the thunder leopard, a king-class sacred beast. The starting price is 8,000 upper primeval stones, and each increment must be no less than 500. 10,000. Xianxia was the first to call out a price. The demonic core of the thunder leopard contained a berserk lightning attribute energy. It could be used to refine the body and open star acupoints. The price slowly rose. 16,000. Xianxia calmly called out a price. Normally, the people in the guest rooms weren't simple. The majority of people wouldn't fight to the death with the experts in the guest rooms. When the price reached 18,000, no one dared to compete. 18,500. The fiend blood monarch in the blood-colored cloak spoke. 19,000. Xianxia calmly called out a price. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the blood-cloaked man placed another bid. Immediately, Xianxia felt that something was amiss. This person is targeting me. Xianxia thought that he hadn't offended anyone since coming to the disordered ocean plains. No, he did have an enemy. The fiend blood monarch, but that was strange. How did the fiend blood monarch know Xianxia's true identity? Although the fiend blood monarch was raising the price, he didn't call it too high. If Xianxia didn't want it, he would be a fool. In the end, Xianxia bought the demonic core of the thunder fire leopard for 20,000 upper-grade primordial stones. The fiend blood monarch smiled complacently. He would take Xianxia's life sooner or later. But before that, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to make things difficult for him. But in fact, Xianxia was rich. He only spent a few thousand upper-grade primordial stones, so he didn't care at all. Next, Xianxia bought a few more precious materials. The fiend blood monarch looked embarrassed. He was jealous of Xianxia's wealth. So far, Xianxia had spent 130,000 upper-grade primordial stones. He was in the middle stage of the star condensation state, but he didn't have that many primordial stones. No, this kid definitely doesn't have that many primordial stones. The key is that he stole my goods. Once auctioned, they'll be worth 200,000 to 300,000 upper-grade primordial stones. The fiend blood monarch gritted his teeth. He was a rogue cultivator living in the disordered ocean plain. He worked for the Lingfeng auction house, which provided him with a place to hide and cultivation resources. He had suffered a great loss this time. On the other hand, Xianxia had been spending primordial stones and plundering cultivation resources, which was enviable. Evil skeleton flower, 5,000 years old. It's a precious treasure for cultivators of the wicked path to quickly increase their cultivation. In addition, the evil skeleton flower can be used to cultivate special wicked path secret techniques. The starting price is 20,000 upper-grade primordial stones. Each increment must be no less than 500. This evil skeleton flower was old and of high quality. Everyone could clearly sense the wicked path energy it contained. It was extremely useful for a mid-stage star condensation realm cultivator. In addition, this kind of wicked path treasure was even more sought after in the disordered ocean plain, so its price was higher. 21,000. 22,000. 8 people immediately started bidding. They were filled with evil energy and murderous intent. 22,500. Yu spoke at an appropriate time to raise the price. After all, he was the one who had asked for the evil skeleton flower. 35,000. An old man in flowery robes shouted from VIP room number 10. It's the evil Cloud King. Many people had thoughts of retreating when they saw the old man's identity. The evil Cloud King was a famous wicked path monarch in the disordered ocean plain. His cultivation was at the late-stage star condensation realm. He had a private cave abode in the disordered ocean plain and thousands of subordinates. The auction continued. 40,000. A mysterious man wearing a bamboo hat called out. His body faintly emitted a powerful aura, causing the surrounding people to feel uneasy. 41,000. The old man in flowery robes continued bidding. The evil skeleton flower's price shot up. In the end, only the old man in flowery robes and the mysterious bamboo hat man were left. Black Dragon Auction House's elder you, this king knows that you're rich and overbearing. However, I must obtain this evil skeleton flower. The old man in flowery robes pointed out the mysterious bamboo hat man's identity. What? Black Dragon Auction House's elder you? Many people were shocked. This was also a big shot. But more people were whispering to each other. Haha, I heard that this evil skeleton flower was entrusted by an outsider to the Black Dragon Auction House, but it was stolen. I see. No wonder Elder Yu would bid for this item. Wearing a bamboo hat, Elder Yu's face turned livid when he heard these comments. The evil skeleton flower was entrusted by an outsider to the disordered oceanic plains, but it was stolen. That was why Elder Yu snuck in to bid for the evil skeleton flower in an attempt to regain his reputation. In the end, the evil Cloud King exposed his identity in front of everyone, causing Elder Yu to lose face. In the end, Elder Yu bought the evil skeleton flower at a high price of 63,000. I didn't expect the Black Dragon Auction House to be here. The Fiend Blood King's face sank. He was a little afraid that the other party would know that he was the culprit. The Black Dragon Auction House? Yu glanced at Elder Yu. A man in a blood-colored cloak had raised the price several times. Yu suspected that it was the Fiend Blood King, but he had no evidence. Suddenly, Yu didn't look at what it was and named a price casually. 13,000. As expected, the man in a blood-colored cloak raised the price. 15,000. Yu sneered and said, since the Fiend Blood King needs this item, I won't take it from you. Immediately, Elder Yu of the Black Dragon Auction House glanced at the Fiend Blood King with a cold glint in his eyes. The Fiend Blood King was an itinerant cultivator who worked for the Lingfeng Auction House. According to the information Elder Yu had received, the person who bought the goods from the Black Dragon Auction House was the Fiend Blood King of the Lingfeng Auction House. Damn it. How did he recognize me? That's impossible. The Fiend Blood King exclaimed in his mind and cursed Yu. Yu saw the man in a blood-colored cloak tremble and his aura become chaotic for a moment. It's really him. It's him. Yu confirmed that the man in the blood-red cloak was the Fiend Blood King. If it was someone else, they would definitely take off the cloak to prove that they weren't the Fiend Blood King. After all, the higher-ups of the Black Dragon Auction House were here. The Fiend Blood King was covered in a cold sweat. He was afraid that the Black Dragon Auction House would target him. He cursed Yu dozens of times in his mind. He could confirm Yu's identity because of the golden token the Spirit Abundant Auction House had given to Yu. Once Yu appeared nearby, he would be able to sense it. But how did Yu know his identity? The Fiend Blood King couldn't figure it out. In fact, the reason was simple. Yu had just come to the disordered ocean plain. He didn't know anyone, but he had a feud with the Fiend Blood King. If the Fiend Blood King knew this, he wouldn't raise the price with Yu. You must have mistaken me for someone else. The Fiend Blood King lowered his voice and denied Yu's words in a cold tone. Hee, I know. Yu chuckled and didn't say anything else. Otherwise, it would be too deliberate. Next to Elder Yu, a woman shrouded in purple mist asked, Elder Yu, is that really the Fiend Blood King? It should be. The ferocity in Elder Yu's eyes intensified. If the man in the blood-red cloak wasn't the Fiend Blood King, he would definitely reveal his identity when he knew that Elder Yu was here. This guy dares to show up again. This time, we've lost more than 200,000 upper-grade origin stones, and we've lost our reputation and credibility. The voice of the woman in the purple mist was cold and filled with killing intent. He'll die for stealing from the Black Dragon auction house. Elder Yu gnashed his teeth in anger. The Fiend Blood King, who was sitting in front, felt the killing intent behind him and was frightened. The auction continued. Fights like the one between Qinyu and the Fiend Blood King were common here. After paying attention to it for a while, people turned their attention back to the auction. The items that the Spirit Abundant auction house had brought out this time were all good. Qinyu felt the same way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent more than 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones. That was not all. Following that, Qinyu made several moves and seized several cultivation resources. And this time, the Fiend Blood King didn't raise the price. Who is this person? He's actually so extravagant. He's already spent more than 200,000 upper-grade primordial stones. To be able to sit in the VIP pavilion, I'm afraid his status isn't too bad. Everyone guessed that there were those who were in awe and those who were greedy. The other people in the VIP pavilions also noticed Qinyu, but they didn't pay much attention to him. I don't know who this person is, but he has a lot of primordial stones. It's a pity that the auction is only halfway through, and he has already spent so many primordial stones. I'm afraid he doesn't have the qualifications to compete for the final treasure. In VIP Pavilion 10, Evil Cloud King looked at the pavilion Qinyu was in and said calmly. Many people in the VIP pavilions had the same thought as Evil Cloud King. But in the following auction, Qinyu spent another 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones, which attracted attention. Evil Cloud King couldn't help but change his evaluation. I'm afraid this person is not simple. Maybe he's a competitor. The auction gradually entered the late stage. After that, several magical weapons appeared one after another, which stirred up the atmosphere of the auction. Ghost Bone Sword, a low-grade magical weapon, a fine product of the same level. It's refined from the hand bone of a high-level king, and can increase the power of Ghost Path combat skills by 30%. The starting price is 25,000 upper-grade primordial stones, and each bid must be no less than 500. The appearance of the Ghost Bone Sword caused a group of Ghost Path cultivators to bid wildly. A low-grade magical weapon, a fine product of the same level, was simply the best magical weapon for Ghost Path cultivators at the early stage and the peak stage of the Star Condensation realm. 3 people in the VIP pavilions made their moves. In the end, the price of the Ghost Bone Sword soared to 60,000, and it was won by the mysterious man in VIP Pavilion 3. Everyone who didn't get the Ghost Bone Sword just now, don't worry. The next magical weapon is not inferior to it at all. The woman in white's words stirred up everyone's mood. Evil Dragon Armor, a top-notch defensive armor among low-grade profound weapons. It's made from the scales of a high-grade sacred beast, the Evil Light Dragon, as well as several rare metals and minerals. The weapon spirit in the Evil Dragon Armor is a dragon-type ancient beast at the early stage of the Star Condensation realm. If this armor is fully activated, even a king at the peak of the early stage of the Star Condensation realm will find it extremely difficult to break. The starting price is 25,000 upper-grade primordial stones, and each bid must be no less than 500. The woman in white smiled slightly. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone rushed to bid. There was no doubt that the Evil Dragon Armor had a greater demand. 5 experts in the VIP pavilions made their moves. Evil Cloud King also participated. Although he didn't need it, this magical weapon was just right for his grandson. This Evil Dragon Armor isn't bad. Qinyu evaluated indifferently. If he hadn't practiced the divine body of 4 symbols, Qinyu might have bid for this item to enhance his defense ability. For him now, the Evil Dragon Armor was not as useful. Moreover, this magical weapon didn't match the divine body of 4 symbols. In the end, the Evil Dragon Armor was sold for 66,000. Holy Fire Fruit, a 6,000-year-old treasure. It contains pure fire energy. Not only can it be used to refine one's primordial chi and boost one's cultivation, it's also the main ingredient in some precious elixirs. The starting price is 20,000 upper-grade primordial stones, and each bid must be no less than 500. 22,000. An excited voice rang out from the 5th guest room. It really is the Holy Fire Fruit. This king didn't come to the human territory in vain. A man in a red robe laughed loudly in the pavilion. Although he looked human, he looked slightly strange. He had no eyebrows, red lips, and long pointed ears. I knew that the holy fire fruit was what you wanted, Eclipse King. But it looks like the competition is not small. This is the human territory, so you can't fight for it. A man beside him laughed loudly. He sat cross-legged on the ground like a small mountain. His skin was dark yellow, and his face was ferocious. Even if it's a competition of wealth, I might not lose. The red-robed man, Eclipse King, said indifferently. The bidding continued. Eclipse King shouted, 34,000. 35,000. A calm voice came from the 6th VIP building next door. Hee, it's that kid. He has already bid more than a dozen times and has never failed. The burly man revealed a playful smile, waiting to see how Eclipse King would deal with it. 38,000. Eclipse King snorted coldly and continued bidding. He knew that the person in the 6th pavilion was rich, but the other party had wasted too many primordial stones before, so his chances of winning were high. The bidding continued. When Xianxia shouted the high price of 58,000, Eclipse King's face turned livid and he looked extremely embarrassed. This price had exceeded the original value of the holy fire fruit. Even if he continued bidding and obtained the holy fire fruit, it would not be worth it. Bastard human, how dare he compete with me? If he dares to step out of disordered Ocean City, I will cut his head off the next moment. Eclipse King shouted coldly. The burly man beside him smiled and did not continue mocking him. He was afraid that Eclipse King would not be able to control his anger and cause trouble. Golden Mountain Pagoda, middle grade Xian artifact. Hearing the voice of the woman in white on the auction stage, a 2-foot-tall golden pagoda appeared before the burly man's eyes. His expression changed and he was extremely excited. Haha, it's my turn to bid. The burly man's eyes were excited as he stared at the 2-foot golden pagoda on the auction stage. This Xian artifact's original grade might be superior grade, but due to its damage, it is dropped to middle grade. Even if it is damaged, this Xian artifact is still extremely powerful. It can transform into a 1,000-foot pagoda and suppress everything. In addition, there is an internal space inside that is 3,000 feet long and wide. The starting price is 30,000 upper-grade primordial stones. After the woman in white finished her introduction, the place was already in an uproar. This middle-grade Xian artifact did not seem to have any strict requirements for the cultivation technique. Anyone could use it to suppress their enemies. What was even more unique was that this Xian artifact was related to space. It's finally here. Xianxia revealed a smile. He had participated in this auction to wait for this Xian artifact. Although the burning demon halberd was enough for him. It was just right. It was not particularly powerful and he would not be able to use it for long. What was more, heavy Xian artifacts were very rare and could only be found by chance. Now that he had encountered the Golden Mountain Pagoda, he could not miss it. 32,000 upper-grade primordial stones. Xianxia shouted. At present, in the eyes of outsiders, he had established the impression that he was wealthy and generous, so he did not have to worry about anything else. In the 5th room. The burly man was just about to bid when he heard the voice coming from the next room. The corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. How many primordial stones does this kid have? He has just snatched the holy fire fruit, and now he wants to compete with me for the Golden Mountain Pagoda? The burly man looked unhappy and immediately shouted, 33,000. He was determined to get the Golden Mountain Pagoda. 35,000. Elder Yu of the Black Dragon Auction House rushed to bid. He was also very interested in this middle-grade Xian artifact, but he did not have much hope. 36,000. Evil Cloud King bid. Then, in the other VIP rooms, people began to bid one after another. In the first VIP room, a pointy-faced man in a black and gold robe was lying on a big chair, and a woman was kneeling behind him, massaging his shoulders. Another stunning beauty was lying in the arms of the pointy-faced man. She was naked and allowed the pointy-faced man to reach into her underwear and grope. You two guess, how many primordial stones do I need to buy this Xian artifact? Whoever guesses correctly will be rewarded by me. The pointy-faced man curled up the corners of his mouth. I'm afraid that not many people would dare to snatch something that young Master Yuan likes. I guess young Master can get it with 50,000 upper-grade primordial stones. A dimple appeared on the face of the woman who was massaging his shoulders. The pointy-faced man did not speak, feeling quite speechless. This was a middle-grade Xian artifact. In addition, there were many experts here, many of whom came for the Golden Mountain Pagoda. How could it be possible to get 50,000 upper-grade primordial stones? He thought to himself that this woman was short-sighted. I think, after all, this is the disordered sea plane, and there may be many ignorant people who contradict young Master. It should be 60,000 upper-grade primordial stones to get it. The woman lying in the arms of the pointy-faced man said with a smile. The pointy-faced man nodded slightly. This price was only slightly lower than the price he had estimated. 37,000. 37,500. 50,000 upper-grade primordial stones. The pointy-faced man shouted and directly increased the price by more than 10,000 upper-grade primordial stones, causing a moment of silence in the auction house. 50,000 upper-grade primordial stones. The person in the first VIP room increased the price by more than 10,000 upper-grade primordial stones, causing the auction to fall into a moment of silence. I was wondering who it was. It's General Nia's son, Nia Yuan from the City Lord's mansion. That's right. The first VIP room has always been young Master Yuan's private room. I didn't expect young Master Nia Yuan to also have his eyes on the Golden Mountain Pagoda. He is rich and has a powerful background. He is the most powerful competitor. Many people in the auction withdrew from the bidding. Looking at Nia Yuan's momentum, it was obvious that he was determined to get the Golden Mountain Pagoda. It was not worth it to offend this young master if he could not win. The evil cultivators of the disordered ocean plain committed all kinds of crimes and were lawless. But in this area, the City Lord's mansion of the disordered ocean city was the strongest existence. No one dared to challenge the authority of the City Lord's mansion. In the fifth VIP room, the corner of the ferocious-looking burly man's mouth twitched. He looked irritated. Nia Yuan in the first VIP room was definitely a powerful competitor. Moreover, this was the territory of the human race. He was simply the little tyrant here. Haha, Brother Liu, you are no better than me. The Eclipse King looked at the burly man's depressed expression and laughed heartily in his heart. After all, the burly man had laughed at him when he failed previously. But in general, both of them were from foreign races. They had come for the treasures of the Lingfeng auction house. If they both returned empty-handed, it would be too embarrassing. Brother Liu, just bid. If you don't have enough primordial stones, you can borrow from me. The Eclipse King calmed down. He did not obtain the sacred fire fruit just now, and the primordial stones he prepared were still in the storage space. It's enough that I have a brother. The burly man was not too impulsive. After all, he had to return the primordial stones he borrowed. If it was within his range, he would definitely borrow it and get the Golden Mountain Pagoda. 51,000 upper-grade primordial stones. The burly man bid. In the sixth VIP room, Jinyu also noticed the situation in the first VIP room. Indeed, there are many competitors for such a treasure. Everything was within his expectations, so Jinyu was not too worried. However, the discussions in the auction house allowed him to learn the identities of the people in the first room. He's actually the son of a general in the City Lord's mansion. Jinyu was slightly surprised, but at the same time, he felt that it was a pity. In order to meet the Royal Azure Sky Emperor, he had prepared two plans. One of them was to build up a good relationship with the other upper echelons of the City Lord's mansion, or even bribe them. The general's son, Nia Yuan, was a good choice. But it was a pity that Jinyu would not give in to a middle-grade Xian weapon like the Golden Mountain Pagoda. 52,000. Jinyu said. Fiend Blood King was shocked to see that Jinyu still dared to bid. How many primal stones did this kid spend? How can a mere initial stage star condensation realm have so many high-grade essence stones? Jinyu had already spent more than the value of the goods that Fiend Blood King had robbed. At the same time, he didn't expect that Jinyu would dare to go against young Master Nia Yuan of the city governor's estate. After this auction, I believe there will be many like-minded friends who will attack that kid. Fiend Blood King sneered. He was no longer worried about losing again. The amount of wealth Xianxia displayed during the auction this time was truly astounding. As long as no one knew what kind of big shot or background Xianxia had, someone would target him, investigate his identity, and then kill him. In addition, at the auction, Xianxia plundered resources wantonly and also offended many famous villains. 52,500. Elder Yu of the Black Dragon Auction House bid 53,000 upper-grade primal stones. Many experts bid, and the figures in the VIP pavilions also bid. In the number 1 VIP pavilion, the woman had just guessed that Nia Yuan could get the Golden Mountain Pagoda for 50,000 upper-grade primal stones, but in the blink of an eye, the price had exceeded 50,000. This made her so ashamed that she shut up and didn't speak. But the naked woman lying in Nia Yuan's arms said with a smile, "Sure enough, there are still so many blind people. I'm afraid that you will have to spend more primal stones to get the Golden Mountain Pagoda." When the woman saw this scene, she couldn't help but think that the other party was really good at talking. No wonder young Master Nia Yuan doted on her so much. It's just a few primal stones. I don't care about it. Nia Yuan's face was slightly cold, and his big hands were kneading the woman in his arms. It would be a lie to say that he didn't care about it. If his father knew that he was being extravagant outside, he would inevitably beat him up. 66,000 upper-grade primal stones. Nia Yuan said, gritting his teeth. Previously, he estimated that it was about 66,000 primal stones. At this moment, he added another 10,000 upper-grade primal stones on top of the original price, showing his determination and wealth. Several people gave up. Some people only hesitated for a moment and continued to increase the price. 65,000 upper-grade primal stones could barely reach the value of an ordinary middle-grade magical weapon. 67,500. The burly man in the number 5 pavilion had a firm look in his eyes. As an expert of the foreign clans, he was not afraid of Nia Yuan, but he was afraid that the price was too high and he didn't have enough primal stones. 68,000. Xianxia said calmly. For him, heavy weapons were hard to come by, and the value of the Golden Mountain Pagoda was far higher than this number of primal stones. Moreover, he had a lot of primal stones, but if he missed this middle-grade magical weapon, it would be difficult to find a second one. 68,500. 70,000 upper-grade primal stones. Nia Yuan shouted coldly. This had exceeded his expectations. 71,000. The evil Cloud King smiled lightly, not taking Nia Yuan seriously at all. Nia Yuan thought too highly of himself. As the son of a general, his status was indeed extraordinary, but his deterrent power was limited. Moreover, those who had the ability to compete for a middle-grade magical weapon were not ordinary people. The evil Cloud King's residence was outside the disordered Sea City, and he had his own territory and many subordinates. Unless General Nia came in person, Nia Yuan was not worthy of his attention. The price soared. In a short while it reached 80,000, which was so far the highest price. When Nia Yuan shouted this price, his whole body was covered with a layer of sweat. He did not know how many punches the old man would give him if he knew this. 81,000. In the fifth room, the burly man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Eclipse King, you promised to lend me primal stones, don't go back on your word." At this level, it was already beginning to approach the final price of the magical weapon. The burly man did not want to give up. Below the stage, Elder Yu shook his head and backed out of the competition. Although this magical weapon was good, it was not very suitable for him. Moreover, in his line of work, he was very careful with his primal stones and was not willing to spend too much. 81,500. Nia Yuan once again called out a price. With a cold shout, his cold and sharp eyes glanced at the number 5 pavilion, sneering, "You and I have the same interest, you both like this, Golden Mountain Pagoda. I wonder who you are. I would like to know you." Everyone could hear that this was a threat. "I don't want to know you." 82,000. The burly man did not give Nia Yuan any face, and was not afraid of his threat. This scene shocked everyone. Sure enough, those who could afford such a price were not ordinary people. Otherwise, they would not dare to speak to Nia Yuan like this. 83,000. Nye Yuan refused to show weakness. The burly man's words angered him even more. Nye Yuan continued to increase the price. Just as Nye Yuan and the burly man were competing with each other and constantly shouting prices. 90,000. In the sixth room, there was a light voice. The bidding suddenly stopped. The burly man and Nye Yuan were stunned for a moment. The sudden high price of 90,000 upper-grade primal stones caught them off guard and made them hesitate. Haha, I'm a little interested in this person. Evil Cloud King smiled faintly and gave up bidding. 91,000. Nye Yuan sat up straight and shouted with a red face. He guessed that Xianxia must be bluffing. 90,000 upper-grade primal stones might be the highest price he could offer. The burly man hesitated for a moment and was interrupted before he could speak. 95,000. Xianxia said calmly. He directly increased the price by 4,000 upper-grade primal stones. Even Nye Yuan did not dare to continue bidding. Even if he succeeded in the end, the final price would most likely be ridiculously high. Good move, the Golden Mountain Pagoda is yours. Nye Yuan shouted coldly, his eyes staring angrily. In the competition for the Golden Mountain Pagoda, Xianxia had crushed him in an overwhelming manner. Nye Yuan could not swallow this anger. The two women next to him looked nervous and did not dare to speak. Suddenly, the woman who had previously massaged Nye Yuan's shoulders said, "Young master, please calm down. Although you did not bid for the Golden Mountain Pagoda, it does not mean that you can't get it." She meant for Nye Yuan to use his fist power to snatch back the Golden Mountain Pagoda. What do you know? Nye Yuan's anger could not be quelled, and he angrily scolded, "Dare to compete with me and can afford this price, how can it be an ordinary person?" At this time, there was a knock on the door of the pavilion. Who? Nye Yuan shouted. I like to help others. Seeing that young Master Yuan is troubled, I intend to help you get back the Golden Mountain Pagoda. There was a low laugh. Nye Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course, he would not believe the other party's words, but he was still a little confused. Come in. The door opened, and a mysterious man wearing a blood-colored cloak came in. Who are you? Nye Yuan asked. Seeing that young Master Yuan was on guard, the Evil Blood King took off the blood-colored cloak and revealed his true face. Evil Blood King? Nye Yuan thought for a moment and remembered the name of the person in front of him. Yes. You don't have the ability. Get out. Young Master Yuan smiled lightly and said disdainfully. Although the Evil Blood King was famous, the distinguished guest of the sixth pavilion had spent a total of 400,000 or 500,000 upper-grade primordial stones in this auction. His financial power was amazing and definitely not simple. Could the Evil Blood King deal with the mysterious man of the sixth pavilion? The corner of the Evil Blood King's mouth twitched. He was annoyed in his heart, but he forced himself not to explode. The identity of the other party made him afraid. Moreover, he also needed Nye Yuan to help him deal with Xianxia. Young Master Yuan, you overestimate your opponent. The Evil Blood King smiled lightly. What is his identity? Nye Yuan immediately asked. He's just at the early stage of the star condensation realm, a rogue cultivator who has just come to the chaotic sea plane. The Evil Blood King looked calm. That's impossible. Nye Yuan denied. How could such an ordinary background have so many primordial stones? There is one thing that you may not know. In order to dispel Nye Yuan's doubts, the Evil Blood King told him about the grievances between him and Xianxia. But he changed many details. For example, he had increased the value of the batch of goods and claimed that he was on par with the enemy. Then, Xianxia suddenly appeared and took advantage of the situation to make a huge profit. Nye Yuan was not afraid that the Fiend Blood King was lying to him. After all, he could send people to investigate what the Fiend Blood King had said. Don't worry, young Master Yuan. I will not joke around with my life. If young Master discovers that the other party's cultivation is not at the star condensation initial stage, you can just leave immediately. Fiend Blood King continued. Nye Yuan almost let down his guard. He didn't believe that the Fiend Blood King would dare to harm him in Disordered Ocean City. Kill that person and the Golden Mountain Pagoda will be mine. As for the other treasures in his hands, I want 30%. Nya Yuan said with a big appetite. He had witnessed Qinyu looting resources on a large scale. According to the evil blood king, the yuan stones Qinyu used to sell those treasures were all from him, but Nya Yuan still wanted a share. The fiend blood king hesitated. He did not expect Nya Yuan to be so greedy. Not only did he want the Golden Mountain Pagoda, he also wanted 30% of the other spoils. After thinking about it, the evil blood king agreed. The reason why he cooperated with Nya Yuan was not because of Nya Yuan's strength, but because of his background. Even if there was any trouble, it would be safer for him to be on the same boat as Nya Yuan. It's a deal. The fiend blood king agreed without hesitation. It's a pleasure working with you. Nya Yuan revealed an evil smile. He had not expected that the person in the 6th guest pavilion was only at the early stage of the star condensation realm. What a pleasant surprise. Before long, he would be able to obtain the Golden Mountain Pagoda without spending a single primal stone, as well as other treasures. Sir, this is the item you've won. A female attendant came over with a tray. On the tray was a 2-foot-tall golden pagoda. After putting down the items, he took another look at Qinyu. There were so many experts competing for the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Qinyu had an absolute advantage, crushing the others, including Nya Yuan of the city lord's residence. Unfortunately, this guest was wearing a pitch-black mask and his face could not be seen. After the maid left, Qinyu waved his hand and the Golden Mountain Pagoda flew over. Slowly pouring his yuan qi into it, Qinyu could feel that the weight of the Golden Mountain Pagoda had multiplied. It emitted an ancient radiance and an invisible gravitational force was emitted. Qinyu immediately retracted his hand. If he continued to activate the Golden Mountain Pagoda, the pavilion would definitely be destroyed. Good quality. Qinyu observed for a while and nodded in satisfaction. The materials used to create the Golden Mountain Pagoda were extremely high quality. Before it was damaged, it could have been a high-grade Xian weapon. Subsequently, his spiritual awareness entered the inner space of the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Qinyu felt as if he had really entered an ancient pagoda. His surroundings were spacious and quiet, with nothing in sight. He walked around the interior of the Golden Mountain Pagoda and did not find any problems. This can be used as a storage space. Other than that, it can also be used as a mobile cave. Qinyu concluded. However, using the Golden Mountain Pagoda as a storage space was a little unsafe. Who would use a storage space to smash someone? If it was a moving cave, then the interior of the Golden Mountain Pagoda definitely could not compare to a true cultivation cave. Therefore, from Qinyu's perspective, the inner space of the Golden Mountain Pagoda was somewhat useless. As for the other aspects, he would only be able to see them after refining them. There are no items that I need in the following auctions. Qinyu glanced at the form. Swish, his figure suddenly disappeared, hiding in the space. He walked out of the attic and left the Lingfeng auction house. Qinyu also knew that he had offended a lot of people by revealing his wealth this time and might attract attention. Therefore, he left early. After returning to the guest room of the restaurant, Qinyu took out the Golden Mountain Pagoda again, refining this middle-grade Xian weapon. After refining, the Golden Mountain Pagoda could be his trump card. Time flew by. When Qinyu was refining the Golden Mountain Pagoda, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Sweeping his spiritual awareness, the restaurant seemed to be normal and there was nothing unusual. But Qinyu always had a feeling that something was wrong. There's a problem. Qinyu did not act rashly and continued to refine the Xian weapon. Suddenly, swoosh, a sharp and domineering dark golden sword light flashed. Qinyu suddenly opened his eyes and retreated. The next moment, gotcha, the whole restaurant was divided into two, and the cut was very neat. Besides, no one knew when, except for Qinyu, there was no one left in the restaurant. Eh? You actually dodged this young master's sword. A light voice came out. At this time, Qinyu noticed 4 figures outside the restaurant that had been split in two. One of them was a man in a black and gold robe. His long hair was flying, and he was extraordinarily handsome, holding a golden sword in his hand. This person was at the peak of the early stage of the star condensation realm. that sword just now was from him. The three people next to him, two at the early stage of the star condensation realm and one at the middle stage of the star condensation realm, were all wearing cloaks and masks. Qinyu looked around and found that the scene was normal, and there seemed to be nothing wrong. But the problem was big. At the moment, 4 people besieged him and the whole restaurant was divided into 2, but there was nothing unusual around, which was abnormal in itself. Are you wondering why we dared to fight in the disordered sea city, why no one around noticed, why? The man in the blood-red cloak smiled proudly. But halfway through his words, Qinyu interrupted him, why do you talk so much nonsense? Before the man in the blood-red cloak could finish, he was looked down upon by Qinyu, which made him feel uncomfortable. Don't think that I can't recognize you just because you're wearing a cloak, Fiend Blood King. Qinyu said calmly. Hee, you recognized me again? I'm curious, how did you find me? The Fiend Blood King took off his blood-red cloak, revealing a pale face and blood-red eyes. But this was the first time Qinyu saw the Fiend Blood King's true face. Who else could find me in such a short time besides you? Smiling faintly, Qinyu took out a golden token and tossed it to the ground. You came here based on this token, right? You know? The Fiend Blood King was shocked. Qinyu had just thought of it. Although the Fiend Blood King failed in his attack on the Black Dragon auction house, he should have hidden his identity to avoid revenge. But the Fiend Blood King appeared in the Lingfeng auction house and accurately judged Qinyu's identity, deliberately raising the price. There was only one explanation. The Fiend Blood King was in cahoots with the Lingfeng auction house. In that case, the Lingfeng auction house definitely didn't like Qinyu, so the Fiend Blood King's identity as a VIP who gave Qinyu the golden token was very suspicious. But now, the Fiend Blood King had found him so quickly and accurately judged Qinyu's location. This meant that the Fiend Blood King had a way to locate Qinyu. It wasn't hard to guess that the golden token given by the Lingfeng auction house was used to locate him. Since you know, why do you still have the token with you? The Fiend Blood King was surprised. Was Qinyu looking for death? Or did he have something to rely on? If I didn't have it with me, why did you come here to die? I was afraid you didn't know the way. Qinyu sneered. You're courting death. The Fiend Blood King was furious. He was humiliated by Qinyu again. Seeing the Fiend Blood King being humiliated by Qinyu, Nia Yuan couldn't help but think that the Fiend Blood King was stupid and useless. Fiend Blood King, let me take his life. Nia Yuan's eyes were full of pride, and he said very calmly. Qinyu had won the Golden Mountain Pagoda at the auction, which made him lose face. Today, he would kill Qinyu with his own hands. At that time, he could use this as an excuse to ask for more spoils of war. Young Master Yuan, be careful, the Fiend Blood King was about to warn him. Although Qinyu's cultivation was at the early stage of the star condensation realm, his combat strength was extraordinary. Before, the peak of the early stage of the star condensation realm and his team had been killed by Qinyu. Nia Yuan didn't think much of it. He thought that the Fiend Blood King wanted to snatch more spoils of war. Before the Fiend Blood King finished speaking, Nia Yuan made his move. Demon Gold Sword Chop. Nia Yuan's sword chi soared into the sky, and the sword in his hand was wrapped in a layer of dark golden sword chi. This magical weapon was at the top of the inferior grade, and Nia Yuan's strength was not simple. His whole body seemed to have turned into a proud and peerless sword. Qinyu found that there seemed to be an invisible barrier around him, and the sword chi released by Nia Yuan was blocked by the barrier. It seems that the entire restaurant is sealed by a spatial magical weapon or a spatial formation, Qinyu murmured in his heart. This was the reason why the other party dared to make a move in the disordered ocean city. As long as they killed him and quickly left, it would not be a big deal. After all, this was the disordered ocean plains. If it were any other famous cultivation city, no one would dare to make trouble. Seeing that Qinyu was not paying attention and was still observing the surroundings, Nia Yuan's eyes narrowed. You're at death's door, and you're still looking around. Don't die without even knowing how you died. With these words, he swung his sword. Boom, the dark golden sword curtain suddenly slashed down, sharp and domineering. Before the sword light arrived, a strong sword intent rushed into Qinyu's mind and disturbed his thoughts. However, Qinyu's soul was no weaker than Nia Yuan's, and he instantly dispelled the influence. Facing Nie Yuan's sword, he activated the body of the constellation, and the star acupoints all over his body shone. Pung, Qin Yu clenched his fist and met the dark golden sword curtain with a golden radiance. The sword curtain was instantly shattered by Qin Yu's fist. This is... Nie Yuan was stunned for a moment. He thought that Qin Yu had a powerful trump card, but he did not expect that Qin Yu would use such a simple method to break his attack. He's a body cultivator, so his strength and defense are a bit unusual. Seeing that Nie Yuan was at a disadvantage, the Blood Fiend King spoke again. Nie Yuan could not refute the Blood Fiend King's explanation. Qin Yu's move had indeed shocked him, but they had 4 people on their side, including the Blood Fiend King, who was in the middle stage of the star condensation realm. How could they not deal with Qin Yu? Don't let him get close. Let's attack together. The Blood Fiend King said. Nie Yuan nodded. The 4 slightly spread out and attacked at almost the same time. Blood exploding palm. The Blood Fiend King's surroundings were filled with blood chi. His vitality was extracted and turned into a bloody palm that emitted a rotten and bloody aura. Demonic gold wild sword. Nie Yuan's momentum increased again, and a trace of madness appeared on his face. He slashed wildly with the sword in his hand, and the overbearing and fierce dark golden sword chi whizzed over like the sharp claws of a demon. The other 2 people in the early stage of the star condensation realm, who were gathered by the Blood Fiend King, also attacked Qin Yu at this moment. I'll use you guys to test the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Qin Yu did not take the 4 people's attacks seriously. He took out a 2-foot-tall golden pagoda. Originally, Qin Yu planned to use the Golden Mountain Pagoda as his trump card, which he would not use easily. But he had just obtained this middle-grade magical artifact, and he wanted to see the power of the Golden Mountain Pagoda. A 2-feet-tall golden pagoda appeared in Qin Yu's palm. His yuan qi poured into it, and the Golden Mountain Pagoda blossomed with golden light, revealing a simple and heavy aura. Golden Mountain Pagoda! Nie Yuan exclaimed. The next moment, the Golden Mountain Pagoda increased in size. It was hundreds of feet long and wide, crushing the entire restaurant into ashes. The Golden Pagoda slowly rotated, shining with golden light, suppressing everything. Boom, boom. Boom, the Golden Mountain Pagoda blocked the attacks of the 4-star condensation kings. There was a loud rumble, and the violent airflow tore. The Golden Mountain Pagoda still stood there quietly, shining brightly. This treasure is mine. Nie Yuan stared at the Golden Pagoda, his eyes flashing. No wonder it was a middle-grade magical weapon. It had blocked the attacks of the 4-star condensation realm experts, and was still unharmed. Of course, it was not the time to admire this magical weapon. Boom, the Golden Mountain Pagoda suddenly moved. It pushed forward, shooting out endless golden light at an extremely fast speed. The golden light enveloped the 4, and there was a heavy pressure that made their blood stagnate. The attack method of the Golden Mountain Pagoda was very simple. It was as simple as Qin Yu's punches and kicks. It was a direct collision. Its weight was amazing, and its speed was frighteningly fast. One could imagine its power. Boom, the golden light exploded, and the world seemed to be shaking. The surrounding boundary was distorted and unstable. The evil Blood King retreated to the side, his face pale and his heart beating fast. And Nie Yuan's arm was hanging straight down. The bones inside were smashed, and he screamed in pain. The other 2 early-stage star condensation realm experts were directly turned into meat paste under the impact of the Golden Mountain Pagoda. The smell of blood wafted. Good power. Qin Yu smiled. He had only refined the Golden Mountain Pagoda to 80 or 90%. He was very satisfied that it could exert such power without being completely refined. Qin Yu, how dare you destroy my arm? You're courting death. I will make you wish you were dead. Nie Yuan endured the great pain and stared at Qin Yu. Swish. With a flash of dark golden light, his profound artifact flew out, bringing along a majestic sword chi, traversing horizontally. King Fiend Blood, kill him. Nie Yuan roared. The evil Blood King shuddered. He didn't expect the Golden Mountain Pagoda to be so powerful that it could kill 2 of his helpers in an instant. Qin Yu's strength was too terrifying. Adding on the Golden Mountain Pagoda, it was impossible to kill him. The evil Blood King couldn't back down. he couldn't leave Nia Yuan behind, so he had to take action. Qin Yu, if you dare to attack young Master Nia Yuan of the City Lord Mansion, you will definitely die. Shouted the Fiend Blood King, using Nia Yuan's identity to threaten Qin Yu. Even the evil Cloud King did not dare to attack Nia Yuan in the disordered Ocean City. Qin Yu would definitely be afraid of Nia Yuan's identity and be restrained. In this way, he would still have a chance to kill him. Just as the Fiend Blood King finished speaking, puff, he spat out a ray of blood light from his mouth, and a dark red blood bead the size of a baby's fist emerged, exuding an evil and filthy aura. The moment this bead appeared, blood chi surged, and there were countless blood-red baby faces in it. They were ferocious and horrible, screaming again and again. Swoosh, the blood bead flew out and arrived in front of the Golden Mountain Pagoda, producing a violent blood-colored explosion. Even the Golden Mountain Pagoda shook and moved. It could be seen that the blood bead of the evil Blood King was not simple. Clang, Nia Yuan's sword collided with the Golden Mountain Pagoda, and there was a sound of metal colliding. Is he the general's son, Nia Yuan? Qin Yu stared at Nia Yuan, slightly surprised. He had competed with Nia Yuan for the Golden Mountain Pagoda at the Lingfeng auction house, but Qin Yu had not seen Nia Yuan's true face, so he didn't know. If he had not competed with Nia Yuan for the Golden Mountain Pagoda, Qin Yu had planned to befriend this little overlord of the City Lord Mansion and use this opportunity to meet the Emperor of the Royal Blue Sky. Unfortunately, Qin Yu had provoked Nia Yuan for the Golden Mountain Pagoda. At this moment, the two of them had become enemies. There was no room for reconciliation. The first plan couldn't succeed. I can't stay here all the time. I have to go to the 8 Great Emperor Sex. In this case, I'll try the second plan before I leave. Qin Yu made up his mind. The first plan was to befriend the higher-ups of the City Lord Mansion. The second plan was to make a big noise and alarm the Emperor of the Royal Blue Sky. Now you're afraid? You know you shouldn't offend me? But it's too late. Nia Yuan was arrogant. It's not too late. I'll use you to carry out the second plan. Qin Yu sneered. Swish, as the Golden Mountain Pagoda rotated, it quickly shrank and returned to a height of 2 feet. At first, the evil Blood King thought that Qin Yu didn't dare to attack Nia Yuan, but the faint smile and madness on Qin Yu's face denied the evil Blood King's naive thoughts. The next moment, the evil Blood King and Nia Yuan saw Qin Yu throw out the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Swish, a beam of golden light came straight at Nia Yuan. Oh no! Nia Yuan felt a strong sense of danger, and the soft armor on his body flashed with silver light. In addition, he took out a talisman paper, which turned into a dark yellow rune light shield that enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, the golden light descended and suddenly expanded, turning into a giant golden pagoda that was a few hundred feet tall. Boom, a violent aura spread in all directions, and the ground shook violently and cracked inch by inch. In the outside world, in the eyes of outsiders, there was nothing special about this restaurant. It was just that it was covered in a bright golden light and the barrier seemed a bit unusual. In the disordered Ocean City, barriers were very common. For example, the City Lord Mansion was completely covered in a barrier, and outsiders couldn't see anything inside. However, this restaurant was relatively ordinary, and it rarely used a barrier. Why did it use such a high-level barrier at this moment? When the crowd's gazes landed on a skinny old man beside the spirit formation, they immediately came to a realization. Isn't that the Blackbone King? He used to be a fierce demon in the disordered ocean plain. In the end, he worked for the City Lord Mansion and became General Nia's butler. Most of the time, he secretly protected Nia Yuan. It seems that someone offended young Master Nia Yuan. Maybe he's already dead. Sigh, I'm a bit envious of Nia Yuan. He can kill people in the disordered Ocean City without any scruples. Many passers-by whispered and didn't dare to get close. Although the disordered Ocean City was a cultivation city, it was different from other famous cultivation cities. Killing was only prohibited on the surface, but it was common for people to kill people in secret. Some people quickly fled the disordered Ocean City after sneak attacking their targets. Some people bribed the patrol team of the City Lord Mansion or bribed higher-level figures to reduce their punishment. In the crowd not far away, Elder Yu of the Black Dragon auction house and a purple-haired woman watched the scene in silence. They had originally been watching the Evil Blood King, and then they came here. Elder, what's going on? Why is the Evil Blood King with young Master Niayuan? It seems that Niayuan and the Evil Blood King are working together to deal with some enemy. The woman in purple sent a voice transmission. No matter what, if the Evil Blood King has a good relationship with Niayuan, we won't be able to do anything. Elder Yu's eyes were gloomy. Not only them, but many wandering cultivators were also paying attention to the restaurant. Most of them were just watching the show. Suddenly, buzz, the golden light that enveloped the restaurant twisted and then calmed down. It seems that the fight inside is very fierce. What's the use of resisting? Even if he can escape after offending Niayuan, can he get past Zhao Mingji? Everyone discussed with pity and mockery. Soon after, buzz, the surface of the barrier twisted again and expanded a bit. The people who had come to join in the fun took a deep breath. The battle inside was so fierce. The skinny old man, the Black Bone King, who was guarding the side, frowned. Why couldn't young Master Niayuan and the Evil Blood King defeat the enemy? He felt that something was wrong, so he took out an array flag and was about to go in and check the situation. At this moment, bang, a part of the golden barrier expanded violently and then cracked, and a golden spire pierced out. Rumble, the barrier twisted and instantly disappeared. The scene in the restaurant was just an illusion. Everyone felt that the scene in front of them suddenly shattered, and another scene suddenly appeared. The restaurant disappeared, and there was a giant pit on the ground. A giant golden tower stood in the void, shining brightly. Butler, save me! Following that, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Under the golden tower, the dark yellow rune light shield around Niayuan, the son of General Niayuan, was shattered, and the silver scales on his body were also crushed. Niayuan's chest caved in, and blood splashed out. His life was in danger. Stop, you thief! Seeing this, the Black Bone King's eyes emitted a cold death chi and he suddenly shouted. Once Niayuan died, he couldn't blame himself. Boom, a gloomy ghost chi spread in all directions. The Black Bone King made his move. He was also in the middle stage of the star condensation realm, but he was an old king of the evil path. His reputation had spread hundreds of years ago, and the Evil Blood King couldn't compare to him. Boom, in the void, a pale bone claw stretched out from the ghost fog, as if it came from hell, and it wanted to drag Chinyu away. Get lost. The star acupoints on Chinyu's body flashed, and white starlight lingered. As he punched out, everything between heaven and earth seemed to dim. Only Chinyu's fist bloomed with the most dazzling light, like a shining star. Boom, the pale bone claw collided with the shining star. The bone claw was extremely powerful. It crushed the star, but it was also slowly disintegrating. After the blow, everyone was shocked. The Black Bone King was a famous evil demon hundreds of years ago. This boy actually took a blow from the Black Bone King, who is in the middle stage of the star condensation realm. I know who he is. Look at that golden pagoda. It's the magical weapon, Golden Mountain Pagoda, that appeared at the Ling Feng auction. In the end, it was obtained by a mysterious guest. I'm afraid it's this boy. The Black Bone King was also shocked. Although he had the upper hand in that blow, he didn't cause the slightest injury to Chinyu. Where did this boy in the early stage of the star condensation realm come from, at this moment? Ah, Niayuan's last scream was heard. His body was suppressed by the Golden Mountain Pagoda, separated from his head, and blood flowed to the ground. Heavens, Niayuan is dead. It's over, it's over. This boy is too impulsive. He killed Niayuan. There's nowhere for him to hide in the world. Niayuan was dead. His body was crushed into minced meat, and his head rolled out. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The people who had gathered around to watch the show were all stunned as well. He killed Niayuan. Oh no, oh no. This kid is too impulsive. There's nowhere for him to hide after killing Niayuan. Elder Yu and the purple-robed lady gasped as they widened their eyes in shock. They guessed that Niayuan and the Evil Blood King had teamed up to deal with the others. But they didn't expect it. The Evil Blood King was seriously injured, and Niayuan died on the spot. This is like piercing the heavens. Elder Yu sighed. Elder, the evil Blood King is seriously injured. The woman in purple stared at the evil Blood King. Attack. Take King Fiend Blood's life, and the Black Dragon auction house's reputation will improve. Elder Yu immediately shouted. Although the evil Blood King was suspected of helping Chen Yu. But this opportunity wouldn't come again. After this, the evil Blood King would hide again, and it would be difficult to find him. In the air, the Black Bone King and the evil Blood King attacked Chen Yu. Go to hell. The Black Bone King looked furious. He didn't like Nia Yuan because he thought Nia Yuan was just a mediocre person who relied on his father. But Nia Yuan was killed under his protection. No matter what, the Black Bone King was responsible. Only by taking down Chen Yu could he reduce his punishment. The Black Bone King hated Chen Yu to the bone, so he attacked with a killing move. Sizzle, black bone fingers dozens of feet long shuttled through the air like huge arrows, emitting a gloomy aura of death. Facing an expert like the Black Bone King, Chen Yu had to be careful, not to mention that the evil Blood King was next to him. The evil Blood King was also frightened at this moment. To a certain extent, Nia Yuan's death was related to him. Bang, he controlled the blood droplets, which were the size of an infant's fist, to continuously shoot at Chen Yu, creating a violent storm of blood light. Facing two middle-stage star condensation realm experts, Chen Yu would be in danger if he didn't have the Golden Mountain Pagoda. At this moment, Chen Yu retreated while fighting. The second plan was to cause a huge commotion and alert the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign. However, it was not safe. He still had to leave a way out for himself. If the situation went awry, he would have to leave the disordered Ocean City immediately and flee to another place. Suddenly, Elder Yu and a purple-robed woman flew toward King Fiend Blood. Fiendish Blood King, how bold of you to rob the Black Dragon auction house's goods. We will take you down today. Elder Yu shouted. He was telling the others that he wasn't helping Chen Yu and that he did have a deep grudge against the evil Blood King. When the Fiend Blood King saw Elder Yu and the purple-robed woman, he panicked. Elder Yu was at the middle stage star condensation realm, and the purple-robed woman was at the peak of the early stage star condensation realm. Most importantly, the Fiend Blood King was injured at this moment. He was definitely not a match for these two, and his life might even be in danger. Elder Yu, please stop. It was all a misunderstanding. King Fiend Blood smiled apologetically. Misunderstanding? King Fiend Blood, you're funny. Elder Yu sneered. A huge black rod appeared in his hand, and he swung it fiercely, stirring up a storm of evil light. Elder Yu, this is really a misunderstanding. Although I robbed the Black Dragon auction house, I didn't succeed. King Fiend Blood King looked bitter and slowly told them what had happened. It was very embarrassing, but it was related to his life. King Fiend Blood King couldn't care less. With the help of Elder Yu and the others, King Fiend Blood King was restrained and the pressure on Chen Yu was greatly reduced. Even if the Black Bone King was a veteran at the middle stage of the star condensation realm, he had the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Boom, Chen Yu slammed his palm on the Golden Mountain Pagoda. While flying, the Golden Mountain Pagoda suddenly enlarged and shattered the Black Bone King's attack with unstoppable force. In the actual combat, Chen Yu became more and more adept at using the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Black Bone Skybreaking Finger. The Black Bone King kept using powerful finger techniques, but he couldn't do anything to Chen Yu. He had to admit that the Golden Mountain Pagoda, a middle-grade magical weapon, was indeed a big problem. However, Chen Yu's cultivation was too low to fully exert the power of the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Moreover, there was a huge gap between their cultivations. It might be able to offset the advantage that the magical weapon brought to Chen Yu. Black Bone Skybinding Formation. The Black Bone King raised his hands high, and endless black ghost chi rushed into the sky. The moment the Golden Mountain Pagoda hit. Swoosh! 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 In the dark clouds of ghost chi in the sky, nearly 100 white bone fingers as long as 100 feet suddenly shot out. The white bone fingers landed around the Golden Mountain Pagoda and formed a large formation, binding the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Go to hell! The Black Bone King stretched out his pale palm. His forelimbs suddenly fell off and flew toward Chen Yu in the shape of a claw. The Black Bone King's palm rolled up endless cold ghost mist, which expanded 100 times and became as pale as a skeleton's claw. However, before it could even descend upon Xianxia, a wave of sinister and frightening ghostly energy bombarded his mind. Xianxia was frightened and his face turned cold. Star-patterned clothes, he activated the defensive combat skill of the body of constellation, and the star acupoints burst out flowing light and turned into a starry robe, which he draped over his body. Then, he stabbed out with the sky-burning demon halberd. Bang! The strike of the sky-burning demon halberd fell on the huge skeleton's claw, causing a shocking explosion. The attack of the demon halberd was destroyed, and the fierce ghost chi poured toward Xianxia, but the defense of the star-patterned clothes reduced the damage by 80%. Whoosh, whoosh. Xianxia retreated dozens of feet. His chi and blood were tumbling in his body, but he was not seriously injured. Swish, the huge palm shrank and returned to the Black Bone King's arm. The tearing pain in his palm made the Black Bone King a little angry. At this moment, 2 beams of light from the blood flame, dispelling the evil ghost chi, pierced toward the Black Bone King. After the blood-glazed flame had swallowed the flame essence crystal, its quality had improved a lot, so the Black Bone King did not dare to underestimate it. Bang! Bang! The Black Bone King struck out with 2 palms at the beam of blood flame, destroying both of them. However, his palm was injured because of this. It was charred black, and he felt a burning sensation. Suddenly, Xianxia approached and punched with both fists. 2 huge balls of white light streaked across the night sky. The Black Bone King was indeed strong, but Xianxia was not afraid. Once he got close, he could even defeat an experienced mid-stage star condensation state like the Black Bone King. The battle shocked all directions. In a densely populated cultivation city like the disordered ocean city, this battle was extremely eye-catching. The pupil has surpassed the teacher. This early-stage star condensation state can injure the Black Bone King. What a miracle. Such a genius is usually the top disciple of the 8 emperor sects, or even the divine sects. Why would he appear in the disordered ocean plains? The discussion was intense. In just a short while, the number of onlookers had doubled. Of course, most people stood far away, not wanting to be involved. But there were exceptions. Black Bone King, I'll help you. An early-stage star condensation state joined the battle. He had once bribed the Black Bone King to do something for him. In order to further improve his relationship with the Black Bone King, he chose to join the battle. Then, another peak early-stage star condensation state joined the battle. This person had some friendship with the Black Bone King. Not far away, the Eclipse King and the burly man, who had left the auction house, were attracted by the battle and were very curious. What's going on? The burly man looked at the chaotic scene. Nya Yuan is dead. The Eclipse King stared at Nya Yuan's head and took a deep breath. Although he was from a different race, he knew of Nya Yuan of the disordered ocean city. He did not expect the other party to be killed in his own territory. This was really funny. It's the person in the 6th VIP room. The burly man looked at the Golden Mountain Pagoda, then his gaze fell on Xianxia. He had always thought that the mysterious person in the 6th VIP room must be someone with a powerful background. In the end, the other party was just a young early-stage star condensation state. But it was such a young early-stage star condensation state who killed Nya Yuan in the disordered ocean city. It's this person who snatched my sacred fire fruit and your Golden Mountain Pagoda. The Eclipse King seemed to see Xianxia about to die and his mood became better. He's just an early-stage star condensation state. Bastard, where did he get so many primordial stones? The burly man was very indignant. Logically, the Golden Mountain Pagoda should be his. Whoosh, the burly man rushed out and approached the battlefield between Xianxia and the Black Bone King. Brother Liu, what are you doing? The Eclipse King shouted. Hee, kill this person and take the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Then, we will run. The burly man transmitted his voice and laughed evilly. Moreover, Xianxia had killed Nya Yuan. Even if he killed Xianxia, the human experts of the disordered ocean city's city lord mansion would not pursue him. They might even be grateful. On the other side, Elder Yu, the evil blood king, and the others had also resolved their grudges and chose to attack Xianxia. I didn't expect the person who snatched the Black Dragon auction house's item to be you. I'm now representing the Black Dragon auction house to take back what belongs to me. Elder Yu shouted and swept out with his staff, causing the sky to darken. Qin Yu, die for this king. The evil blood king was covered in injuries as he roared. Although he had convinced Elder Yu and the purple-dressed woman, he was no match for them in the short exchange. His injuries were much more serious. Rumble, experts charged over from all directions. The Blackbone King, the Evil Blood King, the two people from the Black Dragon auction house, the burly man disguised as a human, and the king who was helping the Blackbone King with resources. At this moment, Qin Yu was surrounded by enemies, everyone seemed to see him die a tragic death and the scene of the experts dividing the benefits. Indeed, the second plan is quite difficult. Qin Yu shook his head and sighed. The current situation was extremely risky. Qin Yu's eyes were resolute. He took out 2 precious materials from his storage space and swallowed them. These 2 precious materials were cultivation resources that he had bid for at the Lingfeng auction house. They could increase his cultivation level. Star. Rainbow purple essence grass and heaven essence flower. Does this kid want to make a breakthrough? The burly man recognized the precious materials that Qin Yu had taken and was shocked. Haha, he's desperate. That's why he used this plan. But the star condensation realm can't be broken through so easily. The evil blood king sneered. Really? Qin Yu smiled faintly. His cultivation level was about to break through. At this moment, his potential was squeezed out again. At the same time, he activated the power of his heart to speed up the absorption of the medicinal effects. A faint mist and purple mist rose from Qin Yu's body. This was the scene of the 2 precious materials taking effect. In the next moment, a giant whirlpool appeared and devoured the heaven-earth essence qi in all directions. Qin Yu's aura gradually rose and his eyes were dazzling. Oh no, he's going to break through. The Blackbone King was shocked to find that the aura in Qin Yu's body was quickly becoming stronger. It had reached a threshold and was about to break through. Boom, starlight gushed out from the surface of Qin Yu's body, and the dazzling light illuminated his surroundings like a god. He broke through. The evil blood king's heart skipped a beat and he was dumbfounded. This was too fast. He broke through just like that. Starlight gushed out from the surface of Qin Yu's body, and the dazzling light illuminated his surroundings like a god. His cultivation had successfully broken through to the peak of the early star condensation realm. 2 yuan qi stars, 1 big and 1 small, revolved rapidly in his body. Borrowing the momentum of his cultivation breakthrough, Qin Yu activated the method of opening star acupoints in the celestial body. Open! He shouted, 18 white balls of light suddenly blossoming from his body. Qin Yu had opened 18 star acupoints in an instant. At the same time, the Golden Mountain Pagoda, which had been bound by the Blackbone King, broke free and returned to Qin Yu's hand. He broke through. That kid managed to break through in such a desperate situation. Just now, Qin Yu was surrounded by enemies from all sides and was in a passive position. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation breakthrough had shocked the enemies and suppressed their momentum. Many people who had come to watch the show were also shocked by the scene. Facing so many strong enemies, Qin Yu had broken through under unprecedented pressure. Could he escape from this situation? Sigh, what a pity. He killed Nia Yuan. He will die for sure. Even if he broke through, he can't change his fate. No one was optimistic about Qin Yu's chances. The Blackbone King, the Blood Demon King, and the others also regained their composure. With so many people, even if Qin Yu had broken through a small level, it wouldn't affect the outcome. This person killed young Master Nia Yuan in the disordered Ocean City. Everyone, help me capture him. The Blackbone King shouted. Up until now, Qin Yu had given him too many surprises. The other party had powerful treasures and extraordinary cultivation techniques. Only by capturing him alive could they obtain more benefits. Moreover, Qin Yu had killed Nia Yuan. Capturing Qin Yu alive would be able to appease General Nia's anger. Most importantly, Qin Yu had too many enemies, so the possibility of capturing him alive was very high. The Blackbone King, the Blood Demon King, Elder Yu, and the burly man of the foreign race, the 4 mid-stage star condensation realm experts, surrounded Qin Yu. Apart from that, the purple-dressed woman and the two monarchs who were assisting the Black Bone King also made their moves. Facing such an opponent, a normal peak early-stage star condensation cultivator would be obliterated in the blink of an eye. Boom, the Black Bone King's arms fell off and turned into pale white ancient building claws that were hundreds of meters long. They struck out with boundless eerie ghostly chi. The Fiend Blood King controlled the blood bead, which turned into a beam of blood light that shot toward Qinyu. Elder Yu raised his black cudgel high up in the air and swept up a black glowing evil wind tornado that rushed down from the sky. The muscles on the burly man's body bulged. As he punched, a dark yellow fist light flew out like a small mountain. With 4 intermediate-stage celestial condensation realm experts besieging him from all sides, Qinyu had nowhere to hide. Whoosh, space power Upanishad rippled from Qinyu's body. He flashed and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the Golden Mountain Pagoda. The golden light on the surface of the Golden Mountain Pagoda was dazzling. It rotated rapidly, setting off a golden hurricane. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the 4 intermediate-stage celestial condensation realm experts fell on the Golden Mountain Pagoda, setting off a series of deafening explosions. The Golden Mountain Pagoda was a middle-grade magical artifact. Before it was damaged, it might have been a top-grade magical artifact. Its material was very hard. Even the attacks of the 4 intermediate-stage celestial condensation realm experts didn't leave any mark on it. Occasionally, the aftermath of the attacks rushed into the Golden Mountain Pagoda, but it posed no threat to Qinyu. He waved his hand and erased it. Whoosh, suddenly, the Golden Mountain Pagoda moved, shooting out countless beams of golden light. The Fiend Blood King felt an unprecedented pressure. His body sank a little, and his hair stood on end. The Golden Mountain Pagoda was crashing toward him. Before the breakthrough, Qinyu's strength had already surprised him, not to mention that Qinyu had come with the Golden Mountain Pagoda after the breakthrough. Whoosh, without saying a word, the Fiend Blood King burned his yuan energy and retreated quickly. Qinyu immediately jumped out of the Golden Mountain Pagoda and slapped the shrunken Golden Mountain Pagoda. With his powerful body and the help of the profound meaning of space, the Golden Mountain Pagoda caught up with the Fiend Blood King in a flash. Among the 4 intermediate-stage celestial condensation realm experts, the Fiend Blood King was injured and the weakest. Boom, the Golden Mountain Pagoda grew larger, turning into a huge golden pagoda mountain, crashing down. Puff, the yuan energy light shield on the Fiend Blood King's body was smashed. He flew backward for hundreds of meters, spitting out blood. This scene shocked the other 3 intermediate-stage celestial condensation realm experts. With the Golden Mountain Pagoda, Qinyu was unstoppable. "We must pin down the Golden Mountain Pagoda," the burly man shouted. He was very interested in this magical artifact, and it was indeed powerful. Without the Golden Mountain Pagoda, Qinyu would have been helpless against their attacks. After beating back the Fiend Blood King, the other side panicked and immediately fled. Qinyu sneered and didn't continue to attack the Fiend Blood King. Although the Fiend Blood King was injured, he was at the intermediate-stage celestial condensation realm after all. Maybe he had some life-saving trump card. After breaking out of the encirclement, Qinyu turned his attention to the enemies who were not at the intermediate-stage celestial condensation realm. For example, the purple-dressed woman and the 2 kings who had helped the Black Bone King. Swish, Qinyu's figure flashed out like a meteor, rapidly approaching the purple-dressed woman. "Elder Yu, save me!" The purple-dressed woman's face was pale as she screamed. Even the Fiend Blood King, who was at the intermediate-stage celestial condensation realm, had been knocked back by Qinyu. Her cultivation was at the peak of the early-stage celestial condensation realm. How could she be a match for Qinyu? "Scoundrel, stop!" Elder Yu bellowed. The long black staff in his hand flew out, setting off layers of evil light and black wind towards Qinyu, preventing Qinyu from attacking the purple-dressed woman. Boom, Qinyu punched out first. The power of his fist was violent and shocking. It was like a falling star, smashing towards the purple-dressed woman. Facing Qinyu's all-out punch, the purple-dressed woman's defense was instantly shattered. Bang, her clothes were torn, revealing a large portion of her body. Her body flew back, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Right at this moment, Elder Yu's black staff descended. Qinyu reached out with his palm to block it. Pung! So, he followed the attack of the black staff and flew back. It wasn't that Qinyu couldn't block it, but he used this force to close in on the purple-dressed woman. Boom! The attack from the black staff passed through the star-patterned clothes and shot toward the purple-dressed woman. Ah! The purple-dressed woman screamed as her body was sent flying. Severed limbs flew everywhere. Gasp! The spectators all sucked in a cold breath. Facing the encirclement of so many experts and the obstruction of Elder Yu, Qinyu actually killed the purple-dressed woman from the Black Dragon auction house. Qinyu, the Black Dragon auction house will never forgive you. Elder Yu roared with a savage expression. However, Qinyu didn't seem to hear it. After killing one person, he closed in on the other two kings who had come to help the Black Bone King. Seeing this, the expressions of the four middle stage star condensation realm experts changed. If they let Qinyu kill more people, they would lose face. This man killed the people of the Black Dragon auction house and stole our goods. I'll deal with the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Please help the Black Dragon auction house recover its losses. Elder Yu said with a smile. There were too many people. He was afraid that the spoils of war would be unevenly distributed, so he emphasized it. The Black Bone King, the Evil Blood King, and the burly man didn't object. The next moment, Elder Yu took out a dark blue chain, which was flowing with water light and gave off a cold evil aura. Clink! With a crisp sound, the dark blue chain turned into a bolt of blue lightning and flew toward the Golden Mountain Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, the dark blue chain circled the Golden Mountain Pagoda dozens of times and then suddenly contracted, binding the Golden Mountain Pagoda. The light on the Golden Mountain Pagoda suddenly dimmed. The Black Bone King controlled the two skeleton claws in the void and grabbed at Qinyu. The Evil Blood King and the burly man both used their killing moves. Qinyu had temporarily lost the help of the Golden Mountain Pagoda, so it was a great opportunity to defeat him. The two kings who helped the Black Bone King breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the four middle stage star condensation experts attack Qinyu. However, when they looked at Qinyu, he looked calm, as if he didn't care, and there was a faint disdainful smile on his lips. Murderous heart mantra, heart-rending, dong. 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 The mysterious heart beat violently, and a rapid and powerful vibration spread in all directions. At this moment, the bodies of the four middle stage star condensation experts, the early stage star condensation expert, and the early stage star condensation expert all stiffened, and the yuan qi in their bodies became chaotic. The early stage star condensation expert bled from his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. His vitality dissipated, and his body fell. He had been killed by the murderous heart mantra. The other early stage star condensation expert wasn't much better. He staggered back, his face pale, and his heart cracked. He was extremely weak. Bang! Qinyu's fist descended. The opponent didn't have time to recover. Ah! A scream sounded and then suddenly stopped. Another expert had died. At this time, on the battlefield, only Qinyu and the four middle stage star condensation experts were left. Boom! The Golden Mountain Pagoda spun fiercely, and its volume increased, breaking free from the restraint of the blue chains. After all, Elder Yu had been affected by the murderous heart mantra, and the restraining power of the blue chains decreased sharply. Retreat! The burly man shouted. The Golden Mountain Pagoda was near them, but this magical weapon had been restrained by Elder Yu and couldn't display its power, so everyone let down their guard. But they didn't expect the Golden Mountain Pagoda to break free so quickly. Boom! The giant pagoda expanded rapidly, turning into a golden pagoda that was more than 1,000 zhang tall. It was like a giant mountain falling from the sky, crushing everything. The Evil Blood King, who was already seriously injured, was affected by the murderous heart mantra, and was hit by the attack of the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Puff! His body was covered in blood, and his heart was ruptured. He spurted out blood, and finally stopped breathing. Oh my god, he killed a middle stage star condensation expert. This is heaven-defying. Such a terrifying encirclement was destroyed one by one. The surrounding people couldn't stop exclaiming. Qinyu, who should have died without a doubt, actually managed to carve out a path of survival. First, he killed the woman in purple, then the two beast kings who helped the Black Bone King, and now he killed the Evil Blood King, there were still 3 middle-stage star condensation experts left. Could they deal with Xianxia? Just as everyone was wondering and looking forward to it, the sky changed color. Inside the city lord's mansion, endless dark golden light rose, piercing the dark clouds in the sky. Who is it? How dare you kill my son? A roar echoed in all directions. An old man in black armor appeared above everyone's head with dazzling golden eyes and a monstrous sea of sword chi. He was like a peerless divine weapon, suppressing everything. This person was a late-stage star condensation expert who had condensed 3 stars. General Nia is here. General Nia Hua is here. Everything is over. The onlookers gradually retreated, not wanting to be involved in Nia Yuan's death. But it wasn't over yet. Swish, endless blue light suddenly shot out from the city lord's mansion, and then the whole world was lit up. It was night, but it was as bright as day. Everything in sight was covered in a faint blue light. The blue clouds in the sky rolled, and a figure descended. His figure was incomparably majestic, like a god descending to the mortal world. Everyone watching couldn't see the appearance of the person, but their hearts trembled. They were in awe and wanted to worship him. Sovereign Lord, it's the mysterious Dark Realm's Sovereign Lord. Even the human race's Sovereign Lord was alarmed. Xianxia's death isn't worth it. In an instant, heaven and earth changed, and all was silent. Everyone looked up at the 2 figures above their heads. One of them was the general of the city lord's mansion, the late-stage star condensation realm Nia Hua, Nia Yuan's father. The other figure stood in the sky, as if he was the representative of heaven and earth. He emitted a majestic aura that no one dared to look directly at. This person was the one and only mystic dark sovereign lord of the human race. 2 top figures appeared at the same time. Everyone felt it difficult to breathe, and they didn't dare to move. At the edge of the disordered ocean city, the 4 from the White Tiger Sacred Clan came out of a restaurant. It's been half a month, and there's no trace of that kid. If he really wants to hide in the fringe lands, it'll be hard for us to find him. The 2 from the White Tiger Sacred Clan sighed. The white-clothed woman leading the group had a gloomy expression, and she kept her mouth shut. Was she going to miss the inheritance of the sky-traversing demonic god? They had searched here for more than half a month, and they still hadn't found any trace of Xianxia. There were many people here, and if Xianxia hid his identity, it would be hard to find him. Suddenly, the 4 from the White Tiger Sacred Clan felt a powerful pressure. Even though they were far away, the 4 of them were still shocked. What's going on? This pressure, it's the mystic dark sovereign lord. Let's go take a look. The 4 from the White Tiger Sacred Clan immediately flew over. Lord Meng. The black-armored elder looked at the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord in the sky and greeted him respectfully. For General Nia Hua to be so respectful, it confirmed the other party's identity. He was the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord in charge of this place. It was the first time for many wandering cultivators in the disordered ocean city to see the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. After the elder politely greeted him, he immediately lowered his head and looked at Nia Yuan's head. Who is it? How dare you kill my son? Nia Hua's eyes instantly turned blood red, and he roared. Boundless sword intent hummed. The hearts of the crowd trembled, and they didn't dare to anger Nia Hua at this moment. General, it's this kid who killed the young master. The Blackbone King immediately walked out and bowed respectfully. He was afraid that if he was too late, Nia Hua's punishment would come first. It's you? In the next moment, 2 beams of golden red light shot out of Nia Hua's eyes and descended onto Xianxia, carrying a violent sword intent. Nia Hua was incomparably powerful. His gaze was infused with soul sword intent. If it was an ordinary early-stage star condensation cultivator, this move of Nia Hua's would definitely cause severe damage to their soul. In serious cases, they might even become mentally retarded. Buzz, the jade pendant that Xianxia was wearing glowed with a pure and flawless holy light, exuding a vast and holy aura. Pop! When the soul sword intent slashed at Xianxia, it was weakened by 40% by the pure white light. The remaining soul sword intent bombarded Xianxia's soul. The pain in his mind was alleviated after a while. Eh? Nia Hua was surprised. Although it was just a casual attack, it was not something that an ordinary early-stage star condensation cultivator could safely block. He had also discovered that the main reason was the jade pendant on Qianyu's body, which had played a miraculous role at the critical moment, counteracting his soul sword intent. That jade pendant looked ordinary, but it could actually weaken his attack. It was really not simple. At this moment, the Black Dragon Auction House's elder Yu walked out. "General Nia, please seek justice for the Black Dragon Auction House. Qianyu had many treasures on him. If Niahua suddenly killed Qianyu and took all the spoils of war, it would be too late for him to regret." "Speak," Niahua said unhappily. "This kid killed people from the Black Dragon Auction House and even stole a large number of treasures from the Black Dragon Auction House. General Nia, please allow this kid to compensate for the Black Dragon Auction House's losses." Elder Yu braced himself and said. That batch of goods was truly precious, and it had a significant impact on the Black Dragon Auction House's reputation. Otherwise, he would not have spoken. "This general will investigate this matter," Niahua said coldly, emitting an invisible pressure that forced Elder Yu back. Elder Yu sighed inwardly. Niahua's actions were already a warning to him not to mention this matter again. But suddenly, 4 figures appeared in the distance. They were the 4 people from the White Tiger sacred race. "Greetings, General Nia." The leading white-clothed lady bowed. The human race and demon race had formed an alliance, and the other party was from the White Tiger sacred race. Niahua did not dare to underestimate them. "What do you want?" Niahua asked indifferently. "General Nia, this kid is a criminal that our White Tiger sacred race is investigating," the white-clothed lady said simply. She had just asked around about the matter and knew that Qianyu had killed Niahua's son, so he would definitely die. However, the white-clothed lady hoped that she could obtain the demon race's inheritance before Qianyu died. Niahua frowned slightly. Once it involved the human race and demon race, it would become more troublesome. After pondering for 2 breaths, Niahua suddenly said, "This kid killed innocent people in the disordered ocean city. Men, bring this kid back to the heavenly prison." Qianyu had killed his son, so he would definitely die. He would not let Qianyu die easily. Moreover, Qianyu seemed to have many treasures and secrets on him. Niahua wanted to interrogate them personally and then torture Qianyu to death. Therefore, he would not hand Qianyu over to the Black Dragon Auction House or the White Tiger sacred race. The White Tiger sacred race was too far away from the disordered ocean plains. Even if they were unhappy with him, they could not do anything. Niahua was not afraid at all. Swish! 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 3 figures flew over. All of them were wearing silver armor. They were 3 of the 8 commanders of the City Lord Matter. The 3 of them were also in the middle stage of the Star Condensation Realm. They instantly arrived beside Qianyu and prepared to capture him. Elder Yu let out a sigh. Once Qianyu entered the heavenly prison, it would be impossible for him to come out, and the Black Dragon Auction House would not be able to obtain any benefits. The 4 from the White Tiger sacred race shook their heads. This was the territory of the human race. If Niahua did not hand over Qianyu, there was nothing they could do. The surrounding people either felt pity for him. Such a prodigy of the human race was about to fall. Just when everyone thought that the dust had settled, a voice suddenly rang out. The Royal Sky Emperor Lord, who was like a god above everyone, spoke. "The City Lord Manor has a vacancy for one of the 8 commanders. Are you willing to take up this position?" The Royal Sky Emperor Lord's gaze landed on Qianyu. At this instant, the surroundings dimmed. Only Qianyu's body was surrounded by a green light. As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. What kind of development was this? The turn of events wasn't right. General Niahua was also dumbfounded. He had just given the order to send Qianyu to the heavenly prison. In the end, the Royal Sky Emperor Lord gave Qianyu the position of one of the 8 commanders of the City Lord Matter. When Niahua recovered from his shock, his face instantly turned ashen before turning black. He wanted Qianyu to die, but the Royal Sky Emperor Lord's words had given Qianyu a path to survival. He had just said to send Qianyu to the heavenly prison, but the Royal Sky Emperor Lord had given Qianyu a meteoric rise. Niahua was furious and embarrassed. The Royal Sky Emperor Lord's actions were equivalent to giving him a slap in the face in front of everyone. "I'm willing." Qianyu nodded his head. His eyes were still looking at the Royal Sky Emperor Lord in the clouds. Although he couldn't see the Royal Sky Emperor Lord's appearance, and although the other party was emitting a terrifying pressure, Xianxia could feel a sense of familiarity from the other party. He was certain that the other party was the Royal Sky Emperor of the great cosmos world. As for the Royal Sky Emperor Lord's words, Xianxia was puzzled. He had no idea what the Royal Sky Emperor Lord wanted to do. However, it was clear that if he agreed to this position, he would be exempted from any punishment. Lord Meng, this isn't appropriate. This person has just committed a crime in the disordered ocean city and even killed my son. How can he be a commander? Xianxia forcefully suppressed his anger and argued. He absolutely couldn't let the person who killed his son get away scot-free. Furthermore, if Xianxia became a commander, he would be living under the same roof as him. Xianxia couldn't bear to see the person who killed his son every day, but he couldn't take revenge. The reason why he killed Nie Yuan was because Nie Yuan had set up an ambush. He killed in self-defense and is not guilty. The Royal Sky Emperor Lord faintly said. Xianxia also felt that Nie Yuan was the one who made the first move. He was extremely clear about his son's character. No, this wasn't the main point. How did the Royal Sky Emperor Lord know about this? Could it be that he had been paying attention to Qianyu, Elder Yu, the burly man, the white tiger sacred race, and the others also felt that something was amiss? Had the Royal Sky Emperor Lord been paying attention to this matter? Qianyu's eyes flashed. The Royal Sky Emperor Lord actually knew about this matter, which meant that the Royal Sky Emperor Lord had been paying attention to him. Since that was the case, why did he only show himself now? There was a certain risk in executing the second plan. If the battle had continued for a while longer, he might have already left the disordered ocean city. Lord Meng, this matter has yet to be investigated. This brat killed my son, so this old man wants to interrogate him personally. Xianxia braced himself and said. He had to take revenge for his son's death. On the other hand, although the Royal Sky Emperor Lord was the Royal Sky Emperor Lord, he was a sinner of the human race. If it was an ordinary mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lord, he might not dare to object. However, the Royal Sky Emperor Lord was a sinner. Are you doubting me? The Royal Sky Emperor Lord's tone was slightly cold. The heavens and earth suddenly changed as if they were in winter. Even someone as strong as Xianxia couldn't help but shiver. The anger in his heart instantly dissipated. I don't dare. He immediately shook his head. In the next instant, everything returned to normal. It was as if everything was just an illusion. Xianxia was shocked. At the same time, he was furious. However, there was nothing he could do. Come with yours truly. The Royal Sky Emperor Lord said indifferently. He turned into a ray of azure light and entered the city lord's mansion. Qianyu quickly followed and disappeared from everyone's sight. The place fell into silence. Everyone took a long time to react. That brat is actually fine. He killed Nie Yuan and nothing happened to him. He even became one of the 8 great commanders of the city lord's mansion. Oh my god, how can there be such a good thing in the world? The discussion had just started, but it instantly exploded. The burly man quickly left and met up with the Eclipse King. He had a shocked expression. He didn't expect that today's matter would actually alarm the Royal Sky Emperor Lord. What was even more unexpected was that Qianyu, who was bound to die, actually came back from the dead. Could it be that he has some relationship with the Royal Sky Emperor Lord? The burly man guessed. I once heard from the elders that the Royal Sky Emperor Lord seemed to have committed some crime and was punished to guard this place, the Eclipse King murmured with his head lowered. He's fine? The 4 people from the White Tiger Sacred Clan were stunned. So this brat came to the disordered ocean plains with a purpose. The white-clothed lady suddenly understood. They had previously thought that Qianyu had come to the disordered ocean plains to seek refuge. They didn't expect that Qianyu had some relationship with the mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lord here. He had committed a heinous crime but was still fine. Even someone as strong as Xianxia could only swallow his anger and watch Qianyu swagger into the city lord's mansion. Xianxia stared at Qianyu as he flew into the city lord manor and disappeared. The person who killed his son was right in front of him, but he couldn't make a move. Xianhua's body emitted a violent sword intent, causing the surrounding people to tremble in fear as they quickly retreated. Peng, Niahua's palm landed on the Black Bone King's body. The Black Bone King spurted out blood and was sent flying hundreds of feet away. A huge wound appeared on his chest and blood gushed out. I didn't protect young master well. Please forgive me, General. The Black Bone King suppressed his injuries and anger, respectfully lowering his head. With Niahua's cultivation, if he had used his full strength and caught him off guard, he might have died just now. Niahua closed his eyes and didn't say anything. He knew that this couldn't be blamed on the Black Bone King. Even if the Black Bone King did his best to protect Niayuan, he couldn't stop Qinyu from killing him. General, the Emperor Lord is protecting this brat. Isn't he looking down on you? You're still the spokesperson of the City Lord Manor. The Black Bone King transmitted his voice. After following Niahua for so many years, he knew what to say at the right time. Niahua was currently angry and couldn't talk about Niayuan's death. Niahua's anger mainly came from Qinyu and the Azure Sky Emperor Lord, so these words could alleviate Niahua's anger. You're right. He didn't put me in his eyes at all. Niahua's expression was gloomy. He was still the #1 person in the City Lord Manor on the surface. The Azure Sky Emperor Lord was just a sinner trapped here. He didn't have any power and was only responsible for guarding this place. However, in this world, strength was everything. With strength came power. In terms of rules and principles, Niahua wasn't afraid of the Azure Sky Emperor Lord. However, he didn't dare to anger the profound Dark Realm Emperor Lord. Being hated by an Emperor Lord would make him unable to eat or sleep in peace. However, even if this brat becomes the City Lord Manor's commander, I can still deal with him. The position of a commander was below the general and even had to listen to him. As long as Qinyu made any mistakes, he would attack. General is mighty. The Black Bone King flattered. He also hated Qinyu and wanted Qinyu to die. Return. Niahua shouted coldly and left with Niayuan's corpse. Qinyu followed the Azure Sky Emperor into the City Lord's manor. The 10 guards in front of the City Lord's gate knelt on the ground and shivered under the Emperor's pressure. One of the guards with a sharp chin glanced at the sky. When he saw Qinyu, he was frightened and lowered his head. He didn't expect that not only did Qinyu have a relationship with the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler, but their relationship wasn't shallow either. The Royal Azure Dynasty ruler actually took the initiative to show himself and lead him to the City Lord's mansion. To the west of the City Lord's mansion, there were a few steep mountains and cliffs. It was quiet and leisurely, as if it was isolated from the world. Halfway up the cliff, there was a pavilion. The Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord landed outside the palace and gazed into the distance. Qinyu stood behind him, quietly looking at the person in front of him. At this moment, he did not have the slightest bit of majestic aura, just like an ordinary mortal. You finally found your way here. The Royal Sky Emperor Lord sighed. You don't want me to find you? Qinyu guessed that the mystic Dark Emperor Lord's methods were unfathomable. Perhaps the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord had already sensed him when he arrived at the disordered ocean plains. The Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord had always been paying attention to Qinyu. This also explained why the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord knew the reason why Qinyu killed Niayuan. However, the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord had long sensed Qinyu's presence, but he did not take the initiative to appear. If it wasn't for Qinyu causing a huge commotion that even alerted General Niayuan, the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord wouldn't have appeared. That's right. The Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord muttered. Qinyu already knew about this. The Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord's arrangement in the great cosmos world was for Qinyu to cultivate in peace and live a peaceful life. Suddenly, the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord turned around and faced Qinyu. Their gazes collided. Are you disappointed to see me? The Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord took the initiative to ask. Previously, although Qinyu knew about the relationship between him and the Royal Azure Sky Emperor, this was their first meeting. Hence, he didn't have any strong feelings for him. But at this moment, Qinyu could feel the emotions the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord was suppressing. There was excitement, anticipation, and even a trace of nervousness. Qinyu knew what the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord was referring to. From the great cosmos world to the main world, the news that Qinyu received about the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord was that he had colluded with the foreign races and was punished for it. The human race and the foreign races were mortal enemies. The Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord's actions had violated a great taboo of the human race. When Xinyu learned of this, he was somewhat disappointed in his father. But along the way, his mental state had grown and he had experienced some things. Hence, his attitude had changed. Xinyu knew that although the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord seemed to be asking casually, his answer might have a great impact. "I'm fine," Xinyu replied simply. He then asked another question, "Are you disappointed to see me?" The atmosphere instantly changed. "Ha ha ha." The Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord suddenly laughed. One could tell that he was very happy. "I'm fine as well." The Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord revealed a faint arrogance as he smiled. Xinyu was stunned. He was still very confident in himself and thought that the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord would praise him. But after thinking about it, the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord was also a supreme genius in the great cosmos world. He stood at the peak of the world and left behind many legends. Hee hee. Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. Haha, his laughter reverberated. Outside the Forbidden Ground, Niahua and the Black Bone King were preparing to enter the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord's territory to investigate the relationship between the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord and Xinyu. Suddenly, laughter rang out from inside. The Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord had been guarding this place for dozens of years, but this was the first time Niahua heard him laughing so happily. The two of them instantly stopped in their tracks as their expressions turned ugly. To be able to chat with the Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord to such an extent, their relationship definitely wasn't shallow. "What's going on with the outsiders?" Xinyu asked. He didn't believe that the Azure Sky Sovereign would collude with the foreign races to harm the human race. "Everything is over. It won't do you any good if you know." The Royal Azure Emperor Lord wasn't willing to say more. "What about my biological mother? You can always tell me that." He had met his biological father, but Xinyu knew nothing about his biological mother. "She has already passed away." The Green Cloud Royal Lord's emotions fluctuated slightly. He answered Xinyu's question, but it was no different from not answering. Xinyu noticed that when the Royal Sky Sovereign talked about his mother, there was a hint of helplessness and sadness on his face. He couldn't bear to ask more. Seeing that Xinyu was silent, the Royal Sky Emperor's expression returned to normal as he said, "Oh right, you have a fiancée, have you seen her?" "What?" Xinyu cried out. He didn't pursue the matter and let the Azure Sky Imperial Lord off. In the blink of an eye, the other party had given him a big surprise. "When did this happen?" Xinyu subconsciously asked. He would never have thought that he would have a fiancée in the main world. If the Royal Sky Sovereign didn't say it himself, he definitely wouldn't believe it. "When you weren't even born." The Royal Sky Sovereign's reply caused Xinyu to be speechless. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. "From the looks of it, it seems like you already have a partner? But it's normal for you to marry too." The Royal Sky Sovereign smiled. In response, Xinyu remained silent. A fiancé that he hadn't even met before birth, and he didn't even know the other party's character. Not only did Xinyu not have a good impression of it, he even felt a little conflicted. Suddenly, Xinyu thought of something and asked, "The Lin clan?" "That's right. If you don't like it, you don't have to take it," the Royal Sky Sovereign admitted and casually said. Xinyu felt that it was easy for his father to say it. After all, the Lin clan was a famous demigod clan of the human race. In the central region of the human race, there was a mountain range that was filled with purple vegetation. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. So, a purple goose carried a man with a wide face and flew into the mountain range. There were palaces and pavilions that blended in with the natural scenery. In the center of a quiet and elegant water pavilion, a beautiful woman sat upright. Her face was flawless and her eyes were like crystals. Her jade-like purple hair fell to the ground and fluttered with the wind. She was like a perfect fairy that descended into the mortal world. "Uncle Chen, what's the result?" the purple-haired woman asked calmly. Her voice was like a beautiful spring that seeped into one's heart. "According to your instructions, he participated in the selection, and he became first." The square-faced man, Lin Chen, replied. "First?" The purple-haired woman's eyes flashed with brilliance before disappearing. Even so, she had no interest in this man that she had never seen before. As for marrying him, that was impossible. Among the human race, she had countless suitors. She had seen countless descendants of the royal sky sovereign, and even a demigod had confessed to her. Thinking about this, the purple-haired woman was speechless. How could her father be so impulsive as to betroth her before she was even born? The purple-haired woman's instructions were for the Lin clan to help Qinyu participate in the selection, but to secretly increase the difficulty to prevent Qinyu from obtaining the selection. If Qinyu failed, it would prove that he was useless. At that time, even if the royal sky sovereign lord came to ask about it, he would have a reason to go back on his words. However, her fiancé didn't seem to be so ordinary. No wonder he was the descendant of the royal sky sovereign. Even if he came from a low-tier world, he wasn't simple. The 8 emperor sects will be recruiting disciples soon. Which one did he choose? The purple-haired woman asked. He went to the disordered ocean plains. Lin Chen told her the information he had received. Disordered ocean plains? Looks like he went to look for his father. However, the royal sky sovereign lord isn't the same as before. In the end, he could only enter the evil Sura prison that was closest to the disordered ocean plains. The purple-haired woman sighed. Although he didn't choose the Tianhe sect, the Lin family can't protect and take care of him to repay the favor. However, the Xiaoluo prison is very far away from the Lin family or the celestial sect where Miss is. It's very difficult to have any contact with Mississippi as time passes. The distance between him and young Miss will grow larger and larger. In the end, I'm afraid he won't even have the courage to stand before young Mississippi. Lin Chen smiled. He and I aren't from the same world. I'll have to trouble Uncle Chen to keep an eye on this matter. If there's nothing else, there's no need to report to me. The purple-haired woman was very calm from beginning to end. After she finished speaking, it was as if she had forgotten about this small matter. Lin Chen looked at the incomparably beautiful woman in front of him and actually felt a trace of pressure in his heart. This is the human race's current prodigy? Even though the other party's cultivation was lower than his and he was still a junior, he was able to make him feel pressured. When Qinyu found out that he had a fiancé in the origin world, he started to think about breaking the engagement. He knew nothing about his fiancé, so he couldn't accept her. May I know who she is? Qinyu asked. Why would he break the engagement if he didn't know? The daughter of the Lin clan's patriarch, Lin Yutian, Lin Yushuan. The Azure Sky Emperor Lord said. Lin Yutian. Lin Yushuan, these two names shocked Qinyu. He had done some research on the Lin clan, so he knew a bit about them. Lin Yutian was the patriarch of the Lin clan, a demigod clan with great authority. As for Lin Yushuan, she was even more impressive. She had the heavenly spiritual physique and was the #1 genius of the Lin clan in 1,000 years. She had countless suitors. Qinyu had heard people talking about Lin Yushuan several times when he was in the 5 major clans. You're not lying to me? Qinyu felt that this engagement was a little unreal. The daughter of the human race in the origin world was actually his fiancée? How can marriage be a joke? The Azure Sky Emperor Lord's expression was solemn. After confirming it, Qinyu started to think again. As a demigod clan, would the Lin clan allow him to marry another woman after marrying Lin Yushuan? Furthermore, Lin Yushuan was too outstanding and had countless suitors. She probably wasn't interested in Qinyu. This could be seen from the Lin clan's attitude. Logically speaking, he was Lin Yushuan's fiancé. Since they had found him, they should have brought him back. The two of them should interact and talk about marriage. However, the Lin clan gave Qinyu the feeling that they were in a hurry to repay the favor. Since they didn't want him, there was no need for Qinyu to be so shameless. If you don't like me, you don't have to. If it wasn't for Lin Yutian begging me to let my daughter be your concubine, why would I be so hasty to help you decide on your marriage? The Azure Sky Emperor Lord looked into the distance. However, Qinyu was dumbfounded when he heard this. Why didn't he notice that the Azure Sky Emperor Lord had a temper? Lin Yutian begged? Let his daughter be his concubine? How was this possible? However, Qinyu did not refute. Instead, he smiled and said, in that case, help me break the engagement. It's not convenient. Qinyu couldn't refute the Royal Azure Emperor Lord's reasoning. He was punished to guard this place for 1,000 years and was not allowed to leave under any circumstances. You don't need to worry about the marriage for now. Right now, you're one of the 8 commanders of the City Lord's mansion. Your treatment isn't bad. You've just broken through, so you should consolidate your cultivation base first. The Azure Sky Imperial Emperor continued. Qinyu didn't care about the position of the City Lord's mansion's commander, and he didn't plan to stay here for long. However, if he didn't accept this position, Niahua would definitely deal with Qinyu. Unless the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign publicly announced their father-son relationship. However, if that was the case, the crimes that the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler had committed would affect Qinyu and bring him more trouble. Niahua could also use this to kill with a borrowed knife. Qinyu knew the Royal Sky Emperor's intentions, so he didn't probe further. After leaving the residence of the Royal Sky Sovereign Lord, he came to the general's mansion and met the Black Bone King again. What are you doing here? The Black Bone King didn't give Qinyu any face. He couldn't wait for Qinyu to die. Because of Qinyu, he had lost all his face and even suffered from Niahua's anger. Currently, he was severely injured and wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. The position of a commander can only be conferred by the general. Black Bone King, don't you intend to help me report it? Qinyu asked with a smile. The Black Bone King instantly choked. When he saw Qinyu earlier, he couldn't help but be enraged and forgot about this matter. Qinyu would soon be one of the 8 commanders, and his position was even higher than the Black Bone King's. Please wait. The Black Bone King immediately left. A moment later, he came before Qinyu and handed over a set of armor and a token. The general said that he's busy and doesn't have time to hold an appointment ceremony. He'll hold one for you in the future. The Black Bone King said expressionlessly. Logically speaking, a commander's position was high and powerful, and there should be a ceremony to confer it. How could Niahua give Qinyu such an honor? He wanted nothing more than to rush out and kill Qinyu right now. Qinyu didn't care so much and left after taking the items. He didn't care about the commander's position at all. In the study room, Niahua's expression was gloomy. His son had just died, so how could he be in the mood to hold an appointment ceremony? Not to mention that the main character of the ceremony was the enemy who killed his son. This brat has a close relationship with the Azure Sky Emperor Lord. He won't be easy to deal with. Niahua felt somewhat vexed. If it was too obvious, he might anger the Azure Sky Emperor Lord. However, he couldn't take it lying down if he didn't do anything. After arriving at his new residence, Qinyu entered seclusion since there was nothing else for him to do. Although he had broken through to the pinnacle of the early-stage star condensation realm, it was still a little rushed. He needed to spend some time and energy to consolidate his cultivation so that he wouldn't leave behind any hidden dangers that would hinder his future advancement. The medicinal effects of the celestial rainbow purple elemental grass and sky essence flower had yet to be completely absorbed. Qinyu activated the medicinal effects once again and circulated the vast Star 9 transformations art to devour the heaven and earth yuan qi and condense elemental energy stars to consolidate his cultivation. While consolidating his cultivation, Qinyu also started to open his astral acupoints. The breakthrough in his cultivation caused the quality of his elemental energy to increase, and the difficulty of opening the astral acupoints had decreased. His talent in body refinement was excellent, and he mustn't waste it. Moreover, the divine body of 4 symbols was so powerful. 10 days later, Qinyu had opened a total of 6 astral acupoints, and his celestial form physique had strengthened significantly. On this day, outside Qinyu's residence, a blue-armored man appeared. Commander Chen, General Nye has arranged a mission for you. Qinyu, who was in the midst of opening his astral acupoints, opened his eyes. Got it. You can leave now. Qinyu didn't care. Niahua's mission was definitely not a good one. Qinyu didn't intend to carry it out. Moreover, he didn't intend to stay here forever. Yes. The blue-armored man was speechless. He inwardly thought that this new commander was really arrogant. He didn't even receive him and asked him to leave. Moreover, he didn't even ask about the mission. Was he planning to disobey General Nye? The blue-armored man put down the military order and left. Sigh, it's time to leave. After I join the 8 great emperor sects, I'll be able to come back when I have time. Qianyu sighed. There was only slightly over a month left until the 8 great emperor sects recruitment. Since he was about to leave, he didn't care about Niahua's mission. He ended his seclusion and came to the Azure Sky Emperor Lord's residence to inform him of his purpose. Join the 8 great emperor sects? The Azure Sky Emperor Lord pondered for a moment. The reason why I was able to obtain a spot in the 8 great emperor sects was because of the Lin clan's help. Qianyu added. No matter what, the Lin clan had indeed given him a lot of help. There's only slightly over a month left until the 8 great emperor sects recruitment. You can only enter the Evil Syrah prison that's near the disordered ocean plains. The Azure Sky Emperor Lord said calmly. Qianyu nodded his head. This was the only choice left. The Evil Syrah prison is an evil sect of the human race. Your vast Star 9 revolution art and physique tempering technique aren't suitable to enter. Why don't you wait a little longer? The Royal Azure Sky Emperor Lord gave his suggestion after his analysis. Qianyu also knew that the Evil Syrah prison wasn't the best choice. However, it was still one of the 8 great emperor sects of the human race in the origin world. It was many times better than the 4-star forces of the great cosmos world. Although it wasn't the best, it wasn't bad either. Wait a little longer? Qianyu was puzzled by the Azure Sky Emperor Lord's words. The 8 great emperor sects only recruited disciples once every 10 years. Did he have to wait for 10 years? Although the 8 great emperor sects aren't bad, they're just SOSO. The Azure Sky Emperor Lord said. The corner of Qianyu's mouth twitched. The Azure Sky Emperor Lord was bragging again. In the human race's territory, there were many 4-star forces. The top 8 were collectively known as the 8 great emperor sects. There was no lack of late-stage mysterious nether realm experts or even demigods. An emperor sect was enough to sweep through the great cosmos world. The Azure Sky Emperor Lord actually said that the 8 great emperor sects were just SOSO. Brat, do you have the confidence to enter the 3 great divine sects? The Azure Sky Emperor Lord looked at Qianyu and revealed a faint smile. The 3 great divine sects. Qianyu had only heard of the 3 great divine sects a few times, so he didn't know much about them. After all, the 3 great divine sects were too far away from ordinary cultivators. That was the top cultivation holy land in the human world. There were immortal state cultivators there, and they stood above all. 5 years from now, the 3 great divine sects will recruit disciples. Since you have the quota to enter the 8 great emperor sects, it's equivalent to having the qualification to participate in the divine sects test. The Azure Sky Emperor Lord introduced. The qualification to enter the emperor sects was equivalent to the qualification to participate in the divine sects test. This wasn't considered a secret, but to the 5 great clans, it was already a great fortune for their descendants to enter the 8 great emperor sects. If they gave up the qualification to enter the 8 great emperor sects and participated in the divine sects test, it would be equivalent to losing all the quotas if they failed. To the 5 great clans, every quota was extremely precious, so how could they waste it? Therefore, the 5 great clans didn't even consider letting their descendants enter the 3 great divine sects. Therefore, Qianyu didn't know about this before. He took a deep breath and after pondering for a moment, his eyes were filled with determination. Then I will wait for another 5 years to enter the divine sect. The 8 great emperor sects recruitment was about to begin, so Qianyu could only enter the nearby Xiaoluo prison. This wasn't a good path to choose. On the other hand, choosing the 3 great divine sects meant that there was a possibility of failure. However, Qianyu had a certain level of confidence in himself after being able to suppress geniuses of the same level. Relatively speaking, this path was much better. Since Qianyu was pressed for time, he still had to find the heavenly saint seed to save Yi Luofeng. Therefore, since he chose to wait for another 5 years, he must enter the divine sect. Seeing Qianyu's determination, the Azure Sky Emperor Lord nodded his head. Since that's the case, I'll stay here for a while. The Azure Sky Emperor Lord smiled. All right. Qianyu had nowhere else to go. After chatting for a while, Qianyu returned to his residence. The first 10 days of cultivation were not enough to consolidate his cultivation. Now that Qianyu had made a new choice, he went into seclusion again to consolidate his cultivation. On this day, A servant passed a message, "Commander, someone wants to see you outside the city lord's mansion." "Who?" Chen Yu asked. He didn't know anyone in the disordered ocean plains. They didn't say their names, but they said that they're from the White Tiger Sacred Tribe. It's them? Chen Yu didn't have a good impression of the four from the White Tiger Sacred Tribe, so he was about to send them away. But on second thought, he was now the commander of the city lord's mansion, with a high status and the Azure Sky Emperor Lord behind him. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to make a move against him here. Instead, they would have to be careful of Chen Yu's revenge. "Bring them to me." Under the guidance of the servant, the four from the White Tiger Sacred Clan arrived. This time, the four from the White Tiger Sacred Clan were slightly uneasy. Things were different now. Chen Yu had become the commander of this place and was related to an imperial lord. Only the white-robed woman's expression didn't change. She still exuded a faint arrogance. "Why aren't you bowing to the commander?" Chen Yu looked at the four with a playful expression and emitted the aura of a superior. Being watched by the White Tiger Sacred Clan had brought him a lot of trouble. Now that there was a chance, he naturally wanted to teach them a lesson. The four from the White Tiger Sacred Clan were indignant. In the previous few encounters with Chen Yu, they were the ones who chased after Chen Yu. But now that he had become a commander, they could only follow the rules of the human race. If they made Chen Yu unhappy, he would hold a grudge for being chased before and take revenge on them. Things would only become more difficult. Not to mention, now, they were the ones who needed help from Chen Yu. "Greetings, Commander Chen." The four bowed to him. Even the arrogant white-robed woman lowered her head slightly. Seeing the four from the White Tiger Sacred Clan admit defeat, Chen Yu went straight to the point. "Speak, what do you want?" "We want to make a deal with you in exchange for the core inheritance of the Skywalker Demon God." The white-robed woman was also straightforward. Skywalker Demon God, Chen Yu knew nothing about the secret realm of the monster race, he only knew that the physique tempering technique he had obtained was extraordinary. It seemed that the four from the White Tiger Sacred Clan knew a lot. The Skywalker Demon God was an immortal state expert among the ancestors of the monster race. He came from an ordinary monkey race, but he rose step by step and suppressed the other geniuses of the monster race, becoming the most brilliant genius of the monster race. He had close ties with many sacred clans and finally reached the immortal state. The white-robed woman briefly introduced. That was in ancient times, when the monster race once ruled the world, and the Skywalker Demon God was so brilliant, it could be seen how extraordinary he was. "What will you give me in exchange?" Chen Yu was more interested in this. The divine body of four symbols was originally a body tempering technique of the demon race, and he had only obtained it by chance. If he were to return the cultivation technique to them, he would be able to reap some benefits, so why not? Of course, if the benefits were too little, Chen Yu would definitely not agree. After all, from what the lady in white had said, the godly state monster was very powerful. The cultivation methods and battle skills that he valued were definitely worth more than anyone could imagine. This matter still needs to be discussed with the clan elders. Right now, we want to know, what core inheritance did you obtain? The white-robed woman said solemnly. The Skywalker demonic immortal was born in ancient times. It was too long ago, and there were not many records of his battle techniques. However, in the records that the lady in white had seen, the one that was most often described was the Skybreaker staff of the Skywalker Demon God. The staff technique was unpredictable and had infinite power. It had killed a god-state warrior before. If what Chen Yu obtained was the sky-shattering staff of primordial chaos, then the White Tiger Saint clan should be willing to pay a huge price. What I obtained was a body-tempering technique. Chen Yu did not directly mention the divine body of four symbols. A body-refining technique? The four White Tiger Saint clan members were puzzled. There weren't many records of the Skywalker demonic immortal in the ancient books. There are many body-tempering cultivators in the White Tiger Saint clan. Since the Skywalker demonic immortal left this cultivation technique, he must have taken a liking to it. The white-robed woman frowned. Although she had already guessed it, she was still a little disappointed when she found out that the inheritance that Chen Yu obtained was a body-tempering technique. Perhaps Chen Yu's performance back then wasn't enough to obtain the Skybreaker staff. "Goodbye, we need to return to the clan and let the higher-ups decide." the white-robed woman said decisively. Although she didn't know what body tempering technique Xianxia obtained was, she would definitely find out if she went back to the clan and looked through the ancient books. All in all, body tempering techniques were slightly less valuable. Moreover, there weren't many descriptions of body tempering from the Skywalker demonic immortal in the ancient books. Xianxia also saw the disappointment in the eyes of the 4 White Tiger Saint clan members. Could it be that the divine body of 4 symbols that he chose was the worst out of the 3? Xianxia didn't think much of it. Even if he had to choose again, he would still choose the divine body of 4 symbols. All of a sudden, a calm and gentle voice sounded in Xianxu's mind, the inheritance of the Skywalker demonic immortal, you cultivated the divine body of 4 symbols? The one who spoke was the royal Sky Emperor Lord. Not bad. When the White Tiger Saint clan wants this cultivation technique, you can make them pay for it. The royal Sky Emperor Lord chuckled. He seemed to know about the divine body of 4 symbols and praised it. Although body tempering techniques aren't mainstream, the true value of the divine body of 4 symbols lies in the fact that it incorporates the core legacies of the 4 sacred clans of the Yao race. Any clan that obtains this body tempering technique will be able to deduce several ancient lost battle skills based on the contents of the technique. They can even deduce the ancient battle skills of the other sacred clans. The royal Sky Emperor Lord added. Xianxia suddenly realized that the royal Sky Emperor Lord was quite knowledgeable. Even the people from the White Tiger Saint clan couldn't guess what physique tempering technique Xianxia was cultivating, but the royal Sky Emperor Lord was able to see through it easily. After the people from the White Tiger Saint clan left, Xianxia consolidated his cultivation and opened his star acupoints. In terms of resources, he had no lack of them. Back at the Lingfeng auction, he had obtained quite a lot of resources. Furthermore, he had a large amount of yuan stones with him, and with his position as a commander, he could exchange them for cultivation resources at the city lord's manor. This cultivation lasted for an entire month. On this day, the Black Bone King came to visit. Commander Chen, you've already delayed the mission given to you by the general for more than a month. Are you going to disobey the order? The Black Bone King's expression was unpleasant. Mission? That seems to be the case. Back then, when Xianxia was about to leave, he had tossed this matter to the back of his mind. Commander Chen, you've just been appointed and haven't made any contributions yet. If you still disobey the general's order, I'm afraid you won't be able to convince the masses. The Black Bone King said in a strange tone. Xianxia coldly glanced at the Black Bone King and stared at him with his pitch-black eyes. Black Bone King, are you unconvinced? The Black Bone King, who had been feeling slightly smug just a moment ago, instantly weakened his aura the instant his eyes met Xianxu's. The battle back then had left a shadow in his heart. As soon as the Black Bone King left, Xianxia heard the royal Sky Emperor Lord's voice transmission. Niahua has given you a mission. You can go take a look. Xianxia was slightly surprised. Normally, the mission given by Niahua wouldn't be good, but the royal Sky Emperor Lord actually wanted him to take a look. Wasn't he afraid that Niahua would harm him, or could it be that the royal Sky Emperor Lord was confident that Xianxia would be fine under his watch? Out of curiosity, Xianxia took out the order and checked the mission. Investigate the reason for the change in the soul-burying lake. It was just a few simple words. One of the reasons why the disordered ocean plains is so chaotic is because this is the border between the human race and the foreign tribes. The other reason is because there are 3 forbidden grounds here. Although it's dangerous, there are also many opportunities, especially the soul-burying lake, which is known as a treasure ground. The royal Sky Emperor Lord explained. Back then, Xianxia only came to the disordered ocean plains with a simple purpose. He didn't know much about other things. Now that he thought about it, there were indeed more cultivators in a chaotic place like the disordered ocean plains. There were as many experts as there were clouds, far more than in the 5 great spirit mountains where he was previously. 3 forbidden grounds. Every forbidden area might hide a secret that few people knew about, and it might also be a treasure trove. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be strong enough to ignore the dangers in the forbidden grounds. For those with weak cultivations, the forbidden grounds were truly forbidden grounds, but for those with strong cultivations, they were treasures. I understand. Xianxia nodded in response. He had already decided to stay here for a period of time. he couldn't avoid the mission given by Niahua. Since the Royal Sky Emperor Lord felt that there was no problem, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. On the same day, using his identity token, Xianxia summoned his subordinates and obtained relevant information. There were 8 commanders in the city lord's mansion, and each commander had 4 teams under them. Each team had many people under them. At this moment, the leaders of the 4 teams gathered in Xianxu's mansion. The 4 of them were all at the initial stage of the star condensation realm, and they were sizing up the young man sitting above. This was the most famous person in the disordered ocean city recently. He had killed Nia Yuan, fought against a group of heroes, and caused the enemy to tremble in fear. In the end, even when General Niahua personally made a move, he was still unable to punish Xianxia for his crimes. This was because the human race emperor who was overseeing this place had taken a liking to Xianxu's talent and appointed him as one of the 8 great commanders. The 4 blue-armored captains were fearful of Xianxu, but they weren't satisfied with this commander. On the surface, General Niahua still had the final say in the disordered ocean plains. However, Niahua didn't like Xianxu and had a deep grudge against him, so the teams under Xianxu would be implicated. "Tell me about the situation at the Soul Burial Lake," Xianxu said indifferently. An ordinary-looking woman with dark skin said, "There are 3 forbidden grounds in the disordered ocean plains, and the Soul Burial Lake is the one with the least danger and the most opportunities." The Soul Burial Lake was the source of conflict between the 3 races of the disordered ocean plains. In the end, the 3 races agreed to send a certain number of people into the Soul Burial Lake every 10 years to search for treasures. However, in recent days, there were changes in the Soul Burial Lake, and powerful evil spirits kept appearing, causing the Soul Burial Lake, which had the most opportunities, to become the most dangerous of the 3 forbidden grounds. What was the original Soul Burial Lake like? Xianxu asked with a frown. My apologies, I forgot. Commander Chen has just arrived and might not know about the Soul Burial Lake. The ordinary-looking woman smiled and continued to introduce the place. Although the Soul Burial Lake was called a lake, it was extremely vast and was divided into many regions. The Soul Burial Lake was just a general name. There were evil spirits in the lake, and occasionally, some treasures would float out. But now, there were constant changes in the Soul Burial Lake. For example, the water level of a certain part of the lake would suddenly drop or rise, and each time, a large number of evil spirits would appear, and their cultivation would be much stronger than before. Got it. After listening to their reports, Xianxu dismissed them. He had a basic understanding of the Soul Burial Lake. This mission had a certain degree of danger, and he might come into contact with the foreign races. However, the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord might have asked him to take a look because he wanted to train himself. After all, Xianxu's target was no longer the 8 Emperor sects, but the 3 Divine sects. He had no intention of staying in the City Lord Manor to cultivate for 5 years. After half a month of seclusion, Xianxu left the disordered ocean city and led the group to the west. The ground was dark, and evil winds blew wildly. This was the most chaotic and dangerous region in the disordered ocean plains. It didn't belong to any forces, and foreign races would often appear here. In the darkness, the occasional cultivators they met all had cold and frightening gazes. Their killing intent was bone-piercing. But when these evil cultivators saw Xianxu, they all stayed far away. The silver armor that Xianxu wore was the symbol of the disordered ocean city commander. It was an inferior-grade profound artifact of the same level and could be obtained for free. In addition, 4 teams of elites followed behind Xianxu, giving off a majestic aura. Normal evil cultivators would not dare to target him. After half a day, the ordinary-looking female captain said, "Commander, the Burial Soul Lake is up ahead." From afar, there was a huge basin in front of him. It was shrouded in a cold black mist that roiled and gave off strange noises, as if there were ghosts hiding within. Eh? Xianxu's mysterious heart suddenly felt a strong spatial power coming from the depths of the basin. A short moment later, Xianxu led the team to the human camp. On the other side of the Burial Soul Lake were 2 other groups. On the left are the Flaming Human Race and the Earth Spirit Race. On the right are the races from the deep sea. The female captain introduced to Xianxu. These 2 forces each had 2 mid-stage star condensation realm cultivators stationed here. Comparatively speaking, the human forces were weaker. The arrival of Qinyu and the others alerted the human forces and the foreign races stationed here. "Commander Chen, you're finally here." A middle-aged man wearing the same silver armor flew over. He was also one of the 8 commanders. He had been stationed here to investigate the abnormalities of the Burial Soul Lake. "What's the situation?" Qinyu asked. Since he had accepted this mission, he would do his best. Besides, he was also interested in the Burial Soul Lake. Rumors said that the Burial Soul Lake was once an ancient battlefield. There were countless deaths and injuries here, which was why there were so many vengeful ghosts. No matter what, there were indeed many opportunities here. Before the Burial Soul Lake changed, the human and foreign races had obtained many benefits here. "We didn't find anything." The middle-aged man in silver shook his head and sighed, then smiled. "Commander Chen, I'll leave this place to you. I believe you will not disappoint General Nia. General Nia has something urgent to discuss with me. Goodbye." With that, the silver-armored middle-aged man left with his men. Qinyu understood that the silver-armored man was Nia Hua's subordinate. He definitely wouldn't help him. It would already be good enough if he didn't cause trouble for him. Meanwhile, the people Qinyu brought with him exchanged glances with each other helplessly. This was obviously not a good job. Because General Nia didn't like Qinyu and deliberately targeted Qinyu, they also suffered. The soldiers were furious, but they dared not say anything. They could only admit defeat. Qinyu didn't care so much as he stared at the burying soul lake. As he got closer, he didn't need to rely on the mysterious heart to sense the clear spatial energy fluctuations of the soul-burying lake with his space power. The burying soul lake was shrouded in black mist, but one could still roughly see it. Qinyu saw many lakes of various sizes. The lake water was dark blue, and there were all kinds of ghostly figures floating on it. Some of them existed alone, and some of them formed groups. Their eyes were blank and empty as they paced back and forth on the surface of the lake. In the Flame Men race and the Earth Spirit race, a group of tall and sturdy men with rock-hard muscles were discussing the situation of the human race. The human race has sent more reinforcements, including a commander. The foreign races paid more attention to the movements of the human race. Seeing the enemy's strength increase, they unconsciously became worried. "Look, Commander Liu of the human race has left with his people." "Haha, it seems that we thought too much." The human race sent away a middle-stage star condensation expert and a peak early-stage star condensation expert. Are they giving up on the exploration of the burying soul lake? It's too dangerous to let a young peak early-stage star condensation expert be in charge of such an errand. Did this person offend the human race's general and send him here to die? When the aliens saw this scene, they all laughed, and some even felt pity for Qinyu. A few star condensation realm foreign races came up with a plan. It would be even better if they could use an accident to kill this commander of the human race during the exploration. At this time, a 10-meter-tall man walked out of the tent. His face was ferocious, and his body exuded a strong pressure. "King Lushir." Everyone lowered their heads in greeting. This burly man was the person in charge of the Earth Spirit race's exploration of the burying soul lake. He was also the one who had snuck into Disordered Ocean City and attended the Spirit Abundance auction with the Eclipse King. "What's the situation?" The burly man, King Lushir, asked coldly. He had been disturbed by the noise outside and had come out to see what was going on. "Lord King Lushir, Old Monster Lu has been swapped with a new commander at the peak of the early star condensation realm. Should we secretly eliminate him?" King Lushir's confidant suggested. The human race and the Earth Spirit race were enemies. Killing an enemy expert would be rewarded accordingly. "Oh? Let me see." King Lushir's eyes were like diamonds, flashing with a dim light. His spiritual consciousness spread out and swept over the human race. In the next instant, King Lushir saw the silver-armored Qinyu looking in his direction and smiled coldly. "It's him? Back in Disordered Ocean City, he joined the battle for no reason and tried to kill me. I didn't expect him to be from the Earth Spirit race." Qinyu murmured and looked away. If he had the chance, he would definitely take revenge. Not to mention that the other was from an enemy race. On the other side, "It's him." King Lushir's expression changed and he took half a step back. The cold smile on Qianyu's face made him feel a trace of danger. He seemed to recall Qianyu's wanton slaughter that night. Back then, for middle-stage star condensation realm experts had been unable to do anything to Qianyu. Although King Lushir hadn't used his full strength due to his status, he still had many hidden moves. But in a one-on-one battle, he didn't think he could match Qianyu. Lord, what's wrong? The surrounding earth spirits and flame humans were curious to see King Lushir panicking, which was rare for him. From now on, don't provoke the human race. King Lushir yelled and returned to his tent with a dark expression. On the other side, in the Sea Race's camp, a man with a human head and a fish body floated in the air, his dark blue eyes looking into the distance. I thought the human race would send a stronger human, but they sent a weaker one instead. Has the human race completely given up on the exploration? The merman's voice was clear, the blue scales on his body flashing. Lord Blue Water King, this is soul-burying lake. No matter how hard the humans, earth spirits, and flame humans try, they won't be able to find out the truth before us. A merman next to him said with a smile. The mermaid race had the upper hand in exploring the changes in soul-burying lake. Up until now, the mermaid race had the most information. That's right. We can investigate the changes in soul-burying lake 3 more times at most before we find out everything. The blue-scaled man, Blue Water King, said calmly. We'll explore soul-burying lake in 3 days. With a flick of his tail, a blue watery light appeared, and his body disappeared along with the watery light. It had been 3 days since they arrived at soul-burying lake. Qianyu had a general understanding of the situation. On this day, Qianyu selected a small group to explore soul-burying lake. When they got close to soul-burying lake, their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the ghouls above the lake. The 2 captains immediately took action, eliminating the enemies with the smallest noise to avoid attracting more enemies. Suddenly, Qianyu felt something was wrong. He, who had comprehended the intent of space, felt the power of space growing stronger in the depths of soul-burying lake. Rumble, the lake water surged, and a strong ghostly aura rose, surrounded the living beings, and invaded their minds. Star condensation kings were slightly better off, but those below the star condensation realm couldn't handle it. If they weren't careful, their minds would be affected. Not good. Our luck is really bad. This is our first exploration, and we already encountered a change in soul-burying lake. The 2 captains sighed. Every time there was a change, the number of ghouls and evil spirits above soul-burying lake would increase, making it unsuitable for exploration. Let them retreat first. Qianyu ordered. Ghostly figures appeared in the surging lake water, occasionally accompanied by 1 or 2 precious materials or treasures that glowed with treasure light. However, the danger was clearly greater than the opportunity. At this time, Qianyu's team slowly retreated. Roar, a series of roars came from afar, and cold waves rose on the surface of the deep blue lake. In the next moment, a group of black shadows rushed toward Qianyu's team. Just a glance at them was enough to make one's hair stand on end. The endless black figures were the ghosts of soul-burying lake. Among them, there was a purple skeleton, covered in purple flames, madly rushing over. There was also a ghost, covered in black mist, revealing a huge snake tail, emitting a ferocious baleful aura. These 2 ghosts had reached the star condensation realm, and were called Ghost Kings. Taking a closer look. In front of this group of ghosts was a small blue fish, full of vitality, and extremely fast. It was obvious that this group of ghosts was chasing after this small fish. Not good, this is the mermaid race's secret technique. One of the squad leaders suddenly shouted. The small blue fish was heading in the direction of Qianyu's group, obviously wanting to deliver this group of enemies to the human race. Swish, the small blue fish was extremely fast, like lightning, and arrived near Qianyu's group, revealing a ghost face. Nice to meet you. This is this king's gift to the leader of the human race, haha. The small blue fish emitted a soul power fluctuation, and its voice reverberated in the minds of everyone, causing them to grit their teeth with gloomy expressions. The 2 captains immediately attacked the small blue fish from both sides, but it dodged. The small blue fish did not seem to be aggressive, but its speed was amazing. At this moment, Yu aimed at the small blue fish and grabbed the air. The small blue fish seemed to sense it and prepared to escape. However, the surrounding space suddenly condensed into a silver barrier, slowly shrinking into a transparent cube, trapping the small blue fish inside. Bang! As the transparent cube shrank, the small blue fish's body exploded, turning into a pool of blue blood. At the same time, on the other side of Soul-Burying Lake, dozens of mermaids looked into the distance, but there were no ghosts around. Blue Water King, what a good plan. I'm afraid that the new leader of the human race will not dare to enter Soul-Burying Lake in the future. The mermaids chatted happily. They shouldn't have explored Soul-Burying Lake on the same day as us. Blue Water King smiled evilly, revealing a faint smugness. However, his expression suddenly changed, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, revealing anger. My secret technique has been forcefully destroyed. My secret technique has been forcefully destroyed. The Blue Water King's devilishly handsome face was filled with malevolence and anger. What he had just used was the external spirit transformation technique. That blue fish spirit had top-notch speed and concealment abilities. It was often used to scout out enemies or dangerous forbidden areas. In his opinion, if Yu Ling wanted to escape in the Soul-Burying Lake, no one could stop him. In the end, the Blue Water King paid the price for his confidence. I didn't think that the new commander of the human race had comprehended the profound of space. Blue Water King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The fish spirit contained his essence blood and a bit of his soul will. When it was erased, he was also affected. Even so, the human race will still suffer heavy casualties when faced with a large number of vicious ghosts and evil spirits. A merman said. Should we start exploring the Soul-Burial Lake now, or should we take this opportunity to wipe out all the humans here? The other early stage. Celestial Condensation Mermaid King asked in an inquiring tone. If it was in the past, the Blue Water King might choose the former. After all, it was fine if they fought occasionally. However, destroying the entire team would be a little overboard. It might cause a huge conflict between the two races. But today, the Blue Water King had to suppress his anger. Of course I'm going to take a look. I want to see what the human race is capable of. The Blue Water King shouted coldly as he led the mere people closer. On the other side, the people of the Earth Spirit Clan and the Flame Humans Clan also appeared. They stood outside the Soul-Burying Lake and watched the show. The Human Clan and the Mermaid Clan are fighting again? This is no small matter. Right now, the Soul-Burial Lake is undergoing a strange change, and the situation is even more dangerous than before. The mermaid race is bent on annihilating this group of humans. One of the Flame Man Race Kings said solemnly. The mermaid race had a certain advantage in a special forbidden land like the Burying Soul Lake, and the Flame Humans were at an absolute disadvantage. They wanted the mermaid race to suffer a crushing defeat. King Lucier. The crowd opened up a path, and the 3 Zhongtal Stone King slowly walked over. When he noticed the commotion at the Burying Soul Lake, a faint smile appeared on his face. The Mermaid Clan is asking for trouble. They are going to suffer a great loss. The mermaid race didn't know about the recent rise of Yu, but he had fought with Yu before. How could he not know about Yu's methods? Why do you say that, my lord? How could the merfolk be at a disadvantage? Not to mention in such an environment. Someone was puzzled. King Lucier did not answer. Otherwise, he would expose the fact that he had infiltrated the human race and had been defeated by Yu. Above the Blue Lake. Retreat. Retreat from the Burying Soul Lake. The 2 captains shouted. The countless ghostly figures in the distance covered the sky as they surged over. Everyone felt like they had arrived in hell, and many people revealed expressions of despair. Commander Chen. The gazes of the 2 captains and many others fell on Yu. Now that they were facing a great crisis, they could only rely on this new commander. The 2 captains had heard of Yu's deeds. If Yu made a move, the current situation should be resolved. Yu stood calmly on the surface of the lake, looking into the distance. The black mass of ghosts in front of him was mainly due to their large numbers, so it was not difficult to deal with them. However, the Mermaid Clan dared to provoke him as soon as he arrived. Did they think he was a pushover? Buzz. Yu stretched out his hand, and a small golden pagoda appeared above it. The moment the pagoda appeared, the surrounding people felt a strong pressure, and their blood and chi froze. In the distant Earth Spirit clan, King Lucier sensed it and revealed a look of longing. Go. The small golden pagoda in Xianyu's hand turned into a wisp of golden light and flew out. The light was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. He had now completely refined the golden mountain pagoda. In an instant, the 2-foot-tall golden pagoda grew to a height of 3,000 zhang, like a giant golden mountain, hanging in the sky and shining brightly. The ghosts on the burial of Soul's Lake were attracted by this scene. Under the dazzling golden light, they roared even more ferociously, as if they hated the golden light very much. Boom! The giant golden pagoda suddenly fell and bombarded the surface of the lake, setting off a violent storm that swept across the vast burial of Soul's Lake. Everyone behind Xianyu was dumbfounded. The storm set off by the Golden Mountain Pagoda had affected the entire burial of Soul's Lake, but they were standing behind Xianyu, surrounded by an invisible light silver barrier that blocked everything, so that they were unharmed and could clearly see the violent storm around them. Countless ghosts had died tragically under the suppression of the giant golden pagoda. When the storm calmed down, the evil ghosts and ferocious spirits that had attacked Xianyu's team had already disappeared without a trace. They had been at the center of the Golden Mountain Pagoda's attack and were almost all dead. On the other side, the Mermaid clan and the others were all stunned in the lake. They had just come over to watch the show, but then they saw the golden light explode and turn into a giant pagoda, crushing down and setting off a terrible storm. They're all dead. Those evil ghosts and ferocious spirits are all dead. What kind of treasure is that? Exclamations came from the Mermaid clan. The aura of a middle-grade magical weapon. King Lan Shui revealed a look of resentment. He was only at the peak of the early star condensation realm, but he had a middle-grade magical weapon, and it was such a large-scale heavy magical weapon that easily resolved the crisis. At this moment, howls and screams came from all directions. One after another, ferocious ghosts pounced on them from all directions. The Golden Mountain Pagoda's attack was mighty, and the storm it set off forced countless ghosts away. Because of this person, the Mermaid clan was under attack. Gulp, the lake water tumbled. A black ghost in armor suddenly sprang out, emitting a black aura that dyed the sky black. The armored ghost wielded a large saber and swung it. A bone-chilling black wind blew past several mermaids nearby. Light blue mermaid shadows floated out of their bodies. Those were their souls. They were all swept away by the black wind and sucked into the armored ghost's mouth. Ghost King! A Mermaid clan member screamed. This Ghost King looked extremely powerful. Even King Lan Shui's expression changed slightly. He was no longer as calm and confident as before. Oh no, the noise just now was too loud. The entire Soul Burial Lake was shaken. Retreat! Today is not a suitable day to explore. The mermaids quickly retreated, leaving the Soul Burial Lake and returning to their camp. The Flame Human race and the Earth Spirit race also fell silent. The mermaids had retreated without exploring the lake. They were extremely disheveled, and there were even some casualties. Many people suddenly remembered King Lucier's words. They looked over, their admiration for King Lucier growing. As expected of a genius of the Earth Spirit race, King Lucier, you can see that this human commander is extraordinary. I am far inferior to you in terms of insight. The Flame Human race representative sighed. The corner of King Lucier's mouth twitched. What insight? It was a lesson learned. Eh? The mermaids are making a big move. They're heading toward the human camp. The mermaids have 2 middle-stage star condensation realm kings. They have an advantage near the Soul Burial Lake. Even if that human commander has a middle-grade magical weapon, he is no match for them. The Flame Human race representative analyzed. Not necessarily. King Lucier revealed a faint smile. Xianyu's team temporarily retreated from the Soul Burial Lake after defeating the danger. According to the captain, Xianyu had just caused a big commotion and couldn't explore the Soul Burial Lake for now. Otherwise, even a star condensation realm expert would be in great danger. Xianyu didn't care. He wasn't in a hurry to finish the mission. But as soon as he returned to the camp, someone hurriedly reported, the mermaids are attacking. Everyone immediately rushed out of the camp. The mermaids' previous actions had put them in danger. Hearing that the mermaids were here, most people were enraged and wanted to see what the mermaids were here for. In the distant sky, the mermaids' team flew over, there. Enormous pressure covering the sky and earth. The mermaids had the advantage in numbers, and so did the number of kings. Mermaids, why are you here? The ordinary-looking female captain asked in a low voice. What? Are you playing dumb? The Blue Water King laughed loudly and glared at them. The middle stage star condensation realm pressure pressed down. The human female captain was only at the early stage star condensation realm. Under this pressure, her blood froze, and she had difficulty breathing. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Don't the humans know that we can't make too much noise in the Soul Burial Lake? Otherwise, it will alarm the hidden ghost king. Just now, you humans made such a big commotion and caused our race to suffer heavy losses. Are you going to pretend that nothing happened? The Blue Water King's aura was oppressive. Waves appeared in the sky and continued to condense. These words immediately made many humans burn with anger. It was the mermaids who had deliberately attracted the enemy and almost killed them. Now, they came to their door and demanded compensation. But facing the pressure of two middle-stage star condensation realm experts, ordinary people didn't dare to refute. Have your leader come out and apologize to our race, a bulky king of the mermaids said. He was the second middle-stage star condensation realm expert of the mermaids, and his strength was about the same as the Blue Water King. You're looking for me? A silver-armored youth walked out of the tent. It was Xianxia. His expression was calm. His black eyes sized up the mermaid's king, and his lips curled into a faint smile. It was you who caused such a big commotion and caused our race to suffer heavy losses. How do you think we should settle this? The Blue Water King stared at Xianxia, his eyes emitting a frightening cold light. I heard that you have a middle-grade profound artifact. Hand it over, and we'll let this matter go. The other powerful mermaid's king smiled evilly. Their main goal this time was Xianxia's middle-grade profound artifact. A peak early-stage star condensation realm cultivator with a middle-grade profound artifact. Not only would they be tempted, but in the disordered ocean city, there were also evil cultivators who came to kill Xianxia. In the end, they were killed by Xianxia. King Lucier was a living example. Sure. Xianxia chuckled. This answer stunned the humans. Commander Chen agreed just like that? The experts of the mermaids clan were also stunned. They didn't expect Xianxia to be so weak. But the moment Xianxia threw out the Golden Mountain Pagoda, the two middle-stage star condensation realm mermaids immediately sensed that something was wrong. How dare you? The Blue Water King roared. He didn't expect Xianxia to attack without saying a word. Boom, the Golden Mountain Pagoda emitted a dazzling golden light and instantly expanded like a towering mountain, crushing down on the mermaids. In the face of the sudden attack, the mere people had no time to react. They felt as if there was a golden mountain above their heads. The two kings of the middle stage of the star condensation realm were the first to sense it. They took out their magical weapons and activated their profound power to resist. Boom, behind them, the water of the burying soul lake surged, surrounding the two kings of the middle stage of the star condensation realm. The water of the burying soul lake was extraordinary. It could corrode life and affect soul consciousness. Many empty sea realm cultivators had lost their minds searching for treasures in the burying soul lake and sank there forever. The resistance of the star condensation realm was much stronger. But the recent changes in the burying soul lake had not only increased the number of evil spirits but also the influence of the lake water. In the air, there was a black trident and a long spear that was flickering with lightning. They brought along a blue and berserk flow of water, charging towards the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Boom, the Golden Pagoda collided with the trident and spear. Golden light and blue water shot out in all directions. Many members below the star condensation realm could not withstand the terrifying battle storm. They activated their inner yuan to protect themselves and quickly retreated. Bang, there was a loud noise. The trident and spear were sent flying backward and smashed into the ground. The combined attack of two middle-stage star condensation realm cultivators was still at a disadvantage. Bang, the Golden Mountain Pagoda fell. Screams rang out and blood splattered everywhere. The two kings of the middle stage of the star condensation realm worked together to resist the Golden Mountain Pagoda for a while. Some of the Mer people retreated in time. However, about 40% of the Mer people still died tragically under Xianyu's attack. The humans behind were excited when they saw this. The Mer people had been too arrogant just now. Not only had they failed to harm the human race, they had even bullied them and demanded compensation. Now seeing so many of the Mer people die tragically, they felt very satisfied. "You dare kill my people?" the Blue Water King scolded. Even though Xianyu had suddenly attacked, he and another middle-stage star condensation realm cultivator were still no match for the Golden Mountain Pagoda. This was a little unexpected. The material of the Golden Mountain Pagoda was extraordinary. When it was not damaged, it could be a high-grade magical weapon. Even if it fell to the middle grade, it was not ordinary. And Xianyu's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the early stage of the star condensation realm. The quality of the Yuan energy condensed by the 9 revolutions vast star technique might be better than the Yuan energy of the Blue Water King. One more point. The Golden Mountain Pagoda was a heavy Xian weapon. Facing it head-on, it was already at a disadvantage. "King Bluewater, you tricked me?" Another mermaid king with a bulky body cursed through a voice transmission. "This king didn't go looking for trouble with you, but you actually delivered yourself to my doorstep. Since that's the case, I can only reluctantly take action," Xianyu said calmly. There were conflicts between races. He could understand why the mermaid race targeted the human race. Xianyu smashed the hidden sea lake with the Golden Mountain Pagoda to give the mermaid clan some trouble. It was a return gift, so he did not go to the mermaid clan. Who would have thought that the other party would take the initiative to bully him? There was nothing much to say between the two of them. They would just fight. Boom, the Golden Mountain Pagoda began to move again. The people of the mermaid race were shocked. This Xian artifact was truly powerful. It was incomparably large and difficult to dodge. The two intermediate star condensation mermaid kings also felt that this was a thorny problem. This new commander of the human race was much stronger than they had expected. Whoosh, under Xianyu's control, the Golden Mountain Pagoda shrank to 2 feet in size, turned into a ray of golden light, and flew toward the bulky mermaid king. The exchange just now had left a shadow in the mermaid king's heart. He did not dare to fight head-on. He thrust out the lightning spear and quickly retreated. Ding! Bang! Facing the giant golden pagoda, the lightning spear was completely no match for it and was constantly knocked away. A good chance. King Bluewater stared at Xianyu. In his view, the only thing that could threaten him was the Golden Mountain Pagoda, not Xianyu. At this moment, the Golden Mountain Pagoda had flown thousands of feet away. If he suddenly attacked, Xianyu would not have time to recall the Xian artifact. As long as he defeated Xianyu, the Golden Mountain Pagoda would not be a threat. Boom, the black trident spun, forming a blue and icy tornado, stabbing at Xianyu. King Bluewater went all out, mobilizing the water in the soul-burying lake, trying to kill Xianyu with one move. Humph! Xianyu snorted coldly. His star acupoints shone brightly, and his body of the constellation was activated. Compared with before the breakthrough, his body of the constellation was much stronger. In the face of King Bluewater's attack, his expression did not change at all. He just punched out. Bang! The dazzling fist radiance contained a terrifying power as it charged forward, instantly shattering a third of the icy blue tornado. This scene gave Blue Water King a fright. How could his fist be so powerful without activating a middle-grade Xian artifact? Was this kid's cultivation really at the peak of the early stage of the star condensation realm? Bang! The blue and icy tornado was shattered by the fist light. A layer of water shield appeared around King Bluewater, but it was also shattered by the remaining power of the fist light. He retreated dozens of steps, his chi and blood boiling in his body, and his face was full of horror. At the same time, "Commander of the human clan, stop!" A shout came from the other side. King Bluewater scanned with his soul sense and saw that his companion was on the soul-burying lake, entangled by the Ghost King, and the Golden Mountain Pagoda was watching him from above. It turned out that the other party had just been smashed into the soul-burying lake by the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Now he was in danger. If he was not careful, he could even die. Commander of the human clan, we are in the wrong. Please stop. We will leave now. The strong mermaid king shouted. Previously at the soul-burying lake, you deliberately lured the enemy here, and now you are shamelessly making trouble here. It's not enough to just admit your mistake. Xianyu's face was cold. What else do you want? King Bluewater's face was gloomy and embarrassed. Give me all the information you have found. Xianyu's face was cold. King Bluewater seemed to be hesitating. He was planning to go back and claim credit after the investigation was complete. I'll give it to you. Please stop. The strong mermaid king could not wait any longer. If this went on, he might lose his life here. Swish, a blue stream of light flew over and fell into Xianyu's hand, turning into a jade slip. Seeing this, King Bluewater lowered his head and sighed, annoyed. Xianyu scanned it with his soul consciousness. After memorizing the contents, Xianyu put away the golden mountain pagoda. Let's go. King Bluewater bellowed, turned around, and disappeared. This time, he had lost all face. He had come to ask for compensation, but in the end, it had become a compensation apology. The other mermaids also left quickly. In the distance on the left. As soon as the flame humans and earth spirits approached, they saw the ground covered in mermaid corpses and the mermaids who were fleeing. What happened just now? The flame humans' leader cried out in surprise. They only knew that a battle had taken place on the human clan's side, but they could not see the specific details. But as soon as they arrived, the battle was over. They immediately retreated, not wanting to provoke Xianyu. After returning to the camp, the flame humans' leader looked at King Lucier with even more admiration. He said, as you expected, the mermaids were defeated. Your vision is extraordinary. I admire you. King Lucier's face stiffened. What vision? It was all practical experience. He had personally experienced Xianyu's strength. After the foreign races left, Xianyu slowly walked into the soul-burying lake. He felt that this lake was not simple. In the past, the soul-burying lake was ranked third among the 3 forbidden lands of the disordered ocean plain. It was mostly explored by Venerable Kong Hai. As long as they did not go too deep, there was no danger. But now, the number of ghost kings in the soul-burying lake had increased, and venerables did not dare to enter. The mermaids lived up to their reputation as a sea race. They had a great advantage in the water, and they could find a lot of useful information. 3,000 meters deep into the soul-burying lake, there were mostly precious materials of the evil Tao. There was also no lack of artifacts and profound artifacts. Once it was 3,000 meters deep, the danger increased. There were many powerful evil spirits at the bottom of the lake. Even star condensation kings would be in danger. According to the jade slip, King Bluewater had once found a treasure 5,000 meters deep in an area, a profound meaning crystal. The profound meaning crystal contained different profound meanings of heaven and earth. It could be used to comprehend and increase the level of one's profound meaning. This kind of treasure was rare, and it was usually in the hands of the big families. They were given to the top geniuses to increase their comprehension of profound meanings and strength. The jade slip also recorded that 3,000 meters deep, there would be a space crack at the bottom of the lake. It also explained where the possibility of the space crack appearing was the highest, and so on. There are profound meaning crystals here? Xianyu found it hard to believe. He felt that the description of the space crack in the jade slip was true. When the soul-burying lake had strange movements, Xianyu had indeed felt a strong space fluctuation. If I have a space attribute profound meaning crystal, my space intent will definitely break through to the second level. Xianyu was slightly interested in the soul-burying lake. At the mermaids' camp, damn humans. How dare they steal the fruits of our labor? The bulky mermaid king said in a flustered and exasperated manner. King Bluewater glanced at him, speechless. Just now, who was the one who offered up the fruits of their labor without hesitation? Now the humans know that there might be fragments of the profound meaning crystal at the bottom of the soul-burying lake. We can only report to the upper echelons of our race. We can't let the humans get it first. King Bluewater's face was dark. What he had obtained wasn't a complete profound meaning crystal. But since there were fragments, there must be a complete profound meaning crystal below. King Bluewater had concealed the information because he wanted to get more fragments of the profound meaning crystal. Maybe he could find other precious treasures. At this moment, he couldn't care less. 3 days later, the mermaid race sent 3 early-stage star condensation realms and 3 peak early-stage star condensation realms. The major races had an agreement that mysterious nether realm and high-stage star condensation realm experts couldn't touch the soul-burying lake. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the humans, the flame humans, and the earth spirit races, only 6 people had come, and their cultivation levels weren't very high. Even so, the mermaid race's movements attracted the attention of the other races. Xianxia had already sent back the news. Once the profound meaning crystal was exposed, the competition for the soul-burying lake would become fierce. At that time, the experts of the mermaid race, the flame humans, and the earth spirit races would all gather. He wouldn't be able to handle the humans alone. On this day, more than 10 kings of the mermaid race entered the hidden sea lake to investigate. Xianxia suddenly sensed something. "They're here." Rumble, the lake water surged, and strong corpse chi erupted. More black shadows appeared in the lake, causing people's hair to stand on end. This time, the disturbance in the soul-burying lake was much fiercer than before. Even the world was affected. It was dark and oppressive, and space seemed to become unstable. Xianxia felt clear spatial vibrations. At a certain moment, the mysterious heart suddenly sent him a wave of desire. The desire from the heart instantly disappeared. Could it be a spatial intent crystal? Xianxia guessed. The mysterious heart could devour spatial power and expand the space inside. If Xianxia could obtain a spatial intent crystal, he could use it to increase his comprehension of intent crystals and expand the space inside the heart. In reality, the space inside the mysterious heart was enough to use as an interspatial dimension. However, in order to prevent others from discovering the secret of his interspatial dimension, Xianxia mostly used his interspatial dimension. Boom boom boom, the disturbance in the soul-burying lake continued, accompanied by intense explosions. It was the sound of battle at the bottom of the lake. The mermaid race was exploring when they encountered the disturbance in the soul-burying lake. Their luck wasn't good. Waves surged throughout the entire soul-burial lake while evil spirits roared. It was an extremely ghastly and terrifying sight. At a certain moment, a bright blue dot floated to the surface of the water. The kings present could clearly feel that the blue dot contained enormous water elemental power. A fragment of the intent crystal. The eyes of the captain standing behind Xianxia twinkled. The intent crystal was extremely valuable. Even a fragment was worth a lot of yuan stones. Whoosh whoosh, the star condensation realms of the earth spirit race and the flame human race all moved out to fight for the intent crystal fragment. The soul-burying lake was changing. Sovereign Kong Hai would be in danger if he went in. As the 4 captains looked at Xianxia, he had already flown out. Whoosh, Xianxia flashed with silver light as he flew out. Although he moved later, his speed was faster than the middle stage star condensation realms of the flame humans and earth spirits. Kill. The flame humans and earth spirits killed the evil spirits and ghouls leaping at them and prepared to take the intent crystal fragment. A streak of silver light came from the distance. It was extremely fast and was about to reach the fragment before them. King Lucier, let's work together and stop him. The person in charge of the flame humans acted as if he was facing a great enemy, but he relaxed slightly with King Lucier by his side. After all, King Lucier had shown extraordinary insight and strength. However, when he saw King Lucier, the latter was even more panicked than he was. What? King Lucier hesitated. He was sure that even if he joined forces with the middle star condensation stage Inferno clan cultivators, they would not be Xianxia's match. However, there was still hope for them to compete for the profound crystal fragments. Snatching the treasure, retreating in time, and not clashing head-on with Xianxia, this plan should work. Right at this moment, Xianxia's voice resounded, "You tried to take away my treasure in disordered Ocean City. When are we going to settle this score?" Hearing this, King Lucier's hair stood on end. Xianxia, by himself, had easily repelled 2 intermediate celestial condensation realm powerhouses of the Merfolk clan. If they insisted on attacking him, then King Lucier might not fare any better. I was foolish that day. I will give this Upanishad crystal to Commander Chen as an apology. King Lusher's tall and mighty body bent down with a fawning expression. This scene flabbergasted the person in charge of the flame humans race. In his mind, King Lusher, who was mysterious, powerful, and had extraordinary vision, had become so servile in front of Qinyu. No, from what Qinyu had said, the two had obviously fought before. He had been tricked. The person in charge of the flame humans race grimaced. He had thought King Lusher had extraordinary vision, but it turned out that he had suffered at Qinyu's hands. He looked at King Lusher with disdain. The Earth Spirit race had retreated, and the flame humans would not clash head-on with Qinyu. Swish, the deep blue Upanishad crystal fragment fell into Qinyu's hand. Water profound crystal. Qinyu examined it. The Upanishad crystal fragment. It felt warm to the touch, and there were ripples on its surface. The moment his spiritual consciousness merged with it, he felt as if he had arrived in a vast ocean world. His mind was clear, and some enlightenment came to his mind. For now, the Upanishad crystal fragment with water profound crystal is useless to me. Qinyu put the Upanishad crystal fragment into his interspatial dimension and continued to search. Suddenly, help! A cry came from somewhere in the Soul Burial Lake. In the next instant, an early-stage star condensation mermaid king charged out of the lake. His body was covered in wounds, and his tail had been cut off. Roar! A roar came out, and dozens of giant pitch-black tentacles followed and instantly wrapped around the mermaid king. Then, the pitch-black tentacles cut the mermaid king into pieces like blades. At this moment, Qinyu threw a punch. Boom! The giant fist aura flashing with white light hit the dozens of tentacles, breaking them and sending them flying. Qinyu took the mermaid king and the mermaid king's interspatial dimension out of thin air. In fact, he could have saved the mermaid king if he had arrived earlier, but they were enemies, and the mermaids had given him a bad impression, so he was lucky that they didn't hit him when he was down. Since the mermaid king was dead, Qinyu took the mermaid king's interspatial dimension. The lake water surged, and a soul roar came from underground. Swish! 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 Several pitch-black tentacles suddenly shot out from another direction and attacked Qinyu like black lightning. Go! Qinyu didn't bother with the enemy that had released the tentacles. Circulating space intent and dodging all the attacks, Qinyu safely left the Soul Burial Lake. Opening the storage space he had just obtained, Qinyu found 2 pieces of profound crystal fragments inside. They were of different sizes, and one of them was emitting space power, which made the storage space distorted and unstable. Space attribute. Qinyu was overjoyed. Then, the mermaid kings emerged from the water one by one, their faces pale or panicked. It was obvious that they had encountered a powerful enemy during their exploration. When they had entered the water, there had been more than 10 of them. Now, only 4 had come out, and all the early-stage star condensation realm experts had died. The mermaid king had suffered a lot this time. The other 2 races were gloating, but they were curious as to what the mermaid king had encountered. It would be good if they could find out more information. The news that the Soul Burial Lake produced fragments of intent crystals instantly spread. Did you hear? The Soul Burying Lake had some strange changes. Pieces of the Upanishad crystal appeared. I heard that the Mermaid King obtained many complete intent crystals. They also speculate that there are precious treasures at the bottom of the Soul Burial Lake. There are many fragments of intent crystals. The more the news spread, the more exaggerated it became. Many of the evil forces deliberately exaggerated the news they had obtained, mainly to mess up the situation and get a share of the loot. After all, the Soul Burial Lake was jointly controlled by several races. Without permission, normal independent cultivators couldn't enter the Soul Burial Lake. Qinyu didn't care that much. He settled down near the Soul Burial Lake. He was trying to comprehend the space intent after obtaining the fragments of intent crystals. This was completely different from the silver space crystal that Qinyu had obtained before. The silver space crystal contained the power of space, which was harder to comprehend. Moreover, the silver space crystal's main use was to forge spatial profound artifacts. Holding the fragment of intent crystal, Qinyu instantly felt that his perception of space in this world had become clearer. His consciousness seemed to pierce through layers of space to comprehend the principles. His understanding of space intent increased bit by bit. On this day, Nia Hua led the 5 commanders to this place. Nia Hua's expression instantly darkened when he saw Qinyu. He didn't say a word. He had arranged this mission for Qinyu. The danger level wasn't high, and he also wanted to test the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign. He hadn't expected Qinyu to make such a great contribution. Even Nia Hua, who was at the late stage of the star condensation realm, had a strong desire for intent crystals. If the mermaid race investigated everything and took away the precious treasures in the Soul Burial Lake, it would be a great loss. Not long later, the leaders of the mermaid race, flame race, and earth spirit race arrived. The leaders of the races were having a secret discussion not far from the Soul Burial Lake. There was a purple barrier around them that isolated them from everything. Although he couldn't hear anything, Qinyu could feel the leaders of the races arguing fiercely from far away. The value of the Soul Burial Lake was unknown. Just the possibility of it containing intent crystals was enough for them to fight for every benefit. Boom, the purple barrier shattered. The Mermaid King wearing a crown snorted angrily. Since we can't negotiate, we can only do this. Nia Hua also returned immediately afterward. My race has already discussed with them. According to the past rules, each race will send a certain number of people to enter the Soul Burial Lake together to search for treasures. Nia Hua said to the captains. There had indeed been such things in the past. Every 10 years, each race would send out a star condensation realm expert to lead a few half-step kings or high-level venerables to search for treasures. They definitely couldn't send out such a team now. That would be a one-way trip. The human race has 5 spots. They will be given to the most suitable person for this task. Nia Hua said solemnly. Without a doubt, this was an opportunity. Once they obtained something, it would be a great contribution. Of course, there was a certain amount of danger. Next, he announced a few names in front of everyone. They were all part of the 8 captains, but Qinyu wasn't among them. Captain Chen, your mission has been completed. You can return to the city to rest. Let the others worry about the rest. Nia Hua said with a fake smile. He was showing off. He was the general here, and everything was up to him. Qinyu didn't care. He recommended himself. General Nia has already said that these 5 spots will be given to the most suitable person for this task. I feel that I'm very suitable for this task. I've been here for a period of time. I know more about the situation than the other captains. Moreover, there will be spatial cracks in the Soul Burial Lake from time to time. For someone like me who has comprehended space profound, it's easier to avoid them. Qinyu wanted to explore deeper for 2 reasons. One was for the space attribute profound crystals. He also wanted to know what the mysterious heart desired. Was it the space Upanishad crystal or something else? Nia Hua didn't expect that Qinyu would dare to go against him without the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord present. Moreover, he couldn't refute what Qinyu said. The spots are limited. You think that you're suitable for this task, but are the other 7 captains inferior to you? Nia Hua asked with a dignified expression. Qinyu didn't say that. Nia Hua purposely misinterpreted his words and gave Qinyu a difficult problem. If he insisted on a spot, it would be equivalent to offending all 7 captains at once. More or less. Qinyu's expression was casual. Nia Hua's eyes widened. He didn't expect Qinyu to admit that he was willing to offend the other 7 captains. He laughed inwardly. Good, you're actually so confident. Peng Yun, give your spot to him. Captain Peng Yun was very unwilling, but he could only accept the order. The other great commanders in the vicinity immediately looked at Qinyu with hostility. Qinyu actually admitted that the other 7 captains were inferior to him. Truly arrogant and ignorant. A silver-armored middle-aged man snorted coldly. Previously, when he handed over this task to Qinyu, he didn't give any information and directly left. He didn't expect Qinyu to be so ruthless, directly snatching the information from the mermaid race. This kid probably hasn't met the chief commander yet. Otherwise, he would definitely regret saying this. The captains were extremely dissatisfied with Qinyu's arrogance, but none of them refuted him. In a one-on-one battle, they truly did not have the confidence to defeat Qinyu. This kid probably hasn't met the head commander yet, or he would definitely regret saying such a thing. Commander Lu, who had handed over the mission to Qinyu, snorted inwardly. In order to avoid attracting the attention of other experts or races, the plundering of the soul-burying lake was set for 3 days later. Precisely because of this, the 4 races did not have the time to gather manpower. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to form an elite team to deal with the unique environment of the soul-burying lake. In this period of time, the 4 races and their leaders would stand guard around the soul-burying lake, forbidding anyone from entering. On this day, thunder boomed in the distance. A silver bolt of lightning flew over, breaking through the black mist in the air and turning into a middle-aged man in silver armor. The other party's face was chiseled, and his eyes were like 2 balls of lightning, shocking the soul and causing others to not dare to look directly at him. Head Commander. The other human captains looked at this person with respect. Qinyu also looked over. He had heard that the head commander had been carrying out missions in the number 1 forbidden ground of the disordered ocean plains. The other party's aura was clearly at the peak of the middle stage of the star condensation realm, and he even grasped the intent of lightning. In a place like the disordered ocean plains where evil gathered, he should be a person of calamity. Head Commander, you might not know, but these days, the soul-burying lake, Commander Lu went forward and followed beside the head commander, introducing the recent events of the soul-burying lake. That person over there is called Qinyu, the new captain. Commander Lu suddenly introduced Qinyu. The head commander glanced at Qinyu. Noticing that Qinyu's cultivation was at the peak of the early stage of the star condensation realm, his expression changed slightly, but he did not speak. However, what did Commander Lu say next? The head commander looked at Qinyu again, his gaze cold and disdainful. Lightning flashed in the air as he pointed at Qinyu. Qinyu was unmoved. At the root of it all, Niehua was the one who caused the many commanders to dislike him. However, Qinyu's backer was a mysterious nether realm the Archlord, who was also his biological father. 3 days later, the experts of the 4 races gathered around the soul burial lake. The human race had 5 spots in the soul burial lake, while the flame humans and earth spirits had 7 spots in total. The mermaid race had the least spots, with only 4. Qinyu had heard that the human race, the earth spirit race, and the flame men race had joined hands to suppress the mermaid race. After all, the merfolk had a great advantage in an environment like the soul-burying lake. Even if we only have 4 spots, our spoils of war will definitely crush them. A cold voice rang out. The one who spoke was a mermaid with an impressive figure. She was only wearing a chiffon, and her perfect curves were clearly visible. His lips were bright red and his gaze was cold. Beside the chiffon mermaid, Qinyu saw the Blue Water King. The Blue Water King's eyes flashed with intense hatred when he met Qinyu's gaze. Blue Water King, who is this Qinyu you speak of? An old mermaid with black scales on the leftmost side asked in a hoarse voice. He was surrounded by a black mist that gave off a cold aura of death. The others looked at the old mermaid with a hint of respect. Senior Lai, this is the person who stole our race's information and leaked it. Otherwise, more than half of the treasures in the soul burial lake would have been ours. The Blue Water King looked at Qinyu. If the other 3 races didn't receive any important information, the mermaid race could make preparations in secret and raid the soul burial lake. By the time the other 3 races reacted, it would be too late. At most, they would receive some leftovers. His life in the soul burial lake is mine. The old mermaid, Senior Lai, said calmly as if he was talking about something insignificant. The Earth Spirit race and the Flame Men race had 7 spots in total. The Flame Men race had only sent 3 people, while the Earth Spirit race had sent 4 people and a peak middle stage star condensation realm king. Everyone, let's begin. The leader of the mermaids wearing a crown said calmly. Let's begin in case something happens. Begin. Niehua and the leader of the Earth Spirit race spoke. Before this, those who entered the soul burial lake to search for treasures would openly check their interspatial bags to prevent them from hiding their gains. Qinyu already had a countermeasure for this. He hid all the valuable items in the mysterious crystal dimension. Otherwise, if he took out all his wealth, it wouldn't be for the treasures in the soul burial lake, but for himself. Whoosh, more than a dozen figures instantly flew out from 3 directions and entered the soul burial lake. The evil spirits and ghosts roaming above the soul burial lake were immediately attracted and charged over. However, the four races had sent out elite kings with extraordinary strength. The one with the lowest cultivation was Xianxia, who was at the peak early stage of the star condensation realm. After a few moves, the ghostly figures on the surface of the soul burial lake disappeared without a trace. PFFF, everyone entered the lake. The lake water was dark blue, and their five senses were blocked. Their soul sense was also affected, and their perception range was halved. The mermaid race was stronger than the other three races in this aspect. The four races didn't fight. Their goal this time was to search for treasures. There was no need to fight unless it was for treasures. Xianxia was in the great commander's team. When the five of them moved together, all enemies they encountered were instantly killed. The five dived down. The deeper they went, the greater the opportunities. Even if they could only obtain some fragments of intent crystals, this trip would be worth it. If they could obtain a few complete intent crystals, it would be a profit. No one knew what was hidden at the bottom of the soul burial lake. There might be even more precious treasures. Chi. Chi, chi. A spatial crack suddenly appeared in the distance. The nearby evil spirits were torn apart, and the lake water was swallowed. We've only gone 2,000 meters, and the space here already shows signs of becoming unstable. The commander frowned slightly. There was usually a reason for spatial cracks to appear when space became unstable. As they dived down, they occasionally saw some weapons, precious materials, and fragments of intent crystals. Their harvest was not bad. The frequency of spatial cracks increased. Fortunately, the space around them was relatively stable, and they didn't encounter the threat of spatial cracks. This made them feel strange. Rumble, the blue lake water surged violently, and a black shadow in armor suddenly attacked. Its body emitted a black aura that dyed the surroundings pitch black. The armored shadow wielded a large saber, and black ripples swept across the water surface, attacking the group. This ghost king had appeared before, and it instantly killed several mermaids. "Watch out," a commander said. "Just a ghost." "Scram." The great commander roared and opened his palm. Lightning burst forth and a dense net of lightning destroyed the black ripples and bombarded the armored Ghost King's body. The Ghost King's body crackled, and it was charred. It roared angrily and attacked even more violently. "Thunderstorm." The commander shouted again, and 5 bolts of silver lightning shot out from his palm, piercing the armored Ghost King. Boom, a loud explosion resounded, and the 5 bolts of lightning that pierced the armored Ghost King exploded, tearing its body into pieces. "Commander, your strength has improved," Commander Lu said with a smile. "The burying soul lake is huge. Although it's safest for the 5 of us to go together, the efficiency of searching for treasures will be the lowest." After the commander killed the armored Ghost King, he said, "Therefore, I suggest that we split up to search for treasures." Currently, the strongest Ghost King in the burying soul lake is equivalent to the star condensation middle stage. If our luck isn't bad, there won't be any life-threatening danger. "I agree, but it'll be bad if we encounter the foreign races. For safety's sake, it's better to form a team of 2. Another commander said. The commander nodded, and the team was formed instantly. The commander and Commander Lu formed a team, and the other 2 commanders formed another team. Commander Chen thinks that he's stronger than the other 7 commanders. "I believe that you should be fine alone," the commander said coldly. Commander Lu sneered, and the other 2 commanders acted as if it had nothing to do with them. "All right." Xianxia agreed immediately, which was out of the 4's expectations. He didn't say anything else and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The 4 were stunned. They didn't expect Xianxia to be so decisive. He didn't think much, and it seemed like he couldn't wait to leave the team. "Arrogant, ignorant," the commander said coldly. In his opinion, Xianxia was arrogant and ignorant, thinking that he would be fine alone. After saying that, the commander and Commander Lu left. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared nearby, tearing open a huge hole that extended towards the 2 of them. The 2 of them had goosebumps, and they immediately retreated, narrowly avoiding it. Although there were spatial cracks before, they appeared slower, and the cracks were smaller. I didn't feel such a sense of danger. Commander Lu felt that something was strange. The other team also encountered the same situation. Only Qinyu descended safely, unaffected by the spatial crack. That's true, the spatial crack doesn't dare to approach me? Qinyu laughed in his heart. He had a similar guess before, but he didn't have the chance to prove it. Just now, he agreed to act alone because he wanted to verify his guess. Therefore, he left quickly and decisively. Apart from that, acting alone was indeed more efficient. Qinyu continued experimenting. Where he was, the space was relatively stable. Even if he actively approached some small spatial cracks, the cracks would heal on their own. But when he approached some large spatial cracks, the effect would be reduced. In fact, some almighties who had a deep understanding of space profound could also do the same. But Qinyu didn't use space profound. Before he comprehended space profound, he had also encountered such a situation. He blamed these unexplainable things on the mysterious heart. The mysterious heart seems to be closely related to space. Qinyu thought. For example, the birth of the internal crystal space, the sudden comprehension of space profound, and the shocking improvement speed, as well as the strange phenomenon of space stabilizing. But now was not the time to think about this. He needed to reap the benefits first. Moreover, Qinyu didn't need to worry too much about the threat of the spatial cracks in the soul-burying lake. A silver ripple spread out from his body, instantly spreading in all directions. In such an environment, apart from the water ultimacy, the space ultimacy was probably the most practical. Qinyu, who had space profound, quickly sensed several pure and concentrated spatial fluctuations. A fragment of profound crystal with space attribute. Qinyu identified them. With a happy expression, he immediately took action, killing many ghost-fiend ghost kings and harvesting 8 profound crystal fragments. At this moment, Qinyu sensed a concentrated spatial fluctuation in a certain direction. It was extremely strong and didn't seem to be emitted by a spatial crystal fragment. A complete space profound crystal. Qinyu guessed. Qinyu guessed that the energy fluctuation he felt came from a complete space Upanishad crystal. He couldn't miss such a treasure. Qinyu followed the feeling and flew forward. He was 5,000 meters below the soul-burying lake. Space cracks appeared frequently, so the other explorers had to be vigilant. But Qinyu didn't have any scruples. He dashed toward his target, killing all the ghosts and ghosts along the way. Soon, he saw a silver bead. It was so deep that when he looked at it, he seemed to fall into layers of space that he couldn't extricate himself from. From this, he could see that the quality of this space Upanishad crystal wasn't ordinary. Swish, Qinyu waved his hand, urging space Upanishad. The silver bead turned into a beam of light and fell into Qinyu's hand. It's a complete space Upanishad crystal. Joy appeared on Qinyu's face. The value of a complete Upanishad crystal was much higher than its fragments. As soon as Qinyu put the Upanishad crystal into the mysterious crystal space, he suddenly felt a fierce energy fluctuation in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh, a violent dark red undercurrent rushed over, and within it, a huge fish tail flashed over. In the dark lake water, an astonishing water whirlpool was formed. Boom, Qinyu punched out, and the violent whirlpool instantly collapsed, causing water to surge in all directions. Hand over the Upanishad crystal, or I'll bury you in the soul-burying lake. The next moment, a cold, arrogant shout came. Swish. Swish, water light surged, and a mermaid descended. It was a female mermaid with an impressive body. She wore only a thin gauze, showing off her perfect curves. She looked at Qinyu coldly. She's alone. Qinyu was surprised. The human clan's troops all moved in teams of 2. The mermaid clan was so arrogant that one person could form a team. In other words, this mermaid was so strong that she could form a team alone. Searching for treasures in the soul-burying lake depends on your strength. Qinyu smiled faintly and did not take the words of the veiled mermaid seriously. Ha ha ha, you dare to say such words to the mermaid race in the water? The thin gauze mermaid seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and her proud figure swayed in the water. She had always been proud of herself. Now that a human with a lower cultivation level than her had said such words to her in the water, she found it funny and humiliating at the same time. The thin gauze mermaid was not blindly arrogant. She had heard that Xianxia had repelled 2 intermediate-stage celestial condensation kings of the mermaid clan. However, in the eyes of the thin-veiled mermaid, the blue water king was just SOSO. If it were not for his flattery and some contributions, he would not have been able to obtain a spot this time. Die! The veiled mermaid shouted coldly. She swept her tail horizontally, stirring up a dark red and blue water storm. This was the main target of the mermaid clan this time. Killing Xianxia would give them an additional 10% of the profits. Moreover, in the water, even if she could not kill Xianxia, the other party would not be able to do anything to her. Xianxia did not have a good impression of the mermaid clan. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he would not show any mercy. The star acupoints on his body lit up, and he released the space profound. The surging undercurrents immediately calmed down. Rumble, when that dark red and blue water storm swept over, Xianxia punched out. The storm immediately collapsed, and a vacuum appeared in the water. Boom, the flickering fist light shuttled through the water, rushing towards the veiled mermaid. You really do have some skill. The veiled mermaid twisted her body, dodging Xianxia's attack. In the water, she had mastered the water profound, which had the same auxiliary abilities as the space profound, such as perception, speed, and so on. A red light flashed in the hand of the veiled mermaid, and a strange 4-foot-long sword appeared. It looked like the tooth of an ancient beast, and it emitted a terrifying red light. Chi, the sharp sword shuttled through the water, seemingly ignoring all resistance, and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and his palm turned into a blade. Facing the incoming attack, he fiercely slashed out. Ding! Xianxia took a few steps back, leaving a shallow cut on his palm, which quickly healed. How is it possible to resist a top low-grade profound artifact? The veiled mermaid's face was full of shock, her red lips wide open. Not only that, what was with that amazing self-healing ability? Xianxia was just testing his current physical defense. He had just broken through to the peak of the early-stage star condensation realm, and his celestial body had a lot of room for improvement. As long as he had some time to open more than 600 star acupoints, which was close to completion, the veiled mermaid's attack would not even be able to cut through his skin. Swish, using the space profound, Xianxia streaked through the water, shooting towards the veiled mermaid like a sharp arrow. The veiled mermaid retreated, and her origin energy poured into the profound artifact, activating the water profound to the greatest extent. The entire water seemed to solidify, and it was extremely heavy. Xianxia's speed was affected, and he collided with the opponent's profound artifact again. Ding, bang. Bang, after several moves, the veiled mermaid had gone all out, but in such an environment, she could only scratch Xianxia's skin at most. The veiled mermaid realized Xianxia's strength, and she was about to retreat. It's indeed a little troublesome to deal with the mermaid clan in the water. Xianxia murmured. His strength was not affected much, but the strength of the mermaid clan had been greatly enhanced. In addition, the veiled mermaid's strength was a notch higher than that of the blue water king. Hearing this, the mermaid, who was proud and arrogant, almost cursed out loud. Wait for my clan to gather, then we will work together to kill this brat. The veiled mermaid had made up her mind. After saying that, she turned around and fled. Her speed was extremely fast, and she successfully dodged the space cracks along the way. You want to leave? How could Xianxia let his enemy go so easily? Swish, he dashed out, creating a shocking muffled sound in the water. Haha, human, you want to compete with my clan in the water? Do you have nothing better to do? The veiled mermaid sneered, thinking that Xianxia was too stupid. Xianxia took a deep breath, accumulating energy in his heart. He urged the space power Upanishad to its fullest, and his speed soared. How could it be? The veiled mermaid couldn't believe that a human with a lower cultivation base could be faster than her in the water. She looked flustered, and she used a secret technique. Red waves surged on the surface of her body, increasing her speed. Seeing the veiled mermaid increase her speed again, Xianxia felt troubled. No wonder the human clan, the earth spirit clan, and the flame clan had joined hands to suppress the mermaid clan's quota. In a battle of the same realm in the water, the mermaid clan had a big advantage. If they couldn't win, they could run. No one could stop them. Buzz, the space power Upanishad extended along with his soul consciousness, forming a giant silver palm that was hundreds of meters wide in front of the veiled mermaid. The veiled mermaid immediately sensed it, and she prepared to dodge. Bang, the giant silver palm slapped down, but it didn't hit the veiled mermaid. However, the fierce space energy created a dozen space cracks. Where the space cracks formed, a turbulent space current blew. Black and gray storms danced like giant snakes. The veiled mermaid didn't expect this. More than a dozen bone-deep wounds appeared on her body, and blood gushed out. Since she was too close to the space crack, the veiled mermaid couldn't escape the danger. The suction force from the crack pulled her in. No, the veiled mermaid screamed, her body flying uncontrollably toward the crack, disappearing into the soul-burying lake. When Xianxia approached, the turbulent space current disappeared, and the crack slowly closed. She was swallowed? Xianxia frowned. He didn't know what was on the other side of the space crack, and whether the veiled mermaid was dead or not. He didn't get any spoils. However, Xianxia discovered that the unstable space here could be used as a weapon against him. The space here wasn't stable. If he added oil to the fire, he could create space cracks that could threaten his enemies. Let's go deeper. Xianxia started to dive. The deeper he went, the more pieces of profound crystals he found. According to his guesses, there were precious treasures at the bottom of the soul-burying lake. If he went there, he might be able to find the reason for the changes in the soul-burying lake. 5,000 meters, 7,000 meters, Xianxia reached the bottom of the soul-burying lake. Along the way, he had a plentiful harvest. He had collected more than 30 pieces of profound crystals. There were also 5 complete Upanishad crystals. Other than that, he also found some cultivation materials, broken treasured weapons, and profound weapons. Why are there so many broken treasures and profound weapons? Could it be that the rumors are true? That the soul-burying lake used to be an ancient battlefield, and there were so many casualties. That's why there are so many ghosts, and broken weapons. Xianxia was puzzled. Rumble, suddenly, the sounds of fighting came from below. Xianxia released his spiritual consciousness and urged the space power, slowly approaching. Soon, an enormous black shadow appeared in front of him. It looked like a giant octopus with black tentacles extending from below. Boom! Sizzle, there was an explosion. Lightning flashed, and fire exploded. A few figures flew out from the battlefield. Among them were 2 humans that Xianxia found familiar. They were the Chief Commander and Commander Liu. Xianxia? The 2 found someone approaching. Their spiritual consciousness scanned and saw Xianxia. Immediately, the 2's eyes narrowed, and shock appeared on their faces as they carefully examined Xianxia's body. Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, but he could see why the other would do that. This place was 10,000 meters below the soul-burying lake. Space cracks appeared frequently. The 2 had paid a big price to get here. Commander Liu's face, chest, and legs were all injured by the spatial turbulence. Even the Grand Commander had 2 shallow wounds on his body. On the other hand, Xianxia was unharmed. Since Chief Commander Chen is here, join the battle, the Chief Commander said. Although he didn't like Xianxia, he needed Xianxia's strength. On the other side, there were 3 flame humans, 2 earth spirits, King Lucier, and the Eclipse King. The flame humans and the earth spirits also moved as a group, heading straight to the bottom of the lake. When King Lucier and the Eclipse King saw Xianxia, they were shocked. They knew that Xianxia had the space ultimacy. His strength wouldn't be reduced in this place, and he might even have an advantage. Xianxia glanced at the octopus ghost shadow. The octopus ghost shadow was pitch black, except for its 2 red eyes. Its ghostly aura filled the sky, dyeing the surroundings pitch black. So strong. Xianxia was slightly moved. This octopus ghost shadow was a ghost king, and an extremely strong one. Its strength had reached the late stage of the star condensation realm. However, they didn't need to fight to the death with the octopus ghost king. Xianxia continued to sense downwards. He found the corpse of an octopus in a huge reef. Although it was dead, the exposed parts of its body had a layer of metallic scales, shining with purple light. There were some rare treasures in the water, including ultimacy crystals. This was the reason why they wanted to kill the octopus ghost king. What was this creature's cultivation level when it was alive? Its corpse is still exuding faint spirit chi, and some rare treasures are growing out of it. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. The water of the burial soul lake could devour vitality. The fact that the octopus's corpse could be preserved to this extent was enough to prove that it had an extraordinary cultivation level when it was alive. The treasures that grew out of the corpse were also extremely valuable, especially in a place like the disordered ocean city, where they could be auctioned at a higher price. In addition, there were 9 profound meaning crystals of different attributes. Xianxia sensed a profound meaning crystal with space attribute. There were still hidden parts of the octopus's corpse, but he didn't know if there were other treasures. Okay. Xianxia joined the team for the time being. The powerful octopus ghost king had just repelled the commander, the flame human clan, the earth spirit clan, and the others. It was obvious that it was powerful, and they could only benefit from it by joining forces. Die, die. The octopus ghost king's red eyes flashed as it roared angrily. It seemed to have endless resentment and took the initiative to attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless pitch-black tentacles shot out and interweaved into a pitch-black net, shrouding a part of the world. The world felt as if it was sealed, and it was very difficult for them to move. This was the space ultimacy. Xianxia had also noticed this before. It was precisely because of this that the octopus ghost king was so powerful and difficult to deal with. It was also because of this that it could survive here despite its huge size. Commander Chen, please use the space ultimacy to weaken the space bind. King Lucier said in a very polite tone. Xianxia didn't want to protect these people, but he still did his part. Thunder shield. The commander opened his palm, and thunder and lightning bloomed, interweaving into a circular light shield. Commander Lu hid to the side, seeking shelter. He had many scars from the space cracks, and he had also suffered an attack when fighting with the octopus ghost king. Boom! Sizzle, the pitch-black tentacles collided, blasting away the thunder and lightning, and also collapsed and dissipated. Facing the attack of the pitch-black tentacles, Xianxia punched at it and shattered it. But immediately afterward, the pitch-black tentacles that covered the entire space stirred, and the entire bottom of the lake turned upside down. Space became chaotic, and spatial cracks appeared frequently. Xianxia had no choice but to be careful. He kept punching out with both fists, shattering the enemy's attacks. Lightning gathered in the senior commander's eyes and shot out a huge ball of lightning. Boom, the ball of lightning exploded, destroying all the pitch-black tentacles within a certain range. On the other side, the Earth Spirit race and the Flame Men race had the advantage in numbers. However, everyone still had to guard against the appearance of spatial cracks, so they were distracted. After a round of fierce attacks from the Octopus Ghost King, everyone immediately counterattacked. Boulders, fireballs, lightning, and fist lights rained down. But it was far from enough to kill the Octopus Ghost King. Although there were many people present, only the great commander was at the peak of the star condensation intermediate stage. The rest did not dare to get too close to the Octopus Ghost King. In such an environment, the Octopus Ghost King had the upper hand, just like the Mermaid Clan. At this moment, 2 mermaids arrived. They were Senior Lai, an old fish with black scales, and Blue Water King, who held a trident. The two looked at each other and understood the situation at the moment. Among them, Senior Lai and Blue Water King's eyes lingered on Xianxia for a long time. Their killing intent was obvious. Mermaid Clan, aren't you going to attack? The senior commander asked. He thought it was impossible. The Flame Men race and the Earth Spirit race thought so too. But the key was, how would the spoils be distributed? The 3 forces had different numbers and strengths, so it was difficult to distribute. Haha, this Ghost King has been targeted by the Mermaid Clan for a long time. How can we not attack? Blue Water King smiled faintly. The last time the Mermaid Clan explored this place, they had their eyes on this Octopus Ghost King. How about we kill this Ghost King and we divide the spoils equally? Senior Lai said with a smile. That's good, the senior commander said. Okay. The Flame Men race and the Earth Spirit race also agreed. Although they had a large number of people, their average combat strength was low. Especially the 3 Flame Men race members, they felt uncomfortable staying here. Blue Water King frowned slightly, looking puzzled. In his opinion, there was no need to divide the spoils equally. When the people of the Mermaid Clan arrived, they would be the strongest force here. Because Senior Lai had already killed 2 humans and 1 earth spirit, it was a little late. Thinking of this, Blue Water King looked at Senior Lai with even more awe. After I said so, the 3 clans won't join forces. How to divide the spoils will depend on their own strength. Senior Lai seemed to have seen through Blue Water King's doubts and explained to him. After a while, the people of the 4 clans began to attack the Octopus Ghost King. At this moment, their overall strength had increased greatly. There were a total of 10 Beast Kings, so they were very confident in dealing with the Octopus Ghost King. Senior Lai waved his hand, and a cloud of black mist formed in front of him, exuding the aura of decay and death. Whoosh, more than a dozen tentacles stretched out from the black mist, wrapped around the thick tentacles of the Octopus Ghost King with a creepy death aura. The big and small tentacles intertwined and dissipated, annihilating each other. The death aura in the surrounding water also gathered toward him, making Senior Lai's aura even more terrifying. He was like the god of death from hell. The Earth Spirit Clan and the Flame Human Clan joined forces to deal with the Octopus Ghost King's attack easily, and their attacks were extremely fierce. The Flame Human Clan was good at Fire Path and Yang Path. Although they couldn't exert much power, they could still cause obvious damage to the Octopus Ghost King. On the side of the Human Clan, the Great Commander was the center of attention. His palms constantly shot out lightning, breaking the tentacles of the Octopus Ghost King and bombarding the body of the Octopus Ghost King, leaving a lot of dents. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was doing his best. Anyway, with so many people, he would be able to kill the Octopus Ghost King sooner or later. Moreover, Senior Lai and Blue Water King obviously wanted to kill him, so he had to hide his strength and reserve his means. After a fierce battle, the Octopus Ghost King was defeated and seriously injured, which made it even more resentful and angry. Suddenly, a pitch-black light wave spread out from the body of the Octopus Ghost King. It was filled with thick black mist and swept in all directions. Soul attack. Senior Lai's pupils shrank. He immediately stopped, steadied his mind, and resisted. Boom, the pitch-black light wave swept in all directions, plunging the world into darkness. Everyone's mind shook and trembled. They felt a tearing pain, and their soul consciousness couldn't be released. Coupled with the darkness in front of them, everyone felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. The half of the jade pendant on Qin Yu's body reduced some of the damage from the soul attack, so he was still in good condition. In the face of the pitch-black world, he didn't care much. He displayed the star-patterned robe and focused on defense. Boom! There was an explosion and a shrill scream. Qin Yu also suddenly felt a sense of danger. He resisted an attack and retreated 100 feet, his blood and qi surging in his body. He was not seriously injured. If the Octopus Ghost King concentrated its attack on him, he might be in danger. But the opponent's chaotic attack did not even break the defense of his star-patterned robe. The darkness gradually dissipated, and the influence on the soul slowly returned to normal. 2 were dead. One was from the Flame Human Clan, and the other was Commander Liu. The others all suffered different degrees of injuries. Blue Water King had a big wound on his body, so deep that his bones could be seen. After causing death and injury, the 4 clans were obviously angry, and their attacks became fiercer. Boom, lightning burst out of the commander's eyes and merged into one, penetrating the body of the Octopus Ghost King, leaving a big hole. Senior Lai stretched out his hand, and the black fog of death rushed out. The Earth Spirit Clan and the Flame Human Clan attacked one after another. Qin Yu also mobilized the strength of his body and punched with a bright light. In fact, he was eager for the Octopus Ghost King to attack a few more times like this to weaken the others, especially Senior Lai of the Mermaid Clan. Soon, the aura of the Octopus Ghost King weakened, and it was on the verge of death. At a certain moment, under the joint attack of everyone, the Octopus Ghost King's body exploded. Before dying, the Octopus Ghost King vented all its remaining power. In the face of that terrible power fluctuation, everyone could clearly feel it and avoided it in advance. Boom, a mass of dark and violent ghost power continued to expand, shaking the water and the space. The cracks in the surrounding space expanded and connected, forming a huge space gap, which led to an unknown space. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, in the unknown space, ghostly figures suddenly appeared, along with broken precious weapons and profound weapons. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened, and they immediately understood. The root cause of the abnormality in the Burial Soul Lake seemed to be another extremely unstable space hidden here. Those vengeful spirits, broken ancient precious weapons and profound weapons, as well as the strong evil aura of ghostly corpses, all came from another space. The other space led to an unknown place, but it didn't feel like a good place. But... Dong. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, at this moment, Xianyu's mysterious heart sent a strong desire. This feeling was the same as when he touched the blood of the first ancestor. Of the blood clan. It can't be. The corner of Xianyu's mouth twitched. Everything was unknown in that unknown space, and it was too dangerous. The others also watched for a while, and then left cautiously, rushing to the octopus corpse to grab the treasures. Xianyu also quickly retreated to snatch the spoils of war. Bang, the commander split the reef with his palm, revealing the complete octopus corpse. Unfortunately, there was nothing valuable in other places except for some treasures at the crack. As for the octopus corpse, even if it had a high cultivation when it was alive, the Burial Soul Lake's water could corrode vitality, so there was no value left. Space Profundity Crystal. Xianyu pushed his space profundity to the limit and condensed it on the profundity crystal. Swish, the space-type profundity crystal floated up, flashing with silver light. It bypassed everyone and quickly approached Xianyu. Xianyu caught it and threw it into his interspatial pocket, then went on to grab the other treasures. Everyone's attacks were extremely fast, and they even revealed hostility as they suddenly attacked. Boom, there was an explosion. Senior Lai had purposely targeted Xianyu. He retreated 100 zhang, but he wasn't injured. That was because the other party hadn't used their full strength, afraid of damaging the treasures. But Xianyu still got a profundity crystal, several crystal fragments, and 5 precious treasures. There were a lot of crystal shards and strange, glowing blue grass on the corpse. Everyone stared at it, and the atmosphere froze. At this moment, Senior Lai and Blue Water King took out identical tokens at the same time. Someone seemed to be sending them a voice transmission. The next moment, their expressions changed. Their eyes widened, and their breathing quickened. They immediately turned and looked at the shrinking spatial crack. Without a word, they jumped in. This scene dumbfounded the other 3 races. Why was the mermaid race so anxious to rush to that unknown space? They didn't even fight for the treasures in front of them. Could there be more precious treasures in there? Senior Lai and the Blue Water King of the mermaid race had given up on the treasures in front of them and charged into the space gap that led to the unknown space. This action surprised everyone. The mermaid race wouldn't joke around with their lives. If there were no treasures in that unknown space, they wouldn't have rushed in so hastily. There was another possibility. Even if it was dangerous inside, the treasures were so precious that they were willing to take the risk. No matter what the situation was. The human race, the flame tribe, and the earth spirit race couldn't remain indifferent. This was especially true for Xianyu. His mysterious heart had been beating anxiously. All of this indicated that there was something useful in that unknown space. The reason he hadn't entered immediately was because he feared that the unknown space inside might be full of dangers. But now, Senior Lai and the Blue Water King of the mermaid race had rushed in, which reduced half of Xianyu's doubts. Whoosh, Xianyu immediately dashed towards the octopus's corpse to take the remaining intent crystals and the blue grass. The chief commander and the other 2 races also reacted. They had to divide the treasures first. At this time, they didn't fight. Or rather, they didn't want to. After Xianyu had taken a part of the treasures, he immediately turned around and looked at the space gap that was about to close. This time, Xianyu saw something floating inside. They were 2 pieces of profound crystal. These things also came from that space? Xianyu's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he flew out, took the 2 pieces of intent crystals, and then rushed into the space gap. That unknown space had treasures that were good for the mysterious heart. They could only be found by chance. How could he let them go? Moreover, he had the space power Upanishad. Even if there was danger, he could break the space and return to the soul-burying lake. Xianyu. Lightning flashed in the chief commander's eyes as he dashed out and entered the gap. Then, the 2 Earth Spirit Race clansmen also entered. The remaining 2 Flame Tribe clansmen were 1 step late. The gap had closed. But they weren't discouraged. They've all gone in. Let's search the bottom of the soul-burying lake. Maybe we can find other treasures. Qinyu arrived in another space. This space was also surrounded by dark blue water, which exuded a cold, sinister aura that could corrode one's life force and affect one's soul consciousness. There were also countless vengeful spirits here, even more than in the soul-burying lake. The space here was also unstable, with spatial cracks appearing and disappearing from time to time. The moment Qinyu appeared, they roared and pounced over. It was truly a terrifying scene. It gave Qinyu the feeling that he was still in the burying soul lake. However, the aura here was extremely unfamiliar. The heaven and earth vital energy here was extremely thin, close to non-existent. This made him very surprised. At this moment, the chief commander, King Lucier, and another earth spirit arrived and looked around cautiously. The water pressure is extremely high. It should be deep in the water. The great commander judged. Kill. King Lucier's eyes were solemn. After coming to this unknown space, he did not find any treasures. Instead, he encountered countless enemies. He felt somewhat regretful. Fortunately, these vengeful spirits and vengeful ghosts were not very strong. There were only a few at the Ghost King level. So far, they had not discovered any that could threaten them. There's no need. The chief commander said calmly and suddenly flew to the left. King Lucier and the other king of the flame human race were puzzled. That direction seems to be where the mermaid race left. The king of the flame human race said. There was almost no heaven and earth vital energy here because the aura left behind by the mermaid race was very obvious. The mermaid race's behavior just now is very suspicious. They should have been like us and did not know anything about this space, but suddenly received a message as if they suddenly learned something. King Lucier thought for a moment. In other words, the mermaid race might have entered this place and found some treasures. Therefore, if they followed the direction of the mermaid race, they would definitely reach the place where the treasures were hidden. But it's too dangerous. If the mermaid race came here, then there are at least 3 of them. That old mermaid is also very strong. King Lucier was worried. That was why he wanted to leave the water and go on land or in the air to find other treasures. Let's leave the water first. The flame human race agreed with King Lucier's idea. Therefore, the 2 of them attacked and decided to leave the water first. At the same time, Qinyu also made a decision. He chose the direction where the mermaid race and the commander had left. His heart beat fiercely, showing a strong desire. It pointed in the same direction as the mermaid race and the commander had left. What's going on with this space? There are malicious ghosts everywhere in the water. There is no heaven and earth vital energy, and the space is very unstable. Qinyu was very puzzled. It was the first time he had come to a space like this, and there didn't seem to be any great treasures. Whoosh, he flew at full speed and followed the commander. Along the way, the mermaid clan eliminated the enemies first, and then the great commander followed closely behind. Qinyu followed behind and didn't need to do anything. Occasionally, some malicious ghosts attacked him, but he ignored them and crashed through them. Gradually, he saw ruins and rotting corpses at the bottom of the water. No vitality, no heaven and earth vital energy. This seemed to be a world of death. There didn't seem to be any great treasures, but he could occasionally see fragments of intent crystals in the water. At this moment, there was a massive hole in front of him. The inside of the cave was dark and gloomy. Dazzling radiance filled the air, and an astonishing power surged out. At this place, Qinyu finally felt the aura of heaven and earth vital energy. His heart beat faster and faster as if it was about to jump out of his body. The treasure that the mysterious heart desired was in that hole. Qinyu could feel an indescribably powerful energy deep in the hole that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Senior Lai, the Blue Water King, and the commander of the mermaid race were at the entrance of the hole. You guys really followed me. The black flames in Senior Lai's eyes danced, giving people a dangerous feeling. Even the commander's eyes became serious. The origin energy in his body circulated, ready to erupt at the slightest sign of danger. Xianxia naturally came next to the commander. He believed that the commander was hostile to him and wouldn't attack him now. Otherwise, the mermaid race would seize the chance to kill the commander. Only the two of you? Senior Lai seemed to be waiting and asked. What treasures are there here? The great commander also asked. Neither side answered the other's question. It seems so. In that case, you guys don't have the right to enter. Senior Lai's smile became sinister. Killing intent surged, and a great pressure came crashing down. The commander was shocked. The other party was actually going to attack here. Obviously, the treasure was in the hole, but the mermaid race didn't plan to let them know. They chose to kill them and then take the treasure. It won't be easy for you guys to kill us, Xianxia said calmly. Although they were in the water and the mermaid race had the advantage, the commander cultivated the lightning Dao and was very powerful. However, the great commander cultivated the thunder Dao and was very powerful. The Blue Water King had been defeated by Xianxia before, so the great commander knew very well how strong the great commander was. It would not take much effort to deal with him. When Xianxia and the commander joined forces, even Senior Lai wouldn't be able to do anything. Suddenly, a mermaid flew out of the hole. It was the veiled mermaid who had been swallowed by the spatial crack during the battle with Xianxia. She was covered in wounds and her face was disfigured. Her once graceful figure and beautiful face were all ruined. What about now? Senior Lai chuckled. The profound meaning of death spread out, and the surroundings fell into darkness. The vitality of Xianxia and the commander seemed to be being extracted and drained away bit by bit. Senior Lai abruptly stretched out his palms, which then transformed into a black mist of death that gushed toward Xianxia and the great commander. Two sinister, pitch-black claws condensed in front of the claws, and they charged toward Xianxia and the great commander respectively. The senior commander immediately struck out with his palm. Lightning burst forth and blasted out. As Xianxia retreated, he activated the celestial body and the star-patterned robe. Bang, he punched out with all his strength, colliding with the huge black claws. The two dissipated. Xianxia, die. Give me your life. The Blue Water King and the Veiled Mermaid attacked Xianxia at the same time. In the water, the Blue Water King's confidence increased greatly. She dared to fight with Xianxia. With the help of the Veiled Mermaid, she was confident that they could kill Xianxia. Ugly, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Xianxia sneered. It seemed that the Veiled Mermaid had sent a voice transmission to Senior Lai and the Blue Water King. But what kind of treasure was in the sinkhole? Go to hell. The Veiled Mermaid was filled with hatred and anger. She only wanted to kill Xianxia. Clink, the dark red sword whizzed over, accompanied by a violent and heavy pressure, crushing down on him. Eh? She seems to have become stronger. Xianxia was a little surprised. It wasn't that her true essence had become stronger, nor had her profound weapon changed. It was that her mastery of the profound meaning of water seemed to have become much more profound. Thanks to you, this is a blessing in disguise. The Veiled Mermaid was proud and smiled evilly. Xianxia was slightly surprised. It seemed that there was indeed a great treasure in the sinkhole. Otherwise, the Veiled Mermaid's profound meaning of water wouldn't have improved in such a short time. The sky-burning demon halberd appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. A black flame hundreds of meters long fell and covered the dark red sword. Xianxia, you're too arrogant. Don't forget that I'm here. The Blue Water King also hated Xianxia. He waved the trident in his hand, and a violent blue tornado soared into the sky, attacking Xianxia from above. Just two losers. Xianxia shouted coldly. Facing the Blue Water King's attack, he ignored it and directly attacked. Be careful. This person's defense is strong, and his strength is even more terrifying. The Veiled Mermaid sent a voice transmission. She operated her profound power to form layers of barriers to bind Xianxia. The Blue Water King had fought with Xianxia before. He also operated his profound power to form layers of dark blue water walls to block Xianxia. In the water area, the two middle-stage star condensation cultivators operated their profound meaning of water to suppress Xianxia, which had a great impact on his speed. In particular, the Veiled Mermaid's profound meaning of water had improved. The two of them joined forces and engaged in a mobile battle. They used the double profound meaning of water to bind Xianxia, preventing him from gaining an obvious advantage for a while. At this moment, a scream came from the commander on the other side. Countless black threads intertwined around him, forming an inescapable net. His arm was cut by a black thread, and blood flowed out. The commander can't beat him? Xianxia was very surprised. Logically speaking, the commander had comprehended the profound meaning of thunder and should be able to restrain the enemy. No matter what, he should not be defeated. But when he saw Senior Lai's state, he understood. The other party was surrounded by a pitch-black mist of death, and behind him were layers upon layers of ghostly shadows. He was like the Grim Reaper from hell, making one's hair stand on end. There were countless deaths in this space, and the dense death aura allowed Senior Lai to exert his strength. It could be said that this was the most suitable battlefield for the other party. Not only was there water, but there were also countless death auras. He could exert his full strength. It seems that I have to quickly deal with these two enemies. Once the commander dies, my situation will only become more dangerous. Xianxia thought. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, he activated the mysterious heart and activated the burst power technique. But as soon as he activated the burst power technique, the mysterious heart suddenly produced an extremely strong attractive force. This violent attractive force had a specific target every time. Besides Xianxia, no one else could sense it. But Xianxia discovered that there was nothing here that was the target of the mysterious heart's attractive force. Suddenly, Xianxia discovered that the sinkhole was filled with colorful lights. It was incomparably dazzling, as if there was a chaotic ball of light floating out. While everyone was fighting, all of a sudden, multicolored light shone from the heaven pit. It was incomparably dazzling, as if a chaotic ball of light was floating out of it. This scene caused both sides to stop fighting for a moment. Why did it come out? The veiled woman's eyes widened in shock. She was the first to come here and find this item. However, she couldn't obtain it with her ability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent a message to the other Fish Clan members. It really is the core of the realm. Senior Lai's black eyes twinkled. What? The core of the realm? The first commander's breathing quickened as if he was struck by lightning, and his body trembled. Xianxia was also shocked. He didn't expect this treasure to be the core of a realm. He could vaguely see that in the center of the multicolored ball of light, there was a ball that looked like a small sun, and it was displaying all kinds of strange colors. However, this ball seemed to be missing a piece, and there were obvious cracks. I see. Xianxia's doubts about this dimension were instantly solved. This was a realm that was about to be destroyed. All living beings were dead, Yuan-Chi was gone, and the dimension was unstable. Kill them! Senior Lai roared. Since the humans saw it, they had to be eliminated. Xianxia found that everyone was excited. Their eyes were solemn, and their minds were tense. It was obvious that this treasure was too precious. He also knew how precious it was. The core of the realm was the support of the entire realm. The realm was born because of it, and if something happened to it, the realm would collapse. It could even be said that the core created the entire realm. It was obvious how precious it was. However, Xianxia didn't know what it was used for. Maybe it wasn't something he could touch. After all, this kind of treasure could only be found by luck. Wait. Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he noticed some tiny specks of light drifting out of the shattered core. They were fragments of intent crystals, and there was an intent crystal among them. Although he didn't know what it was used for, the core could produce intent crystals and fragments, which meant that its value was immeasurable. What made Xianxia's breathing quicken was that the core was floating toward him. Why is it coming toward us? Did it choose one of us? Senior Lai said in a hoarse voice. Everyone had also heard some rumors that the origin of realms could affect fate, luck, and other laws. If it took a liking to someone, that person's luck would be as great as the heavens, and no one would be able to stop them. They would become the most powerful ruler of the entire realm. Rumors could not be trusted, but what if it was true? Xianxia held his breath. If he really let the realm core get close to him, he would probably become everyone's enemy. If he was in the disordered ocean plains, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, he had the Royal Azure Emperor Lord behind him. But definitely not here. Qinyu immediately stopped his explosive technique and suppressed the suction force produced by the mysterious heart's desire. Perhaps because he had fused with it for a long time, he had a certain level of control over the mysterious heart, allowing it to calm down. Whoosh, the core of the interface seemed to have its own consciousness. Previously, it was in a state of awe, submission, and struggle. Without the suction force, it immediately jumped back into the giant pit. After the realm core disappeared, the battle immediately broke out. The great commander's eyes were filled with frightening lightning. Two enormous lightning dragons roared out and destroyed the pitch-black net around them. The mermaid clan was also filled with killing intent, and their attacks were ferocious. If they were to obtain this treasure, the benefits they would receive would definitely be astonishing. Swoosh, the dark red sword emitted an astonishing red glow as it constantly stabbed at Qinyu. The Blue Water King tossed the black trident in his hand out, and it floated above his head. It shone brightly and shot out a dark blue ray of light that was 1,000 feet long. The two of them unleashed their full strength, and the surrounding waves surged and shook. They wanted to kill Qinyu. Qinyu, what's the point of struggling? This realm's origin source belongs to our race. The thin-veiled woman shouted. The great commander of the human race is about to die at Senior Lai's hands. Even if you rely on your strong defense, when the three of us join forces, you will still die. The Blue Water King sneered smugly, trying to influence Qinyu psychologically. Is that so? If I kill the two of you first, then join forces with the great commander to deal with that old black fish, what will the result be? The corners of Qinyu's mouth curled up. Senior Lai's angry curses came from the other side, but Qinyu ignored them. The Blue Water King and the thin-veiled mermaid couldn't help but feel annoyed when they saw that Qinyu was not affected at all and was still talking nonsense. Qinyu's defense was extremely strong, and he had mastered the profound meaning of space. Even if the two of them joined forces, it would be difficult to determine the winner, let alone kill Qinyu. Swish! A golden pagoda appeared in Qinyu's hand, flew out, and suddenly enlarged. Since it was an amazing treasure, he no longer held back and took out a middle-grade magical weapon. The Golden Mountain Pagoda expanded rapidly, reaching its limit of 3,000 feet, like a huge mountain. If the thin-veiled mermaid and the Blue Water King wanted to use the profound meaning of water to bind the Golden Mountain Pagoda, they would have to cover a larger area and consume more energy. How could they deal with Qinyu then? Bastard, it's this middle-grade magical weapon again. The Blue Water King cursed. He had suffered several losses because of this middle-grade magical weapon. Boom! Golden light radiated from the Golden Mountain Pagoda, rushing toward the thin-veiled mermaid like a torrent. The latter dodged it while attacking and resisting. Blue Water King, I spared your life last time, and now I can take your life too. Qinyu chuckled and shot out like a shooting star. The Blue Water King suddenly found that Qinyu's speed was much faster than before. In fact, that was not the case. The appearance of the Golden Mountain Pagoda shielded the thin-veiled mermaid behind it. They were thousands of feet apart. Even if her profound power could affect Qinyu, it was very weak. In other words, it was now a one-on-one fight. Boom! With a simple punch, the huge light fist exuded a violent momentum, which frightened the Blue Water King and made him retreat involuntarily. Meanwhile, Qinyu's attack was like a storm. The light fist kept flashing, smashing toward the opponent like a meteor shower. The Blue Water King held the trident in his hand and kept hacking forward. The water around him surged, colliding with Qinyu's attack. However, the attack strength of the two sides was not on the same level. The Blue Water King switched from offense to defense. The blue liquid in front of him kept condensing, forming a black water wall that was almost solid. The demon descends to the sixth heaven, above the Blue Water King, the demonic will condensed, and the demonic feet appeared. A domineering and disdainful momentum spread out, as if to crush everything. Qinyu also integrated the profound meaning of space into these kinds of attacks, which was enough to tear the space apart. Bang! The fist light bombarded, and the demonic feet stomped. The water light surged violently, and the explosion spread in all directions. Die! Qinyu estimated that the Blue Water King could not withstand his fierce attack. A few more moves would take his life. Unexpectedly, before the storm dissipated and before he could throw a punch, the Blue Water King's tattered body fell. Dead? The injuries on the Blue Water King's body were more serious than Xianxia had imagined. At the bottom of the soul-burying lake, he had been injured by the Octopus Ghost King's counterattack. Oh no! The thin gauze mermaid had just broken through the Golden Mountain Pagoda and rushed over, only to see that the Blue Water King was dead. Even if her profound meaning of water was stronger than before, it would be difficult for her to kill Xianxia. You want to leave? Xianxia turned around and rushed out, while the Golden Mountain Pagoda blocked the back of the thin gauze mermaid. With a strong enemy in front and a middle-grade magical weapon behind, the thin gauze mermaid flew to the left, approaching Senior Lai for help. At this critical moment, how could Xianxia give the other party a chance? He did not hold back and displayed the murderous heart sutra. Thump. 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 Thump, his heart beat violently, causing the heart of the thin gauze mermaid to beat in resonance. Her heart suddenly swelled violently, and the thin gauze mermaid could not react in time. Her blood, qi, and yuan energy were in chaos, and her speed was slowed down for a moment. Her heart cracked, and blood spurted out of her mouth, ears, and nose. Although the strength of the thin gauze mermaid had improved, the injuries left by the previous battle with Xianxia had not healed. At this moment, two huge bright silver palms condensed around her, blocking her retreat and grabbing at her. The thin gauze mermaid tried her best to defend herself, and the dark red light shield around her was crushed. Suddenly, a shadow shrouded her. The next moment, the Golden Mountain Pagoda fell, crushing her into minced meat. The ground, which was not solid, cracked and cracked. Xianxia found that after the earth cracked, there was also water and bones on the other side. Everything in this realm that is about to be destroyed has been destroyed. Only this bit of land and water is left. He guessed. Xianxia, let's join forces to kill this person. Seeing Xianxia kill the two mermaids, the commander shouted excitedly. Although Xianxia did not trust the commander, he could only join forces with him to kill Senior Lai. Boom, after the Golden Mountain Pagoda shrunk, it turned into a ray of golden light and shot out. When it approached the enemy, it instantly enlarged with infinite power. The pressure on the commander suddenly increased. He kept striking with his palms, and lightning beams burst out. The aura was astonishing, and it could destroy everything. Senior Lai's strength was slightly stronger than the commander, but at this point, he was still injured by the lightning. Xianxia joined forces with the commander and instantly gained the upper hand. Xianxia's Golden Mountain Pagoda was responsible for blocking Senior Lai's attacks, and the commander's lightning power could be unleashed without restraint. The effect was outstanding. Bastards, a bunch of trash. How could they die so quickly? Senior Lai roared angrily, jealous and unwilling. Try my strongest killing move. The commander suddenly shouted. Lightning spread out, wrapping around his body. He seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, and his aura was terrifying. Lightning Dragon Violent Kill. Boom, the lightning on the commander's body all shot out, flying in all directions, turning into 18 winding lightning dragons. The entire sea flickered with lightning. His aura weakened, and he seemed very weak. Clearly, that attack just now had consumed a lot of energy. Boom, all the lightning dragons roared and smashed forward, sealing off all of Senior Lai's escape routes. Lightning exploded, turning into a shocking lightning pillar that pierced through the sky. Space was also torn. Senior Lai's charred black body fell, lifeless. Only Xianxia and the commander were left. The human race had won. At this moment, the eyes of the commander, who looked extremely weak, flashed. Suddenly, a small golden arrow appeared in his hand. That small arrow shone with golden lightning. Its aura was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Swoosh, what was even more shocking was the speed of the small arrow. It flew out in a flash, leaving behind a straight vacuum. Everything was destroyed by it. The treasure is mine. The commander's lips curled up. The burying soul lake wasn't far from the deep Red Sea. As long as he obtained the treasure and returned to the burying soul lake, he would dig into the sea from underground. Those who knew about it were all dead. He could also fake his death and live a carefree life with a new identity. Ha ha ha. The senior commander laughed maniacally. he was the greatest victor. Chen Yu frowned. He knew that the commander didn't like him, but he didn't expect the other party to hold back at the end and use a sure kill attack on him. This arrow was indeed powerful. He wasn't far from the commander, and it was difficult for him to dodge the sneak attack. Chi, the golden arrow pierced into Chen Yu's heart. Chi, the golden arrow pierced into Chen Yu's heart. Blood dripped from the wound, accompanied by intense pain. Chen Yu didn't die. There was still a surge of golden lightning energy on the arrow. When it exploded, although the mysterious heart took most of it, the remaining energy still spread throughout his body, breaking through the star-patterned clothes defense and leaving a scorched black mark on Chen Yu's body. Fortunately, the injury wasn't serious. Moreover, Chen Yu felt that the golden lightning was extremely powerful. After stimulating his entire body, he should be able to open a dozen star acupoints. Eh? The commander was about to enter the crater to obtain the treasure, but he realized that the golden arrow didn't pierce through Chen Yu. This surprised him greatly. That golden arrow was a top-tier mid-grade mystic artifact that he obtained during a mission in the first forbidden area. Unfortunately, it was a one-time use item. With his ability, this mystic artifact was enough to kill 2 or 3 Chen Yu. However, at this moment, the arrow pierced into Chen Yu's heart but didn't penetrate. This was too abnormal. And what was even more abnormal happened in the next moment. Swoosh, Chen Yu, who was pierced by the arrow, suddenly rushed out like a burning meteor and appeared beside the commander in a flash. The commander's face was full of shock. Just as he spat out a word, Chen Yu smashed a fist at him. Bang, a large hole appeared in the commander's body, and all his organs were destroyed. He looked down, and in extreme unwillingness, he fell backward, dying with his eyes wide open. After killing the commander, Chen Yu pulled out the arrow from his heart. The arrow had already lost its luster and became ordinary scrap metal. He threw it away. Interface core. Chen Yu muttered in a low voice. Filled with pleasant surprise, he dashed into the crater. In the depths, there was a dark and chaotic space with the occasional spatial crack. After entering this space, Chen Yu found that he was greatly hindered. His movement was slow, and his soul consciousness was disrupted. He couldn't even use the profound meaning of space. This space of nothingness and chaos was extremely mysterious. Swoosh, the interface core sensed Chen Yu's arrival and quickly retreated. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult even for Chen Yu to catch it. It was no wonder that the mermaid could call for her companions. However, Chen Yu had the mysterious heart, and it had been thirsty for a long time. The moment Chen Yu stopped suppressing it, the heart started beating violently, producing a strong suction force. Buzz, the interface core trembled slightly and the light weakened. It felt reverence and floated towards Chen Yu. Its heart resisted with unknown fear, but it could not resist the powerful suction of the mysterious heart. In the end, the interface core approached Chen Yu, and Chen Yu grabbed it in his hand. It was like a flawless round jade, but it was missing a piece and had some cracks. Even though Chen Yu was holding the interface core right now, the mysterious heart suction force hadn't disappeared. Instead, it was even more eager, as if Chen Yu continued holding it, even Chen Yu's hand would be sucked in. Since it's so important, I'll give it to you. Chen Yu released his hand. It was such a precious interface core. If he could keep it for himself, he would not give it away. However, he didn't know what else the interface core could do besides producing Upanishad crystals. If so, he would give it to the mysterious heart. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen after the mysterious heart got the interface core. Buzz, the interface core left his hand and seemed to want to merge with the heart in Chen Yu's body. Right at this moment. Swoosh, in the shadow not far from him, a dark shadow of death shot out. It looked like a mermaid. Kid, the interface core is mine. An evil soul voice came. You are old black fish? Chen Yu reacted. His hair stood on end and his soul shivered. Senior Lai of the mermaid clan was still alive. I'm curious. Your body received such a heavy injury, but you didn't die. Otherwise, my opponent would be your general commander. The gap between his soul and mine isn't big. Maybe something unexpected could happen. But you. Kiki. It turned out that Senior Lai had a plan when Qinyu and the general commander had joined hands. He had entered a fake death state and let Qinyu and the general commander fight to the death. Then, he would seize the chance to attack and become the winner. He also had the thought of taking the interface core and running away to another place. Swoosh, the gloomy, dead mermaid silhouette entered Qinyu's body. Is this body possession? Qinyu guessed. In Qinyu's soul sea, another powerful soul will of death suddenly appeared, and it immediately pounced on Qinyu, releasing a boundless soul aura of death, wanting to kill Qinyu's soul. However, Qinyu's soul consciousness wasn't weak. Senior Lai couldn't destroy it with one attack. It's useless to struggle. You should give up and give your body to me. Senior Lai smiled evilly. Suddenly, as he entered this body, he noticed that there was something strange about it. In the heart, there was a 5-colored crystal organ that was slowly devouring the interface core. What's going on? Your heart, my interface core. Senior Lai was so shocked that he couldn't speak coherently. Everything he did was for the interface core, but Qinyu's heart was going to devour it. Wait. Senior Lai suddenly realized. This mysterious heart had just been stabbed by the general commander's trump card, but it was still safe and sound. Now, it could even devour the interface core. This might be a treasure even more precious than the interface core. Rich, I must get this body. Boom, the mysterious heart that devoured the interface core started to tremble violently. An ancient and forbidden aura spread. The entire world of death shook, and countless spatial cracks appeared. Qinyu felt that the interface core had merged into the space inside the heart. The originally dark red and gray world suddenly had light and color. The space was no longer dead, and vitality appeared. Inside the heart, a boundless power that had been sleeping for a long time seemed to have awakened. As the heart beat, the entire world outside started to tremble and collapse. It was on the verge of destruction. Senior Lai's soul was also suppressed by this supreme aura. His soul trembled and prostrated. Maybe it was because Qinyu had completely merged with the heart, but he wasn't affected. He felt that his soul and body were undergoing an unknown change. Good chance. Qinyu immediately counterattacked. His soul turned into a giant pitch-black fist and punched out. Senior Lai's soul screamed in pain and begged for mercy. Boom, at a certain moment, the mysterious heart shook violently. The exquisite crystal heart emitted a divine light. Under the illumination of the divine light, Senior Lai's soul vanished without a trace like a cloud of mist. Qinyu's consciousness was also greatly affected. It was in a storm, like a small boat that could be capsized at any moment. Rumble, cracks appeared in the space around him. Spatial storms blew and destroyed everything. Get out of here. Qinyu felt the entire realm was collapsing. The moment he had the thought of leaving this place, the mysterious heart released a great power and made him leave. On the other side, King Lucier and the flame humans, who were trying to leave the water and go to the sky, felt despair. The edge of the sea was also the edge of space. They instantly understood that this was a realm that was about to be destroyed. It had shrunk to a very small part. The entire space was probably filled with water. There was no land or sky. They prepared to leave. Suddenly, a dazzling divine light shone from the depths of the realm. They were filled with endless reverence as if they had seen a god. Then, the space around them shattered, and the two were destroyed. Qinyu felt the space around him shake. In the next instant, he arrived at the soul-burying lake. This place was affected by the destruction of that dimension. The spatial cracks around it twisted and spread. Once a realm lost its core, it would be destroyed. Moreover, the mysterious heart's changes accelerated its destruction. That realm that was close to death was destroyed. Once it was destroyed, the power it produced was enough to affect the main world. Whoosh, the mysterious heart's changes hadn't finished. Qinyu's consciousness was a bit blurry. He dragged his body and flew upward. Boom boom boom, the space at the bottom of the soul-burying lake was torn apart. The destructive storm continued to expand and devour everything. Other than Qinyu, there was an earth spirit and a mermaid. They didn't enter the other dimension and explored the bottom of the soul-burying lake. The spatial storm that suddenly erupted instantly killed them. On the surface of the soul-burying lake, The upper echelons of the four races were guarding this place. Suddenly, everyone felt a terrifying power erupt from the ground. What's going on? The heart of the crowned mermaid king jumped. He probed the soul-burying lake with his soul consciousness. What are you doing? Didn't we agree not to have any contact with them? Didn't we wait for everyone to come out and split the benefits equally? Xianxia immediately shouted. Don't you feel that something is wrong down there? The crowned mermaid king shouted coldly. Yuan was silent, his expression dark. The others also felt it and prepared to send out their soul consciousness to check. But the power underground was becoming more and more terrifying. Even Xianxia felt a strong sense of danger. Suddenly, boom, something rushed over and knocked away the soul consciousnesses of the experts of the four races. Then, everyone saw a figure charge into the sky. That person was Xianxia. He gave off an oppressive aura, and there was a faint glow coming from his heart. Xianxia stared at Xianxia and was surprised. What had just happened? There seemed to be something on Xianxia that had knocked away his soul consciousness. The next instant. Not good. Retreat. Xianxia's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly shouted. The kings of the other three races also gave orders. Retreat. Boom, a chaotic spatial storm soared into the sky and shook the surroundings. The entire soul-burying lake was destroyed. Countless vengeful spirits and the blue lake water instantly disappeared. Boom, everything within a radius of several hundred miles was enveloped in the storm. The experts of the four races tensed up and held their breaths. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. If they hadn't retreated in time, they would have lost their lives here. The entire soul-burying lake had disappeared. The underground was dark like a bottomless pit, and there was an aura of destruction coming from it. In the center of the main world, an ancient grayish-white tower stood silently. It had an unknown number of floors, and it seemed to extend beyond the sky. At the top of the grayish-white tower, there was a dark and empty space. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared. The left eye was golden, and the right eye was silver. There was a mysterious whirlpool spinning in the eyes, emitting a faint light that illuminated the surroundings. The being with the gold and silver eyes was revealed. Everything about him was shrouded in a robe with strange patterns drawn on it. It was full of mystery. A new god-fiend part has awakened? This feeling, is it the heart of eternity? His eyes were gradually filled with a blurry dreamy luster. Whoosh, he floated in the air, his robe fluttering. His eyes emitted a gold and silver divine light that seemed to penetrate through the void. He saw the human territory, the disordered ocean plains, and, suddenly, boom, a loud noise came from the outside world. The entire space trembled, and a wave of divine power poured into the space. The scene in front of him instantly disappeared. Reporting, Sorcerer God. A god-fiend is causing trouble. A voice said. It seems to be related to the heart of eternity. Who is it? As soon as the voice finished speaking, the space returned to silence. There was nothing left. There was a blood-red island in the grey sea of mist. Everything there seemed to be blood-red. There were blood people, blood-red heads, and a giant blood-red heart. In the underground palace at the center of the island, there was a pool of black-red water. There was no life in it, and it was lifeless. Suddenly, the black-red blood floated, and a wisp of blood-red divine light pierced through everything and rushed into the sky, alarming all the beings on the island. What's going on? The ancestor has appeared. The ancestor has appeared. It's finally time for our race to conquer the main world. All the kindred on the island trembled, and they prostrated on the ground, sincerely worshipping. In an instant, several blood figures appeared in the underground palace. They looked like dragons and snakes, and there was a blood-red crystal on their heads. I'm afraid only the heart of eternity can activate the ancestors' blood. If we obtain it, who in the main world can stop our race? It seems to have just awakened. We must obtain it, at the burying soul lake. The four races were all extremely shocked as they stared at the bottomless pit in front of them. A few breaths later, everyone reacted. What happened? Damn, what's happening down there? Cries of surprise could be heard. Just how terrifying was this power to destroy the entire Burying Soul Lake so thoroughly and cleanly? This was a forbidden area, but it was also a land of treasures. There were many treasures inside. The four races had also sent out experts to search for treasures. They were still looking forward to the clan's experts obtaining many great treasures and making a huge profit. But just now, the entire Burying Soul Lake had disappeared. Many people raised their heads to look at Xianxia, who was in the sky, and then looked down at the deep pit below. All of them had the same question on their faces, just you alone? Xianxia, what is going on? Xianxia snorted angrily. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the abnormality in his heart had disappeared. The gears in his mind spun rapidly. If he feigned ignorance and said that he didn't know anything, he definitely wouldn't be able to dispel everyone's suspicions. If that was the case, he might as well tell them the truth. There was a small realm at the bottom of the lake that was about to be destroyed. When the Mermaid Clan and the Earth Spirit Clan were fighting for the treasures, the battle might have been too intense and caused the small realm to be destroyed in advance. Xianxia slightly changed the truth. What? A small realm that was about to be destroyed? The experts were even more shocked. After thinking for a while, they felt that what Xianxia had said was not baseless. At least the changes in the Burying Soul Lake and the explosion that occurred in the end did not contradict what Xianxia had said. The cause and effect could be linked together. What about the others? Xianxia asked again. Although he already had the answer in his heart, he wanted to hear it from Xianxia himself. I'm not sure. General can go down and take a look. Xianxia said calmly. Xianxia frowned and his expression became serious. Even he was shocked by the aura below. The others must have died. Junior, if they're all dead, why are you still alive? The crowned mermaid king shouted. The wind and clouds roiled. Behind him, there seemed to be countless waves that were thousands of meters tall. His violent aura seemed to be able to crush everything. This junior didn't think his cultivation was high, so he didn't participate in the battle. I was searching for treasures in the middle of the Burying Soul Lake. When I sensed danger, I ran out. They're all at the bottom. I'm afraid it's too late. Xianxia ignored the others' pressure and said calmly. The leaders of the Earth Spirit Clan and the Flame Humans might believe him, but the leaders of the Mermaids and Nya Yuan didn't believe him. However, they had no evidence to refute him. Xianxia was the only person present. Only a soul search could prove whether Xianxia was lying or not. The upper echelons of the four races were deep in discussion with different expressions. All of the experts except for Xianxia were dead. The other three races couldn't accept the fact that they had gained nothing. The Earth Spirit Clan and the Flame Humans even had some conflicts. Xianxia, how was your harvest? Nya Yuan asked. Xianxia took out his interspatial ring and showed it to the humans. Everyone's eyes lit up and they couldn't help but inhale. 5 Upanishad crystals, 46 pieces of Upanishad crystal, 13 ghost grass, and 3 bone coral. This was definitely a big harvest. Even Xianxia's gaze softened when he looked at Xianxia. But thinking of his son's death, his expression became sharp again. Xianxia sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he had put the space intent crystals into the mysterious crystal space. He had left too suddenly and hadn't prepared. Otherwise, he would have kept some treasures for himself. How could he let Xianxia and the others benefit so easily? Not bad. Xianxia, according to the rules, you can take 30%. The city lord's mansion will distribute the rest, Xianxia said calmly. He would distribute the treasures first. As for 30%, Xianxia took away 4 rare and precious profound crystals and nothing else. Xianxia and the other captains were secretly envious of this scene. Captain Chen, how about this? I'll let you take 15 intent crystal fragments, and you leave the metal element intent crystal behind? Xianxia said calmly. Not exchanging. Xianxia coldly refused. This caused Xianxia's expression to become ugly. The other 3 races were envious when they saw the shocking harvest Xianxia had taken out. Thinking about the fact that all the experts of their races had died, the flames of greed burned in their hearts. But at this moment, boom, in the sky, a majestic will that could shake the world descended from the sky. Yuanqi roared, and the sky trembled slightly. In his field of vision, a merman wearing a blue robe and holding an ice crystal trident slowly condensed. His blue hair was like billowing waves, and he stood in the endless waves, majestic and awe-inspiring, shaking heaven and earth. The hearts of all the beings present shook. They looked up at the giant figure in shock. The Archlord? The projection of the Archlord Mystic Nether's clone? Too terrifying. This is the power of the mysterious Nether realm. His intent carried his own power and descended 10,000 miles away. Even so, he could suppress all the experts present. The Archlord. Greetings, the Archlord. The merman lowered his head and bowed. The merman king wearing a crown was also shocked. How had this matter alarmed the Archlord of his territory? Had he sensed the destruction of this small realm? What happened here? The Archlord projection spoke as if he represented heaven and earth, interrogating everyone. The Mermaid King immediately recounted what had just happened in full detail, not concealing anything or changing anything. In the next instant, the Archlord projection's gaze landed on Xianxia. Pung, Xianxia's figure sank, and his feet sank into the ground. A powerful pressure pressed down on his body, making it difficult for him to move or even speak. What was going on? Had the other party sensed that he had lied? That was impossible. Even if he was the Emperor Lord of the mysterious Nether realm, he hadn't personally seen what had happened at the bottom of the Soul Burial Lake. Junior, you're the only one who escaped. This the Arch will search your soul and find out the truth. The Merman Lord projection didn't ask anything and directly told him what he was going to do next. Powerful and domineering, it was useless even if he refused. Many of the humans present were indignant. What right did the merman race have to move the humans? Xianxia looked at Niahua. The latter was indifferent and allowed the merman race to do as they pleased. Suddenly, two boundless and earth-shaking intents descended and turned into two figures that were thousands of feet long. One of the figures was like a mountain. It was covered in black rocks with ancient and mysterious patterns that gave off an extremely heavy aura. The other figure was shrouded in endless flames. His body was white, and his lips, eyes, and hair were as red as fire. Greetings, the Archlord. The Flame Man race and the Earth Spirit race lowered their heads. They were also extremely shocked. Why would the Archlord experts guarding the disordered ocean plains notice what had happened here? They didn't know, but the three Archlords knew. An aura had appeared here just now, a terrifying aura that shook their minds. Otherwise, why would the three Archlords pay attention to the situation here? They wanted to know who it was. Or what treasure was it? Why did it give off such a terrifying aura? Through everyone's description, they guessed that a treasure had been born in the burying soul lake. Maybe it was the realm core of that shattered little world, or some other unknown treasure. The only survivor was Xianxia. In that case, it was very likely that the treasure was with Xianxia. In the end, the three Archlord projections made a unanimous decision. Junior, release your soul. We will search your soul. The three Archlord projections sized each other up. If they really found a treasure, the other might be an enemy. The experts of the three races gradually felt that Xianxia was hiding something. Even if the final result was true, the arch behind them had descended. At that time, they could force the human race to hand over the spoils of war and split them evenly among the four races. When Niahua saw this scene, he was shocked again and again. Damn it, Xianxia is definitely hiding something. If I had known, I would have taken him away earlier and interrogated him alone. Niahua was slightly frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. If it was only the mermaid race's the Archlord projection, he could object. However, he could not change the decision of the three Archlords. Just as the three Archlord projections took action, the fourth Archlord projection quickly formed behind Xianxia. Behind Xianxia, 1,000 zhang tall azure figure formed. It was dressed in an azure and white robe, and its eyes were black and deep, emitting a pressure that shook the surroundings. The other three sovereign lords had already expected the appearance of the human sovereign lord's projection. Since they felt the terrifying aura that flashed by, the human sovereign lord naturally felt it too. If the other party was curious, then the four forces would gather information together. If the royal sky sovereign lord wanted to monopolize the benefits, then the three sovereign lords would join forces to suppress him. but before the three sovereign lords could speak, the royal sky sovereign lord's projection roared, "You dare to touch the human race without my permission?" Scram! The projection's monstrous aura swept out in all directions. The word scram formed a wave of azure light that rushed out like an endless primordial beast. The souls of all the kings present trembled. It was as if thunder was exploding in their minds. This domineering and majestic word reverberated in their minds. In the end, they succumbed to the pressure of this single word. Bang! 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 On the other hand, the projections of the other three emperor lords were directly shattered by the enormous wave of azure light and vanished without a trace. Only the royal sky sovereign lord's projection was left in the heavens and earth. Return. He spat out a single word before his figure disappeared. The human experts were stunned on the spot. Nian Yan's mind was still in shock. Only after hearing the word did he react and lead the human race away from this place. At this moment, there was only one thought in the hearts of the human race: how domineering. The other three races also had the same thought as they watched the human race leave, not daring to make a sound. At the same time, in the mermaid palace of the sea tribe, the mermaid sovereign lord, who was sitting on the throne, swayed as the blood in his body boiled. He only managed to suppress it after a few breaths. What powerful strength, to be able to destroy the projections of the three sovereign lords. The mermaid sovereign lord's expression was solemn. This could only be done when there was a huge difference in strength. This person is not simple. He hid his strength so deeply. Even if I join forces with the earth spirit race and the flame human race, I don't know if we can fight against him. On the way back to the human race, Nia Hua and the others couldn't help but secretly size up Qinyu with complicated thoughts. Everyone could tell that the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord had made a move against the other three Sovereign Lords because of Qinyu. They sighed in their hearts. Why did the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler think so highly of Qinyu? This made Nia Hua, who had a deep grudge against Qinyu, the most conflicted. He did not know how to deal with Qinyu. Although Qinyu sighed with emotion and rejoiced, he didn't have the time to think about this at the moment. He only wanted to know how the mysterious heart had evolved after absorbing the realm core. Qinyu's consciousness sank into the space inside the heart. This place was no longer deathly silent. There was color and vitality. The moment he arrived, he had the illusion that he had arrived in the real world. There were hard brown rocks, weeds growing in many places, and small, straight trees. Not far away, there was a clear stream of water. Above them, there were howling winds and flashing lightning. After the mysterious heart absorbed the realm core, these natural scenes appeared. These natural sceneries were very simple and monotonous, just like the beginning of the world. But what do these things mean? What's the use? Qinyu asked himself, but he couldn't think of an answer. Apart from these simple sceneries, the faint silver crystal in space had expanded by several times. It was now 2,000 zhang in length and width. Qinyu explored for a while, but other than that, there were no other changes. That's it? He was slightly disappointed. He had spent so much effort to absorb the realm core, but it didn't seem to bring him any benefits. He felt that he had suffered a loss. If he had kept the realm core, he might have been able to obtain many profound crystals. These things were very valuable. Perhaps the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler knows something. I can only ask him, Qinyu sighed, keeping the countless doubts in his heart. At this moment, he once again recalled the dream that he had a long time ago. Qinyu always thought that the dream might be real, but it might not be. For example, he had found the mysterious heart at the Yunhui Gate. That was why he didn't tell anyone about it when he first arrived at the city lord's mansion. After all, this was his biggest secret, and no one knew about it. But combined with the dream, Qinyu felt that the appearance of the mysterious heart might not be a coincidence. The Royal Azure Dynasty ruler might know something. Half a day later, Qinyu returned to the city lord's mansion. He immediately went to the forbidden ground where the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler was. What do you want to know? Ask away. The Royal Sky Royal Lord seemed to have been waiting for Qinyu for a long time. Qinyu thought that the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler would hide the truth, but Qinyu was surprised to see him being so honest. I obtained a realm core at the bottom of the soul-burying lake. He first told the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler about this opportunity. After all, the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler had protected him. Otherwise, the other 3 Royal Azure Dynasty rulers would have searched his soul and found out everything. After saying this, Qinyu asked, "What's the use of this treasure?" The realm core is an extremely precious treasure even for the profound Dark Dynasty ruler, not to mention star condensation monarchs. The realm core is the origin energy of a realm. It can increase the chances of a late-stage star condensation monarch breaking through to the profound dark realm by more than 50%. Apart from that, star condensation monarchs and profound dark dynasty rulers can use the realm core to cultivate and increase their profundities, allowing their strength to be at the peak of the same realm. The Royal Azure Dynasty ruler explained. Increase the chances of breaking through to the profound dark realm by more than 50%, Qinyu's breathing quickened. Not only that, but the realm core could also assist in cultivation. Qinyu felt that he had suffered a loss. How good would it be if he could keep this for himself? As for finding another realm core, it was unrealistic. There were countless realms in the vast universe. But there were peak experts in the large realms. Even if one had enough strength, it would be difficult to kill all living beings in the realms. Not to mention that there were even stronger forces behind each realm. Snatching the core of a small realm was also unrealistic. In the vast universe, the small realms were like streams, the large realms were like rivers, and the main world was like the ocean. Going from a small realm to a large realm or the main world was like flowing water. Going from the main world to a large realm or a small realm was like going against the current. The stronger one's cultivation was, the greater the resistance one would face when traveling through space. There was once a supreme expert who forcefully entered a small realm, causing the realm to collapse. Not only did he die, but those related to him also suffered the revenge of the forces behind the small realm. Apart from that, there are other uses for the realm core that you don't need to know. The Royal Azure Dynasty ruler concluded. You know about the mysterious heart in my body, right? What's its origin? Qinyu asked. I obtained that heart by chance. As for fusing with your body, everything was fated. The Royal Azure Dynasty ruler did not avoid it. Obtained by chance? Qinyu was shocked. Wasn't his luck too good? Were all geniuses this lucky? As for its origin, you should have heard of the legend of the chaotic god fiend, right? Chaotic god fiend? Qinyu had heard of this legend when he was in the Blood Clan. He had guessed that the mysterious heart might be related to the chaotic god fiend, but he never expected it to be true. In ancient times, a chaotic god fiend was born in the main world. His appearance caused the myriad of races in the main world to tremble in fear. But even such an existence perished in the end for some unknown reason. That's right. This eternal heart came from the chaotic god fiend. The Royal Azure Dynasty ruler gave an affirmative answer. Qinyu never expected that the heart he fused with would have such a shocking origin. Fortunately, he had kept the secret of the heart well. If it were to be leaked, he would probably be killed immediately. The benefits that the heart can bring you are greater than the realm core. It's just that you haven't noticed it yet. As the power of the eternal heart continues to awaken, the benefits you will receive will also increase. The Royal Azure Dynasty ruler seemed to have seen through everything and smiled. Qinyu could feel that as the mysterious heart continued to change, the benefits he would receive would increase. It was just that the mysterious heart didn't seem to bring him any obvious benefits after devouring the realm core. Perhaps it was as the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler said, he hadn't noticed it yet. He closed his eyes and instantly felt that something was amiss. His spiritual sense rapidly fused with heaven and earth. Many profound insights appeared in his mind. Most of them were the profound of space. At this moment, Qinyu felt that the speed at which he comprehended the profound was 10 times faster than usual. Suddenly, Qinyu's comprehension of the profound of space seemed to have reached another level. His consciousness fused with the space and seemed to be able to control everything around him. With a thought, the space of 1,000 zhang seemed to exist independently. Wind couldn't enter and water was blocked outside. Not bad. Your profound of space has reached the second level in such a short time. The Royal Sky Azure Emperor Lord said in a gratified tone. It seemed that the eternal heart had given Qinyu this benefit. In reality, he didn't understand much about the eternal heart. Otherwise, he would have said it directly. Feeling the improvement of his profound of space, Xianxia was in a good mood. He suddenly discovered that the simple world within the mysterious heart had undergone some changes. The space of this world seemed to have expanded and become more stable. As my comprehension of the profound increases, this world will actually change? Xianxia was shocked. This situation was similar to the core of an interface gradually creating a world. However, the core of the broken interface that he had obtained did not possess this ability. It would only slowly be destroyed. However, after the mysterious heart absorbed it, it gained this ability and was gradually creating a world. Perhaps, the mysterious heart will create an independent world in the near future. Xianxia came to this conclusion. He also discovered that he had a certain degree of control over this simple world. He could change the geographical environment. Currently, he had summarized the situation of the mysterious heart after its transformation. First, his speed of comprehending profound had increased by almost 10 times. This was especially so for the profound of space, which had directly broken through to the second level. As long as Xianxia was willing, he could immediately comprehend the other profound. Most star condensation realm cultivators only comprehended one profound and did not have the time to comprehend other profound. Second, the mysterious heart was creating an independent world. As Xianxia's strength increased, it would continue to improve. In the future, this would be his independent world. Third, not only did the weakness after the battle disappear, but his body was filled with boundless energy. His recovery and physique had greatly increased. As for how much and how strong he was, he had to test it out to know. Let's give it a try here. I also want to see how much the power of the Heart of Eternity has changed you after awakening. The Azure Sky Emperor Lord said. Xianxia originally planned to leave the disordered ocean city and test it outside. But since the Azure Sky Emperor Lord had spoken, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Buzz, the astral acupoints on the surface of his body opened. Starlight surged and a powerful physical force surrounded his body, suppressing everything. Xianxia didn't punch out. Instead, he circulated the yuan energy in his body and opened the astral acupoints according to the cultivation method of the celestial physique. A few breaths later, a new astral acupoint lit up on the surface of his body. During the battle at Soul Burying Lake, Xiao Chen's physique had been tempered. This was especially so after the first commander's final arrow. The mysterious heart had resolved the fatal wound, and his physique had been tempered by lightning in all aspects. In a short period of time, Xianxia opened 20 astral acupoints. Only then did he stop. He clenched his fist and circulated the energy in his body before punching out. He didn't use any yuan energy in this punch. Boom, the void exploded and a boundless black energy distorted one's vision. It landed on a towering mountain in the distance. Boom, the explosion shook the heavens and earth. The mountain disappeared and the ground trembled, leaving behind a huge crater. The entire city lord's mansion shook. Those that were closer to the Azure Sky Emperor Lord's residence thought that an enemy had attacked and immediately ran out. Within the general's mansion, Niahua, who had a worried expression, was shocked when he felt the tremors in the room. He flew out and determined that the source of the tremors was the Azure Sky Emperor Lord's residence. In the past, he even dared to talk back to the Azure Sky Emperor Lord. But after witnessing the Azure Sky Emperor Lord's domineering aura, he no longer had the guts to care about the Azure Sky Emperor Lord's matters. Not bad. If this punch landed on a star condensation intermediate stage cultivator, it might be able to kill him. The Azure Sky Emperor Lord commented with a smile on his face. One must know that Xianxia's punch contained pure strength. He didn't even use any yuan energy. If he used pure strength, he could even kill a star condensation intermediate stage cultivator. If he used yuan energy, he might even be able to threaten the life of a star condensation intermediate stage cultivator. Next is the defensive test. Xianxia was filled with anticipation. The mysterious heart's boost to the body was mainly in strength and defense, not speed. Xianxia's right hand took the shape of a blade and condensed his elemental energy into a white blade that was as smooth as a mirror. Ding, he slashed at his left arm with the saber, producing the sound of metal being cut. There was a shallow wound on his left arm, but it healed in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's slash had used a portion of his physical strength and origin power. Its power surpassed that of a normal middle-stage star condensation cultivator's attack, but it only left a shallow wound on his body. An ordinary attack from a middle-stage star condensation realm martial artist would not be able to harm me in the slightest. If I add on the defense of the star-patterned robe, then an attack from a peak middle-stage star condensation realm martial artist would at most cause some light injuries. Xianxia concluded. His defensive power had also increased by several times. If he were to fight with the chiffon mermaid now, the other party might not even be able to hurt his skin. A peak middle-stage star condensation realm could at most cause light injuries to Xianxia. In addition, the wound healed itself in an instant. His self-healing ability had increased tremendously. With my current situation, if I add on the second level of space profundity, I might be able to fight against a late-stage star condensation realm martial artist. Xianxia guessed. After all, he had not seen a late-stage star condensation realm martial artist going all out. However, a peak middle-stage star condensation realm martial artist would not be able to do anything to him even if he used all his abilities. More or less. The Royal Sky Emperor Lord said. Xianxia felt that there was something wrong with the Royal Sky Emperor Lord's tone. At the start, he was very happy and praising him, but his final evaluation was very simple. In reality, the Royal Sky Emperor Lord was comparing Xianxia to himself when he was young. When he was in the Great Cosmos realm, he was also the #1 genius in the world. Even in the Origin world, he was one of the geniuses of the human race. However, he discovered that when he was at the peak early-stage star condensation realm, he did not have the combat power that Xianxia had. This was the pride of a genius. He would naturally compare himself to other geniuses. However, Xianxia was his son. The Royal Sky Emperor Lord was very pleased and smiled. You've just reached the peak early-stage star condensation realm. At the very least, you won't be able to break through in the next 5 or 6 years. There's still a lot of room for improvement. This was true. Xianxia also thought so. Just the first level of the divine quadform physique alone had a lot of room for improvement. Once the first level of the celestial physique was completed, Xianxia's physique would reach a shocking level. This is a spatial combat technique. It's hard for you to cultivate it at your current level, but you can at least comprehend some things. With your talent in space, you'll be able to cultivate it soon. The Royal Sky Emperor Lord took out a jade slip. Skyrending Emperor Fist. Xianxia scanned it with his spiritual sense and saw a few overbearing words. This is an emperor-level combat technique. Xianxia said in shock after looking through the contents. This was a combat technique that only a mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lord could use. Xianxia felt that this was still a distance away from him. Furthermore, the value of this combat technique was self-evident. For example, the Su family, the strongest of the 5 major families, probably only had 1 or 2 emperor-level combat techniques that they kept as their foundation. Space-type combat techniques are rare. I don't have any low-level ones here. The Royal Sky Emperor Lord explained. Xianxia felt like he was showing off. After the test, Xianxia returned to his residence and went into seclusion. He should have gone into seclusion to cultivate, but it was delayed because of the soul-burying lake incident. The 2 areas that I've improved the most are the celestial physique and my yuan qi cultivation. These 2 areas could be done at the same time without interfering with each other. He had opened a total of 498 star acupoints for the celestial physique. Xianxia had plundered a lot of resources from the previous auction, and most of them were body-tempering materials. Even if he used up all of them, he still had a huge amount of yuan stones that he could continue to plunder. The mermaids and the great commander had quite a lot of belongings. After going into seclusion for 10 days, he had opened another 40 star acupoints, which was a rapid improvement. The cultivation speed of the physique cultivation technique is a little beyond my expectations. Xianxia guessed. Could this also be the change brought about by the mysterious heart? As time passed, the cultivation speed of the celestial physique started to slow down. However, this was normal. Any cultivation technique would slow down towards the end. If I open 720 star acupoints, the celestial physique will reach perfection. I will be able to use the power of all the star acupoints to execute an extremely powerful offensive combat technique. Xianxia was looking forward to it. while cultivating the celestial physique and opening the star acupoints. Xianxia was also taking care of his cultivation. In terms of physique tempering, he had a unique talent that allowed him to improve rapidly. In comparison, even though he had the blood-spirit physique, it was still more difficult for him to improve his cultivation. After all, the 9 revolutions vast star art that Xianxia cultivated was a top-notch 9 revolutions cultivation technique, and the difficulty was extremely high. As for the sky-shattering Emperor Fist that he obtained from the Royal Sky Emperor Lord, he only took a look at it and felt that it was extremely difficult. It was too profound and he couldn't cultivate it at his current stage. But according to the Royal Sky Emperor Lord, when Xianxu's space profundity reached the 3rd level, he would probably be able to learn this Emperor-grade combat technique. From the Royal Sky Emperor Lord, Xianxia knew that the profundity was actually divided into 9 levels. But in the star condensation realm, one could usually comprehend up to the 3rd level. Even a genius in space could only comprehend up to the 4th level at most. Normally, only in the late star condensation realm could one comprehend the profundity to the 3rd level and learn Emperor-grade combat techniques. However, Xianxia had the mysterious heart and his talent in space couldn't be measured with common sense. Without reaching the late star condensation realm, Xianxia could also cultivate the sky-shattering Emperor Fist. Time passed slowly. Xianxia had been in seclusion in the city lord's mansion, ignoring the outside world. Right now, he only had one goal left, and that was to enter the 3 divine sects. Before that, everything was just to pave the way for this goal. 2 years later, Xianxia, who had been in seclusion with almost no one to disturb him, suddenly had someone come to visit him. Commander Chen, a senior from the White Tiger Sacred Clan, is here to pay a visit. Come out quickly. Outside the door, General Xianxia's butler, Blackbone King, shouted. Although he was afraid of Xianxia, standing beside him was a senior member of the White Tiger Sacred Clan, he couldn't help but feel emboldened. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. Inside the mansion, Xianxia's calm voice came out. Blackbone King was furious, but he couldn't say anything. Beside him, there were 5 White Tiger Sacred Clan members. 3 of them were in the mid-star condensation realm, which made Blackbone King, a veteran mid-star condensation realm powerhouse, feel shocked. The person in the lead was a robust old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was dressed in a black robe, and there seemed to be a divine light flashing in his black eyes. When the Blackbone King looked over, he felt a mountain-like pressure and a terrifying aura that could dominate the world. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Senior Baijun, this junior will take his leave first. Blackbone King bowed and quickly left. Not far away, he ran into General Xianxia. General, isn't there a grudge between the White Tiger Sacred Clan and Xianxia? Why did Senior Baijun come to pay a visit? Blackbone King was shocked. Perhaps he's trying to be polite before resorting to force. Xianxia said with a solemn expression. Back then, the White Tiger Sacred Clan had taken the initiative to ask him for Xianxia, calling him a sinner of the White Tiger Sacred Clan. Xianxia hoped that the White Tiger Sacred Clan's Imperial Lord Baijun would personally kill Xianxia. He believed that the Azure Sky Imperial Lord wouldn't fight with Imperial Lord Baijun for Xianxia. After all, the latter was a sinner. Guests of the White Tiger Sacred Clan, please come in. The door of Xianxia's palace opened by itself. Monarch Lord Baijun led the other 4 people into the hall, and saw a handsome young man walking out from the hall. His figure was emitting a powerful aura. Imperial Lord Baijun was fine, but the other 3 geniuses of the White Tiger Sacred Clan felt their blood flow stagnate, and their bodies felt heavy. Among them, the white-robed woman who had met Xianxia a few times stared at Xianxia in astonishment. Not much time had passed, but the aura emitted by Xianxia already gave her such great pressure. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, and his face seemed to have been carved out with a knife. His brows emitted a threatening aura. The woman's figure was petite, but she couldn't be underestimated. Her wild eyes gave off a strong sense of aggression. The 2 were curious about how capable the human genius that the white-robed woman, Ling Ting, was. It was evident that they were intimidated by Xianxia's aura the moment they saw him. Within the grand hall, several people sat down. Xianxia, this is an elder of my sacred race, Emperor Baijun, the white-robed woman, Ling Ting, introduced the robust old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. "Greetings, Senior." Qinyu looked at Emperor Baijun. The other party looked calm, but through his eyes, Qinyu could feel a terrifying power surging within Emperor Baijun. "Little brother, you came from a lower world and yet you have such achievements and obtained the inheritance of my monster race. Your destiny is amazing." Emperor Baijun sighed and praised Qinyu. Ling Ting and the other geniuses felt uncomfortable to see their elders praise someone else. After a few polite words, Emperor Lord Baijun asked, "Little friend Chen, did you obtain the divine body of 4 symbols?" After Ling Ting and the others returned to the White Tiger Saint race, they were informed of the relevant information. The upper echelons of the Saint race looked through ancient texts and discovered that the Skywalker Fey God had indeed created a body refining cultivation method called the Divine 4 Symbols body. When the White Tiger Saint race learned about the Divine 4 Symbols body, they were even more shocked. This body refining cultivation method was a fusion of the core cultivation methods of the 4 Saint clans of the monster race, including the White Tiger Saint race. Such a cultivation method and battle skill were rarely seen in the history of the monster race. Currently, the monster race was not in harmony with each other. If the monster race could be unified, then they could be considered a major power of the main world. If the White Tiger Saint race obtained the Divine 4 Symbols body, then they could deduce many lost battle skills and be ahead of the other Saint races. In addition, if they could deduce the lost battle skills of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise clans, then the White Tiger Saint race's status would rise accordingly. They could become the strongest of the monster race and even unify the monster race. Yes. Qinyu nodded. Emperor Baijun's expression was calm as he slowly said, "I represent the White Tiger Saint race to exchange for a cultivation method that belongs to the monster race. Little friend Chen, please state your price." "You want me to state my price? Then Senior should be mentally prepared." Qinyu smiled. "Let's hear it." Emperor Baijun's eyebrows arched. He didn't think that Qinyu would be so calm in front of him. "I want 500 Upanishad crystals." When the White Tiger Saint clan heard about the profundity crystals, they didn't think much of it. It was difficult for a rogue cultivator like Qinyu to have a source of profundity crystals. However, when they heard the final number, all of them turned pale. Even Monarch Baijun let out a low groan. Other than that, before Qinyu could finish his words, the 3 geniuses of the White Tiger Saint clan immediately stood up in excitement. Not only did Qinyu offer a high price of 500 profound crystals, but he also had other requests. "Qinyu, are you joking? 500 profound crystals. Do you know how precious that is? Even an ordinary 4-star force wouldn't be able to fork out such a sum." Ling Ting stood up on the spot and scolded. Qinyu naturally knew the value of 500 profound crystals. For example, during the soul-burying lake incident, an ordinary star condensation cultivator would be extremely satisfied with just a single profound crystal. "Your appetite is really big. Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? 500 profound crystals. Aren't you afraid of blinding your eyes?" The other 2 geniuses of the White Tiger Saint clan mocked. Normally, it was extremely difficult for them to ask for 1 Upanishad crystal from the clan, but Qinyu asked for 500 Upanishad crystals. "It seems that you're not sincere in making a deal," Monarch Baijun said. An invisible aura spread out, and the hall fell into a state of stillness. Out of Imperial Lord Baijun's expectations, Qinyu was actually composed under his pressure, and he wasn't the slightest bit worried about his rage. "I don't think you guys from the White Tiger Saint clan are sincere in making a deal," Qinyu said calmly, then closed his eyes and said nothing. He looked indifferent. Monarch Baijun was a little surprised. It seemed that Qinyu knew the true value of the divine body of 4 symbols. Originally, the White Tiger Saint clan thought that it would be good for an ordinary star condensation cultivator to obtain such a precious cultivation technique. They could obtain it with some benefits. But the result was unexpected. Qinyu knew the true value of the divine body of 4 symbols. They weren't prepared for such an exorbitant price. 500 profound crystals wasn't a small amount. Even Monarch Baijun couldn't make such a decision. "It seems that you have an expert behind you," Monarch Baijun sighed. Otherwise, how could an ordinary king from a low-level world like Xianyu know the value of the divine body of 4 symbols and offer such a high price? However, 500 profound crystals is indeed too high. You can reduce the price a little to give face to the White Tiger Saint clan. Monarch by June's tone softened. Ling Ting and the other geniuses were shocked. They didn't think that Monarch by June wouldn't be angry. That's fine. 450 profound crystals. Apart from that, the White Tiger Saint clan owes me a favor. Lowering the price slightly, Qianyu completed the sentence he had left unfinished. Qianyu, don't be too greedy. Ling Ting said angrily. Qianyu had taken 450 profound crystals from the White Tiger Saint clan, but he still wanted the White Tiger Saint clan to owe him a favor and work for him in the future. Your price is still too high. Monarch by June shook his head. If that's the case, I can only give up, Qianyu didn't insist. If the White Tiger Saint clan couldn't make a deal, he could still make a deal with the other 3 sacred clans. Monarch by June didn't say anything, and the deal seemed to have ended. Right at this moment, apart from Monarch by June and the 3 geniuses, an elder from the White Tiger Saint clan spoke. Ling Yun, Ling Jiao, didn't you come here because you were curious about little friend Chen's strength? Now that you've seen him, why don't you go and ask for his guidance? The handsome man and the arrogant woman revealed unwilling expressions. They had wanted to see the human genius that had caused Ling Ting to fail. However, when they saw Qianyu, they were stunned by Qianyu's aura and admitted their inferiority. Since they weren't his match, why would they humiliate themselves? However, since their elder had spoken, they had to give it a try. My name is Ling Yun, and I would like to see your skills. Please enlighten me. The handsome man walked out. Although Qianyu felt that Ling Yun wasn't worthy to be his opponent, he could still give him some pointers. Only 3 moves. Qianyu stood up. His meaning was clear. Try your best to attack, and you only have 3 moves. Ling Yun instantly felt humiliated. A genius from the White Tiger Saint clan was being looked down upon by a human. Forget it, I'll use my strongest 3 moves to make Qianyu look at me in a different light. However, at this moment, Monarch by June spoke. Little friend Chen, how about this? A junior from my clan will spar with you. If he wins, you'll lower the price. Him? Qianyu glanced at Ling Yun. Ling Yun's face was filled with anger. Qianyu was looking down on him. Little friend, you seem to be very confident. Why don't you let the 3 juniors of my clan fight together? Emperor Lord by June asked in an inquiring tone. What? Ling Ting and Ling Jiao, who were seated below, were dumbfounded. Why would Monarch by June say such a thing? Even if the 3 of them won, they wouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment. If this were to spread to the demonic beasts, they would say that the 3 of them were bullying. Monarch by June didn't care about this. As long as he obtained the divine body of 4 symbols, the reputation of a few juniors was nothing compared to it. That's fine. If I win, the price will go back to the original 500. Qianyu also made a request. Ling Ting and the other geniuses didn't expect Qianyu to agree so confidently, which made them even more furious. Ling Yun, Ling Jiao, and Ling Ting walked out, wanting to fight Qianyu together. Let's go somewhere else, or you'll lose your house. Ling Ting's expression was cold. No need, it will end soon. Qianyu shook his head and rejected. His attitude made the 3 geniuses even more furious. They had never been looked down upon by someone with a lower cultivation. This brat is too arrogant. I might not be his match alone, but with the 3 of us, we can easily defeat him. Ling Yun transmitted his voice to the other 2, telling them to teach Qianyu a lesson later. Raise his house to the ground. Ling Jiao's gaze was terrifying. Let's begin. Qianyu said calmly. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed away, leaving only an incomplete light shadow. Qianyu instantly closed in on Ling Jiao. Ling Jiao's expression froze as she felt a strong threat. Her huge white tiger claw flickered with origin energy as it stabbed out. However, Qianyu's finger had arrived before it could do so. The star acupoints on his body shone as his finger flickered with white starlight, stabbing into Ling Jiao's palm. Pung, a huge force exploded and Ling Jiao was sent flying out of the hall. The battle had just begun, and one of the three from the White Tiger Saint clan had lost. This scene made Ling Yun and Ling Ting feel an incomparably heavy pressure. How could Qinyu be so fast? How could his strength be so strong? They did not even feel any origin energy fluctuation, and Ling Jiao was defeated. Go! Ling Yun and Ling Ting attacked at the same time. The origin energy in their bodies burst forth, circulating their physique, emitting an incomparably ferocious aura. However, the two suddenly discovered that an invisible spatial barrier appeared around them, trapping them on the spot, even sealing their aura. This is the second level of space profound. Ling Yun looked like he had seen a ghost. His cultivation was at the middle stage of star condensation, and his metal profound had not reached the second level. Peng, Qinyu's fist suddenly flickered, striking Ling Yun's abdomen. Ling Yun's figure retreated rapidly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and finally flew out of the hall. The second person lost. On the other side, Ling Ting's body burst forth with layers of golden light, shattering the surrounding spatial barrier. She was the most talented among the three, with her metal profound reaching the second level. Boom, her pair of white tiger beast claws tore out 5 flickering golden white light scars, wanting to cut everything into pieces. Qinyu did not retreat, but advanced, taking the initiative to meet Ling Ting's attack. Peng, 5 golden white light scars landed on Qinyu's chest, surging with intense sparks, but could not harm Qinyu in the slightest. Ling Ting saw the scene and was completely dumbfounded. Just what was Qinyu's body made of? This was simply an indestructible Vajra body. Not good. Ling Ting felt a huge threat. She alone was definitely not Qinyu's match, but she also could not be defeated by Qinyu in one move, otherwise the White Tiger Saint clan's face would be completely lost by them. Facing Qinyu's punch, Ling Ting could not dodge, and could only face it head-on. She ignited her origin energy, and countless golden white radiances bloomed on her claws. Peng, Qinyu's fist, surrounded by a white halo, landed on Ling Ting's crossed claws. Ling Ting immediately felt her claws go numb, and she lost all feeling. A huge force that could topple mountains and overturn seas poured over. She was sent flying out of the hall. 3 moves defeated 3 people. Nia Hua and the Black Bone King, who were outside, had yet to leave, suddenly saw the 3 geniuses of the White Tiger Saint clan fly out one by one, their faces pale, and they were dazed. What happened inside? The hall was silent. Emperor Lord Baijun and the other old man were stunned for a few breaths before accepting the reality. Originally, Emperor Lord Baijun felt that his side had a higher chance of winning. Ling Ting and the other 2 had joined forces and used the White Tiger Sacred Race's joint attack technique. The strength they displayed could even resist a late-stage star condensation cultivator. However, Ling Ting and the other 2 had underestimated their opponents. Qinyu had taken the initiative and used his advantage in the narrow space to defeat one person with quick thunder. As such, the 3 were unable to use their joint attack technique and would lose without a doubt. But at least they wouldn't lose so embarrassedly. Ling Ting and Ling Yun were left fighting on their own. Coupled with their panic and fear, they were quickly defeated by Qinyu. He defeated 3 people in 3 moves. After the battle, Qinyu's house was not damaged at all. This was a sign of his strength. When Qinyu was fighting, he had used the space profundity to isolate and protect his surroundings. Only someone at the second level of the space profundity could do that. Furthermore, Qinyu was extremely proficient in using the space profundity. Even his fingers and fists were wrapped in the space profundity, and his strength was condensed to the limit. This kid's talent is shocking. Emperor Lord Baijun exclaimed inwardly. Such a genius was at least one of the current human geniuses, but why wasn't he famous? As expected of the divine body of 4 symbols. The old man from the White Tiger Sacred Race sighed and attributed Qinyu's strength to the cultivation technique of the demonic race. Outside, Ling Ting and the other 2 were stunned on the spot. They were in a daze, unable to accept this crushing defeat. Thinking back, Qinyu had used the hall as the battlefield and made the 4 of them fight in a narrow space, maximizing the advantage of a body cultivator. But no matter what, they had lost. Qinyu's house was not damaged in the slightest. If they had known this would happen, they would have asked for a more spacious battlefield and been cautious from the start, going all out and using their joint attack technique. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it again. The three of them were stunned outside. They did not go in and embarrass themselves. What happened to the three of you? Black Bone King asked. Ling Ting and the other two remained silent. They had already lost so much face, so naturally, they would not mention their defeat. Niahua also spoke up, if the three of you have anything to say, just say it. If you suffer here, this general will deal with it impartially and uphold justice for you. It was obvious that a battle had taken place in Qinyu's residence, and the three geniuses of the White Tiger Sacred Tribe had suffered a great loss. Things were developing in the direction he had hoped for. It's nothing. We were just sparring with Commander Chen. Ling Ting said with a straight face. Commander Chen is too outrageous. How can he be so heavy-handed? He chased you out? The Black Bone King continued to ask. It was obvious that he was biased towards the three from the White Tiger Holy Clan. You are guests from afar. I will bring you in and have a good talk with Commander Chen. Niahua and the Black Bone King echoed each other. However, in the eyes of Ling Ting and the other two geniuses, Niahua and the Black Bone King were simply here to mock and disgust them. He had already lost to Qinyu in such a humiliating manner. He had completely lost the face of the White Tiger Saint clan. What was the point of going in the main hall? Senior Baijun, what's your decision? Qinyu sat down and asked with a smile. In the beginning, he had agreed to let the other party make 3 moves out of respect for the White Tiger Saint clan. However, Imperial Lord Baijun had suggested that the 3 geniuses on his side should compete with Qinyu, so he didn't have to be so polite anymore. Therefore, he ended the battle as quickly as possible, defeating the 3 in 3 moves. Through this battle, Qinyu also felt the results of his 2 years of cultivation. His space profundity had improved further, and he was more adept at using it. In addition, his celestial physique had opened up to 648 acupoints, and his physique and defense had far surpassed his initial state. It was also because of his rapid improvement in the past 2 years that he couldn't completely conceal his aura. When they first met, the aura that his physique emitted was enough to intimidate the 3 geniuses of the White Tiger Saint clan. You were too heavy-handed, humph. Another old man from the White Tiger Saint clan had a dissatisfied look. Imperial Lord Baijun was here, and Qinyu actually dared to make the White Tiger Saint clan lose face. If I was really heavy-handed, they wouldn't be able to get up now. Qinyu said nonchalantly. Imperial Lord Baijun stared at Qinyu with a ferocious glint in his eyes, causing Qinyu's hair to stand on end. This was Imperial Lord Mystic Nether. If he wanted to make a move, Qinyu wouldn't be able to resist. But in the end, Imperial Lord Baijun let out a long sigh and said, 500 profundity crystals is a matter of great importance. I need to discuss it with the other upper echelons. After saying that, he stood up and left the main hall. Let's go. Imperial Lord Baijun walked out of the main hall and swept a cold glance at Ling Ting and the others. Ling Ting and the other 2 shuddered, not daring to look Imperial Lord Baijun in the eyes. Niahua and the Black Bone King watched the White Tiger Saint clan's group leave, feeling a little baffled. What's going on? Why didn't they fight? The Black Bone King was full of doubts. Niahua also found it hard to imagine that the White Tiger Saint clan would leave just like that. Their clansmen were humiliated by Qinyu, but Imperial Lord Baijun didn't seek justice for their clansmen and just let it go. In Niahua's impression, the White Tiger Saint clan had always had a bad temper. They were the kind that would make a move at the slightest disagreement. Humph, with your current standards, there's no need for you to participate in the Divine Sex examination 3 years later. Imperial Lord Baijun snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied with the performance of Ling Ting and the others. They clearly had a higher chance of winning, but due to various reasons, they were defeated in 3 moves, embarrassing themselves. The demon race and the human race had formed an alliance, and both sides had close relations. This time, Ling Ting and the other 2 were here to participate in the human race's examination of the 3 great emperor sections. Elder, please forgive me. In these 3 years, Ling Ting will enter seclusion and enter the divine sect 3 years later. Ling Ting lowered her head and said, Lord, why didn't you capture that brat and force him to reveal the divine force symbol's physique? the old man from the White Tiger Saint clan asked. Xianxia had humiliated the White Tiger Saint clan in such an impudent manner, but Imperial Lord Baijun was unusually calm and didn't threaten him. This is the human race's territory, and there are human race Imperial Lords overseeing this place. Furthermore, there are rumors that they are related to this brat. Otherwise, I would have taken action long ago. Imperial Lord Baijun had a cold expression. In reality, when he entered Xianxu's residence, he felt a powerful intent paying attention to him. The other party was watching his every move, giving him an invisible pressure. When Imperial Lord Baijun was about to take action, the pressure suddenly increased, making him feel a sense of danger, which was why he didn't take action. 500 profundity crystals. I wonder if the others in the clan will agree to it. Imperial Lord Baijun sighed in his heart. After the White Tiger Saint clan and the others left, Xianxia didn't bother with them and continued to cultivate in seclusion. Even if the White Tiger Saint clan didn't want to trade, he could trade with the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Saint clans. On the other hand, he was rich and didn't lack anything. Otherwise, he would have lowered the price to complete the trade. After entering the secret chamber, Xianxia went into seclusion again. In the battle just now, he felt the success of his 2 years of cultivation, which was very obvious. Part of the reason was that he had just broken through 2 years ago and had a great opportunity, so there was a lot of room for improvement. There were close to 3 years left until the 3 divine sects disciple recruitment. In these 3 years, Xianxia estimated that it would be hard for his improvement to surpass the previous 2 years. He had already opened 648 star acupoints in the celestial foam physique. The further he went, the more difficult it would be, and his speed would slow down. In addition, he had only opened ordinary acupoints in the beginning, and the more difficult extraordinary acupoints were left for later. In 3 years, he didn't have much confidence in cultivating the first level of the divine body of 4 symbols to perfection. In terms of cultivation, Xianxia could only take it slow, and there wouldn't be much progress in a short period of time. As for the comprehension of space profundity, Xianxia didn't fall behind. Only by improving the space profundity could he comprehend the Emperor-ranked battle skill, the sky-splitting Emperor Fist. Time passed. 2.5 years passed in a flash. In the secret chamber, the star acupoints on Xianxu's body shone brightly, like a mysterious star diagram. I've opened a total of 710 star acupoints, and I still need the last 10. He ended his cultivation. The last 10 star acupoints were all extraordinary acupoints, and the difficulty was higher, so it would be hard to succeed in a short period of time. There's still half a year left until the 3 divine sects disciple recruitment. He walked out of the secret chamber and prepared to leave. On this day, Xianxia came to the Royal Azure Sky Emperor's residence. You're leaving? The Royal Azure Sky Emperor suddenly appeared outside the hall. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Unknowingly, he had stayed here for almost 5 years. In this period of time, he had a great opportunity, and his heart had undergone a metamorphosis. 5 years ago, Xianxia might have been a little nervous when facing the 3 divine sects, but now, he was 100% confident. Have you made your choice? The 3 divine sects of the human race were Celestial Sect, Xianxia Sect, and Night God Hall. Celestial Sect. Xianxia asked around and found out that Lin Yuxuan of the Lin clan, who was also his fiancée, was in Celestial Sect. If there was a chance, he would like to have a talk with the person in question. It would be for the best if both parties agreed to cancel the engagement, lest Xianxia went to the Lin clan. Suddenly, the Royal Clear Sky Emperor Lord stretched out his palm. His palm shone with a dazzling radiance as runes surged around it. He then pushed his palm towards Xianxia. Buzz, a layer of green runes fused into Xianxu's body and instantly disappeared. I've helped you conceal the aura of the Eternal Heart. He simply explained. The Eternal Heart wasn't undetectable, but the people that Xianxia had met before didn't have this ability. However, things were different now that he had entered the most transcendent cultivation sacred ground of the human race. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and there were even God-state experts. After bidding farewell to the Royal Azure Sky Emperor, Xianxia embarked on his journey to Celestial Sect. On the city wall, Niahua watched as Xianxia left. His heart was filled with hatred, but he didn't have the courage to act against Qinyu. After 5 years of contact, he gradually found it hard to see through Qinyu's strength. He also felt that the relationship between the Royal Azure Sky Emperor and Qinyu wasn't simple. He had a feeling that if he were to act, there would be severe consequences. Even if I don't act against you, I have ways to deal with you. Niahua thought in his heart. Send someone to spread the news that Qinyu is the descendant of the sinner of the human race, the Royal Azure Sky Emperor. Niahua transmitted his voice to the Black-Bone King. General, is this true? The Black-Bone King was extremely shocked. If there are enough people who believe it, then it will be true. Niahua said calmly. Recently, the 3 divine sects of the human race were recruiting disciples, shocking the entire human race. Countless geniuses of the families and forces were escorted by their elders to the 3 divine sects to participate in the sect's test. Many disciples of the 4-star forces even withdrew from the sect in preparation to participate in the 3 divine sects test. In addition, some forces of the demon race also participated. Qinyu sat on the cloud mist crane and left the disordered ocean plains, heading straight for the celestial sect of the human race. Every cultivation city he passed was filled with people. There was news of the 3 divine sects recruiting disciples everywhere. Occasionally, he could see young kings who had the same goal as Qinyu. There were nearly 20 cultivation cities around the celestial sect, all under the control of the celestial sect. Entering this area was equivalent to entering the celestial sect's vision. If an enemy wanted to sneak into the 3 divine sects, it would be much more difficult. After arriving in this area, Qinyu sat on the cloud mist crane and slowly flew toward the celestial sect. Only 5 days left until I reach the celestial sect. Qinyu sat on the cloud mist crane and flew through the sea of clouds. He released the profound of space, which merged with heaven and earth and spread out. Now, his profound of space had almost reached the 2.5 level. For someone of Qinyu's level, this was already incredible. The people following me are getting closer. Qinyu sensed 3 people following him from 30 li behind. As for why there were people following him, Qinyu didn't know. He temporarily stayed in a cultivation city for 3 days. When he left the cultivation city, he discovered that he was being followed. Could it be Niahua? This possibility was too low. If Niahua had sent people to attack him, they would have done so long ago. He had set out from the disordered ocean plains and hadn't met any enemies for several months. Qinyu patted the head of the cloud mist crane. Slow down. Soon, a huge black metal flying sword flew over from behind. 3 figures sat on it. The most eye-catching one was a woman in purple. She had an enchanting figure and a charming posture. Her red eyes seemed to have ripples of water, which could captivate one's mind. Her cultivation was the same as Qinyu's, peak early-stage celestial condensation realm. Next to her was a burly man with a cold face, deep eyes, and a powerful aura. His cultivation was at the intermediate stage of the celestial condensation realm. The last person was a black-robed old man. He had an ordinary appearance and an amiable smile on his face. He was at the early stage of the star condensation realm. Qi, the flying sword flew past Qinyu. Suddenly, the enchanting lady in purple on the flying sword looked at Qinyu and blinked her red eyes. This young master is also participating in the celestial sex examination? Miss, too? Qinyu's eyes lit up as he looked at the other party. He scrutinized the other party from head to toe, looking like a lecher. Young master has guessed correctly. I can see that young master is young and calm. You seem to have a card up your sleeve. You seem to have a high chance of entering the celestial sect. Could you be a genius from a big family? The enchanting woman had a curious look on her face. She wanted to know more about Qinyu. I am the proud son of heaven of the Qin family. Qinyu had the proud look of a heavenly son of the clan. Qin family? The 3 people on the black sword were deep in thought. Among the powerful human clans, there seemed to be no Qin family. Young lady is as beautiful as a flower. The first time I saw young lady, I felt a sense of déjà vu. If young lady doesn't mind, can I accompany young lady? Let me be your escort and ensure young lady's safety. Qinyu spoke cheerfully and wittily, looking just like a hedonistic son of a rich family. Sure. Thank you, young Master Qin. The lady in purple smiled like a flower, revealing her slender white jade legs. She flew out and landed on Qianyu's misty cloud crane. She had a shy look on her face as she approached Qianyu. Suddenly, Qianyu's palm stretched out as fast as lightning and grabbed the neck of the lady in purple. This change made the cold man and the amiable old man on the black sword change their expressions as they stared at Qianyu. "What are you doing?" the amiable old man asked. "Young master? You. Even if you want me, just say it. There is no need to threaten me like this." The lady in purple's face was pale and her voice was delicate and pitiful. Her pitifulness was fake, but her panic was real. Being grabbed by the neck and her life was in the hands of others, how could she not panic? She was extremely puzzled. How did she make a mistake? Qianyu noticed the problem. "Tell me, what is your purpose of following me?" The smile on Qianyu's face disappeared. "You misunderstood, we just happened to pass by." The amiable old man looked wronged. Qianyu shook his head and looked at the lady in purple. "Why don't you tell me? After all, your life is in my hands." The lady in purple looked embarrassed. She had deliberately approached Qianyu and was ready to take him down. Unexpectedly, he was one step faster and took her down first. "Please spare Yueying. She cultivates a cultivation method of collecting yang to nourish yin. Just now, she saw your vigorous yang energy and extraordinary appearance, so she had evil thoughts. I apologize to you. As long as you let Yueying go, we are willing to compensate." The amiable old man was very humble. "Young master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought about you." The lady in purple looked at Qianyu with a pitiful look. If it was anyone else, they might have spared the lady's life in exchange for some benefits. Boom! Qianyu exerted a huge amount of strength in his palm and the lady in purple's neck broke. Her head flew into the air. The amiable old man's eyes bulged out. He couldn't believe that Qianyu would actually kill her. The cold-looking man was filled with killing intent. The black greatsword beneath his feet emitted a shocking amount of sword energy. At this moment, from afar, a small blue boat flew towards them. On it stood two men and a woman. Celestial sex territory, in broad daylight, how dare you kill wantonly? The man in the lead raised his eyebrows and looked extraordinary. The other man beside him also took out his Shan weapon. Behind the two of them was a lady in a green dress. She stared angrily at Qianyu with her watery eyes. She had a look of hatred. "They have already apologized to you. How dare you kill that lady in purple without saying anything? Brother Dongshan, we must not let this murderous demon go." The lady in the green dress had a serious look in her eyes as she shouted at the man with the sharp eyebrows. The man with the sharp eyebrows, Kong Dongshan, sighed. Originally, he wouldn't care about such matters. However, his naive cousin saw that there were people from the evil path who were robbing and killing people. Hence, she insisted that he should help out. Qianyu glanced at the two men and one woman who suddenly appeared. He didn't expect to meet such warm-hearted people who liked to meddle in other people's business. In reality, they were the ones who wanted to harm him. It was just that Qianyu made the first move. "The few of you don't know the specifics of the situation. Mind your own business," Qianyu advised. The amiable-looking old man seemed to hate Qianyu to the extreme, and he said, "Thank you for your help. This person is vicious and merciless, and he cruelly killed my daughter. Please help me capture him. This old man wants to take him back to the clan to atone for his crimes." "Old man, we are the Kong family of Jade Spirit Mountain. We will help you capture this murderer," the lady in the green dress said. Swish. 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 Other than the lady in the green dress, the other four people flew out and surrounded Qianyu. Qianyu was somewhat speechless. "Hee, are you sure you want to help the Blood Clan?" Blood Clan. The expressions of the three from the Kong family changed. They stared at the amiable-looking old man and the cold-looking man with the black sword. They were from the Blood Clan. The amiable-looking old man was shocked. How was this possible? His identity was exposed. The amiable-looking old man was indeed a Blood Clan in disguise. He was hiding in the Cultivation City to collect information. Suddenly, he felt a familiar and special aura. He thought back to the secret order issued by the Blood clan a few years ago. The amiable-looking old man brought 2 experts and followed Xianxia secretly. They wanted to capture him alive, but it turned out to be like this. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is the Blood clan in disguise. He must be up to no good by sneaking into the human race. Capture him quickly. The amiable-looking old man yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia struck out with his palm. A white palm imprint flew out. The amiable-looking old man felt the danger. He wanted to dodge, but he found that the space was locked. The palm imprint was approaching at an incredible speed. He couldn't dodge it. Boom, the amiable-looking old man raised his claw. A blood-red light wave surged out and collided with Xianxu's palm. Bang, Xianxu's seemingly ordinary palm instantly penetrated the blood-red light wave and struck the amiable-looking old man's head. Blood splattered. The amiable-looking old man's head flew and his corpse fell to the ground. The green-dressed woman from the Kong family couldn't bear to see this scene. Kong Dongshan and the other man thought that Xianxia had deliberately deceived them and killed another person. They were enraged and prepared to attack. But at this moment, a blood-red bat flew out from the amiable-looking old man's corpse and flew into the distance. Bastard, the Blood clan will definitely not let you go. The blood-red bat flapped its wings and a blood-red light shot into the sky. Its speed increased. Blood clan. The expressions of the 3 from the Kong family changed as they stared at the blood-red bat. It was actually a Blood clan, they almost helped the Blood clan. Thinking of this, the 2 men were enraged. The green-dressed woman was even more ashamed. The 2 men from the Kong family immediately charged toward the burly man holding the black sword. Xianxia flew out and circulated the profound art of space. He chased after the blood-red bat, leaving a layer of silver-white light behind him. Yang Ming sword finger, he pointed out with his finger. The blood flame sword pillar emitting scorching yang energy stabbed out and hit the blood-red bat. Arg! The blood-red bat screamed miserably as its body was burned to ashes in the blood flame. On the other side, the 2 from the Kong family were fighting with the burly man holding the black sword. The man with sharp eyebrows, Kong Dongshan, was at the star condensation middle stage. The other man was at the star condensation early stage. Both of them were not simple. They completely suppressed the burly man with the black sword. In less than 30 moves, Kong Dongshan's sword cut the burly man with the black sword in half. The burly man with the black sword and the purple-dressed woman were not Blood clan, but they worked for the Blood clan. Xianxia despised them even more. I didn't expect that there were still Blood clan lurking in my clan. Kong Dongshan murmured. I almost wrongly helped the Blood clan just now. I'm really sorry. May I know your name? The other man expressed his apologies. Xianxia. Xianxia said expressionlessly. I'm really sorry. I wronged you. The green-dressed woman hiding in the boat panicked and said guiltily. I'm really sorry for wronging you just now. The green-robed girl who was hiding in the boat panicked and said shamefully. Mind your own business in the future. Xianxia said casually. The main reason why these people came to disrupt his plans was because of the green-robed girl. Even if it was an unintentional mistake, it was still a mistake. Moreover, what Xianxia said was true. The human heart is sinister. When you're outside, mind your own business. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. How can you say that? Although my cousin wronged you, she has already apologized. Moreover, if not for us, you would still be in danger now. Kong Dongshan looked straight at Xianxia, dissatisfied with Xianxu's attitude. The amiable old man was a blood descendant in disguise. Beside him was a man with a black sword who was at the star condensation intermediate stage. Xianxia was alone, at the peak of the star condensation initial stage. Even if he was a genius from a big family, he would not be a match for 2 strong enemies. From Kong Dongshan's point of view, if not for him and his brother killing the man with the black sword, Xianxia would definitely be in danger. Therefore, although he had wronged Xianxia, he had also saved Xianxia. The merits and demerits offset each other, so Kong Dongshan did not feel apologetic at all. You guys think too much. Without you guys, I would be fine. Xianxia shook his head and smiled faintly. When Kong Dongshan and his brother heard this, they were somewhat displeased. Just as they were about to retort, Qinyu had already flown on the misty cloud crane and left. You don't know what's good for you. Kong Dongshan snorted and looked at the green-robed girl. Xianxia, we helped him, but he might not appreciate it. From now on, listen to me. Don't cause any trouble. The green-robed girl Kong Xianxia was a genius from the Kong family. She had broken through to the star condensation realm at a young age. However, with her current cultivation level, she would not be able to pass the sacred sex assessment. This time, Kong Xianxia was purely here to broaden her knowledge and experience. Her goal was to become the next disciple of the celestial sect. Brother Dongshan, that man just now was very strong. What he said might be true. Kong Xianxia said. Xianxia, don't talk nonsense. Even if it was Brother Dongshan, he would be in danger facing those two alone. Another man from the Kong family said. But just now, that person killed the Blood Clan very easily. Kong Xianxia said seriously. Just now, Kong Dongshan and his younger brother were fighting fiercely with the black sword burly man, so they didn't pay attention to Qinyu's situation. However, Kong Xianxia, who did not participate in the battle, saw that Qinyu killed the impersonator of the Blood tribe with a single finger. His strength was extraordinary. That's because the Blood clan was injured by that brat's sneak attack, so they panicked and ran for their lives. Otherwise, with the Blood clan's ability, how could they be killed so easily? Kong Dongshan analyzed. But, Kong Xianxia felt that Kong Dongshan's analysis was not comprehensive. Let's not talk anymore. Let's hurry up. Kong Dongshan interrupted her. After flying for a few days, Qinyu saw a towering mountain in the distance that emitted boundless radiance. It emitted a soul-stirring pressure that deterred the heavens and the earth, causing people to feel reverence in their hearts. This mountain was known as War God Mountain. It was rumored that in ancient times, the mighty human martial god had lived in this mountain and had broken through to the god realm here. After that, the martial god returned to this place and established his own sect, which was one of the three major sects of the human race, the celestial sect. As they neared the celestial sect, there were crowds of people everywhere. Most of them were here to participate in the divine sex assessment, while some were here to watch the show. The three major sects recruit disciples once every 20 years, and each time, they only recruit 100 people. Look around, there are more than 1,000 people here to participate in the assessment, and most of them are destined to be eliminated. Every batch of disciples from the three major sects is considered the most dazzling genius of the human race, and the peerless heaven's favorites are usually born from these people. I wonder which top heaven's favorites will be born from the celestial sect, the Wanxiang sect, and the night god palace this time. Perhaps it won't be that fast. Among the participants, there are quite a few older and more experienced kings. The real heaven's favorites also need time to surpass them and gradually become famous. For example, 20 years ago, Lin Yuxuan from the Lin clan participated in the celestial sex assessment, and her final result was only 8th. But within a few years, she surpassed everyone in the same batch and became the number 1, a true heaven's favorite of the human race. Qinyu sat on the misty cloud crane and floated in the sea of clouds, listening to the discussions around him and obtaining a lot of useful information. The 8 major emperor sects recruited disciples once every 20 years, and the age limit was 150 years old. Therefore, there would be many peak kings who were close to 150 years old. For example, the Sky River sect's inner sect genius Sun Tianlong. He was 149 years old, and his cultivation was in the star condensation late stage. A few days ago, he left the sect and was preparing to participate in the celestial sects assessment. These people who were close to the age limit were the strongest in the assessment. Even some top geniuses wouldn't have a good ending if they met them. In this world, strength was everything. Geniuses who hadn't grown up were also weak. Lin Yuxuan seems to be beautiful, strong, and talented. Qinyu was stunned for a while. He had heard the people nearby mention Lin Yuxuan's name at least 100 times. There were also many people who came to participate in the celestial sex assessment to see Lin Yuxuan. Wait until I cancel my engagement with Lin Yuxuan, then you guys will have a chance, Qinyu laughed inwardly. Suddenly, Qinyu heard a commotion behind him. The Lin clan is here. Could it be the Purple Immortal Mountains demigod Lin clan? Qinyu was also alarmed, and he scanned behind him with his spiritual sense. Behind him, there were 13 amethyst geese flying in the shape of a V. The 13 amethyst geese set off a purple whirlwind that surrounded the surroundings. On each amethyst goose was a disciple of the Lin clan. The leader was a man with dark purple short hair. His body was straight, his hands were behind his back, and his eyes were bright. He was emitting a strong aura. Lin Tianfeng, the genius of the Lin clan. Just 100 years old, and his cultivation is at the peak of the star condensation middle stage. He is a top genius who has the potential to catch up to Lin Yuxuan. I had thought that the Lin family was already very lucky to have Lin Yuxuan, but now they have Lin Tianfeng as well. The Lin clan was a demigod clan that had risen in the past few decades. There would be a few families like this every once in a while, but only a few of them would be able to gain a firm foothold. The Lin clan had a top genius, Lin Yuxuan. As long as nothing happened to her, the Lin clan would be able to stabilize their reputation. Now, there was Lin Tianfeng, a genius who could catch up to Lin Yuxuan. Other than Lin Tianfeng, there were other Lin clan men and women on the amethyst geese. I wonder if I can get in touch with Lin Yuxuan through them. However, Qinyu was currently pondering another matter. Since he wanted to cancel the engagement, he could not be too flamboyant. It was best to settle this privately. If he could meet Lin Yuxuan through Lin Tianfeng, the two of them could talk privately and cancel the engagement. Everyone would be happy. At this moment, 3 people approached Qinyu from behind. They were the 3 from the Kong clan. Master, we meet again. Are you here for the celestial sex assessment? Why are you alone? Not with your clansmen? Kong Xianxia took the initiative to talk to him. Kong Dongshan and the other person were expressionless. I am alone. Qinyu was a little speechless. I still don't know your name. Maybe in the future, you, brother Dongshan and brother Shamu will be fellow disciples. Kong Xianxia rarely left the clan. After witnessing Qinyu's strength, she was impressed and wanted to get to know him. Qinyu. Xianxia, you have not participated in the assessment. Whether or not you can enter the celestial sect is not up to you to decide. Kong Dongshan said coldly. Qinyu was alone. It was obvious that he did not come from a big clan. He was a rogue cultivator. Whether or not he could pass the celestial sect's strict assessment was uncertain. Brother Dongshan is so strong. He can definitely enter the celestial sect. Kong Xianxia argued. Kong Dongshan was speechless. He was talking about Qinyu, not himself. Qinyu looked to the side and ignored the 3 Kong clan members. Kong Dongshan and Kong Shamu obviously did not want to be friends with Qinyu. He was also not interested in the 3 Kong clan members. Brother Chen, where are you going? Kong Xianxia suddenly realized that Qinyu had left without saying anything. That kid was staring at the Lin clan members just now. I think he has his eyes on Lin Shuer. She is the second most beautiful girl in the Lin clan. Kong Dongshan laughed. On the 13 amethyst geese, there was indeed a girl. She was extremely beautiful and attracted the attention of everyone. Kong Dongshan was staring at this girl just now. Even if he has his eyes on Lin Shuer, is he trying to flirt with her? Kong Shamu asked curiously. He is just a rogue cultivator. How can the Lin clan be friends with him? Kong Dongshan saw that Qinyu had walked to the front of the Lin clan members and said with disdain. There were too many people who wanted to be friends with the Lin clan. Even Kong Dongshan, who was a genius from a 4-star clan, did not dare to go over and try to befriend them. He might be chased away by the Lin clan members and that would be embarrassing. Who knows if Brother Chen knows the Lin clan? Kong Xianxia said. Kong Dongshan and Kong Shamu laughed and said at the same time, how is that possible? Under the attention of the crowd, Qinyu arrived before the geniuses of the Lin clan on the misty cloud crane. Who are you? What's the matter? A short man beside Lin Tianfeng immediately yelled when he saw Qinyu approaching. I'm Qinyu. I'm related to the Lin clan. Qinyu introduced himself. The 13 geniuses of the Lin clan glanced at him curiously. They were slightly curious about Qinyu. This token was given to me by Senior Lin Chen of the Lin family. He came all the way here to give it to me. Qinyu took out a jade badge. It was the symbol of the 8 great monarch sects, and also the qualification to participate in the 3 great sects trial. Uncle Chen? I did hear that Uncle Chen purposely went to a faraway place to host a competition for the spots. Lin Tianfeng recalled something. He had learned about it when he was inquiring about Lin Yuxuan. Hearing Lin Tianfeng's words, the rest of the geniuses of the Lin clan acknowledged Chen Yu. I'm Lin Hai. May I know your name? The short man from before asked with a smile. Chen Yu. After chatting for a while, Chen Yu and the geniuses of the Lin clan became familiar. Many people in the surroundings were shocked to see this scene. Who was the young man chatting with the geniuses of the Lin clan? The 3 from the Kong clan were the most shocked. Brother Chen is chatting with Lin Tianfeng. Kong Chouye said excitedly. She had admired Lin Tianfeng for a long time. Kong Dongshan and Kong Shamu opened their eyes wide and looked at Chen Yu, who was chatting with the geniuses of the Lin clan, with envy. I've misjudged him. He actually knows Lin Tianfeng. Kong Dongshan felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have befriended Chen Yu and taken the opportunity to build a connection with the Lin family. Chen Yu, I think Uncle Chen gave you the slot to enter one of the 8 emperor sects. Why did you choose one of the 3 divine sects? Lin Tianfeng asked indifferently. He only accepted Chen Yu and maintained a certain distance from him. His tone was cold and arrogant. 3 divine sects are the highest cultivation grounds of the human race. Who wouldn't want to join? Moreover, I am confident. Chen Yu smiled indifferently. Brother Chen is right. Lin Hai could understand Chen Yu's feelings. He too felt the same way. The chances of entering one of the 3 divine sects were not high, but he wanted to try his luck. If there is a chance, I, Lin Tianfeng, will help you. Your chances of entering the celestial sect will be higher. Lin Tianfeng said confidently. How about Brother Lin help me with something? Chen Yu smiled. Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brows. When he said that he would help Chen Yu, he was referring to helping Chen Yu in passing. It was a very small help. Chen Yu was brave enough to take the initiative to ask for help. The 2 of them had only known each other for a short period of time, and Chen Yu had asked for his help. This made Lin Tianfeng lose all goodwill towards Chen Yu. The rest of the Lin clan also disliked Chen Yu. They had only met for a short period of time, and he was asking for Lin Tianfeng's help. Let's hear it. Lin Tianfeng's face was cold. I wonder if Brother Lin could invite Lin Yuxuan out. I would like to meet her. Chen Yu felt that this should not be a problem. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Yuxuan were both Lin clan's geniuses. They might even know each other. Asking Lin Yuxuan out was a small matter. The moment he said this, the crowd quietened down. Lin Tianfeng's face was gloomy as he stared at Chen Yu. His eyes shone with a bone-chilling light. The rest of the people had a look of understanding on their faces. Chen Yu took the initiative to make friends with them because he wanted to meet Lin Yuxuan. Did Chen Yu not know that Lin Tianfeng was in love with Lin Yuxuan? Why would he ask Lin Yuxuan out to meet another man? I will give you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight. Lin Tianfeng's face darkened. Chen Yu wanted to befriend him just to see Lin Yuxuan. Everyone knew that he was also pursuing Lin Yuxuan. Chen Yu's actions were completely provoking him. If it wasn't for the fact that they were outside the celestial sect and there were countless spectators, he would have killed Chen Yu to let him know the consequences of provoking him. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. Lin Tianfeng's expression changed too quickly, and he didn't have time to react. This request should not be excessive, so why was Lin Tianfeng so angry? Could it be that the other party thought that he had some ulterior motives for meeting Lin Yuxuan? Brother Lin, I just want to have a chat with Lin Yuxuan. Perhaps after the chat, I will no longer have anything to do with her. Chen Yu continued. You make it sound like you have something to do with Lin Yuxuan. Lin Hai, who was smiling a moment ago, sneered, why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? How are you worthy of Lin Yuxuan? Brother Tianfeng is a good match for Lin Yuxuan. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. He didn't think that Lin Tianfeng would like Lin Yuxuan too. If that was the case, it was impossible for him to help him. He sighed in his heart. If he knew this would happen, he would have asked around for information about Lin Tianfeng. What can happen between you and Lin Yuxuan? 3 breaths are up. Get lost. Lin Tianfeng shouted angrily, and an invisible storm swept out in all directions. Chen Yu's face darkened. He could understand Lin Tianfeng's rejection, but his attitude was too arrogant and presumptuous. When the people around heard Lin Tianfeng's words, they started to laugh. So that kid wants to see Lin Yuxuan. I think he's going to declare war on Lin Tianfeng. It's a pity that he overestimated himself. To go to such lengths just to see Lin Yuxuan, I admire him. The 3 from the Kong family were stunned. Just a moment ago, Qin Yu and Lin Tianfeng were talking cheerfully and wittily. How did the 2 of them get into a fight in the blink of an eye? Provoking Lin Tianfeng for Lin Yuxuan? How gutsy. Kong Dongshan laughed. Qin Yu heard the discussions around him and understood that Lin Tianfeng was deliberately shouting so that the people around could hear him and see Qin Yu as a joke. He could understand Lin Tianfeng's refusal to help, but Lin Tianfeng's actions made Qin Yu look down on him. Brother Lin, aren't you curious about what I want to talk about with Lin Yuxuan? Qin Yu chuckled. Lin Tianfeng's eyes darkened. The more he looked at Qin Yu, the more he disliked him. The gossipy hearts of the people around him were also ignited. They were curious about what Qin Yu wanted to say. Brother Lin, let me tell you a secret. Lin Yuxuan is already engaged. After speaking, Qin Yu turned around and left. Lin Tianfeng stood in place as if he had been struck by lightning. Lin Yuxuan was engaged, how was that possible? Bastard, how dare you slander Lin Yuxuan? Lin Tianfeng shouted loudly. His aura erupted, his robes fluttered in the wind, and a purple light surged in his palm. Boom, he struck out with his palm, and the purple light exploded like a ferocious beast, engulfing Qin Yu. Below the celestial sect, Lin Tianfeng made his move, intending to kill Qin Yu. Qin Yu did not expect Lin Tianfeng to be so impulsive. He only needed to provoke him a little and Lin Tianfeng made his move. The Lin clan's geniuses were like this. They were destined to have little success. Lin Tianfeng's palm strike was nothing to him. Just as Qin Yu was about to make his move, Shua, a red shadow flashed and appeared beside Qin Yu. Peng, a scarlet-red whip swept out, shattering the ferocious and overflowing purple light. Lin Tianfeng, why are you so angry? He just wants to see Lin Yuxuan. Besides, this is the celestial sect. It's not good for you to cause trouble here. A loud and clear voice could be heard. Qin Yu glanced at the lady in red beside him. She was tall and curvaceous, especially her chest, which was very majestic. However, her face and facial features were very ordinary. Song man, get out of my way. Lin Tianfeng shouted loudly. The elemental energy in his body surged, intending to attack Qin Yu. If I don't move, what can you do? The lady in red, Song man, had a proud look on her face. Lin Tianfeng was furious and prepared to attack. However, in an instant, more than 10 people came to Song man's side. They were all geniuses of the Song clan. Finally, Lin Tianfeng put down his hand. The Lin and Song clans were both demigod clans and had some conflicts. Lin Tianfeng and Song man were geniuses of the 2 clans, and they did not like each other. However, the assessment had yet to begin. There was no need to fight to the death. Causing trouble near the celestial sect might cause the higher-ups to be unhappy. Furthermore, the geniuses of the clans were here to participate in the assessment and enter the celestial sect. If they were injured during the battle and failed to pass the assessment, it would be Lin Tianfeng's responsibility. Why? Lin Tianfeng, do you have no guts? Song man laughed. A good man does not fight with a woman. Lin Tianfeng snorted coldly. Qin Yu saw that the 2 of them were quarreling and left alone. At this moment, a voice resounded in his mind, I admire you. To anger Lin Tianfeng, you actually said that Lin Yuxuan is engaged. Why didn't I think of this before? However, your words have not only offended Lin Tianfeng, but also many other pursuers. Why don't you join my Song clan? These people will not dare to find trouble with you. So it was Song man who was trying to recruit him. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have no such plans for now. Qin Yu rejected the offer and promptly left. Seems like I can only wait until I enter the celestial sect and think of a way to talk to Lin Yuxuan. Qinyu sighed inwardly. Suddenly, Kong Dongshan's laughter could be heard from afar. You are indeed extraordinary. You almost became Lin Tianfeng's enemy because of a beauty. You said that Lin Yuxuan is engaged. Who is it with? Could it be you? Kong Dongshan's laughter was calm, but his words were full of disdain and sarcasm. Previously, he was envious of Qinyu and regretted not befriending Qinyu. However, when he saw that Qinyu actually dared to offend Lin Tianfeng and even said such nonsense, he felt that it was funny. Brother Dongshan, don't laugh at brother Qinyu. Kong Chouya felt that Kong Dongshan's actions were inappropriate. That's right. Qinyu stayed where he was and sat cross-legged on his cloudy crane, waiting for the celestial sect to recruit new disciples. After a while, Kong Chouya pulled Kong Dongshan and ran over to apologize. However, it was only Kong Chouya who kept on apologizing. Qinyu didn't care at all. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the foot of the celestial sect. 3 days passed quickly. The celestial sect's assessment begins now. Suddenly, on the Martial God Mountain, a bright light shone in all directions. A loud voice rang through the air. Everyone nearby opened their eyes and looked towards the Martial God Mountain. It has finally begun. I wonder what the assessment is about. The Three Great Sects assessment has always been unique. Swoosh swoosh, at the top of the Martial God Mountain, 20 light spots flashed across the sky. Boom, the 20 light spots landed on the stone steps at the foot of the Martial God Mountain and turned into 20 huge stone tablets of different shapes and colors. The first assessment, you have to leave your name on at least 3 heavenly martial sage tablets to pass. The time limit is 3 days. The rules of the first assessment were very simple. Leave my name on the heavenly martial sage tablet? What's the assessment? We'll know once we try. Soon, 5 figures entered the celestial sect's territory and arrived at the foot of the stone steps. There were 100 steps and 20 heavenly martial sage tablets were standing at the top of the steps. Swoosh, the 5 of them rushed up the steps, but in the blink of an eye, they slowed down and walked step by step on the steps. It seems like we can't fly up directly. The first assessment should be divided into 2 parts. The first test is the stone steps. There is a special spell on them that creates pressure from the heavens and earth. I'm afraid it won't be easy to climb up. The second test is to leave my name on the heavenly martial sage tablet. I'm afraid it won't be easy. What's the secret behind the 20 stone tablets? Most of the people were still observing and did not make a move. Especially the top geniuses like Lin Tianfeng and Song Man. Their every move was closely watched, as it concerned the reputation of the forces behind them. If they were not confident, they would not try it. Lin Hai, go and try it. Lin Tianfeng ordered. Lin Hai could only obey and immediately flew to the top of the stone steps. Under the immense pressure, he quickly walked up. His cultivation was at the peak of the starry condensation realm. When he reached the 50th step, his speed slowed down and he could only walk up step by step. Qinyu sat on the cloudy mist crane and observed. He did not make a move. The test of the 100 steps was easy to see, but he could not see the secret of the 20 stone tablets. However, it was only the first test, and the purpose was to eliminate most of the people who came to join in the fun. It should not be too difficult. On the Martial God Mountain, streaks of powerful spiritual senses swept down from above, observing the cultivators participating in the first trial. There were 5 or 6 people on the stairs, but none of them had reached the top. Why are the people who came to participate in the assessment this time all like this? In the previous round of examinations, there were at least 10 people whose talents were slightly inferior to Lin Yuxuan. Now, they have all become the elites of the celestial sect. Indeed, there are no good seedlings in this batch. Elder Shangguan, there is no need to waste your time here. I happen to be free. Moreover, the next generation of my sect will be born among these people. Naturally, I have to pay more attention to them. The 2 elders started bickering, and the rest of the people couldn't help but laugh a few times. The celestial sect would only accept 100 people at a time. These 100 people were the elites of the human race. At least half of them would be taken in by the higher-ups of the celestial sect. There were quite a few higher-ups who didn't even have a single capable disciple under them, so they had to watch them even more closely. How could they leave so easily? The celestial sect was the representative of the human sect. They had a wide range of interactions with the other two divine sects. They were also the target of the Emperor sect. They also had some interactions with the other races. If there were outstanding disciples in the sect, the master would also be proud, and his name would spread far and wide. Don't be in such a rush. I heard that many outstanding geniuses have arrived at the foot of the Martial God Mountain. Brother Dongshan, Brother Xiaomu, when are you going to try? Kong Chuya asked. As expected of the divine sect examination, it was extraordinary with many participants. However, Kong Chuya only had an early-stage celestial condensation realm cultivation. This time, she was purely here to watch the excitement. Today, 20 years later, would be her stage. However, she was still very interested in the assessment and looked forward to seeing the two geniuses of the Kong family display their brilliance. Wait a moment. I still don't know what sort of profoundness those 20 steels contain. Kong Dongshan said calmly. If he were to go up on stage, he would have to perform his best to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the celestial sect. If he was taken in as a disciple by any of the higher-ups, his life would undergo a huge change. Finally, Lin Hai of the Lin family climbed up the 100th step and arrived in front of 20 stone tablets of different shapes and colors. He casually touched a stone tablet. Buzz, the stone tablet emitted a black radiance that enveloped the sea of trees. When the light dissipated, he also disappeared. There's a space inside the steel. Lin Hai was sucked into it. Qingyu sensed the fluctuations of spatial energy and deduced the specific situation. After a while, Lin Hai came out from the space of the steel. He shook his head and sighed as he walked to the next steel. It was obvious that he had failed to leave his name on the stone tablet. The yellow-cloaked man tried 8 stone steels in a row. He went in and out, but he didn't leave his name on any of the stone steels. Instead, his condition worsened and his mood became gloomy. This scene caused the surrounding spectators to be even more amazed, and they sighed in their hearts. This first test seemed to be a bit too difficult. Suddenly, on one of the stone steels, a 10-foot-tall radiance burst forth, and a name appeared, Sea of Trees. After Lin Hai was teleported out of the stone steel, he continued to try other stone steels. In the end, he tried all the stone tablets and only left his name on 2 of them. Lin Hai was ranked last among the 13 geniuses of the Lin family. He walked down with a face full of dirt. Lin Hai, what's the secret behind those 20 stone steels? Someone from the Lin clan asked. There are 20 stone tablets, and each of them has 20 trials that focus on different aspects. Only by meeting the requirements will one be able to leave their name on the stone tablet, Lin Hai explained in detail. As more and more people climbed up the 100 steps, the secret of the Sky Martial Sacred Steel was revealed. Each of the 20 stone steels had its own space, and those who touched the stone steel could enter the space to take the test. If they met the requirements, their name would be left on the stone steel. The 20 stone steels were all different. There were Origin Force Sacred Steel, Ultimacy Sacred Steel, Soul Force Sacred Steel, Speed Sacred Steel, Battle Skill Sacred Steel, and so on. Furthermore, each stone steel had a different standard. The better the test result, the more dazzling the stone steel would shine. Buzz, suddenly, 2 stone steels gave off a 10-foot-tall radiance. Then, a name appeared on the stone steel. It's Xing Ruodan, the genius of the Northern Jing clan. Soaring Dragon Sword Shen Kailong also passed the test and made the steel shine with a 10-foot-tall radiance. There were people taking part in the test, and some were watching and discussing. The entire Martial God Mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. Chen Yu, why don't you take the test with us? Kong Dongshan said with a smile. Kong Chuya had been saying that Chen Yu was strong, so he wanted to take the test with Chen Yu and defeat Chen Yu, so that Kong Chuya would know who was stronger. Not interested. Chen Yu didn't even look at Kong Dongshan. Brother Chen, you're not interested in the test? You're not going to take it? Kong Chuya was confused. Chen Yu was speechless. He wasn't interested in Kong Dongshan and didn't want to have anything to do with him. Even if you're not competent, you can give it a try. Don't tell me you don't even dare to try? You were very bold to provoke Lin Tianfeng just now. Do you think only beautiful women can make you so bold? Seeing that Qinyu was looking down on him, Kong Dongshan was unhappy, so he tried to provoke him. Brother Dongshan, how can you say that? Kong Xiaoye glared at him. She had a good impression of Kong Dongshan in the past, but during this trip, Kong Dongshan's words and actions had annoyed her. Hee, since you want to embarrass yourself, let's do it together. Qinyu sneered. Kong Dongshan just wanted to compete with him. Since that was the case, he would fulfill this ignorant man's wish. Kong Dongshan didn't expect Qinyu to fall out with him and say such arrogant words. He suppressed his anger and decided to defeat Qinyu with practical actions. This would better reflect Qinyu's incompetence and arrogance. Kong Xiaoye couldn't stop him, so she saw Kong Dongshan and Qinyu walking out together. Look, that kid is going to take the test. Someone pointed at Qinyu. Just now, Qinyu had provoked Lin Tianfeng and slandered Lin Yuxuan, which had attracted the attention of many people. Some people didn't take it to heart, but there were also a small number of men who admired Lin Yuxuan and hated Qinyu. What an arrogant kid, I'll go and meet him. An elegant young man dressed in white flew out. The white-robed young master came to the side of Qinyu, coldly glanced at Qinyu, and said with a smile, I'm Long Aoyun, I want to compete with you, to see who can climb up the 100 steps first, and the result of the first test. The white-robed young master's cultivation was at the middle stage of the star condensation realm, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and an extraordinary temperament. Dare to slander Lin Yuxuan, I, Lu Shen, will challenge you and trample you under my feet. A burly man in linen robes flew out, his imposing manner was astonishing, like a giant beast descending the stairs, causing the ground to tremble. The burly man in linen robes glared at Qinyu, releasing an invisible pressure. Standing next to Qinyu, Kong Dongshan felt his heart palpitate. The burly man in linen robes, Lu Shen, was a rogue cultivator, but in the central region of the human race, he had long been famous, and later became a guest of a 4.5-star family. Humph, even if the gap between me and Qinyu is not big, but there are so many powerful geniuses targeting Qinyu, in this case, Qinyu will definitely be affected, and it will be difficult for him to perform at his peak. Kong Dongshan laughed in his heart. If one didn't have the strength, one should be low-key. Qinyu had recklessly offended too many people, and he would not have a good end. Then, many people came to the test site, and as soon as they arrived, they said harsh words to Qinyu. At this moment, boom, a powerful pressure came from behind, causing Kong Dongshan, the white-robed young master, and the burly man in linen robes to stiffen, feeling the invisible pressure. They turned around. The 13 geniuses of the Lin family had all arrived, led by Lin Tianfeng, his imposing manner surging, his eyes bursting with purple light, like a god of war descending, intimidating in all directions. Lin Tianfeng also made a move. He wants to completely suppress Qinyu. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect that Qinyu's participation in the test alone would attract such a large number of people, his influence was too great. With me, Lin Tianfeng, here, don't even think about passing the 100 steps. Lin Tianfeng bellowed. He leapt up, flew up the stairs, and landed on the 60th step. Oh my god, reaching the 60th step in one step, he is indeed a genius of the Lin family. It is difficult for ordinary people to fly on the stairs, and they can only move forward step by step, but Lin Tianfeng directly flew up to the 60th step, how strong is his foundation? The crowd exclaimed. Then, the other 12 geniuses of the Lin family also appeared, each with a shocking performance. The 100 steps seemed to have become the stage for the geniuses of the Lin family, a total of 13 geniuses flew up. The 13 geniuses of the Lin family, who were walking in front, were like one, emitting an extremely powerful aura, which formed a vast purple cloud, suppressing the surroundings. The white-robed young master, the burly man in linen robes, Kong Dongshan, and the others who were standing below felt the pressure increase. Damn it, the stairs already have the pressure of heaven and earth, and now the 13 geniuses of the Lin family are suppressing me with their aura, it is even more difficult. Kong Dongshan cursed in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would not have followed Qinyu. Now that he was implicated by the Lin family, whether he could reach the top of the stairs was a question. Fighting was not allowed during the assessment, and the actions of the geniuses of the Lin family did not violate the rules. Hee, as long as the Lin family and the rest are standing on the stairs, Qinyu will never be able to reach the top. The Lin family is good. Lin Tianfeng's body was straight, and his steps were steady as he advanced quickly, reaching the 95th step. His breathing was calm, and his posture was calm, as if the pressure of heaven and earth on the stairs had no effect on him. Qinyu, this is the consequence of offending me. This is the consequence of you slandering Lin Yuxuan. The celestial sect has already rejected you. Lin Tianfeng stood proudly on the stairs, looking down coldly at the ants below. Big brother Qinyu, let's retreat for now, and wait for them to pass the assessment. Kong Chouye did not expect Lin Tianfeng to be such a bully. Her admiration for him disappeared instantly, and she tried to persuade Qinyu. Qinyu looked up calmly, and laughed, you speak as if you are in charge of the celestial sect. A bunch of ignorant fools, do you think you can step on my head? Qinyu's gaze swept across the crowd. His words instantly caused the crowd to be enraged, and curses filled the air. However, at this moment, Qinyu flew up. The star acupoints on his body shone brightly, and white starlight flowed around his body, as dazzling as the stars. Whoosh, Qinyu revolved the profound of space, and activated the power of the star acupoints. He flew straight up, and arrived above the heads of the Lin family members. When he landed, he had already reached the top. Reaching the top in one step. In the blink of an eye, Qinyu had leaped from the bottom to the top. He turned around and looked down at everyone on the stairs, taking in their stunned and shocked expressions. In an instant, he went from being looked down upon to looking down on everyone. Kong Dongshan stared blankly at Qinyu, who was at the top of the mountain. It seemed that just a moment ago, Qinyu's words were still echoing in his ears, a bunch of ignorant fools. You think you can step on my head? He was still laughing at Qinyu's ignorance and arrogance. But all of a sudden, Qinyu was standing on top of everyone. How did he do it? Kong Dongshan's expression froze. He was extremely embarrassed. This is impossible. Beside him, the white-robed man and the others were dumbfounded as they looked up at Qinyu, who was surrounded by starlight. The scene just now was like an illusion. How could someone ignore the pressure of heaven and earth, ignore the pressure of the 13 geniuses of the Lin clan, and directly fly up? Wasn't the first test supposed to go up step by step against the pressure of heaven and earth? Wasn't flying up considered cheating? The most embarrassed one was Lin Tianfeng. One of the 13 geniuses of the Lin clan, Lin Tianfeng. Just a moment ago, he was looking down at Qinyu and confidently saying that he would make it impossible for Qinyu to reach the top. And not long after he finished speaking, Qinyu had reached the top. Lin Tianfeng turned around and saw Qinyu's cold and disdainful gaze. His heart was filled with anger and his face was twisted. Qinyu's ascension was equivalent to giving him a hard slap in the face, and in front of countless people. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng wanted to rush up and tear Qinyu into pieces. Qinyu, you must have used some method to counteract the pressure of heaven and earth. This is cheating. Lin Tianfeng angrily rebuked. He was not willing to admit that he was not as good as Qinyu. Whoosh, the yuan energy in his body suddenly erupted, and he instantly rushed up from the 95th step and reached the top. Qinyu sneered, showing disdain towards Lin Tianfeng. Below, it was a complete uproar. Heavens, reaching the top in one step. How did he do it? That's impossible. With his cultivation, it's impossible for him to do that. Perhaps it is as Lin Tianfeng said, this brat used some profound artifact to counteract the pressure of heaven and earth, which allowed him to fly up so easily. Most people found it hard to believe Qinyu's shocking feat and were skeptical. In the beginning, they did not have a good impression of Qinyu. At this moment, they were naturally unwilling to admit that Qinyu was outstanding. There was also a part of him that was purely jealous. Perhaps I have misjudged this person. He is not ignorant and arrogant, but he has a certain level of strength, which is why he dares to provoke Lin Tianfeng. In the Song clan's team, Song Man said with a smile. Just as I expected, big brother Qinyu is very strong, even stronger than brother Dongshan. Kong Chouye's eyes lit up. Qinyu's attitude of reaching the top in one step was really domineering, and even Lin Tianfeng paled in comparison. The person she admired in her heart gradually changed from Lin Tianfeng to Qinyu. I'll try too. Kong Chouye's blood was boiling. She wanted to try this stage. She had come all the way here. Although there was no chance of passing the test, if she did not even dare to try, it would be too cowardly. After making up her mind, Xianxia put it into action. She walked over, step by step. Haha, little girl, this is not a place you should be. Someone beside saw Xianxia and immediately laughed. On Martial God Mountain. Many of the upper echelons had also captured the scene. Space ultimacy is at least at the second level, otherwise he would not be able to weaken the pressure of heaven and earth released by the formation. The formation on the stone steps contained space ultimacy, and it only affected the area where the stone steps were. Therefore, Xianyu's space ultimacy could isolate and weaken the pressure. Furthermore, with Xianyu's speed, strength, and resistance to pressure, it was not difficult for him to fly over 100 steps. Peak early stage star condensation realm, and yet he has comprehended space ultimacy to such an extent. His talent is extraordinary. The upper echelons were already paying attention to Xianyu, and were interested in him. However, they still had to continue to observe Xianyu's performance. Climbing the stone steps was only the most basic test. On the stone steps, Lin Tianfeng stared fiercely at Xianyu. The other party's disregard and disdain made him even more furious. I must surpass this lad on the heavenly martial sage steel, otherwise I will be completely defeated by him. Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Without saying a word, he touched a stone tablet, and his figure disappeared. Xianyu also turned to look at the 20 stone tablets. Leaving his name on 3 of them was considered to have passed. This was extremely simple for him, just like climbing the 100 steps. 20 stone tablets involve a variety of tests. Why don't I use them to train my weakness? Xianyu thought to himself as his gaze swept across the stone tablets, looking for a target. He walked to the front of a huge stone tablet. The surface of the stone tablet was smooth, and it was completely black. It emitted a black light. Standing under the stone tablet, one's mind would be in a trance, and it would be difficult to concentrate. This was the Soul Force Sage tablet. Just as Xianyu's palm touched it, his body was enveloped by a spatial energy, and he was brought to a small public square. At the side of the public square, a man sat cross-legged. He was wearing the celestial sect's uniform, and his aura was profound. In the middle of the public square, a ball of black eyes floated. There were 3 pupils in it, and it looked somewhat terrifying. The man sitting cross-legged at the side of the public square did not even look at Xianyu, and said, "In the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, use your soul power to kill this spirit, and you will pass." Xianyu did not ask any further, and immediately acted. The soul aspect was his weakness. Hence, he purposely chose the corresponding stone tablet to train himself. Buzz, in the middle of the public square, the black-eyed spirit's pupils shot out 3 beams of black soul power, and attacked Xianyu's soul. It knows how to attack? Xianyu focused his attention, and a dark gray soul energy rose from his soul. The soul energy then condensed into a fist and punched forward. Pung, the gray giant fist clashed with the 3 beams of black light, and both sides dissipated. A soul force storm was formed in the soul realm, and the ripples spread out. Xianyu mobilized his soul power again, and attacked. Such a simple and crude technique. The celestial sect disciple who was sitting cross-legged at the side shook his head, and did not bother much. After fighting with the black-eyed spirit for a while, a few cracks appeared on the spirit. If this continued, Xianyu had a higher chance of winning. However, he suddenly changed his strategy, and stopped destroying the black-eyed spirit's soul attack. Boom! 3 beams of black light rushed into Xianyu's soul. Xianyu's consciousness shook, and his soul felt a sharp pain. The soul and the body should be the same. The body's defense can be continuously strengthened, and the soul's defense should be the same. This was Xianyu's thought, which was why he chose to take on the black-eyed spirit's attack. In the battle just now, Xianyu had guessed that the black-eyed spirit's attack was simple, and without any fancy moves, it would not be able to injure Xianyu's soul. Hence, he dared to try it. Defense was Xianyu's forte, and it seemed that his soul was the same. Although Xianyu was not good in this area, his profound level was high, and his willpower was strong and firm. This caused his soul to be unusually condensed, and its defense was strong. It would not be easily destroyed. 5 minutes have passed. Failure. The celestial sect disciple's voice suddenly rang. Xianxia was stunned. He had treated the black-eyed spirit as a sparring partner, and had forgotten about the time. He did not mind. Even if he did not leave his name on the stone tablet, there were still 19 other stone tablets. Buzz, silver light enveloped him, and Xianxia left the space. What a fool. He actually allowed the spirit to attack him. The celestial sect disciple could not understand Xianxia's actions, and felt that there was something wrong with his brain. In the outside world, Xianxia appeared in front of the soul force tablet once again. Instantly, countless eyes turned to look at him. That kid is out. He reached the top in one step. I wonder what his result was. The tablet did not glow, and his name did not appear on it. That kid failed. Ha ha ha. Looks like he must have cheated to reach the top in one step. Otherwise, he would not have failed the test. After the crowd witnessed Xianxu's battle technique, they laughed and mocked him. Near Xianxia, many Lin family disciples saw the result of Xianxu's test, and they all had strange looks on their faces. Previously, when he was climbing the stone steps, Xianxia flew over their heads. They did not notice that Xianxia had cheated. Could it be that the kid really cheated to reach the top? But now, they had their doubts. On the other side, Kong Dongshan passed the Saint Monument test, and the Saint Monument he was on emitted a light that was more than 6 meters tall. Good. Leave your name on the first tablet. Kong Dongshan's face was full of joy. He suddenly realized that Xianxia was beside him. He remembered that Xianxia had just entered the Soul Force tablet. However, Xianxu's name was not on the tablet at all. In other words, Xianxia had failed the test. Ha ha ha, looks like Brother Chen will fail too. Kong Dongshan could not help but laugh. When he was climbing the stone steps, he was completely crushed by Xianxia. However, Kong Dongshan had surpassed Xianxia in the Holy Monument trial. This allowed Kong Dongshan to regain his confidence. As long as my final result surpasses his, I will still win the first test. Kong Dongshan thought to himself. Xianxia did not care much about what others thought of him. He looked at the remaining 19 holy monuments and chose another one before entering it. The crowd stared at the tablet that Xianxia entered, anticipating Xianxu's result. Suddenly, there was a stone stele that shone with a 5-meter-tall radiance. It was dazzling and attracted everyone's attention. It was the battle skill tablet. The figure in front of the tablet was Lin Tianfeng. As expected of Lin Tianfeng, I wonder what battle skill he has cultivated to such a profound level, causing the light on the saint stele to reach 50 feet. Lin Tianfeng's first tablet shone 4 feet, and his second tablet shone 5 feet. 5 feet of light. This must be the most dazzling result since the start of the test. Lin Tianfeng enjoyed the crowd's admiring gazes. How's Xianxu's result? Lin Tianfeng asked a disciple of the Lin clan. Brother Tianfeng, Xianxu failed the first tablet test. Lin Tianfeng's lips curled up when he heard the news. He had regained his confidence after being defeated by Xianxu. Reaching the top in one step was nothing. The Saint Tablet test was the proof of one's strength. At that moment, when Xianxu came out of the holy stele only emitted a radiance of 1 meter. I didn't forget the time this time. Xianxu muttered to himself. He had entered 2 Saint Tablets to train his weaknesses, and he had gained a lot. Xianxu, is this all you've got? You failed the first tablet test, and you've only passed the second one. It looks like I've overestimated you. You're not even qualified to be my opponent. Lin Tianfeng stood in front of the battle technique stone stele. Under the illumination of the 15-meter-long radiance, he spoke coldly and arrogantly. With your standards, you don't even have the right to be my opponent. Lin Tianfeng said coldly and disdainfully. Previously, when he climbed the stone steps, he was completely outshone by Xianxu and lost face in front of countless people. At that time, he even had the intention to kill Xianxu. But now, the difference between Lin Tianfeng's and Xianxu's holy monument test results was like heaven and earth. He had completely surpassed Xianxu and redeemed the face he had lost previously. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng also felt that Xianxu might have other reasons for reaching the top in one step. His true strength had already been shown through the Sage Monument test. I have never treated you as my opponent, Xianxia said coldly. This was the truth. He had never treated Lin Tianfeng as his opponent. He did not think of himself as someone who would bully the weak. Lin Tianfeng did not know why Xianxia easily angered him. Could it be because of Lin Yuxuan? That's right, it must be because of Lin Yuxuan. You are right. Because you know your own limits, you don't dare to treat me as your opponent. Lin Tianfeng laughed, twisting Xianxu's words. Lin Tianfeng, you are still as shameless as ever. At this moment, Song Man climbed up the stone steps and sneered. Crazy woman, mind your own business. Lin Tianfeng shouted angrily. Although he and Song Man were old enemies, he only wanted to deal with Xianxia now. Xianxia, I advise you to get the hell out of here. You slandered Lin Yuxuan. Even if I don't deal with you, there will be many people who will, including the elite disciples of Celestial Sect. Lin Tianfeng laughed. Xianxu's biggest mistake was to accuse Lin Yuxuan of being engaged. Xianxia felt that Lin Tianfeng's words were reasonable, but not entirely correct. Not necessarily. As long as I have a good talk with Lin Yuxuan and annul the engagement, they will be grateful to me. Xianxia voiced out his thoughts. If he annulled the engagement with Lin Yuxuan, others would have a chance. You, bastard, you're courting death. Lin Tianfeng was infuriated by Xianxu's words and cursed loudly. Not only did Xianxia announce that Lin Yuxuan was engaged, but he also said that he was Lin Yuxuan's fiancé. What was even more shameless was that Xianxia said that he wanted to break off the engagement with Lin Yuxuan. You piece of trash, what qualifications do you have to be mentioned in the same breath as Lin Yuxuan? With your strength, if I want to kill you, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Lin Tianfeng angrily rebuked with a cold expression. The other geniuses of the Lin family also couldn't bear to watch this any longer. Disgraceful brat, you've insulted Lin Yuxuan again and again. You're courting death. Trash like you will never be able to enter the Celestial Sect. Even if you do, you won't have a good ending. It was not only the Lin family. More and more spectators began to curse, and some of them were so angry that they stomped their feet and charged over. Song Man, who was watching from afar, was impressed by Xianxia. He was so immersed in his role, speaking as if he really was engaged to Lin Yuxuan. Xianxia wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't retaliate when hit or scolded. Trash, ants, but you don't know that in my eyes, you're the real trash and ants. Xianxu's face was cold and arrogant as he spoke calmly. This sentence was like a bomb exploding in all directions, inciting countless voices of condemnation. Xianxia felt that it was too noisy and that he should shut these people up. He walked to the front of a holy monument. This holy monument was dark yellow in color, and its surface was rough and hard. It emitted a frightening aura, and it didn't look like a stone monument, but more like a giant mountain. This was the holy monument of strength. Buzz, Xianxia reached out his hand to touch it. A silver light shone out, enveloping him and sucking him into the space within the holy monument. Xianxia disappeared, and the curses and insults from the surroundings died down. Did he hide in the holy monument? Humph, once that kid comes out, I'll continue to scold him. What a cowardly ant. How dare he enter the holy monument to take the test? What a disgrace. Look at him, he definitely won't be able to pass the test. Lin Tianfeng and the other disciples of the Lin clan smiled. Xianxia had become the public enemy, and he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Once this person fails and leaves Celestial Sect, I'll make sure he dies without a proper burial ground. Lin Tianfeng was filled with killing intent. Suddenly, the holy monument of strength shone with a golden light. This scene attracted everyone's attention. After all, it was Xianxia who entered the holy monument. He passed the test? How long has it been? I feel that he entered it for less than 3 breaths. Many people were shocked. Lin Tianfeng and the other disciples of the Lin clan stood rooted to the ground, their faces filled with shock. Xianxia passed the test so quickly. Buzz, the light rose to a height of 2 feet, this proved that not only did Xianxia pass the test, he performed exceptionally. However, after the golden light rose to a height of 2 feet, it didn't stop and continued to rise. 3 feet. 3 zhang radiance? Impossible. 4 feet. Damn, it's 4 feet. 5 feet, the light rose to a height of 5 feet. Before this, only Lin Tianfeng had managed to make the holy monument glow to a height of 5 feet. But now, another person had done it. This person was none other than Qinyu. This was hard for Lin Tianfeng to accept. It was hard for the people who were taking part in the test to accept it. Even more so for the spectators. Buzz, now that Qinyu had come out of the sacred steel of power, it was even more certain that the 5-meter-long radiance was his accomplishment. Lin Tianfeng stared at Qinyu, wanting to slander Qinyu. However, at this moment, whoosh, the light on the holy monument rose again. This caused Lin Tianfeng, who was about to speak, to stop himself from doing so. The golden light rose to a height of 6 feet, Lin Tianfeng was stunned. Qinyu's result had exceeded his, however, the 6 feet of light was not the end. 7 feet, 8 feet, 9 feet, 10 feet, as the golden light rose to a height of 10 feet, the beam of light became thicker and thicker. It enveloped the entire platform, painting everything in a golden hue. On the platform, everything seemed to have stopped. Qinyu was so dazzling under the golden light. The rest of the people were like statues, standing dumbfounded on the spot. On the martial god mountain, the higher-ups of the celestial sect who were observing from below were silent for a moment. Then, discussions broke out. The holy monument of strength shone 10 feet. Logically speaking, the top examinees in this test should be able to achieve this. However, this kid's cultivation level is only at the peak of the initial stage of the star condensation realm. The holy monument of strength? That is to say, this kid cultivates the physical Tao. I once explored the ruins of an ancient physical cultivator tribe and gained many insights. If this kid were to become my disciple, he would definitely be able to walk further on the path of physical Tao. A fat old man who was like a small mountain and looked like the Maitreya Buddha when he smiled said, "The physical Tao has already declined. This kid is proficient in the profound Tao of space. He is most suitable to be my disciple." Another elder spoke up. Previously, when Qinyu ascended to the top in a single step, it only made them interested. But now, when Qinyu caused the holy monument to emit a 10-feet radiance, the higher-ups were tempted. At the foot of the martial god mountain, there was only silence. Logically speaking, when the holy monument emitted a 10-feet radiance, it should have caused a heated discussion and caused everyone to admire it. However, the person who achieved this was Qinyu. He was the one who they had just insulted as trash and ants. Even a trash and ant could cause the holy monument to emit a 10-feet radiance. If their results were lower than Qinyu's, then what would it be? Worse than trash, those who had just insulted Qinyu felt incomparably humiliated at this moment. Especially those who were standing near Qinyu. They were so ashamed that they wished they could dig a hole and hide in it. You cheated. This is impossible." Lin Tianfeng's face turned red. It was unknown whether it was because of shame or anger. He had been so proud of himself a moment ago. Yet, he was once again surpassed by Qinyu. Completely surpassed. Deep down, he did not dare to admit this fact, he was the genius of the Lin clan. Who was Qinyu? How could he be surpassed by Qinyu? When Qinyu had reached the top in one step, Lin Tianfeng had accused him of cheating. Now that he had caused the holy monument to emit a 10-feet radiance, Lin Tianfeng had accused him of cheating. Qinyu did not bother to explain. If he had to explain to every single person who doubted him, he would be extremely busy. At this moment, a voice filled with admiration came from the top of the stone steps. "Brother Chen, you are so powerful." The person who spoke was Xianxia. She was sweating profusely as she slowly climbed the stone steps. Xianxia did not expect Qinyu to be so powerful. Now, the entire stone steps were covered in a golden radiance. Qinyu, who was at the top, was covered in gold, like a god. The Kong clan's genius, Kong Dongshan, and the Lin clan's genius, Lin Tianfeng, could not be compared to Qinyu at all. Qinyu did not care about Lin Tianfeng, Kong Dongshan, and the others. So far, he had already left his name on 2 of the holy monuments. With just one more stone, he would have passed the assessment. He still focused on the weaknesses. After a while, the holy monument once again emitted a 10 feet radiance, passing the assessment. This time, no one questioned him. No matter how many times Qinyu failed, they did not have the qualifications to question him, unless they could make the holy monument emit more than 10 feet radiance. After completing the assessment, Qinyu was ready to leave. At this time, he found that Xianxia was still struggling to climb the stone steps. Xianxia's cultivation was at the early celestial condensation realm, and her foundation was not deep. At most, she could climb 70 to 80 steps, but it would be difficult for her to reach the top. The other party was sweating profusely, gritting her teeth as she climbed, ignoring the gazes of the people around her, ignoring the disdain and persuasion of the others. Finally, Xianxia reached the 82nd step and lost all her strength. She stopped and gasped for breath. This time, I only reached the 77th step. In 20 years, I will come again. At that time, I will be like Big Brother Qinyu, reaching the top in one step. Xianxia's heart was filled with longing. But suddenly, she felt the pressure around her body disappear, as if the giant mountain that was pressing down on her body had disappeared. What's going on? Xianxia was puzzled. But now that the pressure was reduced, she could continue climbing. After a while, she reached the top. I did it. The crowd was shocked to find that a young girl in the initial phase of the star condensation realm had reached the top. Especially those who had mocked Xianxia before, they were ashamed. The celestial sex assessment is too casual. Or could it be that they don't care about the first assessment? Qinyu thought to himself. Just now, he had used his profound understanding of space to help Xianxia reduce the pressure of heaven and earth, allowing her to reach the top. Previously, when the geniuses of the Lin family used their aura to oppress Qinyu, the higher-ups of the celestial sect did not care. Hence, Qinyu wanted to try and help others pass the assessment, to see if the celestial sect would interfere. Seems like the second assessment is the most important. The celestial sect only accepted 100 people each time. Hence, the second assessment would be extremely strict. Brother Chen, you helped me just now, didn't you? Xianxia ran over, blinking her big eyes as she smiled. Although she had to rely on someone else's help to reach the 100th step, she was still very happy. Qinyu nodded his head in acknowledgement and left quickly. He had passed the first test. The second test would take a few more days. Xianxia, why did you come up? Kong Dongshan and Kong Xiaomu were very surprised. Logically, Xianxia should not have been able to do it. Brother Chen helped me. Xianxia said straightforwardly. This made Kong Dongshan and Kong Xiaomu a little embarrassed. The two of them had targeted Qinyu many times and their relationship was a little strained. Just now, when they saw Qinyu pass the Holy Tablet of Strength's test and cause the Holy Tablet to release a 10-meter-tall radiance, the two of them regretted their decision. Every test was guarded by celestial sect disciples. If Qinyu were to cheat, he would not be able to hide it from the celestial sect disciples. They had to admit that Qinyu was indeed strong. If Qinyu could help Xianxia reach the 100th step, he might be able to help them during the second test. However, it was impossible now. Kong Dongshan and Kong Xiaomu had fallen out with Qinyu, but Xianxia still seemed to have a good relationship with Qinyu. This made Kong Dongshan jealous. Xianxia, don't get too close to Qinyu. He has made too many enemies. For example, the Lin clan hates him to the core. They will definitely deal with Qinyu. Be careful not to be implicated. Kong Dongshan warned her with a serious face. Xianxia knew the severity of the situation. Lin Tianfeng was the genius of the Lin clan and the Lin clan was a demigod clan. Although the elders of the Lin clan would not deal with Qinyu, if Qinyu offended the Lin clan might secretly get rid of Qinyu. Xianxia could not help but worry for Qinyu. She hoped that he would not provoke the Lin clan again. Qinyu temporarily left Martial God Mountain to avoid being disturbed. After all, his influence was too great. The first test lasted for 3 days. Within 3 days, anyone could keep trying. If they reached the standard and passed the test, they would be qualified to participate in the second test. The second test would begin in 10 days. The misty cloud crane flew in the sea of clouds while Qinyu sat cross-legged on it and began to cultivate. Circulating the vast star technique of the 9 heavens, he absorbed heaven and earth essence energy, refined essence energy, and molded essence energy stars. The second elemental energy star was getting rounder and more resplendent. It was almost as bright as the first elemental energy star. This meant that Xianxia was not far from the middle stage of the star condensation realm. Apart from that, he had already opened 716 astral acupoints for the first level of the divine body of 4 symbols, the celestial body. There were only 4 astral acupoints left to be opened. These 4 star acupoints were all extraordinary acupoints, and the difficulty of opening them was relatively high. Time flew by. The test at the foot of the martial god mountain grew more and more intense. Among them were many demigod clans. Those who had quit the 4-star sect and came to participate in the assessment included God Realm clans. Apart from the 3 divine sects, there were also 2 immortal realm clans that stood at the top of the human clans. They were the Murong family and the Qin family. The next day, Qin Wendian, the number 1 genius of the Qin clan, had appeared, causing a commotion in all directions. Not only was Qin Wendian the number 1 genius of the Qin clan, he was also a heaven's chosen that stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yuxuan. 20 years ago, Qin Wendian was already qualified to participate in the celestial sect's examination. But at that time, Qin Wendian didn't have the confidence to be the top ranker. Hence, he chose not to participate. 20 years later, Qin Wendian reappeared. His cultivation base was at the late celestial condensation realm. I'm afraid Qin Wendian's target is number 1. His cultivation is at the late stage of the star condensation realm, and there are only a few late-stage star condensation realm cultivators that can contend against him. But in a one-on-one battle, I fear that no one is his match. Qin Wendian's competitive nature is extremely strong. 20 years ago, he didn't have the confidence to be the top ranker and chose to give up. Now, 20 years later, he came back to take the test. If he wasn't the top ranker, who else could it be? Qin Wendian was clad in azure robes as he stood at the bottom of the stone steps. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was deep and profound, akin to a towering mountain. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Heaven and earth changed color as his aura soared into the sky. Whoosh, he leaped up, his figure floating, and directly ascended to the top. Apart from Xianxia, another person had ascended to the top. Oh? Before me, there was someone who could achieve such a feat? Qin Wendian murmured in a low voice as he heard the discussions going on around him. He didn't put it to heart as he turned his attention to the 20 saint monuments in front of him. He walked into the saint monument, and 3 breaths later, the saint monument shone with a radiance of 10 zhang. Following that, he touched 2 saint monuments consecutively, causing the saint monument to shine with a radiance of 10 zhang. This scene shocked the crowd. As expected of Qin Wendian, as expected of a heaven's chosen. 3 saint monuments, each shining with a radiance of 10 zhang. Qin Wendian's strength has already reached an unimaginable level. But there were also people who didn't think much of it. After all, Qin Wendian was already at the late stage of the star condensation realm. To a late-stage star condensation realm cultivator, wouldn't the test of the celestial sect be like playing house? The test of the 20 saint monuments would not change based on one's cultivation level. If it was any other late-stage star condensation realm cultivator, they would also be able to achieve Qin Wendian's standard. Not long after Qin Wendian appeared, late-stage star condensation realm Sun Tianlong appeared. He was once an elite from one of the 8 great emperor sects, the Tianist sect. He was 149 years old, almost exceeding the celestial sect standard. Sun Tianlong also reached the peak in a single step. The results of the 3 saint monuments were 6 zhang, 8 zhang, and 10 zhang respectively. Soon after, a genius from the White Tiger Divine tribe appeared. Time flowed by. Legendary geniuses appeared one after another, and there were also unknown rogue cultivators who shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. These days, there were too many major events. The conflict between Xianxia and Lin Tianfeng was gradually covered up. 3 days later, the first test ended. Among the entire human race, there were a total of 1,200 people who passed the test. From this, one could see how vast the human race was, and how many geniuses there were. Of course, among these people, there were also some geniuses from the demon clan. 2 days later, the second test would only accept 100 people, and over 1,000 would be eliminated. The competition was extremely intense. On the fourth day, a piece of news suddenly spread around. The descendant of the royal Azure Sky Emperor, the traitor of the human race, has appeared in the vicinity, and is participating in the celestial sex test. Initially, not many people believed the news. But it seemed that someone had purposely spread the rumor. In a short span of 3 days, the news had spread everywhere. The fiercer the rumor, the more people believed it. On the fifth day, the news that Xianxia was the descendant of the royal Azure Sky Emperor spread again, causing a huge uproar. If it was someone else, it might not have such an effect. But the target of the rumor was Xianxia, the person who had once caused public anger. Xianxia is the descendant of the royal Azure Sky Emperor? This person might have already surrendered to the demonic races. I'm afraid he's here to be a spy. This person is sinister, cunning, and unscrupulous. He might have cheated during the first test. Also, he said that Lin Yuxuan was already engaged. I wonder what his purpose is in spreading this rumor. Negative comments continued to spread. Although Xianxia was focused on cultivation and didn't care about anything else, he wasn't completely clueless. Is it Niahua's doing? He speculated. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was the White Tiger Divine Tribe. When the White Tiger Holy Tribe left, they didn't look for him to trade for the divine body of 4 symbols. Maybe they held a grudge against Xianxia. Kong Dongshan also warned Kong Chuya not to get close to Xianxia, lest he implicated her. Lin clan's territory. So that kid is the descendant of the royal Azure Sky Emperor. Lin Tianfeng sneered. Brother Tianfeng, this rumor might be false. Lin Hai said. But I think it's true. Lin Tianfeng revealed a sinister smile. That's right, it's true. Lin Hai hurriedly nodded. Not only did this person slander Lin Yuxuan, he's also the descendant of a sinner. Just these 2 points alone are enough to make him the public enemy. Lin Tianfeng sneered. Previously, when Xianxia slandered Lin Yuxuan, only some of his pursuers targeted him. There were also some who didn't take it to heart. But if Xianxia was the descendant of a sinner, then the effect would be different. Let's blow this matter out of proportion. Celestial sect is one of the 3 great sects of the human race and one of the pillars of the human race. Would they want Xianxia, this treacherous, cunning and unscrupulous descendant of the sinner of the human race? Lin Tianfeng laughed evilly. With the Lin clan fanning the flames, the rumor became more ferocious and spread more widely. Half of the people already believed it. The celestial sect on the Martial God Mountain naturally knew about this matter. 2 women walked out of a pavilion that was built on the side of a mountain and a river. One of them was a green-haired woman. She was pure and elegant, with a jade-like face. She was slim and graceful, like a pure lotus. But the purple-haired woman beside her was even more stunning, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Regardless of appearance or temperament, the green-haired woman paled in comparison. The rumor at the foot of the Martial God Mountain is too funny. Yuxuan, have you heard? The green-haired woman smiled, revealing 2 dimples. Senior Yuxuan, don't tell me you're really engaged? The green-haired woman joked. From her point of view, this was impossible. Lin Yuxuan, who was at the side, was very quiet. She did not speak, but her heart was not calm. When she had just become an adult, her father had told her that before she was even born, she was already engaged. Xianxia, you actually came to the celestial sect. Lin Yuxuan's expression was cold, revealing a tinge of displeasure. She did not expect that Xianxia did not join one of the 8 emperor sects, but chose her celestial sect instead. Was he here to look for his fiancée? Moreover, Xianxia had purposely mentioned the engagement, causing an uproar. Lin Yuxuan's expression was somewhat gloomy. How could she marry a mediocre nobody? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Lin Yuxuan thought to herself. Originally, she had thought that when the time was right, she would send someone to talk to Xianxia and dissolve the engagement. But now, how could she come into contact with Xianxia? If not, the engagement would be confirmed. Moreover, looking at Xianxia's expression, it was obvious that he was a toad lusting after swan meat. Senior Yuxuan, what's wrong? The green-haired woman noticed that something was wrong with Lin Yuxuan today. Nothing much. Lin Yuxuan let out a long sigh. She felt that she might be overthinking things. Even if Chen Yu came to participate in the celestial sect's assessment, would he be able to enter the celestial sect? 7 days passed quickly. The day of the second assessment had arrived. On the day of the second round of assessment, the celestial sect sent 3 elders, 5 deacons, and 20 celestial sect disciples. From this, it could be seen that the celestial sect placed a lot of emphasis on the second round of assessment. After all, during the first round of assessment, there was not even a single invigilator. Although today was the day of the second round of assessment, all sorts of negative comments about Chen Yu continued to be heard. From all around, looks of disdain were cast on him. Tens of feet around Chen Yu, there was not a single person. Even Song Man, who had high hopes for Chen Yu, kept her distance. Great human clans valued their reputation the most. Even if the rumors about Chen Yu were not true, the Song clan would not dare to recruit Chen Yu at this juncture. Chen Yu looked around. The Lin clan and the rest were staring at him with hatred, especially Lin Tianfeng, who looked as though he wanted to teach Chen Yu a lesson. He also saw the 3 geniuses of the White Tiger Divine tribe, Ling Ting, Ling Yun, and Ling Jiao. Ling Ting had a breakthrough in her cultivation level, reaching the peak of the star condensation intermediate stage. Kong clans Kong Dongshan and Kong Xiamu had also passed the assessment. What surprised Chen Yu was that Kong Chuya was among the crowd. Previously, Chen Yu had only helped her climb up to the 100th step. He did not expect her to pass the first round of assessment. It seemed that Kong Chuya's talent was not simple. Perhaps she had some special abilities that allowed her to pass 3 of the stone tablets. Those who passed the first round of assessment, come in front of me and take out your assessment token. An old man with an elegant temperament and a sage-like demeanor suddenly spoke. The assessment token was the token that allowed one to enter the 8 emperor sects. After a while, below the scholarly elder stood more than 1,000 people, but it seemed to be slightly more than the number of people who passed the first round of assessment. It seems that some people felt that the first round of assessment was too lax and wanted to fish in troubled waters. The scholarly elder glanced at the crowd below. There was not even an invigilator for the first round of assessment, and those who passed did not register their names. Hence, some people wanted to fish in troubled waters and participate in the second round of assessment. As long as they passed, they would be able to enter the celestial sect. Boom, the elegant old man's robes fluttered and his white hair danced in the wind. An indescribably enormous power was released from his body. The 20 heavenly martial sacred steels behind him lit up at the same time, emitting 20 different colored lights that covered a radius of a few thousand zhang. Many of them were wrapped in tricolored light. It was the same for Chen Yu. He was enveloped in brown, gold, and white light. This was the radiance of the 3 sacred tablets that he had left his name on. However, some people only had 1 or 2 rays of light on their bodies. Not good. Not far from Chen Yu, there was a small-eyed man with only 2 rays of light on his body. He immediately felt that something was wrong and prepared to retreat. Your actions are equivalent to looking down on the celestial sect. All of you shall lose an arm. The elegant old man said coldly. Spatial energy fluctuated in the crowd. Not far away, an incomparably solid spatial blade suddenly appeared on the arm of the small-eyed man. With a gentle slash, it chopped off his arm. This scene also happened to many people. All the people who wanted to fish in troubled waters took their severed arms and quickly left. This scene shocked everyone, causing their respect and admiration for the celestial sect to rise to another level. Such precise control! Chen Yu exclaimed in his heart. The elegant old man from the celestial sect had used his spatial energy to chop off the arms of over 100 people at the same time, without hurting anyone else. Next, the second test. The elegant old man announced. Almost at the same time, everyone felt a strong fluctuation of spatial energy coming from the jade badges in their hands. This was also the elegant old man's method. The level of his space ultimacy was beyond imagination, it was at least above the 6th level. Suddenly, the jade badges emitted a strong suction force, devouring the surrounding essence qi. What is going on? What is the second test? Everyone was surprised, waiting for the elegant old man to explain. After a while, the dense essence chi under the martial god mountain was almost completely devoured. The jade badges in everyone's hands emitted a milky white light that contained dense essence chi. By then, someone had already realized that the badges could not be kept in the storage space. It seemed that the elegant old man had done something to them. Unless one's cultivation was higher than the elegant old man and was proficient in the space ultimacy, they could only follow his instructions. For the second test, you will enter a secret territory and compete for the badges. After a month, you will be ranked according to the number of badges you have. The top 100 will become disciples of the celestial sect. Remember, the essence chi in the badges cannot be less, otherwise, it will not count. At this time, the elegant old man explained the rules of the second test. Most of the people did not have any change in their expressions towards this rule. The test and the rules were too ordinary. Most of the people present were from big clans or had joined other sect before. Almost all of them had gone through all kinds of tests. Many of them had experienced such a common test. However, the elegant old man's last warning was a little strange. The essence chi in the badges cannot be less? Why was that? The body of a star condensation king could absorb essence chi at any time and replenish itself. There was no need to absorb the essence chi in the badges. In addition, the badges could not be kept in the storage space. Many questions arose in everyone's mind. Great, secret territory, competing for the badges. Ha ha ha. Lin Tianfeng laughed heartily. Finally, he had the chance to make a move against Qinyu. There were many people from the Lin clan participating in the test. Moreover, there were some clans that were on good terms with the Lin clan. Lin Tianfeng had a huge advantage. On the other hand, Qinyu was alone. Suddenly, a clear and loud voice could be heard from the crowd. Qinyu, I have reserved your badge. Someone had declared war on Qinyu. At a glance, the person who declared war had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His eyes were filled with black light and his aura was shocking, causing the people around him to retreat. Sun Tianlong, the top king in this test. As for why Sun Tianlong was against Qinyu, only a few people knew the reason. I heard that Sun Tianlong's parents died in the hands of the enemy during a war. Someone whispered. After Sun Tianlong heard the rumors about Qinyu, he set his sights on Qinyu. Now that he declared war on Qinyu, it meant that he wanted to openly make a move against Qinyu in the second test. Hehe, Qinyu, whether you can walk out of the secret territory alive is a problem. You still want to enter the celestial sect? Wishful thinking. Lin Tianfeng saw the scene and laughed coldly. Qinyu glanced at Sun Tianlong. Sun Tianlong was in the late stage of the star condensation realm. He was indeed not simple. Before the test, there is one more thing I need to tell you. The secret territory for the test is a barren land that is extremely far away from the main world. The heaven and earth elemental energy there is extremely thin. The strongest cultivator that was born in this place might not even have reached the origin realm. The scholarly old man said slowly. These words were shocking. The strongest cultivator that was born in a small world was not even at the origin realm. How barren was this world? After special treatment by the sect, this secret territory has become a barren world without any heaven and earth elemental energy. Hence, everyone must conserve their energy. The scholarly old man's last sentence made many people's faces change, as if they were suddenly enlightened. I see. The second test is not as simple as fighting for the token. It is also a question of survival. The test ground has no heaven and earth elemental energy. Once one's energy is depleted, it will be hard to replenish it. Hence, we must conserve our energy and maximize the use of our limited energy. Interesting. Qinyu's lips curled. No, it's not that we can't replenish the heaven and earth elemental energy. The token in our hands now contains a large amount of heaven and earth elemental energy. Someone at the side murmured. In other words, if one obtained the token, they could keep it and use it to pass the test. They could also absorb the heaven and earth elemental energy to replenish their energy. Most of the people's faces turned solemn. The celestial sex test was indeed unusual. Next, 20 celestial sect disciples inspected all the candidates. They were not allowed to bring any items that could replenish their energy. Relevant spiritual pills or primeval stones could be entrusted to be stored here. The second test begins. The scholarly old man announced solemnly. The 3 elders present took out an array flag and activated it. Rumble, in the sky, a huge transparent bubble appeared. Inside the bubble, one could vaguely see the silhouette of a desert. It also emitted an unfamiliar spatial aura. The scholarly old man stretched out his finger and a silver light flashed. Swoosh swoosh, his finger moved rapidly in the air and instantly formed a huge array diagram. Boom, within the array diagram a huge silver light shot out and the power of the space fluctuated continuously. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and enter. The scholarly old man's loud voice reverberated throughout the area. Swoosh swoosh, instantly, someone flew out and entered the array diagram in the air. His figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but admire the scholarly old man. The other party's use of the power of space was really strong. He had constructed a space array out of thin air and teleported the candidates to another space. This kind of method was really shocking. Swoosh, he flew up quickly and entered the array diagram, teleporting to another space. In a short while, everyone had entered the secret space. Elder Shen, your space ultimacy has improved to the 7th level, right? An elder at the back said. The scholarly old man had a high status in the celestial sect because he was proficient in both space ultimacy and arrays. His disciples were also proficient in space ultimacy. His strength was extremely high in the celestial sect. I just reached it a few days ago. The scholarly old man smiled and nodded. No wonder Elder Shen took the initiative to apply for this task and didn't even need a teleportation array. So you have just made a breakthrough in space ultimacy. Your love for showing off really hasn't changed at all. Another elder teased. Feeling the surging power of space, Xianxia suddenly arrived in another space. An unfamiliar spatial aura rushed towards him. In front of him were several slightly barren mountains. The ground was barren and there was no elemental energy. The test will last for a month. The longer it is, the less elemental energy the candidates have. Xianxia was not in a hurry to act. At this time everyone was at their peak condition. He flew down, sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. He would first conserve his strength and wait for the others to deplete their elemental energy before acting. But suddenly, Xianxia felt a familiar heaven and earth elemental energy. Someone is approaching. He glanced at the jade token on his body. It was also emitting a thick heaven and earth elemental energy. It seemed like the token on his body had attracted the enemy. An elegant young master dressed in white was flying at high speed, looking for allies. There was no heaven and earth essence energy here, no elixirs and primordial stones were brought in. Once the essence energy was depleted and could not be replenished, the assessment would definitely fail. In this case, it was necessary to look for allies. When a team met a single person, they could almost easily take down the other party. Suddenly, the young master in white sensed a familiar heaven and earth essence energy. Someone is nearby. The young master in white became cautious and slowly approached. He decided to investigate, and if the enemy was not strong, he would take him down. Swoosh, behind a mountain, a figure suddenly sprang out and approached the young master in white. Chen. You. When the young master in white saw Xianxia, his handsome face was quite frightened. He had a deep impression of Xianxia. When Xianxia climbed the stone steps, he ran out to provoke Xianxia, wanting to compete with Xianxia's first assessment result. As a result, Xianxia leaped to the top, scaring him silly. It's you? Xianxia also remembered this young master in white. Hand over the token. The young master in white did not say much and turned to escape. Although he hated Xianxia, he also felt that Xianxia's first assessment result was a bit unreal. But Xianxia's posture of reaching the top in one step left a deep impression on him. In his heart, he already admitted that he was not as good as Xianxia. Since he could not defeat Xianxia, why waste essence energy, so he chose to escape. Sensing that Xianxia had caught up, the young master in white could not help but smile. Xianxia, I admit that you may have some ability, but this young master is not an undeserved reputation. If you want to snatch the token from my hands, you must consume a lot of essence energy. The assessment has just begun, you have to think clearly. The young master in white believed that after he explained the pros and cons, Xianxia would definitely give up. To snatch his token, he had to defeat him, and the young master in white was bent on escaping. If the enemy wanted to succeed, it would definitely take a lot of effort. Just as he finished speaking, Xianxia's disdainful reply came from behind. To deal with you, I don't need much essence energy. Xianxu's contemptuous tone made the white-dressed young master very unhappy. However, he suddenly discovered that Xianxu's speed had multiplied, becoming astonishingly fast. He would soon catch up to him. The white-dressed young master had no time to be unhappy. He tried his best to run away with his origin force. Boom, Xianxia punched out with his fist, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. A pitch-black light penetrated through the void, descending towards Qin Wendian. This punch did not have any elemental energy fluctuations, but it made the white-clothed young master shudder with fear. The white-robed young master immediately took out his Xian artifact. A white jade folding fan suddenly appeared and swept up a layer of shocking white jade wind blades. Pung, the white jade blade that was as smooth as jade, the moment it collided with Xianxu's fist aura, it was as fragile as glass and shattered inch by inch. Xianxu's fist force didn't weaken much as he continued to retreat. The man in white felt a strong sense of danger, so he controlled the white jade folding fan to meet the attack. Pung, his profound weapon was also sent flying. This is simply a ferocious beast. The white-dressed young master broke out in a cold sweat. Xianxu's punch without elemental energy was too terrifying. At this moment, he recalled that in the first round of assessment, Xianxia made the sacred steel of power shine with a radiance of 10 feet. At that time, he didn't believe it, but now he had to believe it. Pung, the white-dressed young master's elemental energy shield was also shattered by Xianxu's punch. He retreated hundreds of feet, and the blood in his body was boiling. With just one punch, the white-dressed young master used all his skills, but still couldn't resist it and was slightly injured. He experienced the terrifying strength of Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia was about to throw a second punch, the white-dressed young master trembled with fear. Brother Xianxia, the king, stop, please stop. The white-dressed young master completely lost his demeanor and begged for mercy in panic. Seeing that Xianxu's fist stopped in midair, the white-dressed young master immediately threw out the token tied to his waist. He was afraid that if he was slow, Xianxu's second punch would come. If that happened, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die, and the second round of assessment would be completely over. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have forced me to do it. Xianxia teased and caught the token. Now, he had 2 tokens. It seems to be too easy for him to let him go just like that. Xianxia stared at the white-dressed young master and pondered. In the first round of assessment, the white-dressed young master once insulted him arrogantly. Seeing the look in Xianxu's eyes, the white-dressed young master shuddered. He had a bad feeling and immediately fled. Wait. There was a cold shout from behind. The white-dressed young master's fleeing figure froze in midair and trembled slightly. He was worried, but he dared not escape. Just now, Xianxia caught up with him in an instant. Their speed was not on the same level at all. He turned his head, revealing a face that was uglier than crying, and said, "Brother Xianxia, what else can I do for you? Does Brother Xianxia want me to be your subordinate and help you get the token?" The white-dressed young master guessed. He already had no token. If Xianxia asked him to stop, there was only one possibility: Xianxia liked his strength and wanted him to help Xianxia. In the second round of assessment, the side with more people would definitely have an advantage. The white-dressed young master didn't want to have anything to do with Xianxia, but the other party insisted, so he could only compromise. However, following Xianxia wasn't too bad. Xianxia was strong, and he might get a lot of tokens by following him. "You should have friends or clansmen, right?" Xianxia asked. This sentence made the white-dressed young master puzzled. He thought for 2 breaths and suddenly understood. Did Xianxia think that one person was not enough and wanted more subordinates? "You have to find a way to get 2 people here before you can leave." Xianxu's next sentence shattered the white-dressed young master's fantasy. The other party didn't want teammates, but prey. "I've already given you my token, and you still want me to cheat my friend." The white-dressed young master was shocked, bitter and helpless. Call 2 people over, and you can leave, and you still have a chance to pass the assessment. Xianxia was expressionless. This was the method he thought of. He couldn't let the white-dressed young master off so easily. He had to squeeze out more benefits. Xianxia, you're immoral. The white-dressed young master was helpless. If he cheated his friend, then he would definitely break off all ties with him in the future. He had a noble character, so he absolutely couldn't do such a thing. After a while, the white-dressed young master gave in. Okay, I'll do it. He first took out a message talisman, activated it, and said, Brother Liu, I'm chasing a peak early star condensation cultivator, but he's a bit fast, come and help me. After thinking for a while, he took out another token. Little sister Xier, come to me, I'll form a team to help you search for tokens. After sending out these 2 messages, the white-dressed young master suddenly felt gloomy. Not bad, they're here, so you can leave. Xianxia patted the white-dressed young master's shoulder. He didn't care much, sat down cross-legged, refined his essence force, and attacked the star acupoints. Soon, a red-robed girl flew over. Her cultivation was at the peak early star condensation cultivator, holding a token in her hand, and transmitted, Big Brother Aoyun, where are you? He's here. The white-dressed young master Long Aoyun said, then saw Xianxia stand up and leave. AI, little sister Xier, I'm sorry. The white-dressed young master sighed, preparing to escape. If little sister Xier saw him, then their relationship would definitely be severed. The white-dressed young master found a bright silver barrier around him. Space power? At the early stage, the space profound was mostly used for support, and its ability to trap people was not strong. The white-dressed young master had the confidence to break through. Boom, he took out his white jade folding fan, and dozens of white jade wind blades slashed out. He's completely unharmed. The white-dressed young master couldn't believe it. He tried a few more times, but to no avail. He was in complete despair. What level has his space profound reached? On the other side, the red-robed girl was nearing, waiting for the white-dressed young master Long Aoyun to arrive. Xianxia. But Xianxia came instead. The red-robed girl naturally recognized Xianxia. Her cultivation was at the peak early star condensation cultivator, and she was frightened by Xianxia to the point that her face turned pale, and she turned to run. But how could she outrun Xianxia? Seeing that she was about to be caught, the red-robed girl frantically attacked, but all her attacks were like tofu, smashing onto Xianxia's body, not even leaving a scratch. Let me go, Xianxia, I'll give you my token, let me go. The red-robed girl begged. Picking her up as if she were a bunny, Xianxia returned to his original spot and tossed her onto the ground. The red-robed girl was shocked to find that the white-dressed young master Long Aoyun was here. She immediately understood that she had been tricked by Long Aoyun. Long Aoyun, you lied to me, you lied to me. The red-robed girl was like a crazy tigress, incomparably angry. Little sister Xier, I don't know what to do. The white-dressed young master tried to appease her, but it was to no avail. Don't be noisy. Call 2 people over, and you can leave. Xianxia coldly snorted. After a while, another black-robed man slowly flew over. His cultivation was at the intermediate star condensation stage, and he was very cautious. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Holding his sword, he immediately retreated. The next moment, he saw Xianxia. You're here to find Long Aoyun, right? Xianxia smiled, and punched out. After a while, the black-robed man was also captured by Xianxia. Long Aoyun, you dare to lie to me, are you tired of living? The black-robed man roared, his face flushed red. He had been smart his whole life, but he was tricked by his good friend. Call 2 people over, then you can leave. Xianxia said to the black-robed man. The red-robed girl and the black-robed man resisted at first, cursing Xianxia for being sinister, vicious, and immoral. After a while, they still gave in. The black-robed man belonged to a big clan, and 3 of his clansmen had passed the test. The red-robed girl was a rogue cultivator, but she relied on her beauty to hook up with many people. She was prepared to rely on them for the second test, but she did not expect that she would trick them. Brother Liu, little sister Xier, didn't you do this in the end? Everyone was forced to do so. When we meet in the future, let's talk things over. the white-robed young master said before leaving. Scram! Don't let me see you again. The two of them scolded. If not for Long Aoyun, they would not have ended up like this, doing such a thing to harm their good friends and clansmen. Just like that. Qinyu stayed here, developing offline. In a short period of a day, he'd obtained 32 command tokens. At this moment, there were 4 people around him who had been beaten up by him and were now trapped here. Each of you can leave after calling 2 people over. The previous people were like you. They were unwilling, but they still gave in the end. Qinyu advised earnestly. However, he already had other plans in mind. His method allowed him to obtain 32 tokens in a day. It could be said to be a bountiful harvest. However, this method was even more hateful than snatching tokens. There was a certain amount of risk in staying here. It was very likely that those who had been scammed by Qinyu would band together and recruit others to deal with Qinyu. Therefore, Qinyu was prepared to leave after this. Qinyu, how can you be so heartless? Not only did you snatch my token, you even want me to call my friends and clansmen over. A dark-skinned man with the size of a bull roared. The other 2 were also unwilling. One of them said that he was too unpopular and there was no one he could cheat. After a period of time, except for the one who was too unpopular, the others all obeyed Qinyu. Brother, I'm sorry. After the voice transmission, the dark-skinned man sighed. Qinyu waited for a while. 2 people arrived one after another. They were the dark-skinned man's friends. You can leave now. Qinyu let the dark-skinned man go. The dark-skinned man immediately fled. His 2 friends had been cheated. He had no face to continue staying here. However, before he could get far, 5 people flew out and stopped him. Don't attack. I don't have a token. My token was snatched by that damned Qinyu. There were too many enemies. The dark-skinned man immediately begged for mercy. Brother Deng, we're not here to snatch your token. A young man in yellow walked out from the group of 5. When the dark-skinned man saw the young man in yellow, he was instantly enraged and almost attacked. The young man in yellow was his good friend. He was the one who tricked him to come to Qinyu's place. If it weren't for the fact that there were 5 of them, the dark-skinned man would have definitely attacked and taught the young man in yellow a lesson. What do you mean? The dark-skinned man shouted coldly. Brother Deng, don't you want revenge? Everyone here has been harmed by Qinyu. Does Brother Deng not want to join us? The yellow-clothed youth smiled coldly. Although the dark-skinned man hated the yellow-clothed young man, they had both experienced the same thing and were once good friends. When the 2 of them shifted their hatred to Qinyu, they felt a sense of sympathy for each other. All right, I'm in. The dark-skinned man agreed immediately. In fact, of the 30 or so people who had their tokens stolen by Qinyu, half of them wanted to retaliate against him. But back then, most of them were afraid of Qinyu and their friends' revenge, so they quickly fled far away. For example, the first person to be cheated by Qinyu, the white-shirted young master Long Aoyun. After he cheated his good friend, he was too ashamed to see his good friend again. He was also afraid of meeting Qinyu again, so he ran for half a day. But some people were even angrier, and their first thought was revenge. Therefore, they thought that they could stay nearby and gather the victims together to deal with Qinyu. This is the Black Scorpion King. The yellow-clothed youth introduced one of the kings in the team. The Black Scorpion King's cultivation was at the peak of the star condensation realm middle stage. He was one of the people who had been cheated by Qinyu. This team to take revenge on Qinyu was also built by him. Even the Black Scorpion King, the dark-skinned man, was slightly shocked. The Black Scorpion King was a peak star condensation realm middle stage expert, but he was also harmed by Qinyu. Now we have 6 people. After a few more people, it will be time for us to act. This king will definitely let that brat have a taste of living hell. The Black Scorpion King's face was vicious and filled with resentment. When the others heard this, they were also incomparably excited. They could immediately take revenge and wash away the humiliation. Moreover, Qinyu had many tokens on him. If they split them evenly, it would be a good spoil of war. On the other side, after the dark-skinned man was released by Qinyu, Qinyu had nothing to do and continued to pressure the skinny youth who claimed to be too unpopular. Big brother Qinyu, Master Qinyu, please let me go. I am a rogue cultivator, and an evil cultivator at that. I have done many bad things on a daily basis. Others can't even wait to avoid me. I really can't call for help. The skinny youth pleaded with a sorrowful face. He participated in the celestial sex assessment because he wanted to enter the god sect and wash his name clean. However, he did not expect to meet with such a situation the moment he entered the second round of assessment. He was trapped here by Qinyu, living a life worse than death. Evil cultivators also have friends of scoundrels. Qinyu did not believe his words. The skinny youth hesitated for a moment and finally made a decision. I can only contact one person, but I'm afraid you won't dare to let that person come. The skinny youth said in a low voice. Who? Qinyu asked casually. He was already prepared to leave after doing one job. If he could con one person, then so be it. If he couldn't con one person, then he would just leave. The genius of the Lin clan, Lin Hai. The skinny youth said. The people around him took a deep breath, thinking that the skinny youth was really stupid. As a demigod clan, the Lin clan had many people who passed the first round of assessment. They had a wide network of people. How could Qinyu attack the Lin clan? Lin Hai? Qinyu had some impression of this disciple of the Lin clan. When he first came into contact with the genius of the Lin clan, he was warm and friendly. Later on, the conflict between both parties escalated. Other than Lin Tianfeng, Lin Hai was the disciple who insulted Qinyu the most. Qinyu was very satisfied with this prey. More importantly, if he could capture Lin Hai, he would have a way to capture Lin Tianfeng. If it wasn't for Lin Tianfeng, Qinyu wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion at the foot of the Martial God Mountain. Moreover, this Lin Tianfeng had repeatedly humiliated him. If there was a chance to humiliate Lin Tianfeng, Qinyu would not let it go. Call Lin Hai over, and I will let you go. Qinyu promised. This scene caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. Although Lin Hai was ranked last among the geniuses of the Lin clan, his opponent was a genius of the Lin clan. Qinyu dared to attack him. From Qinyu's tone, Lin Hai seemed to be more important in his eyes, a big prey. The skinny youth was stunned for a moment. In reality, he could contact other people, but he purposely said that he was not popular and could only contact Lin Hai. His goal was to alarm the Lin clan and make them attack Qinyu. In the end, Qinyu's expression was exactly what he wanted, causing the skinny youth to be puzzled. He took out a message glyph and said, Brother Lin Hai, I accidentally found a treasure ground. There are a few rare treasures inside, but I do not have enough strength to obtain them. I want to cooperate with you. Hearing this, Qinyu coldly laughed. In this desolate world, how could there be treasures that could tempt a star condensation expert? The skinny youth purposely gave false information. If Lin Hai was a bit more careful, he would act cautiously and even bring more people. The second trial is only the first day. The size of the Lin clan's team should not be big. Qinyu guessed that even if a large team came, he would just leave. So he pretended not to see through the skinny youth's plan and waited. Time passed, and soon, 2 hours had passed. The Black Scorpion King and the rest were hiding nearby, waiting for Qinyu to release them. Suddenly, not far away, 2 silhouettes flew over. Lin clan. The black skinny youth saw the insignia on their clothes. The Lin clan seems to be passing by. But the genius of the Lin clan has quite a grudge with that kid Qinyu. There is a high chance that he will become one of us. After discussing, they made a decision. The 5 of them flew out together. Black Scorpion King, you have some guts. You plan to attack our Lin clan? Seeing the Black Scorpion King, Lin Hai panicked. Hee, it's a misunderstanding. I am here to cooperate with the Lin clan. The Black Scorpion King laughed. Cooperate? Let's hear it. Lin Hai was confused. Then, the Black Scorpion King and the rest told him about Qinyu's actions and their goal. After listening, Lin Hai immediately understood that he had been tricked by the skinny youth. No, it seemed that he did not see through the information revealed by the skinny youth. This desolate world, how could there be any treasure? Brother Lin Hai shouldn't have been tricked to come here, right? The Black Scorpion King showed suspicion. We are just passing by. Lin Hai pretended not to know anything to hide his stupidity. He really thought that there would be some benefits. He only brought one clansman and came here. If he really met Qinyu, he would probably end up in the same miserable state. Including the 2 from the Lin clan, we have 8 people. Let's move, in case Qinyu escapes. The Black Scorpion King suggested. Qinyu was not an idiot. He would not stay in one place forever. All right. Everyone said in unison. The anger in their bodies burned and their blood boiled. They were somewhat excited. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the distant sky, 8 figures suddenly rushed out. The Black Scorpion King, the dark-skinned man, Lin Hai, and the rest were among them. Qinyu, hand over the token obediently and we can spare your life. I'm back. This time I will definitely teach you a lesson. Angry curses came out one after another. Brother Lin Hai, save me. The skinny youth saw that Lin Hai had brought 7 teammates and was overjoyed. But in reality, Lin Hai did not see through the hidden truth in his message. The 2 of them almost foolishly ran over and walked into the tiger's mouth. But Qinyu could see that 6 of them had been killed by him. It seemed that these people were gathering nearby, waiting for a chance to take revenge, and coincidentally ran into Lin Hai. In other words, that idiot Lin Hai really thought that there was a treasure here and only brought one person. Buzz, Qinyu urged his space power Upanishad to reinforce the space barrier, which prevented the others from getting out of this place. Qinyu, don't even think about escaping. The Black Scorpion King's group of 8 thought that Qinyu wanted to escape when they saw him use the space profound. They immediately rushed out and surrounded Qinyu. Who said I wanted to escape? Qinyu stood where he was and sneered. His gaze fell on Lin Hai. Lin Hai, who was being stared at by Qinyu, suddenly had an extremely bad premonition, and his hair stood on end. Swoosh, Qinyu suddenly rushed out and attacked Lin Hai. The terrifying aura caused Lin Hai to be shocked, and he could not help but take half a step back. The people trapped in the space barrier by Qinyu were all dumbfounded. Facing the encirclement of 8-star condensation realm experts, Qinyu did not run. Quickly break the space barrier. The skinny youth shouted. The others reacted. Once they broke the space barrier and joined hands with the Black Scorpion King's group of 8, Qinyu would not be able to escape. He would die for sure. Lin Hai was scared out of his wits. Suddenly, the skinny young man thought of something. But then, Qinyu said a name, Lin Tianfeng. But if Qinyu wanted to leave, they would not be able to catch up with him no matter how many people they had. Lin Hai, here I come. Qinyu, how dare you catch me? Do you know you are going against the Lin family? Qinyu's strength was simply too terrifying. How could he possibly stand against him alone? Of course, they could continue to track him, but was it worth it to use so much yuan qi? No, don't come over. Will anyone believe you? Then, Qinyu's second punch landed, crushing the Lin family disciple to death. Everyone thought that Qinyu's target was Lin Hai, and this Lin family disciple also thought so. Therefore, he did not guard against Qinyu's sudden attack. Kill. Lin Hai, who was standing to the side, originally thought he was lucky, but after hearing this, he was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. He roared in his heart, Qinyu, I will not let you live under the same sky. He punched out with both fists, shaking the heaven and earth. 2 balls of dark yellow fist light flew out like 2 small mountains, looking disdainful. Qinyu retreated, relying on the defense of the star-patterned clothes to resist the attacks. Qinyu had an evil smile on his face. The others were the same. They hated Qinyu to the bone, and they had attacked with the mentality of killing Qinyu. How could they let Qinyu go so easily? The skinny young man exclaimed. The Black Scorpion King suddenly said. Qinyu's first punch landed, causing the opponent to spit out blood and fly back. More than a dozen bones in his body were broken. The Black Scorpion King flew back a certain distance. It had only suffered some light injuries, but the blood and qi in its body were churning. Spread the rumor that Qinyu has 100 tokens. The other 7 people were more injured than him. Quick, kill him. Scorpio Berserk Sword. This scene shocked everyone in the surroundings. Before their attacks hit Qinyu, they had seen Qinyu activate a secret technique, and a starry robe had appeared on his body. However, they had not expected that this secret technique could reflect attacks. Boom, whoosh, it seemed like he was enjoying a 50% discount, but Qinyu had set his target. Lin Tianfeng, the Black Scorpion King, roared and immediately gave chase. No need for two, just one will do. They didn't have their command tokens anymore, but Qinyu had dozens of command tokens. Once his origin energy was depleted, even if they caught up to Qinyu, they would be like sheep walking into a tiger's den, waiting to be slaughtered. When they saw Qinyu in the center, they were all dumbfounded. The Black Scorpion King roared. Previously, he had been forced by Qinyu to harm his clansmen, so how could he allow Qinyu to continue being arrogant? The 8 people around him all sneered. They felt comfortable in their hearts, as if victory was already in their grasp. Whoosh! 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 However, as soon as the attack landed on Qinyu, a violent and ferocious storm of destruction abruptly spread into the surroundings. Can't we change it? After a while, Qinyu decisively refused. They had all been tricked by Qinyu before, and then joined forces to kill Qinyu, but they still failed. Lin Hai readily agreed. Qinyu lifted his robe, causing it to flutter. The Black Scorpion King held a strangely shaped black sword that looked like a scorpion's tail, dancing wildly. Didn't Lin Hai say that he only found traces of Qinyu? What was going on? Lin Hai had caught up to Qinyu. Okay. With his current celestial body level, he could easily block the attack of a peak middle stage star condensation realm. However, Qinyu suddenly changed his direction and attacked another Lin clansman. The Black Scorpion King could not believe it. The others also made their moves, venting the hatred in their hearts. Swoosh! Behind him, a giant scorpion shadow appeared, its scorpion tail like a sharp sword, crazily stabbing forward, as fast as lightning. The moment Lin Tianfeng saw Qinyu, he was stunned. He did not dare to lie to Lin Tianfeng, the dark-skinned man immediately asked. With the hatred between Lin Tianfeng and Qinyu, if he captured Qinyu alive, Lin Tianfeng would definitely look at him in a different light. The space barrier was broken by the skinny young man and the others, and they all rushed out, only to find that Qinyu had already been surrounded by the Black Scorpion King and the others. He had killed one of them, grabbed Lin Hai, and left. Lin Hai was stunned. The Black Scorpion sword flew out, flashing with a terrifying light, flying towards Qinyu. Lin Hai's character was really weak, and he would do anything for Qinyu. Qinyu slightly threatened him, and he agreed. I promise you. And in these few breaths, Qinyu killed the Lin clansman, captured Lin Hai alive, and calmly left. No one could stop him, they had only used a few breaths' time to break the space barrier. Lin Hai's character of casually betraying his friends made Qinyu even more disdainful. Qinyu said disdainfully. The others also used their trump cards, wanting to capture Qinyu. The Black Scorpion King's face was sinister. Can I go now? Whoosh whoosh. Let me explain. I caught Lin Hai, and told him that as long as he tricked you here, I would let him go. Everyone was shocked, and they all retreated, circulating their yuan power to defend themselves. He wanted to deal with Lin Tianfeng, which was why he killed the other Lin clansmen, to prevent him from divulging the news. The leader had short purple hair, bright eyebrows, and bright eyes. His eyes flashed with a bright purple light, and he had a heroic spirit. Under Qinyu's watch, Lin Hai sent out a message. Qinyu quickly approached Lin Hai, and with a clench of his hand, a bright silver hand appeared in the air. This was a technique formed by space profound and yuan power. Lin Hai stammered. Qinyu, let me punch you to the ground. This was a lunatic who feared nothing, he turned around and fled. Bang! Beside him, there were 2 Lin clansmen, both of them at the middle stage of the star condensation realm. The others were in a similar mood. Boom, rumble, grabbing onto Lin Hai, Qinyu flew for another hour before coming to a stop. The dark-skinned man roared, activating the power of his bloodline, and his body quickly grew to 100 zhang tall giant. Besides, even if Qinyu killed Lin Hai, would the Lin clan send someone to kill Qinyu for a junior? The Lin clan was a human demigod clan. Don't even think of escaping. Who do you think you are to represent the Lin clan? Lin Hai could not imagine how miserable the consequences would be if he did this. Facing 2.5 levels of space profound, and the true yuan condensed from the 9 transformation vast star technique, Lin Hai could not resist at all, and was captured alive. Moreover, he tricked Lin Tianfeng to come to Qinyu, and let Qinyu humiliate Lin Tianfeng. He was also responsible for the death of the other Lin clan clansmen. Lin Hai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted. His entire body trembled, and his face turned pale. Lin Hai stayed next to Qinyu, as if he was sitting on pins and needles, his clothes soaked in cold sweat. Every second was a kind of torture. Qinyu had an evil smile on his face. Lin Hai shouted. As long as these people helped him capture Qinyu, Lin Hai would rather not have the token. After killing one person, Qinyu rushed towards Lin Hai again. He heard from the Black Scorpion King that they had killed 2 of their friends, which was why they were released by Qinyu. The Lin clan clansman's expression changed, and he used all his strength to defend and quickly retreated. Boom! Lin Hai recalled the death of the Lin clan clansman, and completely lost his temper. I know your rules. If you let me go, I will call 2 people over for you. You have no value to me. This, among the attackers, only the Black Scorpion King was at the peak of star condensation middle stage. The others were all at the star condensation middle stage, or even lower. No, your big brother Tianfeng is coming, how can you leave? I can't. With the Lin clan's status and strength, as long as they did not meet a star condensation late-stage cultivator, they could do whatever they wanted in the early stages of the second trial. Lin Hai saw Qinyu rushing towards him, and was intimidated by the other party's aura, and immediately retreated. He punched out, and the power shook the heavens and earth. A huge white fist light crushed over. What plan? Qinyu dared to kill a Lin clan clansman. Qinyu laughed lightly, grabbed Lin Hai, and quickly left. I will not betray Big Brother Tianfeng. Even if you kill me, I will not help you deal with Big Brother Tianfeng. 3 silhouettes approached at high speed. Big Brother Tianfeng, I found traces of Qinyu, come quickly. The elders usually did not interfere in the grudges between the younger generation. Moreover, this was an examination, and fights were unavoidable. Lin Hai submitted to Qinyu's despotic power. But thinking about it, if the rumor was not exaggerated, it would be difficult to spread. Moreover, Qinyu had many tokens in his hands. Schwa, and he only needed to trick one. It seemed that Qinyu was still afraid of the Lin clan, and gave him a 50% discount. Attack rebound? Let's go together and catch him. Whoosh whoosh. Damn it, he got away. The 8 of them had ganged up on Qinyu, yet all of them had suffered minor injuries. Meanwhile, Qinyu was completely unscathed. Passing the examination was not difficult for him, and Lin Hai's future path would be smoother if he was favored by Lin Tianfeng. Boom! Boom! Starlight surged out from the star acupoint, forming a starry robe on Qinyu's body. Attacks rained down from all directions, and a terrifying storm engulfed Qinyu. Not to mention, the Lin clan still owed the emperor a huge favor, and his identity was that of Lin Yuxuan's fiancée. Would the Lin clan act against him? Lin Tianfeng had arrived, everyone hated Qinyu to the bone, and the moment they attacked, they used their killing moves. A voice rang out, and Lin Hai's entire body stiffened. Wearing the star-patterned robe, Qinyu flew toward the sea of trees. Lin Hai said in a righteous and firm tone. At this moment, a thunderous sound rang out from below. The Black Scorpion King roared, the anger in his heart unable to be quelled. The shock of the scene just now caused the others to react a little slower. Too ferocious. 1. For the first time in their lives, they felt like a failure. The star acupoints on his body flickered, and a total of 717 light orbs could be seen. 100 tokens, wasn't this too exaggerated? After all, the examination had just begun, and it would be difficult for him to collect so many tokens. Whoosh, Qinyu wasn't injured at all. Qinyu didn't care about the attacks from the crowd. Lin Hai had thought that Qinyu wouldn't kill him, but after witnessing this scene, he felt a chill run down his spine, as though he had fallen into an ice house. What's going on? This king will not let him off easily. Everyone, I've thought of another plan. Lin Hai was summoned by him, and now that Lin Hai was captured by Qinyu, wouldn't that be his responsibility? Previously, Qinyu had to threaten them again and again before they agreed. But now, Lin Hai actually took the initiative to propose this plan. Qinyu, if you have the ability, don't run. Qin Yu coldly said. After listening to Qin Yu's words, Lin Tianfeng's face darkened. Lin Hai's deception made him somewhat angry. But Qin Yu dared to oppose the Lin family and play with him, which was even more hateful. Qin Yu, you are too arrogant. Right now, there are 4 Lin family disciples here, and you are alone. Lin Tianfeng said coldly. He was originally looking for traces of Qin Yu to eliminate him. One-on-one, he did not have the confidence to defeat Qin Yu, but he had organized a team of Lin family disciples, and the other 2 were star condensation intermediate stage. Now that he had seen Qin Yu, his wish was fulfilled. But all of this was caused by Qin Yu, which made Lin Tianfeng feel uneasy. Could it be that Qin Yu had helpers hidden nearby? Master Qin Yu, can you let me go now? Lin Hai secretly transmitted to Qin Yu. He really did not have the guts to say this in front of Lin Tianfeng and the others. You can get lost. Qin Yu smiled disdainfully. Although he had encountered Lin Tianfeng, if he let Lin Hai go, it would only increase his enemies. But Lin Hai was too weak, so it made no difference whether he let him go or not. Whoosh, Lin Hai immediately ran to Lin Tianfeng's side, and said with an aggrieved expression, Big brother Tianfeng, I also had no choice. Qin Yu threatened me with my life. If you did not come, he would kill me. Humph, he dared to kill a Lin family disciple? Lin Tianfeng snorted disdainfully, his indifferent eyes staring at Lin Hai. Lin Yulong has already been killed by him. Lin Hai said, a fact that shocked Lin Tianfeng. Lin Yulong, the Lin family disciple who had surrounded Qin Yu, had been killed by him with 2 punches. You dared to kill a Lin family disciple? Lin Tianfeng could not believe it. Where did Qin Yu get the courage from? Bastard, you killed Lin Yulong? The other intermediate stage celestial condensation realm cultivator had a ferocious look on his face. He seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Yulong. At this moment, a strong killing intent leaked out from him. The genius of the Lin clan had been killed by Qin Yu. When Lin Tianfeng and the others found out about this, they were enraged and found it hard to calm down. Lin Hai suddenly said, Big brother Tianfeng, let's go. Previously, Lin Hai, the Black Scorpion King, and the others had joined forces to surround and kill Qin Yu, but Qin Yu had easily escaped. Right now, there were only 4 of them, less than half of their original numbers. How could they be a match for Qin Yu? Moreover, Lin Hai was already traumatized. He was afraid of falling into Qin Yu's hands again. Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Tianfeng was immediately enraged and almost attacked Lin Hai. Lin Hai, are you stupid? There are 4 of us, and big brother Lin Tianfeng is here. Why would we run? He killed a member of our Lin family. How can we not take revenge? The 3 of them looked at Lin Hai with disdain. They even suspected that Lin Hai had sided with Qin Yu. No. Big brother Tianfeng, you are not a match for him. Lin Hai hurriedly explained to avoid being misunderstood. But his explanation only deepened the misunderstanding. Lin Tianfeng's face was ashen. A shocking pressure filled the surroundings. The other 2 Lin family members were also enraged. They wanted to beat Lin Hai up. Lin Tianfeng, obediently hand over the token. I will forgive you and let you go. Qin Yu suddenly spoke. These words were like pouring oil on the fire, causing the accumulated anger in Lin Tianfeng's heart to erupt. Attack together! Lin Tianfeng coldly shouted. Boom, a powerful physical strength burst forth from Lin Tianfeng's body. Endless purple light shone in all directions. His body became transparent like a purple gemstone, radiating dazzling light. This was the Lin family's purple jade bloodline. It was extremely powerful, but the bloodline's continuity was low. Only a small number of clansmen had inherited this bloodline. Lin Tianfeng did not underestimate Qin Yu. Before he attacked, he first activated the power of his bloodline. Boom, he struck out with his palm. In the air, a pair of solid purple jade palms condensed and crushed towards Qin Yu. At the same time, the other 2 Lin family members also attacked fiercely. They wanted to kill Qin Yu on the spot. Big brother Tianfeng is the Lin family's pride and has the purple jade bloodline. His strength far surpasses the Black Scorpion King. He might be able to contend against Qin Yu. Lin Hai muttered in his heart. Moreover, he could not escape now. Thus, he joined the battle again. He took out his sword, poured his energy into it, and slashed at Qinyu. Facing the attacks of 4 people, Qinyu's expression did not change. He simply punched out. Bang, the giant white fist and the purple jade palm collided. The 2 powerful forces eroded each other. Eh? The Lin family's bloodline is a little special. Qinyu exclaimed softly. Under normal circumstances, when 2 attacks collided, the stronger one would win. However, the Lin family's bloodline was special. Lin Tianfeng's attack was extremely solid and had a certain defensive power. Bang, but in the end, Qinyu's fist won, shattering the purple jade palm. The remaining fist force penetrated through and hit Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng's purple jade body emitted a purple radiance, reducing the damage by more than half. He retreated dozens of steps. How is this possible? Lin Tianfeng's expression changed. He had activated the purple jade bloodline and used his full strength in this attack, but he had lost to Qinyu. He was at the peak of the middle stage of the star condensation realm. Qinyu was merely at the peak of the early stage of the star condensation realm. How could this be? Of course, Lin Tianfeng did not panic. He could not take down Qinyu alone, but he had helpers. Rumble, the attacks of the other 3 Lin family members descended together. The storm that filled the sky completely engulfed Qinyu. Lin Tianfeng, eat my fist again. Qinyu shouted angrily. Boom, the huge white fist aura dispersed the storm and charged towards Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng saw that Qinyu was in the center of the storm. He was completely unharmed. This kid is a physique cultivator. Lin Tianfeng suddenly confirmed this point. But even if he was a physique cultivator, Qinyu's defense was too frightening. He could easily withstand the attack of a star condensation intermediate stage without being injured. There was no time to think. A black light flashed behind Lin Tianfeng. A black cloak appeared, releasing a layer of black light that wrapped him up. The Lin family's purple jade bloodline had the ability to weaken attacks. Coupled with this defensive profound artifact, Lin Tianfeng's survival ability was also very strong. Bang, Jinyu's fist light shattered the black light around Lin Tianfeng and landed on his body. If not for the characteristics of the purple jade bloodline, Lin Tianfeng might have been seriously injured. Hehe, Lin Tianfeng, I'll give you one more chance. Surrender and hand over the token. Jinyu laughed contemptuously. You're courting death. Attack and kill him. Lin Tianfeng roared, his expression somewhat crazed. As a genius of the Lin family, if he could not even deal with a nobody, what face would he have left? As for surrendering to Qinyu, that was even more impossible. Bang, the 4 from the Lin family attacked crazily. Qinyu's attitude was too arrogant, and they could not take it lying down. The battle continued for a while. The area was already in ruins. The mountains had collapsed, and there were huge pits everywhere. Something's wrong. Lin Hai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Previously, when Qinyu was surrounded by the Black Scorpion King and the others, he had used a defensive technique to counterattack and was invincible. But now, Qinyu did not use that technique. Could it be that it consumed too much energy? Or could it only be used once a day? In fact, Qinyu had other plans. The strength of the Lin family geniuses far exceeded that of ordinary geniuses. Especially Lin Tianfeng, who had the purple jade bloodline and many tricks, it was difficult to capture him alive. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to end the battle. He used the 4 from the Lin family to train his physique, so he did not even use the star pattern clothes. He was still lacking the final 3 mystic acupoints for his physical body. He would need to use external force to stimulate them. You guys, take out your trump cards. I have many tokens here. You have consumed too much yuan qi, so I will give you tokens. Lin Tianfeng roared. In order to kill Qinyu, it was not a big deal to give up a few tokens. Purple Moon Slash. Lin Tianfeng's palm turned into a blade, shining with an astonishing purple light, and pointed to the sky. Whoosh, his palm slashed down, forming 1,000 zhang purple moon in the void, condensed as if it was real, slashing down from the sky. Sky-shattering sword. 9 Heavens Giant Spirit Fist. The Lin family broke out with the most violent attack. It's time to end the battle. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed. Facing the killing technique of the four from the Lin family, Chen Yu waved his palm, and a golden light burst out, turning into a 2-foot-tall small pagoda. The Golden Mountain Pagoda rapidly expanded, turning into a giant golden pagoda, descending in the center of Chen Yu and the Lin family. Bang! The attacks of Lin Tianfeng and the others were all blocked by the Golden Mountain Pagoda. Go! Chen Yu pushed out his palm, and the Golden Mountain Pagoda crushed forward. The four from the Lin family had just used their killing technique, but they did not expect it to be easily blocked by Chen Yu. Bang! The Golden Mountain Pagoda rapidly descended, and the four from the Lin family were sent flying. All the bones in Lin Hai's body were broken, and he fell to the ground. Lin Tianfeng had the blood of the purple jade, and his injuries were slightly lighter, but he could not endure it, and purple blood spurted from his mouth. Whoosh! Chen Yu leaped over, and with a clench of his hand, space power surged in the void, turning into a giant bright silver hand that grabbed Lin Tianfeng. Open for me! The Yuan Qi in Lin Tianfeng's body burst forth, struggling with all his might. As a genius of the Lin family, his cultivation technique was not ordinary, and his Yuan Qi was strong. He was about to break free. The quality of Chen Yu's Yuan Qi was also very high, but there was a large gap between his cultivation and Lin Tianfeng's. He could only activate the profound meaning of space with all his strength. The power of space wrapped around Lin Tianfeng's body, and even seeped into his body to confine and seal him. Under such circumstances, the speed of Lin Tianfeng's Yuan Qi circulation was greatly reduced. Quickly release Big Brother Tai Tianfeng, or the Lin family will not let you off. The other three, seeing that Lin Tianfeng was captured, panicked, and threatened. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Chen Yu quickly arrived in front of Lin Tianfeng, and directly slapped him. Pa! The sound of the slap was loud and clear, and a red palm mark was left on Lin Tianfeng's face. Lin Tianfeng was stunned by Chen Yu's slap, and the Yuan Qi he had gathered dispersed. You dare to slap my face? Lin Tianfeng was ashamed and angry at the same time. His purple eyes flashed with an ominous glint, as if he wanted to skin Chen Yu alive. Pa! Another slap flew over. Chen Yu's strength was so great that even if he was lenient, it still gave Lin Tianfeng a splitting headache. You, Lin. Tianfeng gritted his teeth, but did not dare to say any more nonsense. Chen Yu reached out and took the tokens from Lin Tianfeng's waist. There were a total of 6 tokens. Lin Tianfeng's face was full of grief. He actually fell into the hands of Chen Yu, was slapped, and had all the tokens taken away. Chen Yu, you already have the tokens, quickly release me. Lin Tianfeng roared. At this moment, he was a little regretful. He should have listened to Lin Hai and left. I gave you a chance to obediently hand over the tokens, and I won't argue with you. But now, I have the tokens myself, so this matter is not over yet. Chen Yu was expressionless, and said coldly. Chen Yu, don't you dare go too far. Lin Tianfeng's anger flared up again. At the same time, his heart was filled with fear. What else does Chen Yu want? Lin Hai, tell him the rules that I've told you before. Chen Yu ordered. Lin Hai, who was lying on the ground, shivered. He did not dare to disobey Chen Yu's orders. Even Lin Tianfeng was captured alive by Chen Yu, slapped and humiliated. Was there a need for him to resist? Thus, Lin Hai told him the rules of Chen Yu's offline development. Alright, I will call 2 people over. Lin Tianfeng hesitated for a while before finally speaking. Having said that, he started to move. Lin Tianfeng did not want to stay here any longer. Chen Yu, on the other hand, walked over to the other 2 Lin family members and snatched their tokens. 45 tokens. This amount was enough for Chen Yu to enter the celestial sect. There was still a long time before the end of the examination. The environment here was too bad and not suitable for cultivation. He had to find something to do. He did not like Lin Tianfeng, so he decided to teach him a lesson so that he would remember better. After a while, a man and a woman arrived. When they saw Lin Tianfeng and Chen Yu, they were stunned. They did not know what was going on. As a genius of the Lin clan, Lin Tianfeng had a wide network of connections. Many people wanted to befriend him. This man and woman belonged to this category. Lin Tianfeng did not cheat his own clan members. Instead, he made use of others. As expected of Big Brother Lin. The examination has just begun and he has already caught Qinyu. Big Brother Lin, why did you call us here? The man and woman smiled as they walked towards Lin Tianfeng. They glanced at Qinyu, their eyes full of disdain. Lin Tianfeng's face darkened as he said, "Both of you, hand over the tokens in your hands to Qinyu." The man and woman were stunned, unable to react. Weren't Lin Tianfeng and Qinyu enemies? Brother Lin, why is this so? Could it be that Lin Tianfeng had made some special arrangements? Hurry up, give him the token. Lin Tianfeng was a little impatient. Faced with the questioning of this man and woman, he really did not have the face to tell the truth. The man and woman were extremely afraid of Lin Tianfeng. Adding on to the fact that there were 4 Lin clan disciples present, they obediently handed over their tokens to Qinyu. At this time, the two of them carefully observed. To their surprise, they discovered that all 4 members of the Lin clan were injured, and Lin Hai's bones were all broken. Even Lin Tianfeng's origin power seemed to have been sealed. They suddenly realized that it was not Lin Tianfeng who had captured Qinyu, but Qinyu who had threatened Lin Tianfeng. After learning the truth, they didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately ran away. Can you let me go now? Lin Tianfeng's face darkened. Let you go? Did I say that I would let you go if you called 2 people over? Qinyu said with a faint smile. Lin Tianfeng's expression immediately changed. You're acting shamelessly? But on second thought, Qinyu really did not say that. Just now, when Lin Hai explained the rules to him, Lin Tianfeng made his own decision and tricked 2 people over. Damn it, what exactly do you want? Lin Tianfeng's face was full of anger. He felt as if he had been tricked. Trick 2 more people over. A playful look flashed in Qinyu's eyes. Promise me that I will call 2 more people over, and you will let me go. Lin Tianfeng became more cautious this time. Trick 2 people over first, then we'll talk. Qinyu said very casually. Lin Tianfeng knew that Qinyu did not intend to let him go so easily. He raised his head and coldly snorted. If you don't agree, don't even think about making me call more people over. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Qinyu walking over. What do you want? Lin Tianfeng was frightened. Pa, Qinyu sent a slap at Lin Tianfeng, sending him into a daze. Immediately after, Qinyu picked up Lin Tianfeng and left. Qinyu, what do you want? Quickly let go of Big Brother Tianfeng. The other members of the Lin clan immediately shouted. I will slap whoever catches up. Qinyu left behind a light sentence and left with Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had never been so sullen in his life. After flying for more than an hour, Qinyu stopped. The reason why he changed his position was to prevent being ambushed. Quickly, trick 2 more people over. Qinyu scolded Lin Tianfeng. Don't even think about it. Lin Tianfeng was halfway through his sentence when a pa sound rang out on his face, and his words were also stopped. In the end, Lin Tianfeng gave in and tricked 2 more people over. Next, Qinyu continued to do the same thing. After tricking 2 people, he would change his position, and the cycle would repeat. It had to be said that a genius of a large clan like Lin Tianfeng had a wide network of contacts. In 2 days, Qinyu tricked more than 30 people's tokens from Lin Tianfeng. These were all Lin Tianfeng's contacts, but at this moment, they were all destroyed by Qinyu. Moreover, Lin Tianfeng had not reached his limit. So far, he had not tricked anyone from the Lin clan. At this time, the news of Lin Tianfeng being kidnapped by Qinyu had already spread. Beside a certain lake, more than 20 people were gathered. Everyone, I don't need to say more about Qinyu's evil deeds. A slender purple-haired man spoke. This person was called Lin Daowei, and was the second genius of the Lin clan's team. His talent was only below Lin Tianfeng's. This person is vicious, despicable, and shameless. Everyone has the right to punish him. A dark-skinned man said. I, Long Aoyun, am duty-bound to kill Qinyu. I, the Black Scorpion King, and Qinyu are irreconcilable enemies. I will never let him go. The people who spoke were all people who had been tricked by Qinyu. Okay, let's start to formulate a plan to kill Qinyu. Lin Daowei said in a low voice. Now that Qin Yu had kidnapped Lin Tianfeng, and every time his destination was exposed, he would immediately change his position. This made it difficult for everyone to accurately locate Qin Yu. As long as we can determine Qin Yu's location, I don't believe that he can escape from our palms this time. The Black Scorpion King's face was fierce and cold. There were more than 20 king tiers gathered here. No matter how strong Qin Yu was, could he fight against 20? Qin Yu kept forcing Lin Tianfeng to trick people to go there, but the number of people who were tricked became fewer and fewer. In the end, Lin Tianfeng could only send a message to the Lin clan. This way, we know Qin Yu's location. Lin Daowei said calmly, we only need to wait. Everyone had just finished discussing. Lin Daowei suddenly received a message. He took out his token and probed it with his spiritual sense. Lin Daowei, come here. I have something to discuss with you. The person who sent the message was Lin Tianfeng. His voice was weak. Everyone, get ready to move. Lin Daowei suddenly shouted. Everyone was excited. Lin Daowei? Qin Yu heard Lin Tianfeng's message. He had been in contact with the Lin clan before, and Lin Daowei had an extraordinary talent and a certain reputation. Qin Yu had occasionally heard of him. You want to trick me? Qin Yu asked. He was not a fool. His actions must have caused a great commotion in a small area. As a member of the Lin clan, Lin Daowei would definitely save Lin Tianfeng, and he would definitely bring a large group of people. I have no one else to trick now, so I can only call my own clansmen. Lin Tianfeng said in a low voice. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes were dim. If it was someone who was not familiar with him, they would not be able to recognize that this was the once high-spirited and extraordinary Lin Tianfeng. Qin Yu sighed. He had played enough. He said, seeing that you are so cooperative, I will spare you. What? Lin Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, as if he could not believe it, and even felt that Qin Yu was lying to him. What, you don't want to go? Qin Yu teased. No, no, no. Lin Tianfeng shook his head like a rattle. He immediately got up and flew backward, away from the demon Qin Yu. Hand over your storage bag. Qin Yu suddenly said. Lin Tianfeng hesitated, his body trembled slightly, and his heart was extremely sullen. Not giving? Qin Yu shouted coldly. Lin Tianfeng was immediately terrified. You've destroyed my connections and reputation. If you rob me of my storage pouch, I'll have nothing left. I'll be left with nothing. Lin Tianfeng pretended to be pitiful to gain sympathy. Qin Yu could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He operated the profound of space and took Lin Tianfeng's storage bag. At the same time, Lin Tianfeng's clothes swelled up like a balloon. What are you doing? Lin Tianfeng looked panicked. This is your punishment for defying my orders. I will let you experience what it is like to have nothing. Qin Yu's figure turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared, his words echoing in the place. Bang! The clothes on Lin Tianfeng's body exploded into countless shreds. His body was completely exposed. Qin Yu, you bastard! Lin Tianfeng roared. However, the most important thing now was to break through Qin Yu's seal, recover his strength, and then find a set of clothes. But before Lin Tianfeng could do anything, swoosh, nearly 30 people flew over from afar, led by Lin Daowei. As soon as he received Lin Tianfeng's message, he led his people over, and on the way, roped in a few more members. The huge team of nearly 30 people was enough to instantly kill Qin Yu. There's someone in front? That person seems to be naked, someone in the team murmured. Lin Tianfeng. Lin Daowei's figure froze as he stared blankly into the distance, at the naked. Lin Tianfeng's face had changed shape, and he was not wearing any clothes. Some people did not recognize him, but Lin Daowei and Lin Tianfeng came from the same family, and could tell at a glance. You guys, don't come over, quickly retreat. Lin Tianfeng did not expect that a large team of 20 to 30 people would suddenly run over. His yuan-qi was sealed, and he could not escape in time. He hurriedly covered his lower body with his hands, and after thinking about it, covered his face. Why is it Lin Tianfeng? Why is he naked? Someone was shocked. This wasn't Lin Tianfeng captured by Qinyu? What happened between them? Someone's imagination ran wild. His figure is not bad. A girl who admired Lin Tianfeng secretly sized him up. After releasing Lin Tianfeng, Qinyu flew for more than 2 hours. I've taught him a lesson this time, I hope he will remember it. Qinyu secretly laughed. In the future, he might become a disciple of the celestial sect, and Lin Tianfeng would inevitably find trouble with him. Hence, Qinyu wanted to torture him first, to teach him a lesson. There were still more than 20 days until the end of the second round of examination. Qinyu had nothing else to do, and the number of tokens he had was enough for him to enter the celestial sect. Qinyu flew into the forest, sat down cross-legged, and started cultivating his celestial body. Previously, he had honed his physique, and estimated that he could open 1 or 2 extraordinary acupuncture points. The completion of the celestial body was getting closer and closer. End of chapter 1036. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.